Famine years. I traded a cornbread bun for an unparalleled beauty. A devastating famine had struck, and the dead lay scattered everywhere. My family was so poor that even if a rat came to visit, it would have to flee in tears. I transmigrated into this world only to find that my parents were dead, my elder brother had just passed away, and the only person left by my side was my widowed sister-in-law, the most beautiful woman for miles around. I thought I was doomed to starve to death. But that night, the stunning beauty leaned down close to my ear, her warm, fragrant breath brushing against my neck. Erlang, do you want a wife? Inside the crude stone house, Bai Zhirou bent down, her sweet breath brushing against Ye Chen's ear. The warm sensation made his entire body go weak. Ye Chen instantly perked up and blurted out, "Sister-in-law, you've finally come to your senses." After transmigrating into an era of famine, he had been handed a script set to complete hell difficulty. His parents had died years ago, his elder brother had just been buried, and in the entire household, only he and his widowed sister-in-law, Bai Zhirou, remained. Bai Zhirou's cheeks flushed bright red. Both hands braced against the edge of the bed, while her worn-out coarse cloth clothes could barely conceal the alluring curves of her slender waist and hips. "Erlang, don't talk nonsense." She lowered her voice and explained. "A group of human traffickers has come to the village entrance. They're holding more than a dozen young women. One of them caught a cold and is so sick that she's barely hanging on. No one dares take her. I secretly found out that the traffickers are desperate to get rid of her. They'll sell her for just 2 cornbread buns. You know medicine, so you could treat her." Ye Chen interrupted her immediately. "Sister-in-law, you know perfectly well what our family's situation is. 2 cornbread buns mixed with wild vegetable soup are enough to keep the 2 of us alive for 3 days. How could we possibly afford to feed another mouth?" Ye Chen lay motionless on the bed. In these famine years, food was life itself. As if she had expected him to refuse, Bai Zhirou leaned down again, her lips almost touching his ear. In a hushed voice, she offered her final trump card. "That girl is even prettier than me." Ye Chen sneered inwardly. Could anyone really be prettier than Bai Zhirou? Bai Zhirou was widely recognized as the #1 beauty within a 10-mile radius. Even dressed in nothing but tattered clothes, her beauty was still breathtaking. He rolled over and stared directly at the young widow in front of him. "She's prettier than you, sister-in-law." It was merely a casual tease. In his heart, Bai Zhirou's beauty had already reached the absolute peak. But Bai Zhirou didn't hesitate for even a moment. She gently nodded. She's prettier than me." Ye Chen's eyes suddenly widened. "How is that possible?" Ding. The more children, more blessings system has been successfully bound. Main quest issued. Become stronger through marriage. Host, please get married as soon as possible. Hint. By marrying wives and concubines and having children, you can claim material rewards and increase your personal attributes. The cheat had finally arrived. Ye Chen was ecstatic. With this system, he no longer had to fear starving to death. "Sister-in-law, don't lie to me. Is she really prettier than you?" "Why would I lie to you? That girl has red lips, pearly teeth, and is truly a peerless beauty. Let's go? We'll go take a look right now." By the village entrance, the crowd had already gathered so tightly that there was barely room to move. A group of unmarried men surrounded the captured young women, greedily looking them up and down. "This one's strong and healthy. And look at those hips. She'll be good for having children. What's the use of being pretty? She's so thin that it's hard to say whether she'll even survive the winter." In these chaotic famine years, staying alive and having children were what truly mattered. Beauty was secondary. 3 fierce-looking traffickers stood nearby, sharp short knives hanging from their waists. The one-eyed leader was clearly growing impatient. He barked angrily. "If you want to buy someone, hurry up. Stop wasting time. We've still got to get to the next village." Bai Zhirou grabbed Ye Chen and desperately squeezed through the crowd to the very front. She pointed toward a young girl curled up and trembling in the corner. "Erlang, that's her." The girl had only just reached marriageable age. Her clothes were ragged, and her face was covered in dust, but none of that could hide her delicate, oval-shaped face, elegant nose, and large, pitifully beautiful eyes. Her high fever, however, refused to break. Her cheeks were burning red, her lips were cracked and dry, and she couldn't stop coughing. Her condition was clearly severe. Ye Chen took just one look, and his heart gave a hard jolt. She really was a peerless beauty. Her appearance and figure were even 3 levels above Bai Zhirou's. Nearby, 2 unmarried men had already taken out 4 or 5 jean of millet each, exchanging it for a woman. The surrounding villagers looked on with envy. During a famine, ordinary families simply couldn't afford to spare several gen of millet. The one-eyed man stared at the seriously ill girl, becoming angrier the longer he looked. He spat viciously onto the ground. What a money-losing burden. We fed her for 7 whole days for nothing. She does nothing but eat our grain, can't work, and now she's even caught a cold. Seeing that he really couldn't sell her, the one-eyed man decided to take the group of girls and leave. Just then, Ye Chen's voice suddenly rang out across the noisy village entrance. This woman is only going to keep eating your food if you take her with you. I'll give you half a cornbread bun. Sell her to me. The entire crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Ye Chen as if he were an idiot. Bai Zhirou anxiously tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Erlang, we agreed on 2 cornbread buns. The one-eyed man froze for a moment before exploding with rage. He grabbed Ye Chen by the collar. Boy, are you trying to cheat me? We clearly agreed on 2 cornbread buns. Ye Chen easily broke free of his grip, remaining completely calm. Women's promises don't count. Just look at her condition. Her face is pale, and she can't stop coughing. The cold has already entered her lungs. Give it another day or 2, and she'll be dead. By then, not only will you get no grain for her, you'll even have to provide a straw mat to bury her. His words struck the one-eyed man right where it hurt. The man's face turned green, then pale. When the girl had been healthy, she could have been exchanged for at least 10 gen of fine rice. But now that she was seriously ill, she had become a burden stuck in his hands, consuming his precious grain for nothing. Half a cornbread bun. I'd rather dump her in a mass grave than sell her to you. The one-eyed man snarled through gritted teeth. Ye Chen spread his hands and pretended to turn around and leave, secretly giving Bai Zhirou a meaningful glance. Bai Zhirou immediately understood. She hurried forward and tried to negotiate. Big brother, how about 1 cornbread bun? Working together seamlessly, the two instantly made the one-eyed man realize that the uncle and sister-in-law duo had him cornered. The villagers watching from the side began jeering and teasing. Ye Chen, have you gone crazy wanting a wife? That girl's about to die. Why don't you give me that half a bun instead? I'll let my wife sleep with you for 2 days. Count me in. My wife can do it too. Roaring laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Everyone thought Ye Chen was unbelievably stupid for wanting to trade food that could keep him alive for someone who was practically on her deathbed. The one-eyed man was already furious from all the noise. Knowing that the girl was impossible to sell, he finally lost his patience. He untied the straw rope around the girl's hands and roughly shoved her toward Ye Chen. Take her. This money-losing burden is yours. Hand over the cornbread bun. A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. He reached into his clothes, pulled out a cornbread bun, and handed it over. The deal was complete. The peerless beauty was now his. Ye Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. Deep inside, he silently shouted, Asterisk system, hurry up and come out. Give me my reward. Asterisk. Chapter 2. 2 wives? Ding. The system has detected that the host has obtained a suitable marriage partner through a transaction. Please get married as soon as possible to receive the reward. So, I actually have to officially marry her. Ye Chen walked over, helped the girl up after she nearly fell from the shove, and carefully examined her. She really was beautiful. Especially up close, her exquisite features were absolutely stunning. Calling her a peerless beauty would not be an exaggeration. Her figure was impressive as well. Her tattered clothes could not hide her curves. Her chest was full and ample. Clearly, she would have no trouble bearing children. And, of course, she wouldn't have trouble feeding Ye Chen either. From this moment on, you're my wife. Ye Chen took her hand. His voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of dominance. We'll get married tonight. The villagers around them stared at him as though he were some foolish spendthrift who had lost his mind. That boy from the Lin family must be starving so badly that he's lost his mind. Why would he marry a sickly woman? 1 whole cornbread bun. If you break it apart and boil it, it's enough to feed my entire family. What good is a wife who's about to die? She can't even bear children. The villagers' mocking laughter made the already frail girl feel even more ashamed, miserable, and weak. My name is Lu Yi. Thank you. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I'm afraid I'll have to repay this kindness by being your servant in my next life. Her voice was weak, and she kept coughing. Her body was burning hot, and she swayed unsteadily as though she could collapse at any moment. What? Ye Chen's expression immediately fell. Do I look that ugly? Young master, you're not ugly. Perhaps sensing that Ye Chen was unhappy, Lu Yi answered cautiously. Young master, you have very handsome and dignified features. Ye Chen seriously explained, "Where I come from, a woman only says she'll repay a man in her next life by becoming his servant when the man is ugly. But when the man is handsome, she says, I can never repay such kindness. The only thing I can do is offer myself to you." Ah, this. Louise's cherry lips parted slightly. Her expression was bashful as she hurried to explain. "I said I'd repay you in my next life because I'm about to die from this illness. I don't even know whether I'll live long enough to repay you in this life." Cough, cough. Before she could finish, she started coughing again. Her pretty face alternated between flushed red and deathly pale. She really was seriously ill. "We'll talk after we get home." Ye Chen knew they couldn't delay any longer. He scooped Louis up around the waist and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go home." "Okay." Bai Zhirou nodded. Thinking that she had finally found Erlang a wife, she felt relieved, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of emptiness in her heart. Back at the crude stone house, Ye Chen placed the feverish Lu Yi on the bed and immediately began rummaging through the cabinets for medicinal herbs. Luckily, the Yi family has practiced medicine for generations, and the original owner's medical skills were pretty good too. Relying on the memories in his mind, Ye Chen quickly prepared the herbs needed to treat the cold and fever. He put them into an old clay pot and began boiling the medicine. On the bed, Lu Yi had already fallen into a dazed sleep. Once the medicine was ready, Ye Chen sat beside the bed and helped Lu Yi sit up, letting her lean against his chest. Half asleep, Lu Yi was fed the bitter herbal medicine by Ye Chen, one spoonful at a time, before drifting back into unconscious sleep. It wasn't until evening that she finally woke. She felt extremely hot, her entire body covered in fragrant sweat, while her stomach began to growl loudly. When she opened her eyes, she saw that handsome face. It wasn't a dream. She had really been saved. "You're awake. Were you staying here and watching over me the whole time?" Louis's voice was still weak, but she no longer sounded as sick as before. "Of course. What else would I be doing?" Ye Chen said helplessly. "Your sleeping posture is terrible. You kept kicking off the blanket. If we sleep in the same bed in the future, I'm afraid I'll wake up freezing in the middle of the night." "Huh? I. Louis's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Her nervous, flustered expression made Ye Chen burst out laughing. "All right, get up and eat. Once you're full, we can perform the wedding ceremony." "Okay." Louis nodded without the slightest objection. In these famine years, when human lives were worth less than grass, young Master Yi had saved her life. Naturally, she should repay him. Besides, she already felt that he was a very good man. Dinner was extremely simple. Half a basin of wild vegetable soup, with one cornbread bun broken into small pieces and soaked inside. Each person received one bowl. Even after finishing it, their stomachs were still growling with hunger. But Louis Yi was already deeply grateful. "Now that we've eaten, let's begin the wedding ceremony." Ye Chen took 2 red bridal veils from behind him. "In times like these, there's no way I can give my 2 wives a proper wedding. So let's keep things simple. From now on, your husband promises." 2 wives, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi both froze. Of course, Ye Chen looked as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Roro, have you forgotten? Before Big Brother died, he entrusted you to me." "That may be true, but..." Bai Zhirou wanted to explain, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't know how to refuse him. Roro, you wouldn't want Big Brother to remain restless in the afterlife, would you?" "No, Or are you saying you despise me, Ye Chen, just because I'm a poor man, and you're planning to marry someone else in the future?" "Erlang, that's not what I mean." "Then just tell me, will you marry me or not?" I will." Caught completely off guard by his relentless questioning, Bai Zhirou could only bite her lip and gently nod. Yet she couldn't help wondering when Erlang had become so good with words. You don't have any objections either, right?" "No." Louis shook her pretty, flushed face. Her life had been saved by Ye Chen. What right did she have to object? "Then let's begin the wedding ceremony." Ye Chen grinned and placed the 2 red bridal veils over Bai Zhirou and Louis's heads. "We'll just keep it simple. Come on. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the stars. Husband and wives, bow to each other." Ye Chen called out the ceremonial phrases himself. After bowing to each other with his 2 wives, the marriage was officially complete. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the Become Stronger Through Marriage quest. Your rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying Bai Zhirou. Reward: hunting skill, beginner, plus constitution +1, strength +1, speed +1, and stamina +1. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying Lu Yi. Reward: artisan skill, beginner, plus constitution +1, strength +1, speed +1, and stamina +1. Please continue working hard, host. Marrying wives and concubines and having descendants will all grant rewards and increase your attributes. Below was Ye Chen's attribute panel. Ye Chen, Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Speed, 10. Stamina, 9. According to the system's classification, the average values for an adult man were 6, while the average values for an adult woman were 5. In other words, Ye Chen's constitution had already surpassed that of an ordinary person. Stamina, 9. I wonder if that also means my stamina in that area is 9. Filled with anticipation, Ye Chen couldn't wait any longer. My wives, I've already heated up a huge barrel of hot water. Let's hurry up, take a bath together first, and then consummate our marriage and help the Yi family carry on its bloodline. Chapter 3. More wives, more children, more rewards. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi's pretty faces turned bright red at the exact same time. They were both unmarried young women. How could they possibly have imagined the scene of the three of them bathing together? Erlang, no, husband. Bai Zhirou still wasn't used to calling him that. Biting her red lips, she said softly, "How about my younger sister, and I serve you first while you bathe? Big sister is right. Husband is the head of the household, so we should serve you." Lu Yi was equally obedient, behaving as sweetly as could be. All right, Ye Chen stopped refusing. After carrying the large wooden tub into the room, he watched as the two women poured hot water into it, one ladle at a time. Having two beautiful, gentle, and obedient wives at once was something he wouldn't even have dared to dream of in his previous life. Soon, Bai Zhirou called out for him to come over and take a bath. At first, Ye Chen soaked in the wooden tub while Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi stood outside, using towels to wipe his body. Before they knew it, water was splashing everywhere in the room. First, Bai Zhirou was pulled into the tub, followed by Lu Yi. Ye Chen took turns teasing both of them. "Husband, the water is getting cold. Why don't we go rest early?" Bai Zhirou's cheeks were so red they looked as though they might drip blood. Her voice was barely louder than a whisper. Lu Yi wasn't doing much better. Her heart was pounding nervously, and even her breathing had become unsteady. All right, Ye Chen was even more excited than they were. He had been single for 30 years in his previous life, but he had certainly studied plenty of theory. It was finally time to put all that knowledge into practice. Before long, theory and practice had completely merged. In front of his two wives, Ye Chen was practically an experienced veteran, keeping the atmosphere heated to its absolute peak. No one knew how much time had passed. "Husband, aren't you tired?" "Not at all. Keep going." "Husband, I'm a little tired." Then Ro, it's your turn." "Husband, I'm a little tired too." Then it's your turn." "Husband, I'm tired again." Ro, your turn again." The next day, the sun was already high in the sky when Ye Chen stretched comfortably. He had to admit, the strength and stamina enhanced by the system were incredibly powerful. He opened the system again. Ye Chen, Constitution 12, Strength 12, Speed 14, Stamina 13. Hunting skill, beginner, artisan skill, beginner. After one night, each of his attributes had increased by 4 points. Holy crap. So it's not just marriage that improves my physical abilities. Even sleeping with my wives does. No wonder it's called the more children, more blessings system. I wasn't even tired after all that last night. System, you're seriously awesome. Ye Chen couldn't help feeling ecstatic. His physical abilities were already far beyond those of an ordinary person. With the hunting skill awarded by the system, how could he possibly worry about starving anymore? "My wives, keep resting. I'm going up the mountain to see if I can get lucky and bring back some game to nourish you." "Don't go." Bai Zhirou hurriedly tried to stop him. "There are black bears and wild boars in the mountains. Even professional hunters don't dare venture into the mountains recklessly." "Husband, you really shouldn't go." "Yeah, my sister and I can go dig for wild vegetables. As long as we can survive, that's enough." Lu Yi also tried to persuade him. "I know what I'm doing." Leaving those words behind, Ye Chen grabbed a machete, tucked it into the back of his waistband, and walked out. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi still wanted to stop him, but they couldn't hold him back at all. Ye Chen didn't slow his steps. Before long, he had left the village behind. After walking for about an hour, he finally saw the mountains in the distance. Unlike the modern world, these were truly primitive mountains covered in dense forest. The woods were pitch black, with sunlight barely able to penetrate the thick canopy. Danger lurked everywhere. Ye Chen didn't rush inside. When he left home, he had also brought along a rubber band. Using whatever materials he could find, he located a flexible branch and fashioned a crude short bow. He then sharpened several straight branches into simple wooden arrows. I can't take on fierce beasts with this, but shooting 1 or 2 pheasants or rabbits shouldn't be a problem. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen began walking deeper into the primeval forest. There was hardly any prey around the outer areas. The men from the nearby villages had already cleared them out long ago. He had to venture deeper. His footsteps crunched over the fallen leaves, making a soft rustle sound. Ye Chen's nerves were extremely tense. Even though his constitution had been enhanced, he was still no match for those wild beasts. One careless mistake could cost him his life. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the grass not far away began shaking violently. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen knocked an arrow and drew the bow. His beginner-level hunting skill had already become second nature, giving him an extraordinarily accurate sixth sense. Whoosh! Thud! The wooden arrow struck its target, and a pheasant's shriek rang out from the grass. At the same time, 2 other pheasants were startled and flapped their wings desperately, trying to fly away. How could Ye Chen give them the chance? Without hesitation, he knocked 2 more arrows and drew the bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thud! Thud! Both arrows hit their targets. The 2 pheasants had barely risen 2 meters into the air before falling back to the ground. They struggled and flapped their wings desperately, clearly not quite dead yet. This is only a beginner-level hunting skill. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help marveling. This is practically 100% accuracy. I wonder what happens after the hunting skill reaches mastery. Will I be able to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away or something? He walked over and picked up the 3 pheasants. All 3 were surprisingly plump, weighing around 5 gene each. When he pushed aside the grass, he discovered a nest with 7 or 8 pheasant eggs inside. 2 males and 1 female? A family of 3? You little roosters really know how to have fun, huh? Ye Chen laughed as he teased them. He took off his coat and carefully wrapped the pheasant eggs inside, then carried the 3 pheasants and prepared to leave. This hunting trip had gone incredibly smoothly. There had certainly been an element of luck, but luck was also a form of strength. I need to nourish my 2 wives back to health. Only then can I continue having children and strengthen my physical abilities. Better hurry home. Thinking about how his 2 wives had performed the previous night, Ye Chen suddenly couldn't wait to get back. The return journey was much faster. In less than an hour, he arrived at the village entrance. Isn't that Ye Chen? Holy crap. He's carrying 1, 2, 3 pheasants. This guy went hunting? What unbelievable luck. Damn, I'm so jealous. Several villagers sunning themselves at the entrance stared in disbelief when they saw Ye Chen approaching with 3 pheasants in his hands. One man named Sun Jiadi hurried over and blocked Ye Chen's path with a grin. Brother, give your big brother one of those pheasants. Once the famine is over, I'll give you 2 in return. Lend me your wife. Once the famine is over, I'll give you an extra son in return. Ye Chen fired back without the slightest mercy. What did you say? Sun Jiadi's face turned pale as he frowned. Of course I'm serious. Ye Chen sneered. There were so many eyes watching from the village entrance. The moment he showed even the slightest weakness, more people would come begging for his pheasants. In these chaotic times, you had to be ruthless if you wanted to stand your ground. Chapter 4. An age when the heart begins to stir. Ye Chen wasn't joking. In these chaotic times, when a few gene of millet could be exchanged for a wife, what was stealing someone else's wife? If Sun Jiadi refused to take the hint, Ye Chen really would dare to kill him. I didn't mean it. I was just joking, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Sensing the murderous intent in Ye Chen's eyes, and seeing his right hand already reaching toward the machete, Sun Jiadi's face turned deathly pale, and his legs began trembling. He forced an awkward smile while stumbling backward. After retreating 6 or 7 steps, and seeing that Ye Chen still hadn't drawn the machete, Sun Jiadi finally turned and ran away as fast as he could. He backed down that easily? What a useless coward. I was counting on him to grab the pheasants from Ye Chen. But when did that boy from the Yi family become so fierce? Should we give it a try ourselves? Several men who had been watching the spectacle kept their eyes fixed on the pheasants in Ye Chen's hands, their expressions greedy. God knew how long it had been since they had tasted meat. Forget it. That boy from the Yi family is staring right at us. He looks like he's ready to fight to the death at any moment. Huh, those are 3 pheasants. In times like these, if I had 3 pheasants and someone dared to take them from me, I'd hack them down even if they were the Emperor of Heaven himself. Forget it. In the end, The men chose to give up. Ye Chen also withdrew his gaze and hurried toward the Yi family's stone house with the pheasants in hand. At the doorway, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were anxiously waiting. Their husband had already been gone for 2 hours. Although they knew that the village was quite far from the mountains and that the round trip would take 2 or 3 hours, so Ye Chen couldn't possibly return so quickly, they still couldn't help worrying. These were famine years. Most of the small animals around the mountains had already been hunted down. If someone wanted to find any prey, they had to venture deep into the mountains. Even experienced old hunters wouldn't dare enter those primeval forests. Ye Chen was merely a frail physician who had never hunted before. If he had gone deep into the mountains, wouldn't he be walking into a death trap? Sister, when do you think husband will come back? Lu Yi bit her lip tightly, staring anxiously toward the village entrance. She had already asked the same question at least 6 times. How would I know? Bai Zhirou's eyes were already filled with tears, and she was overwhelmed with guilt. I should have stopped him back then. The mountains are so dangerous. What if something happened to him? No, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to him. My Erlang, my husband is very clever. She kept muttering to herself, as though repeating those words could somehow bring Ye Chen safely home. Just when the 2 women were about to lose hope, a familiar figure finally appeared. My wives, I'm back. Seeing Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi waiting for him at the door, Ye Chen waved his hand and shouted loudly. Husband, husband! Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi both brightened immediately and called out at the same time. The overwhelming joy made them forget all their shyness and reserve. They ran toward Ye Chen together and threw themselves into his arms. Easy, easy. I've got pheasant eggs in my arms. Don't crush them. Ye Chen protected the eggs in his arms, then glanced at the women's chests. Use these to squeeze me when you hug me. That shouldn't crush the eggs. Erlang, you're becoming more and more shameless. Bai Zhirou, who had nearly cried from worry just moments ago, instantly blushed. Her delicate expression made her look even more captivating. Call me husband. Ye Chen corrected her. Husband, husband. Bai Zhirou's pretty face turned even redder, and she became even more bashful. Are you tired, husband? Lu Yi came over and gently wiped Ye Chen's forehead with her sleeve. It was already late autumn, and the weather was cold. There wasn't any sweat on Ye Chen's forehead, only a little dust. Were you too worried about me the whole time? Seeing that both women's eyes were red, Ye Chen felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed he really hadn't spoiled them for nothing the previous night, especially when he had returned carrying 3 pheasants. Their first reaction hadn't been excitement over having meat for dinner. Instead, they had immediately worried about whether he was safe. I'm not worried anymore, because husband came back safe and sound. Lu Yi answered playfully. Husband caught 3 pheasants and even found pheasant eggs? Only then did Bai Zhirou notice the 3 pheasants in Ye Chen's hands. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. There are 8 pheasant eggs in total. After handing the pheasants to his 2 wives, Ye Chen carefully took the eggs out of his clothes, where he had wrapped them in his outer garment. All 8 were completely intact. Husband, you're amazing. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled as well. She licked her lips hungrily and asked impatiently, Can we eat meat tonight? I am just a greedy little foodie. She had intended to act more reserved, but the thought of fragrant chicken was simply too tempting. Of course, eat as much as you want tonight. Ye Chen took both of his wives by their little hands and returned to the stone house with them. The task of cooking was handed to Bai Zhirou. She was extremely capable. She boiled a pot of water, plucked all the feathers from the pheasants, gutted them, chopped them into pieces, and stir-fried them in an iron pot. As for seasoning, Ye Chen had plenty of medicinal herbs in his medical kit that could be used to remove the gamey smell and enhance the aroma. Lu Yi wasn't idle either. She brought over a basin of hot water and carefully wiped Ye Chen's hands and face, then massaged his shoulders and pounded his back. Watching her clumsy yet earnest efforts, Ye Chen couldn't help smiling. He then took her soft, delicate hand in his and asked, You must have been the daughter of a wealthy family, right? Your hands are so white and soft, your fingers are long and slender, and you don't have even a single callus. Perhaps you could barely call us well off. Lu Yi gently nodded and spoke softly. We weren't as wealthy as the truly prominent families. 2 years ago, the imperial court went to war against the barbarian tribes and forcibly requisitioned most of our family's wealth. Half a year later, all the men in our family were taken away to serve as soldiers. With only a few women left behind, how could we possibly protect the family business? Later, the weather turned bitterly cold. The crops completely failed. and those wicked people stormed into our home to rob our food, our money, and our women. I was lucky enough to escape, but then I was captured by human traffickers. Thankfully, I met you, husband." Feeling 2 drops of tears fall onto his hand, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling sorry for the poor girl. No wonder she was so beautiful yet so sensible. After he had bought her, she hadn't complained about this or that. Instead, she had shown nothing but gratitude and absolute devotion. Only someone who had experienced displacement and despair could truly cherish the peace and warmth they had now. "From now on, I'll protect you." Ye Chen pulled her into his arms and looked at her exquisite, beautiful face. Her watery eyes made her look especially delicate and alluring. "I believe in you, husband." Louis nodded seriously. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly let out a startled cry, as though something had poked her. "This kind of ruins the mood, but I can't help it. My wife is just too beautiful." Ye Chen gave an awkward smile before helplessly explaining. "What can I do? I'm still young, and I'm at the age when my heart is easily stirred." Chapter 5. Strike First. This wasn't Ye Chen's fault. In his previous life, he had never even held a woman's hand. Now he suddenly had 2 beautiful wives. If he wasn't constantly distracted by thoughts of romance, could he still be called a young man? "Husband, how about we wait until tonight?" Louis's face flushed crimson as she curled up in Ye Chen's arms, her voice so soft that it seemed only she herself could hear it. This was hardly a rejection. It was clearly encouragement. "My wife, how do you manage to be both shy and flirtatious at the same time?" Ye Chen held her beautiful pointed chin and kissed her without hesitation. Before they had even kissed a few times, Ye Chen suddenly noticed the light in front of him being blocked. He raised his eyes and saw Bai Zhirou, who had just finished preparing dinner. "Dinner's ready. Why don't you 2 eat first, and then continue?" Bai Zhirou put her hands on her hips, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "We can eat later." Ye Chen casually pulled Bai Zhirou into his arms as well and kissed her without giving her a chance to refuse. Although Ye Chen had never had a girlfriend, he knew one thing very well. There was no woman who didn't get jealous. The 2 wives seemed to get along well, but they had only known each other for a short time. If he favored one over the other, trouble would definitely follow. "Oh, husband, you really are. Let's eat first, okay? We're both hungry." "All right, we'll eat first." Ye Chen rubbed his own stomach, which was growling loudly too. He hadn't had many proper meals since transmigrating into this world, so he really was hungry. "I'll serve the food. I'll get the bowls." Only after getting his approval did Bai Zhirou and Louis finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had genuinely been worried. What if they had to wait another 2 hours before they could eat? Especially Louis. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she kept swallowing as she watched Bai Zhirou serve the stir-fried chicken pieces. "Husband, come eat." The 2 women called out to him. Just as Ye Chen was about to sit down, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Ye Chen asked, but there was no answer. The knocking simply continued. Damn it. Did they smell the food and come over? Ye Chen seemed to guess what was happening. He casually grabbed the machete hanging on the wall, tucked it behind his waist, and only then went to open the door. 3 ill-intentioned men were standing outside. Ye Chen recognized them. They were 3 local hooligans from the eastern part of the village. They usually made a living through petty theft, bullying the weak, and harassing widows. Not far away, Sun Jiadi and several other young men were hiding. Clearly, if these 3 managed to steal the food, Sun Jiadi and the others would come over and join in. "You didn't even answer me. I thought some wild dogs were scratching at my door." Ye Chen's tone was extremely unfriendly. He held the door with one hand and stood in the doorway, with no intention of letting the 3 men inside. "Who the hell are you calling a wild dog?" The leader was a man named Wang Chenkai. Because of his surname, he hated being called a dog more than anything. Obviously the one barking Wong Wong over there. Ye Chen's gaze was cold as it swept across the 3 men one by one. "If you have nothing to say, then get lost. I don't have time to entertain uninvited guests." With that, he moved to close the door. Bang! Just as Ye Chen was closing it, Wang Chenkai kicked the door and snarled. "Damn it! Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? I'll tell you straight. We came here for the chicken. If you know what's good for you, bring the chicken out. Otherwise, we'll smash this house apart. Yeah, bring the chicken out, or we'll go in and take it ourselves. And this time, it won't just be the chicken. We'll take your sister-in-law and that wife you just bought too." The other 2 men behind him looked as though they had already decided that Ye Chen was an easy target. One of them was leering shamelessly, his eyes constantly wandering into the house. Frightened, Bai Zhirou and Louis quickly hid themselves. "You want to try taking them?" Ye Chen stopped wasting words. He suddenly drew the machete and pressed it against Wang Qingcai's neck. The sharp blade cut into his skin. Wang Qingcai felt a sharp pain in his neck, and blood immediately began flowing. Ye Chen, what the hell are you doing? You wouldn't dare. Do you really think I wouldn't? A cold, murderous intent flashed through Ye Chen's eyes. The next instant, the blade flashed. A line of crimson blood erupted from the major artery in Wang Qingcai's neck. He clutched his throat, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Blood poured through his fingers as he struggled to speak. You, how dare you? After forcing out those final words, Wang Qingcai collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Murder. He killed someone. The other two men turned deathly pale. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. Neither of them had expected Ye Chen to be so ruthless. You just said you were going to take what? Ye Chen stared coldly at them. We didn't say anything. It was Wang Qingcai. It was that bastard Wang Qingcai who said he wanted to take your chicken and your women. He talked us into it. Please, Ye Chen, let us go. We know we were wrong. Please. The two men fell to their knees and repeatedly knocked their heads against the ground. Terrified, they were crying so hard that tears and mucus covered their faces. Take Wang Qingcai's body and get out. Ye Chen spoke coldly. The two men were named Ding Zheng and Zhang Feixiang. Although they were cut from the same cloth as Wang Qingcai, they were the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Deep down, they were cowards. Ye Chen wasn't worried about them seeking revenge. The three were merely drinking buddies. They had no real loyalty to one another. Besides, killing all three would inevitably provoke retaliation from all three families. For now, Ye Chen still needed to keep a low profile, develop his strength, and continue growing stronger. Yes. Thank you, Brother Yi, for sparing our lives. Thank you. The two men reacted as though they had just been pardoned from death. They continued kowtowing before finally carrying Wang Qingcai's corpse away together, fleeing with trembling legs. The scene left Sun Jiadi and the others watching from afar with their scalps tingling. Damn, Ye Chen actually dared to kill someone. And he killed him so cleanly, as casually as slaughtering a pig or chicken. There wasn't even a trace of pity in his eyes. That kid used to be such a coward. When did he become so ruthless? Who knows? Anyway, from now on, let's stay far away whenever we see that boy from the Yi family. The men whispered among themselves. None of them dared to set their sights on Ye Chen again, even though the aroma of meat occasionally drifted out from the Yi family's stone house, making their stomachs ache with desire and forcing them to swallow repeatedly. No matter how delicious the meat was, it wasn't worth risking their lives for. After seeing Ye Chen return to the house and close the door, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi immediately rushed over. When they saw the bloodstains on Ye Chen, their pretty faces were filled with worry. Husband, are you all right? I'm fine. This is someone else's blood. As he spoke, Ye Chen picked up a scrap of cloth and wiped the blood from the machete. Then he gently said, let's eat first. Once we're full, I still need to make a trip to the Wang family. He had killed Wang Qingcai. His parents and brothers would definitely come looking for revenge. Rather than waiting for them to strike, he might as well strike first. Chapter 6. Don't turn around, sister-in-law. It's me, your brother-in-law. Husband, you're going to the Wang family. Bai Zhirou sensed what he was planning, and there was a faint tremor in her voice. Trouble has to be dealt with sooner or later. I can't let myself be put in a passive position. Ye Chen looked completely relaxed, as if he were simply heading out to buy vegetables. As for the danger, his physical abilities were already far beyond those of an ordinary person. The average constitution of a normal adult man was 6. And during a famine, when no one could eat their fill, an average value of 4 to 5 was already considered pretty good. But Ye Chen? Constitution, 12. Strength, 12. Speed, 14. Stamina, 13 ***. His stats were almost twice those of an ordinary person. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't be in much danger. On top of that, he had 2 skills. Hunting skill, beginner. Artisan skill, beginner. His hunting skill included shooting, trapping, camouflage, tracking, and more. These skills were also among Ye Chen's trump cards. Husband, you must be careful. Seeing that Ye Chen had already made up his mind, Bai Zhirou stopped trying to persuade him. She picked up a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Husband, eat more. You'll need the strength. I'll give both chicken legs to husband. Lu Yi picked up the other chicken leg and placed it in Ye Chen's bowl as well. Husband, sister, and I will wait for you at home. You'll definitely come back safely tonight. Although they said that, the worry in their eyes was impossible to hide. Bai Zhirou's eyes were red, looking as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Lu Yi wasn't much better. Her smile was obviously forced. With two wives like you waiting for me at home, of course I'm coming back safely. Come on, eat. You two eat more as well. Ye Chen put a chicken wing into each of their bowls and deliberately put on a stern expression. You two eat too. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat properly myself. We'll eat. Husband, hurry up and eat. They really were hungry, and they hadn't tasted meat in a very long time. The moment they took a bite, their appetites were instantly awakened. Then they began devouring the meal. That's more like it. Ye Chen smiled before picking up his chicken leg and eating heartily. Heartily. Before long, the 5 gene plus pheasant had been reduced to nothing but a pile of bones and 3 empty pheasant eggshells. After eating his fill, Ye Chen picked up the machete, sharpened it even further, and tucked it securely around his waist. My wives, stay home and behave. Lock the door. Husband, come back soon. The two women nodded in unison. All right. With that, Ye Chen closed the door and slipped into the night, heading toward Wang Qingsai's house. It was late autumn. There was no moon tonight, only a faint glow that barely illuminated the road. Ye Chen walked along the narrow village path. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet. During these famine years, even the weeds by the roadside had been eaten clean. There wasn't even the chirping of crickets. As for barking dogs, there wasn't a single dog left in the entire village. After about 15 minutes, Ye Chen arrived at Wang Qingsai's house. He climbed over the wall and landed silently in the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Ye Chen stopped moving and concealed himself in the darkness, even slowing his breathing. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside. Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother-in-law. A man's voice came from outside, deliberately carrying a teasing tone. The door opened. A rather attractive woman holding an oil lamp walked out. She crossed the courtyard and went to open the gate. The oil lamp provided very poor illumination, and Ye Chen remained hidden in the darkness without being noticed. The moment the door opened, the man outside rushed in, grabbed Yin Xiulan, and began kissing her face wildly. Under the faint light, Ye Chen clearly saw the man's face. It was Wang Qingsai's second uncle, Wang Daji, and the woman he was holding and kissing frantically was Wang Qingsai's mother, Yin Xiulan. You're going to get us killed. Yin Xiulan punched Wang Daji in the chest before continuing. Your older brother went looking for Qingkai. He should be back soon. Aren't you afraid he'll see us and beat you to death? How could he be back so soon? A wicked smile appeared on Wang Daji's face. He couldn't find Qingkai, so he asked me to help him search. Where could we possibly look in the middle of the night? So I figured I'd come find sister-in-law instead. Heh. I personally watched Big Brother leave the village. He won't be back for a while. As he spoke, he picked Yin Xiulan up and carried her toward the house. A moment later, sounds best left undescribed came from inside. Don't turn around, sister-in-law. It's me, your brother-in-law. You naughty devil. Hidden in the darkness, Ye Chen was completely stunned. Holy crap. Even people in ancient times played this wild. And more importantly, he had come here to kill someone, not watch a show. Whatever. Wang Daji isn't a good person either. I'll just kill both of them. Ye Chen's hand tightened around the handle of his machete as he prepared to rush inside and deal with the adulterous pair. Suddenly, another set of footsteps approached. The footsteps were hurried, accompanied by an angry man's curses. Damn it. I just heard from someone else that our son was killed by Ye Chen. Damn it. Where's my knife? I'm going to stab that bastard Ye Chen to death and avenge Qingkai. The person returning this time was Wang Qingsai's father, Wang Daong. He was furious, cursing as he shoved open the door. Then he saw something that he could hardly believe. You two. You pair of filthy dogs. I'll kill you. He had just suffered the pain of losing his son, only to discover that his wife had been cheating on him with his own brother. How could Wang Daong possibly remain rational? He grabbed a kitchen knife and charged toward the two people on the bed. A fight immediately broke out, accompanied by screams of agony. Ye Chen remained hidden in the darkness, silently listening. His emotions were complicated. Before long, the voices of Wang Daji and Yin Xiulan disappeared. Wang Daong had hacked them both to death. Wang Daong stood beside the bed, staring at the two adulterers covered in blood. Then he looked down at the kitchen knife in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind went completely blank. Why? Why had this happened? Wang Daong felt as though the world were spinning around him. He stood there for a long time. Then, as if he had suddenly figured something out, he let out a furious roar. Ye Chen, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. It's all Ye Chen's fault. All his fault. I'm going to kill him. As if possessed by madness, Wang Daong became completely deranged. Gripping the knife, he prepared to go find Ye Chen and take revenge. But the moment one of his feet stepped outside the door, a flash of cold steel swept across his eyes. Wang Daong felt a chill around his neck. Before he could even understand what had happened, he hadn't even seen who had attacked him. He instinctively clutched his neck with both hands. Blood gushed out, continuously spilling through the gaps between his fingers. At the same time, Wang Daong's body slowly slid down against the doorframe. Ugh, ugh. He made a muffled, struggling sound as he watched the shadowy figure touch his own neck before calmly walking away. Wang Daong never even saw the killer's face. I haven't taken revenge yet. I haven't killed. Yi. Wang Daong struggled desperately. But before he could finish his final sentence, he breathed his last. ####Chapter 7. They were truly shy, yet truly looking forward to it. Ye Chen had already left the Wang family. That single slash had cut directly through the major artery. His strike had been fast and ruthless, leaving Wang Daong absolutely no chance of survival. He soon returned to the stone house. The door was tightly locked. Ye Chen gently knocked 3 times. "Wife, open the door. It's your husband." Before he could finish speaking, he heard the hurried footsteps of his 2 wives coming to open the door. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi had no idea that Ye Chen's physical abilities were twice those of an ordinary person. During the past hour, they had been constantly worried, afraid that something might have happened to him. The door opened. The 2 women looked Ye Chen up and down. Only after confirming that he wasn't injured did they finally relax. "Husband, come inside quickly." Bai Zhirou pulled him inside and cautiously glanced around several times. Only after confirming that there was no one else outside did she finally feel completely at ease. She quickly locked the door again. "Husband, are you hurt?" After entering the house, Lu Yi's little hands moved all over Ye Chen's body, afraid that she might have missed some injury. "I'm not hurt." Everything went smoothly. Ye Chen grabbed Lu Yi's soft, fair hand and pulled Bai Zhirou over as well. The 3 of them sat together on the edge of the bed. "I thought I'd have to fight 3 against 1 this time. But the Wang family started fighting among themselves first. You 2 would never guess what happened. They fought among themselves?" Lu Yi tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Unable to contain her curiosity, she grabbed Ye Chen's hand and asked, "Husband, hurry up and tell me what happened." "Rura definitely knows. Ask her." Seeing Bai Zhirou's pretty face turning slightly red, Ye Chen wore a mischievous smile and deliberately tested her. "Sister knows?" Lu Yi became even more curious. With a hint of coquettishness in her voice, she asked, "What happened?" "Husband, sister, which one of you is going to tell me?" "I only heard about it." The blush on Bai Zhirou's beautiful cheeks became even more pronounced, making her look as though she had applied rouge. Perhaps because she was thinking about her current relationship with Ye Chen, she found it difficult to speak. "I heard from someone in the village that Wang Daong's wife and Wang Daji had an affair. I don't know if it's true." It was true. When I went to the Wang family, Wang Daji and Yin Xiaolan were having an affair. They were even saying something like, "Don't turn around, sister-in-law. It's me, your brother-in-law." Later, Wang Daong came back and hacked those 2 adulterers to death with a kitchen knife. Then he said he was going to find me and avenge his son. Before I left, I killed Wang Daong too. When talking about killing people, Ye Chen's tone remained completely calm, as though he had merely slaughtered a chicken. "As long as husband is safe." Bai Zhirou spoke softly. In this era, human life was cheaper than grass. A few pounds of millet, or even a single mantu could be exchanged for a wife. People could even risk everything and slaughter an entire family just for a bite of food. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi would never blame Ye Chen for being ruthless. They could only sigh at how worthless human life had become and wonder when they would finally survive these terrible times. "Husband, it must have been hard protecting this family." Lu Yi brought over a basin of hot water and began helping Ye Chen change his clothes and wash up. Her movements were already much more practiced than yesterday. "You too are my women. Of course it's my duty to protect you." Ye Chen calmly enjoyed Lu Yi's service. After all 3 of them had washed up, he eagerly said, "It's already very late. Let's continue working hard to help the Yi family prosper." At those words, both women's cheeks turned red, but they still obediently nodded. Their shyness was genuine. So was their anticipation. Their modesty was genuine. So was their initiative. Ye Chen discovered this as well. His 2 wives had already gotten a taste of intimacy and had become both obedient and proactive. 3,000 words omitted. The next day, Ye Chen woke up feeling refreshed and opened the system interface to check his physical condition. Ye Chen, Constitution 16, Strength 16, Speed 18, Stamina 17. Hunting skill, beginner. Artisan skill, beginner. Sure enough, every time he worked hard to help the Yi family prosper, the system strengthened his physical abilities, increasing each attribute by 1 point. Only the hunting skill and artisan skill were still at the beginner level, yet their actual effects were already far more proficient than those of experienced hunters and carpenters. Wives, keep resting. I'll go hunt some more game. Ye Chen had already gotten dressed and was preparing to leave. His two wives were so weak and exhausted that they barely had the strength to get out of bed. Husband, eat something before you go into the mountains. Bai Zhirou propped herself up with both hands, forcing herself to overcome the soreness and fatigue in her body. I'll get up and make some porridge, then cut up some shredded chicken and add some wild vegetables. Husband, wait a moment. I'll be quick. As she spoke, she wrapped her delicate body in her clothes, put on her shoes, and went to prepare breakfast for Ye Chen. I'll help sister. Louis didn't stay idle either and hurried after her. While the two women were preparing breakfast, Ye Chen found more than a dozen straight branches. He used pheasant feathers to make arrow fletching, which would increase both range and accuracy. With the assistance of his hunting skill and artisan skill, he quickly finished making more than a dozen sharp arrows. The only problem is that I don't have proper arrowheads. Wooden tips have limited killing power. Ye Chen muttered to himself. Before long, the wild vegetable and shredded chicken porridge was ready. Just as Ye Chen was about to sit down and eat, there was another knock at the door. Someone actually came here following the smell again. Ye Chen frowned, picked up his machete, and went to open the door. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were frightened and huddled together, staring warily toward the entrance. The door opened. Ye Chen saw several people kneeling outside. They were Sun Jiadi, Ding Zhong, and Zhang Feixiang, the men who had come looking for trouble yesterday, along with their families. There were 8 or 9 people in total, all kneeling in unison outside the Yi family stone house. What are you doing? Ye Chen frowned slightly and asked coldly. Kneeling at my door. Are you plotting some kind of scheme to harm me? Ye Chen had absolutely no goodwill toward these scumbags from the village and showed them no courtesy whatsoever. Of course not. Of course not. Sun Jiadi was kneeling at the front. He took a small packet of white rice from inside his clothes and presented it with both hands. Brother Yi, we came to apologize for our rudeness yesterday. I shouldn't have tried to take your pheasants. Please accept this as compensation. I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive a petty man like me. Ye Chen, please forgive Jiadi. He really knows he was wrong. Sun Jiadi's mother also knelt on the ground and cried. Please, don't kill us. Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the entire Wang family had already been killed, and someone had discovered what happened. The news had also reached the ears of these 3 men. They were afraid of suffering the same fate as the Wang family, so they had come to kneel before him and apologize with gifts. Their minds were surprisingly sharp. They had immediately figured out that he was the killer. Please forgive us. We'll give you all the food we have, Brother Yi. We really know we were wrong. If this food isn't enough, we'll go dig up wild vegetables and gather more for you. Ding Zheng and Zhang Feixiang also offered up the little food they had left. They brought their parents with them and repeatedly kowtowed, desperately hoping that Ye Chen would spare their lives. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at the people kneeling before him. Then he spoke in a deep voice. You know that the entire Wang family is dead? ##### Chapter 8, secretly comparing them. We know. The few men knelt on the ground, none of them daring to raise their heads and meet Ye Chen's eyes. After speaking, Sun Jiadi hurriedly added, Early this morning, someone discovered Wang Dayong's body lying at the entrance. They were so frightened that they called over the neighbors. Then they found Yin Xiulan and Wang Daji dead inside the house too. We really don't know who killed them. Brother Yi, what we did yesterday was wrong. We really know we made a mistake. Please, Brother Yi, be magnanimous and forgive us. Please let us go. We swear we'll never dare to do it again. The group kept kowtowing on the ground, terrified that they would end up like the Wang family. I went to the Wang family last night. Ye Chen spoke calmly. The moment he said this, Sun Jiadi and the others trembled in fear, thinking that Ye Chen was about to silence them. They kowtowed even harder. But I wasn't the one who killed them. During these chaotic famine years, human lives might be cheap, but the county government still existed. If they joined forces and reported him, it would still cause trouble. Moreover, killing an entire family would inevitably leave evidence behind. Ye Chen continued. When I arrived at the Wang family last night, I happened to catch Wang Daji and Yin Xiaolan having an affair. Coincidentally, Wang Daong came back as well. When he discovered that this pair of adulterers had been cheating on him, he became furious and hacked them to death. And Wang Daong himself was stabbed in the neck by Wang Daji and bled to death. They killed each other. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Yes, exactly. The moment Ye Chen finished speaking, Sun Jiadi immediately nodded in agreement. A lot of people in the village already knew that Wang Daji and Yin Xiaolan were having an affair. That's exactly what happened at the scene. It was obviously an internal conflict, a crime of passion. Yes, I could tell too. The Wang family members simply killed each other. We came here to apologize to Brother Yi. It has nothing to do with the Wang family killing each other. We're here because we were disrespectful to Brother Yi yesterday. Brother Yi, please forgive us. Sun Jiadi, Ding Zhang, and Zhang Feixiang were not stupid. They followed Ye Chen's story and attributed the Wang family's deaths to a bloody internal conflict. Then they continued begging for mercy. The parents of the three men also knelt on the ground, their faces filled with anticipation and ingratiating smiles. That little incident yesterday isn't worth making trouble over. Ye Chen accepted their food and waved his hand. Leave. And remember to explain clearly to everyone else that the Wang family died because they killed each other. Yes. The group felt as though they had been granted a new lease on life. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief before fleeing. Ye Chen weighed the food in his hands. Altogether, there were more than 10 pounds. A little over 3 pounds of white rice, a little over 3 pounds of white flour, and less than 5 pounds of millet. That would be enough to keep him and his 2 wives fed for quite some time. Back at the stone house, after learning that Sun Jiadi and the others had come to make amends, Bai Zhirou finally relaxed. When she saw all the food, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. So much food. This will be enough to last us more than half a month. She carefully looked Ye Chen up and down, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and admiration. My husband is really amazing now. Not only can you hunt, you even made those village hooligans kneel down and beg for mercy. But secretly she wondered, is this really my Erlang? When did he change so much? Perhaps the death of Dalong had made Erlang realize that he needed to grow up and take responsibility for the family. Amazing. Husband even knows medicine. I owe my life to you. Lu Yi looked at Ye Chen with pure admiration. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled as though they contained little stars. She was still a young girl, and meeting a husband like Ye Chen during such chaotic times naturally made her admire him even more. You two are going to praise me into the heavens. Enjoying the feeling of having one woman in each arm, Ye Chen said, talk is cheap. If I'm really that amazing, why don't you two give me a kiss? His words immediately made both Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi blush. If you don't kiss me, doesn't that mean you were lying? Ye Chen said with a mischievous grin. I wasn't lying. Lu Yi hurriedly leaned over and kissed Ye Chen on the cheek. She knew perfectly well that Ye Chen was deliberately provoking her, but she was more than willing to fall for it. After kissing him, she noticed that Bai Zhirou hadn't moved and immediately helped her husband out. Whether sister was lying or not, I have no idea. You little traitor. Bai Zhirou pretended to be angry and gave a soft hum. Then, with her pretty face flushed red, she also leaned over and kissed Ye Chen on the cheek. It was just a light peck, gone as quickly as it came. Hee. Lu Yi giggled mischievously, looking like a little fox that had just successfully carried out a scheme. While enjoying their affection, Ye Chen secretly compared his 2 wives. Lu Yi was 16, with features as beautiful as a painting and a fair, delicate oval face. She belonged to the type of refined young lady from a well-to-do family, not the unreasonable, spoiled kind, but a sweet, obedient, and sensible girl. Her figure had also developed beautifully. At around 167 centimeters tall, she had a slender waist and a graceful figure, while still being well endowed where it mattered. Overall score, around 98 points. Bai Zhirou was 21, a typical Oriental beauty with a dignified oval face and an elegant figure. She was a traditional woman who listened to her husband in everything, gentle, considerate, and understanding. Her proportions were almost exaggerated. Her curves were full and alluring, giving her an unmistakably mature, married woman charm. Overall score, also around 98 points. Why not give them 99? Why not 100? Because Ye Chen had only just arrived in this world, and he had already encountered such stunning beauties in this tiny Zhou village. If he gave them 100 right away, what would he do if he encountered someone even more beautiful later? He had to leave himself a little room for comparison. After fooling around for a while, Ye Chen was full. He told the two women to stay home while he prepared to head into the mountains again to hunt some more game. Husband, be careful. Your safety comes first, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi said together. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Ye Chen waved goodbye to his two wives before setting off. With his physical abilities enhanced once again, it only took Ye Chen 3/4 of an hour to reach the vicinity of the mountains this time. And he wasn't tired at all. It seems my constitution, strength, speed, and stamina have all increased significantly. With my current physical abilities, even if I encounter a wild beast, I should be able to fight it. I wonder what Wusong's stats were for him to kill a tiger barehanded. This is the prosperous family lineage system. I wonder what kind of rewards it'll give me once Ruru and Yi become pregnant. Ye Chen muttered to himself before quickly entering the mountains. He wasn't nearly as lucky as yesterday. There were no small animals anywhere nearby, so Ye Chen could only continue deeper into the mountains. The ancient mountain forests were filled with all kinds of unknown dangers. To avoid getting lost, Ye Chen carved a mark into a tree with his machete every 20 steps. After walking for roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he finally heard some movement. Ye Chen didn't hesitate. He knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and fired. The entire sequence flowed smoothly, without the slightest hesitation. As the wooden arrow shot through the air, the sound of prey collapsing immediately came from ahead. Ye Chen walked over and took a look. It was a gray wild rabbit, weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Bunnies are so cute. I wonder if my wives would like spicy rabbit meat. Ye Chen tied the rabbit's legs together with a rope and hung it from his body before continuing to search for more prey. Since I've come all this way, I might as well hunt as much as possible. Winter is only a little over a month away. Ideally, I should get enough fur to make fur clothing for both my wives before winter arrives. Without hesitation, Ye Chen headed deeper into the dense forest. #### Chapter 9. Ye Chen becomes the most sought-after man in the village. Ye Chen knew his physical condition very well. As long as he didn't encounter a ferocious beast like a tiger, escaping unharmed wouldn't be difficult. Even if he did run into a tiger, his agility and speed would allow him to climb a tree immediately. A full-grown tiger can't climb very high, and a smaller tiger might not even be able to beat me. Just as he was speaking, he heard branches shaking in the distance. Not the sound of wind, but the unmistakable movement of an animal disturbing the foliage. Ye Chen instantly became alert. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and fired repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in succession, followed by a soft, plaintive cry. Hearing that almost adorable sound, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a ferocious beast, but a sick deer. Ye Chen walked over and pushed aside the tangled branches. There was a young deer lying there, not particularly large, weighing a little over 200 pounds. The deer was lying on the ground, blood still flowing from its wounds. From time to time, it let out a mournful cry, looking at Ye Chen with watery eyes. An animal of this size wouldn't die instantly unless its vital organs were hit. Sorry, Ye Chen drew his hatchet and, without hesitation, finished the deer off. After all, there were tigers and black bears deep in these mountains. If the deer kept crying out, who knew what it might attract? Once the deer stopped breathing, Ye Chen grabbed its legs with both hands, shifted his weight, and hoisted the 200-pound deer onto his shoulders before quickly leaving. This physical strength is absolutely insane. After carrying the deer for half an hour, Ye Chen felt only slightly tired. Before long, he returned to the village. When the villagers saw Ye Chen carrying a 200-pound deer, they nearly drooled with envy. But no one dared to approach him anymore. They could only envy him from a distance. Erlang, a pretty young widow, finally couldn't resist. She walked over and blocked Ye Chen's path, even tugging her neckline down slightly. During a famine, it wasn't only food that was scarce. Cloth was also extremely precious. The widow's clothes were already thin, and with a slight tug, her already prominent curves became even more eye-catching. Erlang, you're really something. You actually hunted such a huge deer. Could you spare your sister-in-law just a little piece of meat? Her voice carried both seduction and pleading, soft and alluring enough to make a man weak in the knees. No, Ye Chen refused directly. If I give you a piece of meat, everyone in the village will come asking me for some. I'm not going to eat your meat for free. The pretty widow rolled her eyes at the clueless young man and simply made herself clear. 2 pounds of meat, and tonight I'm yours. Her seductive expression made even Ye Chen struggle to maintain his composure. Several men nearby started joining in. Pretty widow, I'll sneak a steamed bun from home. Will you let me sleep with you tonight? Get lost. This old lady wants meat. I've got 2 ounces of meat too. Get lost. The widow had no time for them. Her alluring eyes remained fixed on Ye Chen. Ye Chen wasn't bad-looking himself. He was tall, with clean-cut features. If she spent the night with him, who knew who would actually be getting the better deal? Seeing that Ye Chen remained silent, the widow continued pleading. Erlang, this deer weighs at least 200 pounds. What's wrong with giving your sister-in-law 2 pounds of meat? If 1 night isn't enough, then how about 2? That's too little. Ye Chen replied without hesitation. For 2 pounds of meat, whose wife in this village couldn't someone sleep with? You might even be able to trade it for a wife and keep her permanently. He wasn't exaggerating. In these chaotic times, human life was the cheapest thing of all, especially that of women. Many people would sell their daughters or wives for a little food. Far fewer would sell their sons. Some even sold their daughters simply to keep their sons alive. Then I'll become your wife. You can have me whenever you want. How about that? The widow had completely thrown caution to the wind. She cursed inwardly. Ye Chen looked like an honest, simple man, but apparently he had been setting a trap for her all along. Yet she hadn't tasted meat in far too long. Even knowing that Ye Chen was setting a trap, she still chose to jump right in. She was simply too hungry. That's more like it. I'll bring you 2 pounds of meat later. Having achieved his goal, Ye Chen grinned and continued carrying the deer toward home. Humph! The widow snorted unhappily. But as she watched Ye Chen carry the 200-pound deer without even bending his back or losing his breath, she suddenly couldn't help smiling. This Ye family Erlang was really strong. Ye family stone house. The sun was already close to setting, but Ye Chen still hadn't returned. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi stood in the little courtyard enclosed by a bamboo fence, repeatedly glancing toward the village entrance. They knew very well that the village was about an hour away from the mountains, and hunters usually left early and returned late. Some hunts even took 2 or 3 days. But Ye Chen had already returned by this time yesterday. Why hadn't he come back today? The 2 women couldn't stop worrying about him. Time seemed to pass especially slowly as they waited, hoping he would return soon, even if he hadn't managed to catch anything. My wives, I'm back. Just as they were lost in thought, they saw Ye Chen approaching from the village entrance with a deer over his shoulders. Hubby is back. Let's hurry and help him. Only then did Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi finally relax. They ran toward Ye Chen one after another. When they got closer, they realized that what he was carrying was a sick deer. Don't move, my wives. I can carry it myself. Ye Chen knew that the 2 women weren't very strong. If they tried to help him carry it, they would probably only get in the way. So he simply carried the deer into the courtyard by himself, dropped it onto the ground, and prepared to butcher it. Hubby, take a rest. I'll do it, Bai Zhirou said considerately. Okay. Ye Chen knew she was efficient at this kind of work, so he reminded her. Skin it first. Once the hide is dried, we'll make coats for you too. He then untied the wild rabbit hanging from his waist and handed it to Lu Yi. Although this young lady had originally been the daughter of a wealthy family, she wasn't spoiled or pretentious. She took the rabbit and immediately joined Bai Zhirou in getting to work. Watching how capable and considerate his 2 wives were, Ye Chen couldn't help sighing. Now these are the kind of women you build a life with. From now on, whenever I look for another wife, I'll use Zhirou and Yi as the standard. About a dozen meters outside the courtyard, several women were winking at Ye Chen and even waving for him to come over. Apparently, they had all heard about what happened with the pretty widow at the village entrance and wanted to trade favors for some meat as well. Ye Chen had suddenly become the most sought-after man in the village. However, most of these women were already married. Go, go, go. Ye Chen picked up a stone and threw it toward them, cursing, I may be a lecher, but I still have standards. Get lost, all of you. Don't go around cheating on your husbands. After saying that, Ye Chen's eyes landed on a beautiful woman dressed in green. Whose young wife is that? She's about as pretty as the widow at the village entrance. Chapter 10. Can I take 3 wives and 4 concubines? The beautiful woman in green was indeed stunning. Neither her face nor her figure was inferior to that of the pretty widow at the village entrance. Ye Chen stared at her for a while before finally remembering who she was. So she's the village chief's wife. From the memories of his predecessor, Ye Chen learned that the beautiful woman in green was named Qin Kuching. She was only 23 or 24 years old. Naturally, the village chief's family wasn't short of food. During the famine, the imperial court distributed disaster relief grain every month. Most of it consisted of rice mixed with sand, buckwheat, sorghum, and similar staples. Once the grain reached the village, part of it would be skimmed off by the village chief. Of course, Zhao only dared to take a little. After all, desperate people had nothing to lose. During a famine, villagers driven mad by hunger would dare to risk their lives confronting Zhao. The village chief's family had more grain than ordinary villagers, but even they had no meat to eat. I remember Qin Keqing was bought by Zhao for 10 pounds of grain, twice as much as other women. Ye Chen withdrew his gaze and silently added to himself. Asterisk as expected, expensive things are expensive for a reason. Just like my wifey. If she hadn't been suffering from a cold, she would probably have cost at least 20 pounds of grain. Asterisk. After Ye Chen threw the stone, the women scattered in fright. They all knew that Erlang was no longer the same as before. He had become capable and ruthless. Hubby, these women are going crazy wanting meat. Bai Zhirou still didn't know about Ye Chen's deal with the pretty widow. She spat in their direction and snorted. They already have husbands, yet they still come here to seduce our husband. How shameless. A flush of anger appeared on her beautiful, charming face. So shameless. Lu Yi also spat, though her pretty little face wore a mischievous expression. What if they didn't have husbands? Ye Chen suddenly asked. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi both fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bai Zhirou remained silent. A conflicted look flashed through Lu Yi's beautiful eyes. She bit her lip before saying, "My life was saved by my husband, so naturally I'll listen to you. If you're capable enough, it's perfectly normal for you to take 3 wives and 4 concubines. My father had 5 wives. I wonder if my husband will become even more impressive than my father someday and marry more than 5 wives." At the end, the mischievous girl stuck out her tongue, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. My sister is right. Bai Zhirou nodded gently and added, during the 3 years of the Great Famine, countless people in the Great Yin Kingdom starved to death. The imperial court even stopped banning the sale of people in order to encourage people to have more children. These days, even ordinary commoners can marry 2 wives. Since my husband is so capable, it's only right for him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. After saying that, she quietly added, my husband can marry wives and take concubines, but could you please not sleep with other men's wives? That was probably Bai Zhirou's bottom line. Okay, Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. He had no habit of sleeping with married women, either. Although he had loved joking about the so-called Wei Wu legacy in his previous life, it had only ever been idle talk. My husband is the best. Seeing that Ye Chen had agreed, Bai Zhirou finally relaxed, and her eyes became gentle again. Sister, are you only realizing how wonderful our husband is now? Lu Yi deliberately stirred things up. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she smiled mischievously like a little fox. Bai Zhirou instinctively wanted to explain herself, but when she saw Ye Chen and Lu Yi both suppressing their laughter, she realized she had fallen into their trap. She put her hands on her waist and pretended to be angry. Oh, so you've learned to tease your sister now. Tonight, when our husband bullies you, I'm not helping you. Don't. Sister, I was wrong. Lu Yi immediately surrendered. Ye Chen watched the 2 of them from the side and thought to himself, neither of you is getting away tonight. Bai Zhirou worked quickly. In less than half an hour, she had completely skinned the deer and spread the hide out in the courtyard to dry. Lu Yi was less experienced, but she still managed to skin the rabbit, although the hide wasn't quite intact. Now it's my turn. You 2 sit down and rest for a while. Ye Chen picked up his hatchet and began cutting the venison. First, he chopped off the deer legs and kept them whole. Then he cut the rest of the carcass into fist-sized pieces of meat with the bones still attached. Bai Zhirou brought over a clay jar and preserved the venison inside, sprinkling it with some salt to extend its shelf life. Hubby, this deer antler velvet. I'll soak it in medicinal wine for you. Thinking about how energetic Ye Chen had been over the past 2 days, Bai Zhirou felt a little weak in the knees. Her pretty face turned red as she spoke. Put some deer blood in it too. Ye Chen added with a grin. His physical abilities were already 3 times those of an ordinary person, but what man would ever complain about being too strong? Might as well make the most of it. Ye Chen's predecessor had been a physician. There were not only various dried medicinal herbs in the house, but also half a jar of medicinal wine. If Bai Zhirou hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. Okay. Bai Zhirou nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed. By the time everything was finished, night had fallen. Large chunks of venison were simmering in an iron pot, along with cinnamon, bay leaves, angelica root, and other seasonings to remove the gamey smell and enhance the flavor. After simmering for half an hour, the venison was thoroughly cooked. The rich aroma drifted out of the stone house and spread throughout much of the village. The young wives who had been eyeing the venison earlier were all drooling with hunger, and they began complaining about how useless their husbands were. Ye Chen can hunt down a deer. How come you can't even catch a chicken? I don't care. I haven't tasted meat in a whole year. Go hunting too. If you can't catch anything, don't come home. Why don't you ask Ye Chen to lend us some meat? We can trade grain for it. I'm starving. The smell keeps getting into my nose. I'm going to be too hungry to sleep tonight. Why don't we go beg Ye Erlang for some? Many couples throughout the village sat on their beds, desperately inhaling the aroma until they were practically dizzy with hunger. But after what had happened to Wang Qingkai and the others, no one dared to provoke Ye Chen again, no matter how badly they wanted the meat. In these chaotic times, only the ruthless could stand firm. Kindness would only invite others to take advantage of you. Go beg him. Dream on. If Ye Chen were easy to deal with, would Wang Qingcai's entire family have died? The man snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Tomorrow morning, I'm going hunting too. Maybe I'll get lucky and come back carrying a wild boar. Then I'll let you eat pork. Keep dreaming. If you can even bring back a chicken, I'll be satisfied. Just wait until tomorrow, woman. You'll see what I'm capable of. While everyone else was swallowing their saliva desperately, Ye Chen had already eaten 3 large chunks of venison. His body felt warm and full of strength. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were also eating heartily. Their cheeks turned rosy, and their bodies felt pleasantly warm. Secretly, they both thought, deer meat really is nourishing. Their husband was already so vigorous normally. After eating this much deer meat tonight, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to handle him. Thinking about this, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi exchanged a glance. They immediately saw through each other's thoughts, and both their faces turned even redder. After swallowing the last piece of venison, Ye Chen placed his bowl on the table, licked his lips, and said, I'm full. Now it's time to continue working hard to help the Yi family flourish and grow. Chapter 11 Brotherhood. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi blushed at the same time. The three had just gotten married and were newlyweds. But isn't my husband being far too unrestrained? Husband, why don't we rest for a day? Bai Zhirou was a little worried about Ye Chen's health and afraid that he would be unhappy, so she spoke very cautiously. Yes, there's plenty of time. Lu Yi, with her lively personality, playfully stuck out her tongue and said shyly, although my husband's body is excellent, doing this every night will eventually drain him dry. The women are so beautiful, whatever they say is right. But you know nothing about the system. How can I improve my physical attributes and obtain system rewards if I don't work hard to have more children? Don't worry, ladies. I'm a doctor. Do you think I don't know whether I'm healthy or not? After saying that, before the women could refuse, Ye Chen had already pounced on them and put them on the bed. A night of hard work. The next morning, Ye Chen felt even more refreshed and opened the system interface to check again. Ye Chen, Constitution 20, Strength 20, Speed 22, Endurance 21. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Absolutely amazing. Seeing that his various attributes had increased by 4 points each, Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, at this rate, won't I become a Superman? However, as their physical condition improved, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were already finding Ye Chen unbearable. The two women were too exhausted to even get out of bed and were fast asleep. I'll make breakfast. Ye Chen shook his head, poured out a small half bowl of white rice from the jar, washed it clean, and put it in the pot to cook. I added some shredded meat and sprinkled in coarse salt. After the porridge was cooked, I added some wild vegetable leaves, stirred it a few times, and the aroma of the meat porridge filled the house. On the bed, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi sniffed at the same time. After hearing a soft sniffling sound, Ye Chen looked towards the bed. Bai Zhirou subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her full lips, but did not wake up. Lu Yi had her cherry-like mouth open, and a stream of clear drool was flowing from the corner of her mouth. She looked like she was sleeping soundly, which was extremely cute. Get up and eat. Replenish your energy before going back to sleep. Seeing the two women's drooling expressions, Ye Chen woke them up and said with a smile, quickly wipe your drool, you've soaked the bed. The bed was already wet. Lu Yi retorted subconsciously, but then seemed to remember something and quickly covered her mouth. It smells so good. Bai Zhirou sniffed, and then her stomach made a gurgling sound. The two women got up quickly and tidied themselves up. Ye Chen had already served the meat porridge. The porridge my husband cooked smells so good. How did you do that? After taking a few sips, Bai Zhirou's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with some unexpected surprise. She used to be in charge of cooking, and Ye Chen had hardly ever touched pots and pans. Bai Zhirou never expected that Ye Chen would have such culinary skills. Before my sister-in-law married into the family, I was the one who cooked at home. After that, someone else started cooking, so I became lazy. Ye Chen made up an excuse on the spot, but the truth is that apart from knowing some medical skills, the original owner was actually a good-for-nothing who couldn't do anything right. So that's how it is. Bai Zhirou's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a little uncomfortable when Ye Chen called her sister-in-law again. Even though they've only been married for 2 or 3 days, I actually feel that he calls me wife, more naturally. Husband, all the jars in our house are used to store meat, and there are still quite a few left. We have nowhere to store them. Why don't we go to the city and sell the meat to buy some grain? As Bai Zhirou spoke, she seemed to remember something and hesitated. Should we send a few more pounds of meat to Taizhu? Tieju's full name is Lu Taizhu. Ye Chen and I are best buddies who grew up together. They have the kind of friendship where we play together, pee in mud, and are practically inseparable. A few days ago, the Yi family ran out of food, and Bai Zhirou even went to Taizhu's house to borrow half a bowl of millet. When Ye Chen was bullied, it was Taizhu who helped him get justice. On several occasions, Taizhu was beaten so badly that his head was bleeding, yet he still protected Ye Chen fiercely. Lu Taizhu, Ye Chen muttered to himself. If Bai Zhirou hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten that his predecessor had such a good brother. Although Lu Taizhu was Ye Chen's good brother, the events that had happened in the past flashed through Ye Chen's mind as if he had actually experienced them. With such a protective brother, Ye Chen was naturally willing to continue to extend his brotherhood with Lu Taizhu. All right, thanks to my wife for reminding me. Ye Chen quickly finished the remaining half bowl of meat porridge, then picked up a deer leg, thought for a moment, and took a piece of bone-in meat weighing about 3 pounds. The baby with the bones was for the pretty widow. I didn't go to see her last night, so I don't know if she secretly cursed me. It's not that I'm lustful. I just want to test whether having more children can improve one's physical condition. Ye Chen defended himself in his heart. Carrying a deer leg weighing over 10 kilograms, Ye Chen quickly arrived at Taizhu's doorstep. The two families lived not far apart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been childhood friends. Iron pillar. Ye Chen pounded on the door and shouted loudly. They're here. A familiar voice came from inside, followed by hurried footsteps. Upon opening the door, Ye Chen saw a 1.8-meter tall, thin man, around 20 years old, with gaunt cheeks, sunken eyes, and a skin-and-bones appearance. They were so hungry, yet just a few days ago, they lent Bai Zhirou half a bowl of millet. Here you go. Ye Chen shoved the deer leg into Taizhu's arms and scolded. These past 2 days, everyone in the village knows I hunted something. Why don't you come to my house for some meat? Huh? I don't know. Taizhu was hit in the chest by a deer leg weighing over 10 kilograms, staggered a bit, and then scratched his head sheepishly. But how could Ye Chen not see through that evasive look in his eyes? Actually, Taizhu already knew about Wang Cheng's troublemaking with Ye Chen the day he did. Knowing his good friend was in trouble, Taizhu grabbed his wood-chopping knife and headed to help. Before he could even get close, Ye Chen slashed down with his sword, killing Wang Chengkai instantly. Then, Wang Qingcai's entire family died. Knowing that his good brother was no longer being bullied, Taizhu was relieved and quietly returned home without going to find Ye Chen again. I don't believe you for a second. Damn it, do I look like someone who can't share wealth and status? Ye Chen cursed and swore, wishing he could kick the kid, but seeing that Taizhu's eyes were already red, he couldn't bring himself to do it. I just think, hunting is dangerous. You have to eat the meat you risk your life for, otherwise it will be hard to get through this winter. So. Taizhu's voice choked with emotion as he held the deer leg in his arms, unable to continue speaking. He was indeed very hungry, and his elderly mother at home was also starving to death. Ye Chen's sudden arrival was more than just a timely help. We can all get through this winter. Ye Chen patted Taizhu on the shoulder and said seriously, I've learned hunting skills, and I'll take you with me next time we go hunting in the mountains. Do you have the guts to go? Chapter 12 Physical Fitness Enhancement Training? Ye Chen asked this question to provoke Taizhu. Really? Taizhu was still hesitant, wondering if he would be a burden to Ye Chen if he went hunting with him. Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted, Of course I have guts. Iron Rod. As long as you don't mind that I'm a burden, I also want to hunt and eat meat. Because he played with Taiju since childhood, the children in the village gave Ye Chen the nickname Iron Rod. As Ye Chen grew up, no one called him that anymore. Iron Pillar, however, never changed his ways and still called Ye Chen Iron Rod, Iron Rod. From now on, you can call me Brother Yi. Ye Chen couldn't help but cover his face, because the name, Iron Rod, was just too awful. Ugh, what use would I have for this Iron Rod? It's utterly shameful. Moreover, Ye Chen is indeed a few months older than Taiju, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to call him Brother Yi. Good, Iron Rod. Call me Brother Yi. Okay, Brother Yi. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, and looking at Taiju's simple and honest grin, he said, I'm going home now. I'll come find you when I go hunting in the mountains. Okay, Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Stared at by Ye Chen's icy gaze, Taiju quickly changed his tune. You must remember this. Ye Chen gave repeated instructions before leaving Taiju's house. Then, carrying the 3-pound piece of meat with bones, he went directly to the pretty widow's house. The pretty widow's name was Mao Xiaoa. She was not very old, only 24 years old, and she had married into the family from another village. Just a few days after their marriage, the newlyweds were enjoying their honeymoon when the man went to the river to catch fish for Mao Xiaoa. He accidentally fell in and drowned. When they were pulled out of the water, his body had turned white from being submerged. Then came a great famine, and the man's mother starved to death, leaving only the pretty widow. That damned bastard Ye Erlang. He promised to bring me 2 caddies of meat, but he broke his promise. The pretty widow took a big bite of the cornbread in her hand, her expression displeased, and in her heart, she cursed Ye Chen 18 times over. If it were any other man, she probably wouldn't even bother to glance at him. In this village, only Ye Erlang is handsome and tall, but he used to be a bit timid and weak, like a scholar. But things are different now. Ye Erlang is like a completely different person. He has not only become more assertive, but he has also learned to hunt. When he carries the deer, he is as strong as an ox. What woman wouldn't be attracted to a man like that? You damn liar. It's your loss if you don't come. I'm as beautiful as a flower, and you're not the only one who can hunt. When you come looking for me again, 2 pounds of meat won't be enough. The pretty widow muttered to herself, as if trying to comfort herself. Just then, her window suddenly opened, and a head poked in, saying, If 2 pounds of meat isn't enough, then that person is leaving? Who else could it be but Ye Chen? Ye Erlang. The pretty widow's eyes lit up, a smile appeared on her face, and she seemed much more cheerful. The next moment, she put on a stern face, looking very angry and impossible to coax, and snorted. So you still know to come? I thought. You couldn't bear to part with those 2 pounds of venison. How could that be? Seeing that the pretty widow was just sulking, Ye Chen grinned, closed the window, and went to knock on the door. They're here. Mao Xiao's anger just now was just a coquettish act. She secretly hoped Ye Chen would come soon, so she quickly went to open the door. Once the door opened, she resumed her reserved demeanor and asked in a deliberately aloof tone, Where's the venison? If it weren't for the fact that I haven't had meat in so long, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me. That's no fun. Ye Chen lifted the venison in his hand and said speechlessly, Even though it's a transaction, I still want emotional value. You're so naughty. Seeing that Ye Chen wasn't the kind of fool who would be blinded by beauty, Mao Xiao has stopped pretending and threw herself into his arms, saying softly, You really think I'm after you for the meat? In my eyes, you're much more appealing than venison. That's more like it. Ye Chen smiled and picked Mao Xiao up in his arms. It's time to do the experiment. The pretty widow, after all, had been through it all. Ye Chen thought of the internet memes from his previous life. Over 30, she's a treasure, sensible, knows when to advance and retreat, knows how to act cute and coquettish, is elegant in public and virtuous in the kitchen, charming during the day and alluring at night, making people infatuated and intoxicated. Although Mao Xiaohe is not 30 years old, she is very suitable to be described in this way. Moreover, this pretty widow has a very attractive figure, exaggerated proportions, and a supple body. I don't know how much time has passed. Ye Chen opened the system again to check his physical attributes. Ye Chen, Constitution 21, Strength 21, Speed 23, Endurance 22. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Really, as long as you work hard to have more children, regardless of whether they are your wives or not, you will gain physical enhancement. The only difference is that Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi are my wives. They have formally married me, So the system rewarded me with hunting skill, beginner, and craftsmanship skill, beginner, respectively. If you want the system rewards, you need to get married, or have children, and get your wife pregnant. Otherwise, it would simply be a matter of increasing physical attributes. Ye Chen had completely figured out the system and thought to himself that it was incredibly powerful and amazing, practically designed for building a harem. Beside her, the pretty widow was completely infatuated. She had thought Ye Chen was very capable, but she hadn't expected him to be this capable. I have absolutely no strength left. I fell for your trick. Mao Xiaohua, having gotten the better deal, still acted innocent, nestled against Ye Chen's chest, and said, "If you keep torturing me like this every time, I won't accept less than 2 pounds of venison." Come on, okay? Ye Chen wasn't going to put up with her. He patted his 8-pack abs and said, "With all my antics, even the richest women would beg me for gold. It's just a pity there aren't any rich women in this village." As he spoke, he even let out a mock sigh. These words made Mao Xiao giggle. No one joked like that in ancient times, and being kept, or living off a woman, was considered shameful. Why does Ye Chen sound so glorious about it? However, the pretty widow knew that Ye Chen was joking, so she didn't take it seriously. She just thought that Ye Chen's second son was nice to talk to and interesting. That concludes today's physical conditioning training. Ye Chen felt it was getting late, and he couldn't continue to enhance his strength. He had important things to do. Back home, Bai Zhirou is washing mushrooms. She picked them from a piece of rotten wood in the corner of the yard. She found them a few days ago when she was still small, and now they are just the right size to pick them. Lu Yi was hanging the clean deerskin on a rack to drain. The deerskin was clean and had a good color and no scars. My husband is back. Upon seeing Ye Chen return, smiles simultaneously appeared on the beautiful faces of the two women. Chapter 13, Entering the City. Seeing how hard the two women were working, and looking at their coarse clothes patched one after another, Ye Chen felt a little guilty. Especially Lu Yi, whose clothes were torn in several places when she was sold, and she could only wear Bai Zhirou's clothes. The two women have different body types. Bai Zhirou is a typical Eastern woman, tall, with long limbs, full hips, and long legs. Lu Yi also has a beautiful figure, but she is more delicate and petite, with slender shoulders and waist. Therefore, the clothes she wore, which were Bai Zhirou's, were a bit too big and didn't fit her well. Yes, I'm back. Ye Chen nodded and continued. I'm planning to go to the city to exchange 2 deer legs for some fine rice and wheat flour. Ye Chen didn't mention buying clothes for the women. Lu Yi wasn't sure, since they hadn't known each other for very long. But Bai Zhirou certainly wouldn't let him exchange deer legs for money to buy her clothes. Since marrying into the Yi family, Bai Zhirou has always given Ye Chen the best of everything, whether as his sister-in-law or his wife. She never cared whether she could eat well or stay warm. She was content as long as she could make do. All right, Bai Zhirou nodded and said, we can't finish so much venison all at once. If we use refined rice and wheat flour instead, it will keep longer. But it's almost afternoon now. Husband, why don't we go to the city tomorrow? It's okay, I'm fast on foot. Ye Chen shook his head and said, in this famine year, food is getting more and more expensive every day. If you can buy it a day earlier, you might be able to save a few coins. But it's not safe on the road after dark. Lu Yi spoke up. Both women were worried about Ye Chen's safety and thought it would be better to go to the city early the next morning. There are still things to do tomorrow. Ye Chen wasn't afraid of any of that. His physical abilities were already about 4 times that of an average person. Moreover, in his previous life, he had practiced free fighting for 2.5 years. At that time, it was purely out of interest, but he did learn some things. If I really encounter bad people, with my strong physique, even if I can't beat them, can I at least outrun them? My ladies, don't worry. Just stay home and wait for me to come back and pamper you. With that, Ye Chen went back into the house, took 2 deer legs, wrapped them in cloth, and then headed towards the city. Neither Bai Zhirou nor Lu Yi could persuade him otherwise, so they could only try to think of things in a positive light. If my husband is capable of hunting in the mountains, how can the city be more dangerous than the deep mountains? My husband will be all right. He'll come back safely. The two women thought the same thing at the same time. After leaving the village, Ye Chen quickened his pace, as if he knew how to use light body techniques, and felt the scenery on both sides flash by, which was indescribably exhilarating. This speed is not unusual for Ye Chen. In modern society, it can be easily achieved by riding a motorcycle. But this is the speed at which Ye Chen walks on 2 legs, the sensory and psychological experience is completely different, especially since they were carrying 2 deer legs, which together weighed over 30 pounds. Ye Chen felt almost no weight in his hands. Not that there was no weight at all, but rather that Ye Chen's physical condition meant that this weight posed no burden to him whatsoever. In less than half an hour, the outline of Xining County came into view. The city is named after a stream that flows outside it. Stream indicates the abundance of streams in the surrounding area, while peace highlights its tranquility and harmony. But in years of famine, where can one find peace and tranquility? As Ye Chen carried the 2 deer legs to the city gate, he was stopped by 2 county yamen runners. Where did you come from? What are you doing in the city? The 2 constables were also emaciated from hunger, but they were much better off than the common people. At least their eyes were bright, and their voices were not so weak. I'm from Xia village. I've come to the city to visit relatives. Master Zhao from the village is my cousin. Ye Chen pretended to be an honest and simple person and said, in my memory, there was indeed a wealthy man named Zhao in Xining County, who was quite influential. Ye Chen said this because he was afraid that the 2 constables would investigate him, and, if they found the 2 deer legs, they might be tempted by the meat, which would be troublesome. A relative of Master Zhao. One of the constable's eyes twitched, clearly doubting Ye Chen's words, and he sneered. What are you carrying? Open it, and let me see. Open. Another yamen runner urged impatiently. They are 2 deer legs. Ye Chen knew he couldn't escape it, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, little devils are hard to deal with. However, he did not immediately react, but calmly continued. I and several hunters from the village worked together to hunt a deer. They said they wanted me to give my uncle 2 deer legs as a token of their goodwill. The implication is that he has several hunters behind him, plus the fact that he is the nephew of Master Zhao. Have you thought this through? You should know that in ancient times, those who could go deep into the mountains to hunt were all quite skilled. They are similar to martial artists. They all dare to break the law with force. Deer leg. The 2 constables' eyes lit up for a moment, but upon hearing Ye Chen's next words, they immediately frowned. This kid looks handsome and doesn't seem like the type to lie. If his cousin was indeed Master Zhao, and it was a gift from several hunter friends, then he really wouldn't dare to covet those 2 deer legs. All right, let's go in. Even the usually fierce constable chickened out and impatiently ushered Ye Chen inside. Thank you, officer. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's lips, and the hostility hidden in his eyes disappeared. He thought to himself, consider yourselves lucky. If these 2 constables really dare to make a move on these 2 deer legs, Ye Chen will take action and show them why the flowers are so red. Anyway, there were no surveillance cameras in ancient times, so if you ran away, they wouldn't even know which village you were from. As for Xia village, there is indeed such a place. But it wasn't Ye Chen's village. We entered the city. There were many men begging on the road, each one emaciated from hunger, huddled up, cold and hungry, their eyes lifeless. As for why there are no women begging, if any woman dares to come out begging, she will be spotted by human traffickers and forcibly abducted within half a day. Only elderly women were spared. But in this world, it's hard enough for young people to survive, let alone the elderly. If it were just 1 or 2 beggars, I might give them alms. But with beggars all over the streets, we can only rely on a savior. Ye Chen sighed softly, knowing that ordinary people couldn't afford the venison in his hands. They could only buy it at the best restaurants in the city, the kind that catered exclusively to the wealthy. Alternatively, you could go directly to wealthy families and sell it to them. And bartering. Ye Chen was making plans in his mind. Chapter 14 Yingzhan Tower. How many wealthy families are there in Xining County? Ye Chen didn't know. As for that Master Zhao, he was rich and powerful, but he was no good. After walking for about 15 minutes, Ye Chen finally arrived at a nicely decorated restaurant. The restaurant has 3 floors and looks quite grand. There are waiters at the entrance looking around, hoping that wealthy people will come and spend money. Hey, any customers around? Seeing Ye Chen about to go in, the waiter frowned and said, do you know how much a table of food costs at Yingzhan restaurant? Are you really going to come in like this? This is the best restaurant in Xining County. Ordinary families can't afford to eat there, let alone during famine years. Ye Chen understood this principle and didn't argue with the waiter, so he simply untied a deer leg. Sir, are you selling wild game? The waiter's eyes lit up as he examined the quality of the deer leg. It was a whole, fresh deer leg, and the man was carrying 2 of them. Ye Chen nodded and, without wasting any words, said directly, 2 deer legs in total. Ask your manager if he'll take them. We can cooperate long-term. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter dashed inside. A short while later, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a mustache came out. The middle-aged man was dressed in silk clothes and wore a jade ring on his finger. Judging from his demeanor, he was the kind of rich but heartless boss. Young man, how much is this deer leg? Hushoutsai stroked his mustache, displaying a disdainful expression. Ye Chen held up 2 fingers. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. 80 coins? Ye Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, 800 coins. 800 coins. Hushoutsai's voice suddenly rose, and then he sneered. Young man, you're asking for the moon. How much does wild boar meat cost per pound in town? Your 2 legs are worth at most 400 coins. Making exorbitant demands? You think I'm a fool? Ye Chen squatted down, patted the firm deer leg meat, and said indifferently, can wild boar meat compare to deer meat? Wild boar is very gamey, while deer meat is very nourishing. 2 deer legs, more than 30 jin, 801 is not expensive. If you don't want to buy it, I'll go somewhere else to earn it. Let me check how fresh it is first. Seeing that Ye Chen was not easily fooled, Hushoutsai's expression darkened, and he began to examine the 2 deer legs. It's definitely fresh, and the portion is quite generous. 500 coins. Throughout the entire process, Hushoutsai showed no interest in the deer leg, speaking in a detached tone with an air of take it or leave it. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled by this unscrupulous merchant. But Ye Chen wasn't buying it. He simply wrapped the deer leg back in the rag and made a move to leave. 800 coins, not a penny less. If you don't want it, plenty of restaurants will. Hey, young man, don't be in such a hurry. Hushoutsai quickly stopped him, forcing a smile. The price is negotiable. Here's the deal, 550 coins, that's the most I can do. Consider it making friends. Ye Chen didn't stop walking and continued to walk out. All right, 800 coins. Hushoutsai only relented after watching Ye Chen's left foot step out of the restaurant, muttering, You young man, you really don't haggle at all. That's too ruthless. Since I didn't ask for a high price, I naturally won't bargain with you. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction, tossed the deer leg back onto the table, and said, In our village, 13 men hunt together in the mountains, and we'll be selling wild game quite often in the future. As long as you pay promptly, I'll come often. No problem. Upon hearing this, Hushoutsai's eyes lit up, and he turned to the waiter, instructing, Go and get 800 coins from the proprietress. Count them carefully and give her the full amount. Yes. The waiter nodded and hurried off to get the money. Taking advantage of the break, Hushoutsai poured himself a cup of tea and said, Young man, my surname is Hu, and I'm a local from Xining County. May I ask where you're from? Xiaohe Village, Ye Chen. Ye Chen deliberately mispronounced the village name again. So it's Brother Yi. Let's work together more often in the future. Good. Soon, the waiter brought over a heavy bag of copper coins. Ye Chen took it, weighed it in his hand, and it was probably the right size. He just said on purpose that 13 men from the village were going hunting in the mountains together, just to scare the shopkeeper into not giving him less copper coins. Otherwise, 13 strong men would come looking for trouble. After confirming that the weight was correct, Ye Chen tied the money pouch to his waist and bowed to the shopkeeper, saying, It's a pleasure doing business with you. After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Watching Ye Chen's departing figure, Hushoutsai stroked his mustache and said to the waiter, Go and find out who this kid is. If you find any more good stuff like this in the future, let me know immediately. All right, shopkeeper. With several hundred copper coins in his pocket, Ye Chen headed straight for the grain store in the city. Because of the famine, the area around the grain store was full of beggars and people who were about to starve to death. To protect the grain, the owner hired 3 burly men with sticks to drive away any beggars lingering at the door. Ye Chen went straight into the store and asked, Boss, how much is the polished rice? 15 coins a pound. Where is the finest white flour? 16 coins a pound. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. The price of grain was really not cheap, more than 4 or 5 times more expensive than usual. Let me check the quality. Ye Chen patted the money pouch at his waist, indicating that he had the money to buy it. It was just a matter of whether the rice and flour were worth the price. Sir/madam, look here. The shopkeeper pulled Ye Chen in and compared polished rice with ordinary rice, as well as different types of white flour. Different qualities, different prices. Which one would you like, and how much? The shopkeeper looked at Ye Chen's bulging money bag and said with a smile, Give me 20 caddies of refined rice and 10 caddies of wheat flour, Ye Chen said. After paying, My wallet was instantly half empty. Ye Chen carried the rice and flour and went into the nearby cloth shop, where he bought enough silk fabric to make 2 sets of clothes for Bai Zhirou and Louis. I bought some more coarse cloth, intending to make myself a durable suit. Then I went to the shoe store and bought 4 pairs of women's shoes. After paying, only a few lonely copper coins remained in his purse. Ye Chen looked down at his straw sandals, which were worn through and had holes in them, with his toes sticking out. He gave a wry smile. It seemed he had no hope of finding new shoes. "Boss, how much are these shoe soles?" "The soles are cheap, only 5 cents a pair." "Give me a pair." Ye Chen picked up the 2 thickly stitched shoe soles, thinking to himself that he would ask Bai Zhirou to help him stitch a shoe upper when he got back, so he could make do with them for a while. "Once I catch more prey to sell, I'll buy new shoes for myself." Fortunately, Ye Chen's physique had improved, otherwise these things would have been really difficult to carry. It was already dark when we left the city. Chapter 15. Woman in red dress. Ye Chen was very fast. Compared to carrying a 200-pound deer, the weight of the grain and cloth in their hands was nothing. After leaving Xining County, we walked about 4 miles. Ye Chen heard the arguing sounds ahead. "This girl is really hot. She's a very attractive girl. She could easily sell dozens of kilograms of grain. Let's get her." "Young lady, you are already injured. I advise you not to resist in vain. Otherwise we will have no choice but to cruelly destroy you." Upon hearing these lines, Ye Chen knew there were human traffickers ahead, so he slowed down. Aren't human traffickers just after money and food? If these human traffickers find out that I'm carrying rice, flour, and cloth, it'll be troublesome. Let's see how things go first. Ye Chen moved forward quietly, using the large trees along the way as cover. As they got closer, they discovered that it was 4 armed men surrounding a tall, beautiful woman. The woman didn't seem simple either. She wore a red dress, carried a blood-stained sword, had a touch of heroism between her brows, and a cold expression. However, she was seriously injured, and several wounds had stained her red dress dark red. The cold wind blew her long hair, and her delicate body swayed slightly in the wind, as if she would collapse at any moment. The woman remained silent, conserving her remaining strength to confront the 4 human traffickers. "Get her." The lead human trafficker gritted his teeth and said, "This woman is badly injured. Are we 4 men afraid of her? Let's go." After saying that, he waved to his 3 subordinates, and the 4 of them simultaneously surrounded the woman. Whoosh! The moment the 4 men approached her, the woman flicked her wrist, and the tip of her sword pierced a transparent hole in the shoulder of one of the traffickers. You bitch! Bitch!" The human trafficker cursed and instinctively swung his large knife at the woman's neck. "Fourth brother, don't kill her." The lead human trafficker shouted loudly. Such a beautiful woman. It would be such a waste to just kill her. But the 4th brother was in so much pain that he lost his mind, and in his anger, he acted without restraint. With this one strike, the woman in the red dress will surely be decapitated. Grasp! Just as the blade was about to touch the woman in the red dress, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Lao Si's wrist. Before the 4th brother could even see the man's face clearly, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and he cried out, "Ah!" as he released the knife from his hand. The knife slipped from his hand and was snatched away by Ye Chen. Then a flash of cold light appeared. The 4th brother felt a chill on his neck. He instinctively covered his neck with both hands, then stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen, taking a step back. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Thump. The 4th brother fell straight to the ground, blood gushing out from between his fingers. He convulsed a few times and then died. Ye Chen was not idle in this space either. Taking advantage of the fact that the other 3 human traffickers were intimidated, Ye Chen brandished his knife again, his movements swift and ruthless, instantly taking down 2 more human traffickers. Upon seeing this, the leader of the human traffickers turned and ran away in fright. They were just ordinary men who, in order to survive in the chaos of war, banded together to do such heinous things. In reality, he's just bold. He has absolutely no real skills. Run! Ye Chen didn't give him that chance, and threw the knife in his hand with all his might, giving him a direct, piercing blow. In just 2 breaths, he achieved a quadra-kill. Who are you?" After asking this question, the seriously injured woman in the red dress could no longer hold on. Her body went limp, and she collapsed. Ye Chen quickly caught her, then checked her breathing and pulse. Thank goodness, she just fainted. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully examined the woman's appearance. She had a pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows, a delicate and upturned nose, and beautiful lips. She had just displayed a touch of heroism because of her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, but now that she's fainted, she looks somewhat alluring. Your looks are just as good as Ro and Yi's. I'll take you home, and if you agree to be my wife, I'll cure you. If you don't agree, let's get you cured first. Ye Chen gently placed the woman in the red dress on the ground and picked up the weapons of the 4 human traffickers, 2 long knives, a wood-chopping knife, and a kitchen knife. The quality is generally mediocre. However, the longsword of the woman in the red dress looks quite valuable. Ye Chen concealed his weapon inside the cloth, then carried the woman in the red dress on his back, picked up his own belongings, and headed towards the village. On the way, Ye Chen kept sighing with relief that he had a system. Otherwise, one person simply cannot handle all of these things. It was already past 10 p.m. when we returned to the stone house. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were waiting in the courtyard. When they saw Ye Chen return, they hurriedly opened the fence gate. "Husband, who is this?" Seeing Ye Chen carrying an unconscious woman on his back, the 2 women asked curiously. "I rescued her on the road. There were 4 human traffickers who wanted to take her for themselves and then sell her for food." Ye Chen briefly explained the situation, then said, "This woman is seriously injured. Let's go back inside and see if we can save her." Okay." By the moonlight, the 2 women could finally see that the woman in the red dress had bloodstains on her face and seemed to have other injuries. Seeing that Ye Chen still had so many things in his hands, they quickly came to help carry them. Back inside the house, Ye Chen placed the woman in the red dress on the bed. Bai Zhirou came over with an oil lamp, and after observing her carefully for a moment, she exclaimed in surprise, "How did she get so badly injured?" "Have no idea." Ye Chen shook his head. He remembered seeing her stab the 4th human trafficker in the shoulder with a sword. With that kind of skill, she definitely couldn't have been injured by 4 human traffickers. He encountered 4 human traffickers after being injured and was then rescued by himself. First, help her wipe away the blood, then check how many wounds she has. Ye Chen wasn't entirely confident either. After all, this was an era where even a cold could be fatal, so he could only give it a try. He first washed his hands. Bai Zhirou carefully wiped the bloodstains off the woman in the red dress with a damp towel. Lu Yi wasn't idle either. She unbuttoned the woman in the red dress and checked her body for any injuries. When Ye Chen approached, the woman's clothes had been removed, and the bloodstains had been mostly wiped away, revealing a perfect, delicate body to Ye Chen. 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, absolutely beautiful. The moment Ye Chen saw the woman's body, he couldn't help but think to himself, even the most beautiful women who maintain a long-term fitness routine can't compare to her, right? "Husband, stop looking and save lives." Bai Zhirou whispered a reminder, but her gaze never left the woman's body. Lu Yi did the same, and even secretly compared them in her mind. Then she looked down at herself. Thankfully, she hadn't lost to her in 2 areas. Chapter 16, How About Being My Wife? Only after being reminded by Bai Zhirou did Ye Chen realize that he had lost his composure. Fortunately, the woman in the red dress remained unconscious, so the 2 ladies wouldn't laugh at her. "The wound hasn't healed yet, so let's use hemostatic powder to stop the bleeding first." Ye Chen first disinfected her wound, then carefully sprinkled the remaining half bottle of hemostatic powder onto the woman's wound. Then, they found the suture thread, stitched up her wound, and bandaged it with clean burlap. After finishing all this, Ye Chen realized that his medical skills were actually quite amazing. You know, in ancient times, suturing wounds was not something that ordinary doctors could do. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi watched from the side, their beautiful eyes shining. Ye Chen's earnestness in saving people was simply too captivating. "Husband, how is she?" Lu Yi asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "He's lost too much blood. He probably won't wake up so soon." Ye Chen covered her with the blanket before continuing. "I hope she won't get a fever tonight. I'll brew some medicine for her first." After saying that, Ye Chen began to find all the medicinal herbs in the medicine cabinet and put them on the fire to boil. "Husband, you bought so many things. How come it's all ours?" Bai Zhirou carefully organized the things Ye Chen brought back. When she saw the beautiful silk fabric and 4 pairs of women's shoes, her eyes welled up with tears. The color of this silk fabric clearly indicates that it was bought for her and Lu Yi. Ye Chen only bought himself some coarse cloth and a pair of shoe soles. Lu Yi noticed it too, and her eyes reddened. Her charming peach blossom eyes stared at Ye Chen, and she choked up, saying, "Husband, how can you be so good to us? You can't even afford to buy yourself a pair of shoes, but you bought 2 pairs for me and my sister." I told you I would be good to you. Ye Chen grinned and continued. Ro used to sew the uppers of my shoes. They were very comfortable to wear, but I prefer the shoes you made yourself. The two women were moved to tears. If it weren't for the fact that the bed was occupied and there was a strange woman in the room, they would have all wanted to give Ye Chen a good reward. Reward me tomorrow. Ye Chen could tell what Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were thinking from their rosy cheeks. He chuckled and said, Luckily, the bed is big enough. You two can sleep next to her tonight. I'll go to the small room next door. The stone house has 2 rooms, and next door is a small bed that can only sleep 1 person. Good. The 2 women blushed and agreed. It was already very late, and they were indeed sleepy. On the contrary, Ye Chen's physical fitness was already 3 times that of an ordinary person, and he was full of energy and not sleepy at all. By the time the Chinese medicine was ready, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were already fast asleep. Ye Chen poured the medicine into a bowl, sat on the edge of the bed, and fed it to the woman in red little by little with a spoon. After feeding her the whole bowl of medicine, he touched her forehead. After confirming that the woman in the red dress showed no signs of fever, Ye Chen went to sleep in the small room next door. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, Bai Zhirou got up to cook. Although Lu Yi came from a wealthy family, the recent hardships she had endured had made her less pampered, and she got up and started getting ready as well. When the aroma of porridge filled the room, Ye Chen woke up and went to the bedside to check on the woman in the red dress. She furrowed her brows slightly, subconsciously sniffed a few times, and then slowly opened her eyes. Gu Qinghan looked at the unfamiliar surroundings before her, a simple house and an unfamiliar man. The man was staring at her, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise. After a moment of serious recollection, Gu Qinghan finally remembered. She was seriously injured and on the run when she was surrounded by several human traffickers. It was this stranger who saved her. Thank you for saving my life. Gu Qinghan's voice was weak and listless. She was about to get up when she realized that she was naked in bed and was stunned. It seemed that the wound had been bandaged, and there was still a faint, bitter taste of medicine in his mouth. My clothes. My wife took off your clothes, but I bandaged your wounds, and I fed you your medicine last night. Ye Chen told the truth, then quietly observed the woman in the red dress's reaction, thinking to himself, if you dare say I ruined your reputation, I'll throw you out right now. Thank you. In urgent situations, one must act expediently. I am not an unreasonable person. Gu Qinghan's pale cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said nothing more. She's very sensible. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and said, Ro, find this girl a set of clothes to wear. She's awake. Bai Zhirou found a clean set of clothes, and then said, Miss, your clothes are covered in blood and torn in several places. I'll wash them and mend them before you wear them. Thanks. After saying that, Gu Qinghan realized that she had said thank you several times, and the other person didn't even know her name. So she added, My name is Gu Qinghan. You should change your clothes. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Ye Chen nodded. Soon, Gu Qinghan had already put on Bai Zhirou's clothes. Although her wound hadn't healed yet, it didn't affect her small movements. She simply tied her loose long hair into a high ponytail. Even in coarse clothes, her dashing and spirited demeanor was still undeniable. Wow, this lady has such a cool vibe. Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Gu Qinghan's appearance. Indeed, she's like a female knight-errant. Bai Zhirou also said with a smile. In fact, in terms of beauty alone, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi are no less beautiful than Gu Qinghan. However, there are very few women who practice martial arts like Gu Qinghan, and coupled with her beautiful phoenix eyes, her temperament is quite rare. Are you all his wives? Gu Qinghan was actually quite surprised that such beauties as Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi could be found in such a simple house. Yes, Lu Yi was quite lively. She said happily, Originally, there were only my husband and sister Ro at home. I was brought here by human traffickers. I caught a cold and was about to die. It was my husband who saved me. My husband is very capable. He not only knows medicine, but he can also go hunting in the mountains by himself. He is very good to us. It actually felt like they were trying to sell Ye Chen. Young lady, where are you from? Bai Zhirou asked. I'm from Yunzhou. My parents and relatives were all killed by villains. Mentioning her parents' murder, a hint of grief and anger flashed across Gu Qinghan's brows, but she quickly concealed it. Right now, I don't know where to go. Where else can I go? Why don't you stay? Ye Chen walked over at some point, grinning, and said, How about becoming my wife? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan was stunned. But judging from Ye Chen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Yes, why don't you stay here, sister? Lu Yi chimed in. In this famine year, there are human traffickers everywhere. Why don't you marry him and live with us, sister? Chapter 17, The All-Powerful Husband. A hint of hesitation flashed across Gu Qinghan's pretty face. She no longer has a home and doesn't know where to go next. And this man saved her life. Marrying him is a way of repaying his kindness. There was a long silence. Good. Gu Qinghan stared at Ye Chen for a long time, thinking about what Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi had said. Knowing that the man in front of her wasn't a bad person, she finally nodded. You saved my life, so marrying you isn't a bad thing. Don't worry, you'll never suffer if you marry me. Ye Chen grinned, finally having tricked himself into marrying a beautiful wife again. Let's eat first, and after we're full, we'll have a simple wedding ceremony. Good. Gu Qinghan nodded, thinking to herself, so impatient. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi had gotten used to Ye Chen's behavior and felt that having another woman in the family was a good thing. Otherwise, the two of them would often be driven crazy by Ye Chen. The white rice was cooked into porridge, and some shredded chicken and diced mushrooms were added. The aroma kept wafting into her nose. Gu Qinghan hadn't eaten for several days, so she licked her lips. Eat. Ye Chen's voice was very gentle. Gentle. Gu Qinghan then picked up the bowl, not caring that it was hot, and took a big gulp. Before she could even swallow the porridge, she felt much better in her stomach. After drinking a bowl of porridge, I felt like I had come back to life. Ro, serve her another bowl, Ye Chen said. Bai Zhirou got up with the bowl and served Gu Qinghan another bowl. Gu Qinghan was indeed very hungry, and she didn't bother to be polite anymore. After drinking 2 bowls of porridge, her goodwill towards Ye Chen suddenly increased a lot. She could tell that this was just an ordinary farming family, yet in such a famine year, they were able to eat porridge made from fine rice and meat. This man was truly capable. Moreover, just as Lu Yi said, Ye Chen treats his wife very well. Let's get married. After finishing his second bowl of porridge, Gu Qinghan spoke up. Good. Ye Chen was indeed a little anxious, because having offspring requires a chance, and hoping that Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi would get pregnant would require many training sessions. Getting married, however, brings an immediate reward. The ceremony remained simple, bowing to heaven and earth, and the couple bowing to each other. Then, Ye Chen heard the system notification. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying Gu Qinghan. You have gained 10 cubic meters of storage space, basic level, and the following bonuses. Constitution +1, Strength +1, Speed +1, Endurance +1. Storage space. Items can be accessed and stored at the host's will. Time stands still within the space, ensuring items remain absolutely fresh for an extended period. That's awesome. Ye Chen suppressed a gasp of surprise. He too now possessed a spatial ability. If the system had provided storage space earlier, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state yesterday, carrying Gu Qinghan on his back and a bunch of things in his hands. In the future, if I go hunting in the mountains and even catch a black bear, I can just put it in my spatial storage and bring it back. When going to the city to sell wild game, there's no need to worry about being checked by the officials anymore. In short, it's awesome. Ye Chen couldn't help but grin. When the 3 wives saw this expression, they all thought he had just married a new wife and was very happy. My husband wasn't even this happy when he married us. Lu Yi couldn't help but pout. She was a little upset. Although she wasn't angry, she was definitely jealous. It seems my husband really likes Qinghan. Bai Zhirou was also a little jealous. Before, Erlang would only stare at her in a daze. Now that he has married Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan, and will marry more and more in the future, will he still be as infatuated with her as before? Ye Chen then came to his senses and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how. You can't exactly say you have a system in your head, can you? I'm not being biased. I'm just thinking how chaotic it will be for me to manage with 3 wives tonight. Since it's not clear how to explain it, let's steer the conversation in another direction. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the jealousy on Lu Yi and Bai Zhirou's faces disappeared, replaced by a blush on their cheeks. Even Gu Qinghan's face turned red. When had she, a woman who had never experienced such things, ever heard such lewd words? However, let's wait until Qinghan has recovered from her injuries before discussing this further. Ye Chen was in a hurry to get married because of the system rewards. As for the wedding night, although he was also looking forward to it, he could wait a few more days. Thank you for your understanding, my husband. Gu Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had agreed to marry him, She was not yet ready for their wedding night. Especially, I don't dare to think about it anymore. Soon, everyone went about their own business. Bai Zhirou started helping Ye Chen sew shoes, while Lu Yi sat beside her, studying attentively. Ye Chen found the medicinal herbs and handed them to Gu Qinghan, telling her to brew the medicine herself. Then he took a hammer and went to the yard. A moment later, the sound of clanging came from outside. Ye Chen disassembled one of the weapons he had picked up yesterday, a knife, and prepared to forge an arrowhead. He has basic craftsmanship skills, including making furniture, forging weapons, and even building houses and creating mechanisms. I have to say, Tongzi is quite well-rounded. In less than an hour, Ye Chen had made 10 arrowheads. He then found a straight branch, and laid them together, and used pheasant feathers to make arrow fletching. Now that we're going hunting in the mountains, we won't be afraid of tigers. With such lethal arrows and his extraordinary physique, Ye Chen was confident that he could kill a tiger or a black bear within 3 arrows. After finishing the weapons, Ye Chen also made a square table and 4 new stools. They even reinforced the large bed in the stone house again. After some hammering and banging, the house looked noticeably different. Did my husband study carpentry before? Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Her beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with romantic luck. I don't know. I've never seen my husband do these things before. Bai Zhirou was also stunned. She had been married into the Yi family for so long, and she only knew that Ye Chen knew a little about medicine, but she never expected him to be so capable. It seems our husband is no ordinary man, Gu Qinghan chimed in. In this era, having a skill is enough to earn respect. For example, blacksmiths and carpenters are treated with courtesy because they can meet people's basic needs. Skilled doctors are even more regarded as lifesavers and have a higher status. Ye Chen not only held multiple positions, but the way he hammered and pounded around suggested that he had long been immersed in the skills of a craftsman. Furthermore, Ye Chen saved him, and judging from the recovery of his injuries, it proves that Ye Chen is not a quack doctor. My husband is truly remarkable, Gu Qinghan thought to himself. Chapter 18, Trying to Steal from My House. After working for most of the day, Ye Chen tidied up the things in the yard. Seeing that it was still early, he became more active. There's still not enough food at home. It's impossible to survive this winter. We must go back to the mountains again, before it snows, and hunt more game. Once the mountains are snowbound and hunting becomes impossible, food prices will only rise further. Women, I'm going to try my luck in the mountains again. You wait for me at home. Ye Chen gave instructions to the 3 ladies. Husband, please be careful. Having grown accustomed to Ye Chen going into the mountains to hunt, and always returning with prey, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were no longer as worried as they had been at the beginning. Gu Qinghan knew that Ye Chen was hiding his true abilities, so she wasn't too worried. She simply reminded him, be careful. Ye Chen nodded, looking at the 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with a different style, and felt incredibly happy. We need to hunt more game quickly to help Gu Qinghan recover from her injuries. Then this winter, I stayed home and spent the winter peacefully with my 3 wives. Ye Chen did not leave the village directly, but went to find Taizhu. Iron Pillar. Ye Chen stood at the courtyard gate and called out to those inside. Soon, a thin, dark-skinned man ran out. Compared to yesterday, Taizhu looked much better. Iron Rod. No, Yi brother Chen, what's up? Let's go hunting in the mountains. Ye Chen didn't waste any words and asked directly, are you going or not? Go? Of course I'll go. Taizhu's eyes lit up immediately, and he excitedly ran back into the house. Soon, he was carrying a gleaming wood-chopping knife and a homemade bow and arrows on his back. The bow and arrow looked decent, but compared to Ye Chen's, it looked like a child's toy. However, Ye Chen didn't care about that. Taizhu isn't the smart type, but he's not stupid either. Moreover, he is honest and loyal to Ye Chen. The reason I invited Taizhu along was to give him a helping hand. As for his hunting skills, he can hone them gradually. Let's go. Ye Chen didn't waste any more words. With a woodcutter's knife at his waist and his newly made longbow and iron-tipped arrows on his back, he left the village with Taizhu. The 2 had not gone far from the village when a group of people approached them. The leader was none other than One-Eyed Dragon, a human trafficker who frequently sold women in the surrounding villages. He was followed by 4 henchmen, and also by 5 thin, pale-faced women who appeared to have just come from another village. The one-eyed man also saw Ye Chen, paused for a moment, and a strange light flashed in his single eye as he scanned Ye Chen several times. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, and when he looked at the one-eyed man again, the other man had already looked away. I guess he wanted to ask if Yin Yangzi was still alive? He traded half a cornbread for a wife back then, and the one-eyed man probably still remembers him. After all, he wanted to sell Lu Yi for a good price. Ye Chen was thinking to himself and didn't take the one-eyed man's gaze seriously. The two passed each other. However, after walking for another 15 minutes, Ye Chen suddenly stopped. Something's not right. The one-eyed man's eyes are giving you a creepy look. The way he looked at me just now wasn't just out of resentment. It was more of an undisguised greed and scheming. That's the look on a wolf's face when it sees a fat sheep. What could a man like him possibly have that would attract the attention of human traffickers? That son of a bitch has his eye on Zhirou. A thought flashed through Ye Chen's mind. When he went to buy a wife, it was Bai Zhirou who communicated with the one-eyed dragon first. It should be noted that Bai Zhirou's beauty is no less than Lu Yi's. Moreover, with big breasts and a perky butt, she looks like a woman who can bear children easily. Such a woman is more valuable. Damn it. When he saw me leaving the village, he was thinking of stealing from my house. A thought exploded in Ye Chen's mind in an instant, and his scalp began to tingle. With Bai Zhirou's beauty, any man would be tempted, let alone a human trafficker who lives on the edge of a knife. Hold! Ye Chen cursed inwardly, his expression instantly changing. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Taizhu saw him stop and asked with a puzzled look. Stop talking nonsense. Get back to the village. Hurry! Ye Chen didn't have time to explain and took off running towards the village at an extremely fast speed. While Taizhu was still in a daze, Ye Chen had already disappeared. Meanwhile, at Ye Chen's stone house, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were in the courtyard, making shoes and sewing clothes in the warm sunshine. Gu Qinghan was brewing medicine to treat her injuries. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Hee hee, ladies, we meet again. A flippant and malicious voice suddenly rang out, startling Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi. They looked up and saw the one-eyed human trafficker and another of his henchmen standing outside the simple fence gate, staring at them with lewd expressions. 15 minutes ago, after One-Eyed Dragon and his gang entered the village, they ordered 3 of their henchmen to sell women at the village entrance. He led one of his men and sneaked into Ye Chen's house. What? What are you going to do? Bai Zhirou was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly pulled Lu Yi back, trying to hide inside the house. Human trafficker. Lu Yi had been abducted once. When she saw the one-eyed man, she was so frightened that her legs went weak and she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Bai Zhirou pulled her back at the crucial moment. What are you doing? The one-eyed man grinned maliciously, kicked open the already flimsy gate, and swaggered in. Her eyes were fixed on the 2 women, and she said excitedly, "So this young lady didn't die of illness after all. TSK, I've really struck gold. If I capture you, I can definitely sell you for a good price. Your man got a great deal last time. Today it's my turn to take advantage, and I'm taking you both away. Boss, these 2 girls are top-notch. We can definitely sell them for a fortune if we take them back." The subordinate next to him couldn't wait any longer. "Don't come any closer." Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were so frightened that they retreated to the steps, turned around, and tried to run back into the house to close the door. Trying to run, One-Eyed Dragon rushed forward and, ahead of them, used his body to firmly block the stone door. "Come with us obediently, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being gentle with you." The one-eyed man wore a cruel smile and reached out to grab Bai Zhirou's arm. Just then, a cold glint suddenly pierced through the crack in the door. "Get out!" The cold words rang out, startling the one-eyed man, who instinctively withdrew his hand and stepped back. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Gu Qinghan, holding a long sword, stood in the doorway with an icy expression, protecting Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi behind him. The one-eyed man was first startled, then overjoyed. Ha! Another one, and one with thorns. He could hardly believe his luck. He thought there were only 2, but he never expected there was one hidden in the house. Moreover, her looks are in no way inferior to those 2 outside. 3 absolutely stunning beauties. If we catch them all and sell them, we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. I'm rich. My ancestors must be emitting auspicious smoke today. I've struck it rich. One-Eyed Dragon rubbed his hands excitedly and roared at his men. What are you all standing there for? Get them. Tie all 3 up. Be careful not to hurt their faces. Yes, brother. The subordinate became excited and charged at Gu Qinghan, brandishing his short knife. Gu Qinghan's pretty face turned fierce. With a flick of her wrist, she twirled her long sword and prepared to meet the attack. However, the moment she moved, she aggravated the wound on her shoulder. Well, a sharp pain shot through her, and she groaned. Her movements instantly became distorted, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Blood quickly stained her clothes. Chapter 19 Shooting. The door to the stone house was not sturdy. Even if it was closed, One-Eyed Dragon and his two henchmen, two big men, could easily break it down. The best opportunity is to stand guard at the door. Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his heroic phoenix eyes, and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to take even half a step forward, I will kill you all." Haha, it's just a sick cat that's been injured. Seeing this, the one-eyed man became even more arrogant and smug, chuckling. "I'll take half a step forward right now. Try and kill me." As he spoke, the one-eyed man took a step forward. Gu Qinghan's pretty face was frosty, her right hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, but she didn't move. Because this is not the optimal thrusting distance. "Little beauty, still want to resist? I think you'd better just surrender." Seeing that Gu Qinghan didn't speak, the one-eyed dragon thought she was scared. He grinned and approached step by step, while reaching out his dirty hand to grab Gu Qinghan's wrist holding the sword. "Sister Qinghan/little sister, get out of the way." Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi screamed in fright, but there was nothing they could do. Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth, wanting to swing his sword again, but at the crucial moment, his wound was torn open again, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. "Ha ha ha." The one-eyed man laughed loudly, and it looked like his large hand was about to grab Gu Qinghan's wrist and then take the sword. Suddenly, a chilling voice drifted from the courtyard gate. "If you extend your claws even an inch further, you'll be useless." The one-eyed man froze, wondering why the kid was back again. He turned around and said, "Kid, you think you can do anything to me?" At the broken gate, Ye Chen stood quietly, a short bow drawn taut like the moon. A gleaming iron arrowhead was already aimed at the one-eyed man's forehead. The moment the one-eyed man turned his head, Ye Chen had already shot the arrow out. Whoosh! Puffed! Before the one-eyed man could finish his sentence, "What can you do to me?" An arrow had already pierced his head. The next instant, the one-eyed dragon stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen, then fell straight down. The one-eyed man's men were stunned by what they saw. Before he could make a move, Ye Chen drew his bow again. The arrowhead aimed at the man's head once more and shot the arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! Puffed! The second head was pierced by an arrow, and red and white blood splattered out. The man didn't even have time to let out a wail before he collapsed to the ground. "My husband." Upon seeing Ye Chen return and instantly kill One-Eyed Dragon and his men, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were both overjoyed and terrified, their voices trembling. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Ye Chen strode to the door of the stone house and saw that Gu Qinghan's shoulder was soaked in blood. He said with concern, "Go back inside first. I'll clean your wound and reapply the medicine." Fortunately, my husband returned in time. Gu Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around when suddenly her body went limp and she almost fell. She was seriously injured and had lost too much blood. Her body had not yet recovered, and the injury had just been aggravated. She was only holding on by sheer willpower. Now that the danger was over, I felt weak again. Fortunately, Ye Chen reacted quickly, pulling Gu Qinghan into his arms and helping her back into the stone house. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi quickly went to fetch water, towels, and medicine powder. Ye Chen cleaned Gu Qinghan's wounds and rebandaged them. Throughout the process, Gu Qinghan's cheeks were flushed. This was the first time she had been so close to a strange man. Although Ye Chen had helped her before, she was unconscious at the time. "Husband, didn't you go hunting?" Gu Qinghan, being aloof by nature, broke the silence to avoid making herself too awkward, asking, "Why did you suddenly come back?" "When I left the village, I happened to run into this one-eyed man. He glanced at me. At first, I didn't think much of it and continued walking into the mountains, but the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. The one-eyed man's eyes made me very uneasy. So I rushed back, and thankfully I made it back in time." Speaking of this, Ye Chen was still shaken. This world is too chaotic. Human traffickers even dare to come to your home to snatch people. Fortunately, my husband was quick-witted. Gu Qinghan praised Ye Chen again, and her goodwill towards him grew even stronger. Beside them, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi also felt a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. The two women said at the same time, "Luckily, our husbands were thinking of us and came back to check on us. Otherwise, we really would have." At this point, Lu Yi couldn't help but start to shed tears. "During the days I was kidnapped by the one-eyed man, I was hungry and cold. I was led around like a sheep to be sold in the village. Fortunately, she caught a cold, and the traffickers were afraid of getting infected, so they didn't dare touch her. The other women traveling with us weren't so lucky. Virgins are all right. In order to get a good price, they won't go too far. On the contrary, they won't be treated like human beings. It's all right now. Seeing that she was thinking about something bad, Ye Chen took Lu Yi's small hand and held it in his palm, saying softly, I won't go hunting for the next few days. I'll stay home and protect you until Qinghan has recovered from her injuries and is able to protect you. Then I'll go hunting in the mountains again. But if I do this, I'll just be a burden to my husband. Lu Yi said with some guilt. We're family. What's the big deal about being a burden or not? Ye Chen gently patted her head and said with a smile, in my eyes, family is the most important thing. Without you, this wouldn't be a home. These words moved all three ladies to tears. Especially Lu Yi, whose gaze towards Ye Chen was now tender and gentle. She subconsciously closed her eyes and pouted slightly. Although she knew that Bai Zhirou and Gu Qinghan were still nearby, she was so overcome with emotion that she forgot all about being shy. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled as she took the initiative to kiss him. Looking at that delicate and pretty face, Ye Chen subconsciously went to kiss her. However, just then, Tai Zhu's loud voice came from outside the door. Brother Chen, what happened? Why, what happened? These two human traffickers. How did they die in your yard? He was panting heavily, clearly having run all the way here. Tai Zhu is just an ordinary person, and he was exhausted from running all this way. His throat was burning, and he was panting like a dog. Hearing him shout like that, Lu Yi subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes. Then, her beautiful, delicate oval face instantly turned as red as the sunset. She lowered her head in embarrassment, no longer daring to look at Ye Chen. What a mood killer. Ye Chen suppressed his anger, knowing that Tai Zhu was concerned about him and had run all the way here. So he walked out of the stone house first. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Ye Chen bent down and pulled out the arrows stuck in their heads. Then he wiped the brain matter and blood off the arrowheads onto their clothes. Chapter 20. Reuniting you. Ye Chen's movements were practiced and indifferent. In his mind, human traffickers deserve to be torn to pieces, let alone those who dare to mess with him. Brother Chen, are you all right? Did these two human traffickers come to your house to harm your wife? Seeing Ye Chen pull out the arrow, Tai Zhu understood what was going on. Actually, he wasn't stupid. He was just too tired from running and worried about Ye Chen, so he forgot to think. I'm fine. Ye Chen put the arrow back into the quiver and continued. One-eyed dragon and his three companions still have three. If this goes on for too long, they'll definitely have to search for them in the village. I'll go and dispose of these two corpses. You turn over the blood-stained soil. Understood, Brother Chen. Tai Zhu nodded, and seeing that there was no shovel in the yard, he used his machete to start digging in the dirt to clean up the bloodstains. Ye Chen dragged the legs of the one-eyed dragon and his men and walked directly into the distance. His strength is about 4 times that of an ordinary person. It dragged 2 adults along without any effort. After reaching a secluded spot, Ye Chen had a thought and directly stored the 2 corpses in his spatial storage. There are no mass graves near the village, so we'll store the bodies in the system first, and then dump them deep in the mountains when we go hunting. Ye Chen thought to himself that he did not intend to reveal the existence of the system space to anyone. When they returned to the courtyard, Tai Zhu had already covered up all the bloodstains. Brother Chen, what should we do now? Tai Zhu asked. Since the one-eyed man is after my wife, his companions will definitely come back to my house to look for her. We can just wait for them to come to us. Ye Chen didn't take the remaining 3 human traffickers seriously. Even their leader, One-Eyed Dragon, was killed with a single blow. How strong could their 3 henchmen be? But in order to train Tai Zhu, Ye Chen still said seriously, later, I'll take on 2, and you take on 1. Can you manage? Able. Tai Zhu answered without hesitation. He has never been afraid of fighting. This isn't a fight, it's murder. Ye Chen reminded him again, while keeping his eyes on Tai Zhu's reaction. I know. Tai Zhu nodded, touched the machete at his waist, and said, word by word. They want Brother Chen dead, so I'll kill them. Well done. Ye Chen grinned, patted Tai Zhu on the shoulder, and said, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. No one will be able to bully us brothers anymore. Those guys are here. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhu looked into the distance. 3 human traffickers were seen holding a rope, still leading the women. In this world, not everyone has the money and food to buy women, so human traffickers don't always have business. Seeing that the women were not selling, The three traffickers followed the marks left by the one-eyed man and came all the way here, intending to take the new goods with them. Brother, I remember that woman was very pretty. I wonder if the boss managed to get her. They definitely succeeded. I reckon the boss is enjoying that woman right now. Otherwise, he would have come back to join us already. Let's hurry up. Maybe we can get a sip of soup. The three human traffickers were walking 100 meters away from the Ye family's stone house, daydreaming about their plans, completely unaware that they had already been discovered. As Ye Chen's physical abilities improved, his hearing and eyesight also far surpassed those of ordinary people. With the added advantage of his hunting skills, he could easily detect any movement of the wind or grass within 100 meters. You're here. Taizhu glanced in the direction Ye Chen was pointing and spotted the three human traffickers. He immediately drew his machete and cursed. Let's go chop these three bastards up. Walk. Ye Chen didn't want to dirty his yard anymore. Moreover, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi are timid, so Gu Qinghan wouldn't care about these things. As he spoke, Ye Chen drew his machete and, together with Erlang, walked towards the three human traffickers. It's you. One of the traffickers recognized Ye Chen and exclaimed in surprise, Didn't you go hunting? Where's my boss? I'm here to reunite you with your boss. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen had already moved. He pushed off the ground with his toes and charged forward like a cheetah, his machete reaching for the human trafficker's neck. No, don't. The trafficker seemed to want to beg for mercy, but he had just opened his mouth and hadn't even had time to say the third word. A flash of cold light. Ye Chen's wood-chopping knife had already slit his throat. This strike was so fast and ruthless that an ordinary person couldn't react in time and died instantly in the northwest. The other two human traffickers were stunned by what they saw. They'd killed people before, but they'd never seen anyone as ruthless as Ye Chen. Before he could even finish a sentence, he was already charging over and slashing at the person's neck. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a ruthless character? Especially Ye Chen's previous statement, which clearly indicated that he had also killed the one-eyed dragon. You should know that one-eyed dragon is their leader and the strongest fighter among them. We surrender. We know we were wrong. The two human traffickers immediately cowered, and one of them even knelt down and apologized. No, you don't know you're wrong. You're just afraid of dying. Ye Chen's eyes were cold and devoid of any pity. As the trafficker knelt down, he swung the wood-chopping knife in his hand. It was still a swift, lightning-fast strike. In the sunlight, this slash is dazzling. The next second, the human trafficker clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. He twitched twice and died. Die, you son of a bitch. As Ye Chen swung his knife, Taizhu didn't falter either and slashed directly at the last human trafficker. Ye Chen just said that he would deal with one, while he would make him deal with two. Taizhu hadn't forgotten those words. He wasn't as swift in killing as Ye Chen, but he knew how to learn, and he went straight for the human trafficker's vitals. One cut. The screams of the human traffickers could be heard. Two cuts. When the second blow came down, the trafficker could no longer scream. After finishing, Taizhu shook the blood off his wood-chopping knife, then looked at Ye Chen, waiting for Ye Chen's next instructions. Very good. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kind of brother wouldn't hold him back. I'm not afraid of people being stupid. I'm afraid of people being idiotic. Taizhu proved himself through his actions. Spare me. Don't kill us. We were kidnapped by human traffickers too. Please, sirs, don't kill us. We'll do anything. We'll serve you as slaves. Please, sirs, don't kill us. Spare us. The five emaciated women who were tied up were terrified and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Ye Chen and Taizhu. They lay trembling on the ground, their foreheads barely touching the earth, desperately trying to survive. Chapter 21. A good thing. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Ye Chen bent down and helped one of the women up, while giving Taizhu a wink, signaling him to help the other women up as well. These human traffickers dared to lay a finger on my wife. I'll kill them all. Ye Chen explained the reason directly, lest the women not believe him. In fact, when One-Eyed Dragon and his men were plotting, they weren't keeping it from these five women. In their eyes, these women were just commodities to be sold at any time. Even if they knew, so what? They dared not, and could not speak out. Then, the few of us. The woman couldn't figure out Ye Chen's attitude, and her tone was somewhat probing. You are free. Ye Chen used a machete to cut the ropes, and said calmly, from now on, you can go wherever you want. Just be careful in the future and don't get kidnapped by human traffickers again. The women did not show any happiness after hearing Ye Chen's words. They were silent for a moment. Then, one of the women murmured to herself, as if in a dream. We're free. Are we free? But where should I go? They were all people with tragic fates. Some were snatched by human traffickers, and some were sold to human traffickers by their own families. Most of the former had no family members, which is why they ended up in the hands of human traffickers. The latter is not much different from the former. If you were sold by your own family, you will definitely not want to go back, otherwise you will only be sold again. In chaotic times, the least valuable thing is human life, and even less valuable is a woman's life. We don't know where to go. The woman, whom Ye Chen had helped up, knelt down again, crying, I have no home anymore. Please, benefactor, take us in. We can work, and we can eat a little. As long as we have something to eat, that's enough. Please, benefactor, take us in. The other 4 women also knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to Ye Chen. Ye Chen frowned, remaining silent, unsure of what to say. Even a chivalrous woman like Gu Qinghan, without a home, is like a rootless duckweed, and it was only because of the life-saving grace that she chose to marry me. These 5 women were ordinary people. It would have been almost impossible for them to survive in such a chaotic world. Although I'm short of wives, with beauties like Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan, it's really hard for other women to catch my eye. There's no land in a famine year. If we take them back to work, where will we find so much work? In such chaotic and famine-stricken times, supporting 5 more women is simply a death sentence. Ye Chen was also in a dilemma. He turned to look at Tai Zhu and sighed. If you don't have any that you like, how about taking 1 or 2 back as wives? Tai Zhu wondered if he had misheard. He had only ever fantasized about getting married. I don't know either. Tai Zhu, that silly boy, actually became shy. His gaze swept over the faces of the 5 women one by one, but he was too embarrassed to choose. Brother Chen, I don't know either. Can you help me choose the next one? Upon hearing this, all 5 women went to the ground, begging and vying to be chosen. Which of you is still a virgin? Seeing that the 5 women were all equally beautiful, the kind that would be easily lost in a crowd, Ye Chen didn't bother to choose and directly asked the most important question. Upon hearing this, the women fell silent. Then a woman blushed and said, I am. He's the one. Tai Zhu wasn't stupid and happily asked, Would you like to be my wife? Willing. The woman nodded hurriedly. Ye Chen saw that she wasn't ugly, and her eyebrows and eyes were quite pleasing to the eye. He thought she was someone who could settle down and live a good life, so he let Tai Zhu choose her. The other 4 women knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. My benefactor, we can serve you tea and water, and do whatever you want. Please, benefactor, take us in. We have nowhere to go if we leave here. We'll either be kidnapped by human traffickers or treated like livestock. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, so they knelt on the ground and began to kowtow vigorously. I can find you an empty house, and I guarantee no one will bully you. As for how to survive, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. Ye Chen sighed helplessly and continued, This is the most I can do. Upon hearing this, the women dared not say anything more, fearing that saying too much would anger Ye Chen. Tai Zhu, take them to an empty house. I'll deal with these 3 corpses. Ye Chen entrusted this matter to Tai Zhu. In the village, some families starved to death, some left their homes to make a living elsewhere, and some left when they found an opportunity. Empty houses are easy to find. It's not difficult. After Tai Zhu left with the women, Ye Chen put the 2 corpses into his spatial storage. He originally planned to throw some more away when he went hunting in the mountains, but then he felt it was strange to have 4 corpses in his space. Fortunately, he was fast enough. After thinking for a moment, he headed straight out of the village. There were many wastelands in ancient times. Ye Chen walked 7 or 8 miles towards a deserted place and saw a large pit covered with weeds. He then threw all the corpses of One-Eyed Dragon and the others into it. Then, looking at the empty space, I couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. The system is still a bit inadequate. If it could just distribute some food and meat, I would be living the high life during this famine year. On his way back, Ye Chen couldn't help but start daydreaming. That's not right either. If it's a system like that, it usually involves hiding and developing, growing food in the space. Compared to that, I still prefer women. In his previous life, Ye Chen was a seasoned bookworm. After careful analysis, he still felt that the spreading branches and leaves, many children and many blessings system was the most awesome. No man can resist. When I returned to the Yi family's stone house, seeing Ye Chen return unharmed, Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan all breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, are you all right? Without injuries, killing them will be as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Ye Chen felt like he was possessed by a dragon, and with a smirk, he continued, those human traffickers were no match for me. For me, they were down before I even had a chance to do anything. After dealing with the traffickers, I even found a wife for Tai Zhu. As for the remaining 4 women, I told Tai Zhu to find them an empty house to live in, and then we'll leave the rest to fate. My husband has done a good deed, a really good deed. Lu Yi was very excited, especially after hearing that all the human traffickers had been killed and several women had been saved. She was very happy for them. After all, she had been abducted by a one-eyed man before, and she knew how difficult it was for women in chaotic times. My husband is becoming more and more outstanding. Bai Zhirou chimed in from the side, her eyes bright as she looked at Ye Chen, who was completely different from before. Although I don't know why Ye Chen has changed so much, it's like he's become a completely different person. However, she likes Ye Chen very much now. Has my husband ever practiced martial arts? Gu Qinghan voiced her confusion. She had already realized that Ye Chen was different from ordinary farmers. Not only are they knowledgeable, but they are also decisive and ruthless, understanding the importance of eliminating problems at their root. As a wife, especially since Ye Chen had saved her, Gu Qinghan didn't want to ask about Ye Chen's past. She was just curious whether he had any chance encounters or met any reclusive masters. Chapter 22, I was born with superhuman strength. I have never practiced martial arts. Ye Chen shook his head and said seriously, it's all thanks to my innate superhuman strength and ruthless methods. That is absolutely true. In his previous life, Ye Chen had learned some free fighting, but strictly speaking, it wasn't martial arts training, just combat skills. Moreover, he only studied for a few years and wasn't a professional. Then my husband must have a great talent for martial arts. Gu Qinghan could also see that when Ye Chen attacked, although he was fast and ruthless, he did not have any martial arts style and relied entirely on his ruthlessness. Once you're healed, teach me martial arts and train me to be the best in the world, Ye Chen said with a smile. Number 1 in the world? Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding her husband quite amusing. She nodded in agreement. All right, I look forward to the moment when my husband becomes the number 1 in the world. After chatting with the 3 ladies, Ye Chen went to attend to other matters. Since we're not planning to go hunting in the mountains these next few days, let's get the house sorted out. The 3 ladies were also busy. Bai Zhirou finished sewing one shoe and was already sewing the second one. Lu Yi watched and learned with great enthusiasm and had already mastered simple sewing techniques, which made her very happy. Gu Qinghan's wounds have not yet healed, so she can only do small things within her ability and mainly needs to rest. It got dark very quickly. The family of 4 sat around the stove, slicing the venison into thin slices and grilling it on a hot plate until it sizzled and dripped with oil. It's been so long since I've had barbecue. It smells so good. Lu Yi's mouth was practically watering. This girl was such a glutton, her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on the food, unable to look away. Before I knew it, a clear liquid was flowing out of the corner of my mouth. Look how hungry you are. Ye Chen sprinkled crushed coarse salt and spices on top and said in a doting tone, it's cooked. Eat quickly. Ro and Qinghan, eat quickly too. Husband, you eat first. Even though they were all very tempted, they still put the first piece of venison in their chopsticks to Ye Chen's mouth. This feeling is just so wonderful. Ye Chen was secretly delighted. He opened his mouth and swallowed the venison handed to him by the 3 ladies one by one, eating with great relish. Then, the little glutton Lu Yi couldn't wait to pick up the second slice of venison and put it in her mouth. Her eyes sparkled as she ate, and the oil stains on her plump cherry lips made them look bright and incredibly tempting. Then make sounds to enjoy the food. It's a shame he's not a food vlogger, Ye Chen thought to himself with a smile. Let's look at Bai Zhirou and Gu Qinghan again. These 2 ladies didn't have the same exaggerated expressions as Lu Yi, but who wouldn't be hungry during a famine? The moment Bai Zhirou put the slice of meat in her mouth, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression showing surprise and enjoyment. Even the usually aloof Gu Qinghan couldn't help but smile slightly, a sign of the pleasure she was enjoying the delicious food. Ye Chen wasn't idle either. He grilled and ate at the same time. The only slight regret is that the deer penis and deer blood had only been soaking for a day, so we couldn't have both wine and meat. Before long, more than 3 pounds of venison had been eaten, and everyone had almost finished eating. Bai Zhirou then brought over 4 small bowls of steamed rice. The family of 4 ate their fill. Bai Zhirou cleared away the dishes, And after Lu Yi helped Ye Chen wash up, she brought a basin of hot water for Ye Chen to wash his feet. Husband, the shoes are finished. Try them on. Bai Zhirou took out a pair of shoes she had made, squatted down, and gently helped Ye Chen put them on. It suits you very well. Ye Chen got up and took a few steps. Looking at the gentle and virtuous Bai Zhirou and the sensible and obedient Lu Yi, he put one arm around each of them and said with a smile, "I'll reward you tonight." Oh. The two women were surprised by Ye Chen's sudden remark and instinctively looked towards Gu Qinghan. It's not that I mind. Gu Qinghan is now Ye Chen's wife, but her wounds have not yet healed, so she has not yet consummated her marriage with Ye Chen. My two sisters don't need to worry. I'll sleep in the small bed tonight. Gu Qinghan, usually aloof, tried her best to keep her voice calm, though a blush had already crept onto her cheeks. I can't let my injuries affect my husband and my two sisters. Once my wounds heal, I'll serve my husband again. When she spoke the last few words, she could no longer speak normally. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her voice was barely audible. It was unclear whether they heard her. Then I'll have to trouble Qinghan for now. Ye Chen shared the same idea. He also needed to work hard to expand his business and complete the system's tasks. Surely I can't stop myself from touching Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi just because Gu Qinghan is injured? I'm not wronged. Gu Qinghan answered in a voice barely audible. This cold-blooded female warrior's voice was trembling. It must have been really tough on her. At night, Gu Qinghan lay on that small bed. The next room. Well, you could call it the next room, though. The two rooms were separated by a wooden partition, which offered virtually no soundproofing. Any noise from next door could be clearly heard. Sister Bai is such a gentle and virtuous woman, yet she screamed so pitifully. Sister Lu is such a delicate and refined woman, yet she is remarkably bold. Didn't my husband fix the bed? Why is it still making a creaking sound? It's so noisy I can't sleep. Because there were no other sounds, the noise from next door was amplified infinitely, making it impossible for Gu Qinghan to calm down. Her cheeks were already burning, and she hoped the sound would end soon. But a very, very long time passed. Gu Qinghan was already sweating profusely, while the game next door was still not over. I don't know how I got through that night. As dawn approached, Gu Qinghan, the heroine, with dark circles under her eyes, finally fell into a deep sleep. When the sun comes out, it's another refreshing day. Ye Chen stretched comfortably, looked at his two wives who had just fallen asleep, and then opened the system interface. Ye Chen, Constitution 26, Strength 26, Speed 28, Endurance 27. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Physical fitness has been improved once again. The average physical fitness score for an average adult is 5 to 6, which means my current physical fitness is 5 times that of an average adult. Ye Chen couldn't help but get excited and continued. Based on this calculation, if the force of an ordinary adult's punch is 50 gene, then the force of my punch is 300 gene. And that's just a normal punch. If it's a full force punch, it will be even more terrifying. With this kind of strength, I could kill a fully grown tiger with my bare hands. And it's not just strength that's 5 times greater, but also physique, speed, and endurance. System is awesome. Ye Chen couldn't help but praise the system again, then got up and prepared to go out to chop some wood and make something. Gu Qinghan's injuries will take some time to heal. If we don't go into the mountains to hunt during this period and rely solely on our meager food reserves, we'll have a hard time surviving this winter. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Chapter 23. The wife was shocked again. Crossbows exist in this world. Moreover, it's a 7-shot crossbow capable of firing 7 arrows in succession. The system grants Ye Chen hunting and crafting skills, which include the methods and steps for manufacturing repeating crossbows. The moment these skills appeared in Ye Chen's mind, it was as if Ye Chen himself already possessed those skills, as if they were second nature to him. Since Gu Qinghan is injured and cannot fight, let's make a few repeating crossbows for the women to use for self-defense. Make 6 repeating crossbows, 6 for each woman. As long as the number of people coming to cause trouble does not exceed 10, they can all be shot dead. Having made up his mind, Ye Chen picked up his wood-chopping knife and went to cut down trees. Yes, it really was a wood-chopping knife. His family was so poor that they didn't even have an axe, only a wood-chopping knife and a kitchen knife. Fortunately, the machete was sharp enough, and Ye Chen was very strong. In no time, a large tree was chopped down. Ye Chen thought to himself, at this time, the 3 ladies are catching up on their sleep. I'll make it here so as not to wake them up with all the banging. Let's do it. It wasn't until the afternoon that Ye Chen finished making the 6 repeating crossbows. Just as he was about to get up and go back, Lu Yi limped over. When she saw Ye Chen, her pretty face lit up with joy. Husband, what are you doing here? My sister has prepared dinner and asked me to come back to you for it. I'll make you a repeating crossbow for self-defense. Ye Chen handed over one of the repeating crossbows and asked, do you know how to use it? A repeating crossbow. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. After looking at it carefully for a moment with her bright, sparkling eyes, she shook her head. I don't know how to use it. I saw father use it before. It could kill people directly. It's very simple to use. After aiming, pull here. Ye Chen taught her how to use the crossbow, but unfortunately there were no arrows available. However, Lu Yi still had a lot of fun. A moment later, Ye Chen reached out and patted her head, saying, let's go home first. I'll make a few dozen more iron arrowheads later. That'll make the crossbow more lethal. Since it is a self-defense weapon prepared for women, its lethality must be sufficient. The traffickers still had some knives left over. They heated these iron pieces until they were red hot and forged them into a dozen or so arrowheads. That would be enough. Good. Lu Yi nodded obediently and followed behind Ye Chen, walking with a limp. Did you sprain your ankle when you came, my lady? Ye Chen asked with concern. No, Lu Yi shook her head. Then why do you walk with a limp? It's not pain, it's softness. Soft. Ugh, I'm exhausted. As she spoke, Lu Yi's pretty face turned red. She glared at her husband with a resentful look, thinking that her husband was definitely doing it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Ye Chen quietly stored the crossbow in the system, then picked up Lu Yi around the waist and said, let me carry you back. What if someone sees this? It would be so bad. Lu Yi blushed with embarrassment, feeling that her husband could do this in broad daylight and in public. She felt happy being held by him. She asked this question, but her body language told a different story. She wrapped her arms around Ye Chen's neck, buried her face in Ye Chen's chest, and her heart was beating very fast. Where is anyone? Ye Chen smiled to himself, thinking that everyone was starving right now, and apart from going out to find wild vegetables and food, most people would stay at home to conserve their energy. Before they knew it, the two had returned to the stone house. After Ye Chen put Lu Yi down, he took out 6 repeating crossbows from his spatial storage. Lu Yi didn't notice the whole process. They didn't even realize there was anything wrong with it. Sure enough, big breasts are earned through intelligence. Ye Chen mentally complained, thinking to himself that although Lu Yi came from a wealthy family, she wasn't very smart. She is the kind of well-behaved girl from a modest family, someone who has been pampered since childhood and has never experienced intrigue or power struggles. She is very innocent and pure-hearted. When Gu Qinghan saw the repeating crossbow in Ye Chen's hand, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. Husband, what are these repeating crossbows? I made it myself. I haven't had time to make the arrows yet. 6 repeating crossbows were made in just over 2 hours. Gu Qinghan was a worldly person. She could roughly guess how difficult it was to make a repeating crossbow from scratch. Making a repeating crossbow in 3 days is the normal speed. Even if one possesses craftsmanship skills, it's impossible to do it that fast. Isn't your husband outstanding? Ye Chen indirectly answered Gu Qinghan's question and also subtly showed off a little. With these repeating crossbows, the ladies can defend themselves. The weather is getting colder and colder, so I need to gather enough food for the winter as soon as possible. After we've eaten, I'll make some arrows. Qinghan, you know how to use a repeating crossbow, right? I've used it. Gu Qinghan nodded blankly, still in shock at how Ye Chen had done it. She had examined them carefully. All 6 crossbows were newly made. The wood was new, but the workmanship was exquisite, practically master level. That's good. We'll have to rely on you to protect this family from now on. Ye Chen nodded. He knew that Gu Qinghan had a cold personality, and saying used meant that he knew how to use it, and even had good aim. Otherwise, given her personality, she would definitely answer with not good at it. I will, my husband. Gu Qinghan finally snapped out of her shock and nodded gently, indicating that she would definitely protect the family while her husband was away. At this moment, when she looked at Ye Chen again, a glint of the same kind of starlight flashed in her eyes as Lu Yi's. Yes, this aloof and proud female warrior also developed a blind admiration for Ye Chen at this moment. Bai Zhirou wore a gentle smile. After spending some time together, she knew that Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan were both very good women. Seeing how well they got along with Ye Chen, she felt happy and gratified. Let's eat first, Ye Chen said. After finishing his meal, Ye Chen heated the knives until they were red hot and then began to forge arrowheads. More than 70 arrows were made. After assembling the repeating crossbows, Ye Chen had more than 30 left, so he made some hunting arrows. They counted out 20 arrows, tied them together with rope, and prepared to give them to Taizhu for use when he went hunting. The rest were put into the quiver for my own use. With this equipment upgrade, I'm even less afraid of encountering ferocious beasts. Ye Chen was enjoying the feeling of constantly becoming stronger and fearless, and was just about to go back to his room to rest when a woman came running over in a hurry. "My benefactor, something terrible has happened. Taizhu sent me to beg for your help." The woman ran hurriedly, stopped at the fence of the yard, grabbed the fence with both hands, and shouted to Ye Chen in the yard. "Isn't this Taizhu's wife, whom he just married yesterday?" Ye Chen frowned, walked over and opened the gate, and asked in a deep voice, "Don't rush. Tell me clearly what happened." As he asked the question, he grabbed the woman's arm and led her toward Taizhu's house. Chapter 24, Ye Chen's Methods. Ye Chen pulled the woman's arm and walked quickly. I walked about 7 or 8 steps. Sun Tzuilian pulled back a little and said urgently, "My benefactor, it's not this way, it's that way." Pointing in the direction, he continued, "Taizhu found an empty house for Hongwan and the others to stay in. Just now, I told Taizhu I was going to check on Hongwan and the others, but we saw 3 men trying to kidnap them and take them as their wives. Taizhu didn't have a knife and got injured, so he asked me to come and ask you for help." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen roughly understood what had happened. Those 4 women were brought to the village by the human trafficker One-Eyed Dragon. They were assigned to an empty house in the village, but 3 old bachelors found out about it. The 3 bachelors thought that these 4 women were unclaimed property, so they wanted to take them by force. Actually, if they could just provide some food and say they wanted to support these women, it would be quite easy for them to take them away. They're probably just insatiable. Ye Chen frowned slightly and quickly followed Sun Tzuilian to the empty house. Ye Chen still had a vague impression of this house. It seemed to belong to Taizhu's uncle. That family left the village half a year ago. Before even stepping through the gate, Ye Chen heard the voices of several men. "Taizhu, mind your own business. You already have a wife. Why are you meddling in this? These 4 women aren't your wives. Get out of the way. This is a woman brought by human traffickers. What are you meddling in? Get lost, or we'll really beat you to death." Then came Taizhu's cursing. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I don't care if you're just trying to get married, but who told you to rape them the moment you walked in here? You bunch of bastards. Wait until my brother Chen gets here. He'll kill you all." Along with this, there were also the cries of several women. Ye Chen understood what had happened. It was mainly because these men had started the violence against the 4 women. "Damn it, let's beat Taizhu into submission first. Then we can enjoy these women. I haven't touched a woman in over a year. If anyone tries to stop me, even the King of Heaven won't forgive them. Get him." The 3 men cursed and swore. 2 of them held Taizhu down, while the third was about to punch him in the stomach. "Why don't you try punching him?" Just as the fist was about to land, Ye Chen had already walked into the courtyard and said in a chilling tone, "I think you 3 old dogs are tired of living." Ye Chen. The 3 men were stunned when Ye Chen suddenly appeared. They were all bachelors from the village. The bald one was called Lu Guangguan, the one with the mustache was called Zhou Ergu, and the youngest one was called Li Yu. "Brother Chen, you're finally here." Upon seeing Ye Chen, Taizhu's face lit up with an excited smile, and then he forcefully broke free. Sun Tzuilian quickly came over, looking at Taizhu with concern, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I only took a few punches, nothing serious. But I didn't lose out either. I punched them a few times too." Taizhu had blood on the corner of his mouth and a bruise on his face. He gasped for breath as he spoke, but Sun Tzuilian's concern made him forget the pain immediately. Looking at the 3 bachelors again, one of them also had injuries on his face. Clearly, Taizhu wasn't just taking the beating the whole time. He at least retaliated with a few punches. "Our benefactor has arrived." The 4 women, including Hongwan, who were all pale and thin, felt a sense of redemption the moment they saw Ye Chen arrive. "Ye Chen, were these 4 women left behind by human traffickers?" After a few seconds of silence, the eldest of the 3 bachelors, Lu, spoke first, saying, "Since you don't want them, why not just give them to us? We're all from the same village. There's no need to help outsiders, right?" That's right, that's right." Zhou Ergu and Li Yu chimed in. "Those 4 women have no way to survive. We're saving them." "No, my benefactor. They tried to rape us as soon as they came in." Hongwan spoke up loudly. and the other 3 women were also in tears, hoping that Ye Chen could stand up for them. They wanted to find a home, but they weren't the kind of villains who would try to force themselves on them the moment they met. We were a little too hasty, after all. It's been too long since we've been with a woman. Lu Guangguan tried to argue. So noisy. At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly moved. Bang! A whip kick came straight at Lu Guangguan's waist. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying like a ball that had been whipped. Lu Guangguan let out a scream and flew out of the house, crashing to the ground and immediately losing consciousness. The remaining Zhou Ergu and Li Yu were completely terrified. Previously, when Ye Chen killed Wang Chengcai's entire family and returned from hunting in the mountains carrying a deer, everyone was saying that Ye Chen's second son had become more powerful and ruthless. Although they feared Ye Chen's ruthlessness, they believed that Ye Chen was able to kill Wang Chengcai's entire family only because he had a knife in his hand. This kick has completely overturned Zhou Ergu and Li Yu's perception of Ye Chen. I was wrong. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ergu and Li Yu knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Brother Yi, we know we were wrong. It was all Lu Guangguan's idea. We apologize to you, to Brother Taizhu, and to the sisters. As he spoke, Zhou Ergu kept kowtowing to Taizhu and Hongwan. That was the epitome of cowardice. They perfectly embody the phrase, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If there's a next time, I'll kick you all to death and get out of here with Lu Guangguan. Ye Chen cursed impatiently. Yes, we'll leave right now. On Tuesday, Go and Li Yu felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They kowtowed twice more on the ground before carrying Lu Guangguan away as if they were fleeing. They're lucky. Taizhu watched their retreating figures and snorted. It wasn't because he was beaten that he was humming. It was because those 3 people were about to do that to Hongwan and the others. It's not that they got lucky. It's that I want the villagers to know my strength. Ye Chen didn't kill them out of mercy, but rather to let the villagers know that he, Ye Chen, was not only ruthless, but also incredibly powerful. That kick just now almost killed Lu Guangguan. Without the help of a renowned doctor, he would cough up blood for several days and then die from his injuries. What famous doctor could there be in such a backward village? Within a radius of several miles, Ye Chen is the only one who understands medicine. Even if he could find a famous doctor, would Lu Guangguan have the money to see a doctor? Lu Guangguan is doomed. Once they know I can kill someone with a single kick, no one will dare to cause trouble. Ye Chen added in his mind. This nap actually saved his wives unnecessary trouble. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan were all specially taken care of by Manhua when she sculpted their faces, just in case there were any clueless people in the village who kept their eyes on them. Then, while he was out hunting in the mountains, he went to cause them trouble. That one kick is enough to make many people give up the idea. Chapter 25 Striving to Become Stronger. Xiaozhou village is not large, but news travels very well. When Wang Qingcai's whole family was tragically killed, the news spread throughout the village in less than half a day. Sun Jiadi and his group came to Ye Chen's courtyard early in the morning and knelt down to beg for mercy. This shows how quickly news spreads in a village. The news that Ye Chen had seriously injured Lu Guangguan with a single kick would spread quickly, and they would be even more shocked after Lu Guangguan died. My benefactor, thank you so much. You have saved us so many times. Hongwan and the other 3 women knelt down again before Ye Chen to express their gratitude, their voices choked with emotion. It's a pity we're not qualified to serve you. We can only be your slaves in our next life. As he spoke, he began to kowtow in gratitude again. Why did people in ancient times like to kowtow so much? Ye Chen was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, he did not reach out to help the 4 women up. Instead, he simply pulled Taizhu away. Brother Chen, is there something you want to tell me? Ye Chen nodded, looking at Sun Silian who had wisely chosen not to follow, and asked, was it you who suggested coming to see these 4 women, or your wife? It's me. Taizhu scratched his head sheepishly, then asked, Brother Chen, is there a problem? As long as it's not your wife. Ye Chen was relieved, then patted Taizhu on the shoulder and said, these 4 women are pitiful, but everyone has selfish motives. They act pitiful just to get me to give in first. Once they realize how ruthless I am, they'll try to take advantage of you. Don't come to see these 4 women again. We've already saved them twice. Whether they live or die is up to them. Hongwan and the others are indeed pitiful, but pitiful people are not without cunning. I understand, Brother Chen. Taizhu nodded seriously and assured him, I won't come to see them again, Brother Chen. Is there anything else you want to tell me? He didn't come. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's good that you're not a saintly hypocrite. If Ye Chen had a savior system, he would save even more people. But on the many branches, many children, many blessings system, I myself have to go into the mountains to hunt just to have something to eat. Ye Chen thought to himself. After parting ways with Tai Zhu, Ye Chen did not return to the house. Instead, he went to the village entrance to find Mao Xiaohe. Unlike other women, Mao Xiaohe, this pretty widow, was not only beautiful but also quite shrewish. When someone harassed her before, Mao Xiaohe chased her with a stick for 3 blocks, and then the villagers pointed at her and laughed at her for a long time. Later on, everyone only dared to think it in their hearts or express it secretly, and dared not flirt with it directly. Ye Chen was lucky. He was handsome, and Mao Xiaohe hadn't eaten meat in a long time, which gave him the opportunity. Ye Chen hasn't come for 2 or 3 days. Mao Xiaohe lay listlessly on the bed. The 3 pounds of venison had been eaten, and the remaining bone had been reused several times. I always put that bone in when I cook millet or wild vegetables, so that it adds a bit of oiliness. At this moment, Mao Xiaohe was not very hungry. She didn't know if she was thinking about Ye Chen, or if she was thinking about the flesh Ye Chen could bring her. You little rascal, you're turning your back on me now. We agreed on the terms last time, so even if you came empty-handed, it wouldn't have been a problem. Mao Xiaohe thought to herself, feeling a little empty inside. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 light taps, and then there was no sound. Who is it? Mao Xiaohe's eyes lit up, thinking to herself, that kid Ye Chen finally remembered his old lady. But no one answered from outside the door. Who is it? Mao Xiaohe raised her voice this time. As a result, no one answered outside, which made Mao Xiaohe a little impatient. She thought that it was probably that man from the village who came to cause trouble. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more people came out and knocked on the door. Door. Who's going to make fun of this old woman again? Mao Xiaohe got angry, got up, hid the scissors in her sleeve, and went to open the door. The moment the door opened, she saw the face she had been longing for. Who else could it be but Ye Chen? You're going to die? I've asked you several times, and you still don't answer. Mao Xiaohe's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a charming smile. She pulled Ye Chen inside, and quickly closed the door. I just wanted to test whether you would open the door to any random man. Ye Chen smiled, and watched Mao Xiaohe put the scissors back in their place, feeling quite satisfied. What do you take me for? Humph. Mao Xiaohe gave a soft snort, turned her head away, and deliberately avoided looking at Ye Chen. Use it as a physical fitness enhancement training device. Ye Chen said without hesitation. Constitution, what instrument? A look of confusion flashed in Mao Xiaohe's eyes. She hadn't understood a single word. You don't need to understand, just obey me. As Ye Chen's physique improved, even the 2 women, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi, combined, were no match for him, and Gu Qinghan's injuries would not heal for a while. Therefore, Ye Chen could only come to the pretty widow to continue improving his physique. All right, whatever you say, I'll do. Mao Xiaohe had already tasted the sweetness and didn't even ask Ye Chen when he would give her meat. She just smiled and pounced on Ye Chen onto the bed. A moment of beauty. By the time Ye Chen left, it was already evening. After leaving the pretty widow's house, Ye Chen opened the system interface again for a look. Ye Chen, Constitution 28, Strength 28, Speed 30, Endurance 29. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. It wasn't a wasted trip. However, next time we come, we'll have to bring some meat, otherwise the pretty widow won't have the stamina. If you want the horse to run, you can't skimp on the grass. Ye Chen hummed a little tune and went straight home. At home, the food was ready, and they were all waiting for Ye Chen to return. Bai Zhirou sat beside the oil lamp, sewing clothes for Ye Chen with coarse cloth, stitch by stitch, with great care. Lu Yi also had coarse cloth in her hands, and following Bai Zhirou's example, she helped sew some simpler pieces. Gu Qinghan was a little bored. She was really bad at needlework, and her injury hadn't healed yet. She felt like she couldn't do anything, and was somewhat frustrated. It smells so good. As soon as Ye Chen entered the room, he smelled a fragrance. My husband is back. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi put down their needlework, and the 3 women came over together, their faces full of anticipation. Are you all hungry? Ye Chen reached out and patted the heads of the 3 women, and they all reacted differently. Bai Zhirou smiled gently, a little shy. Lu Yi smiled happily, looking obedient. Gu Qinghan smiled slightly, her pride showing that she wasn't quite used to it yet, but she tried her best to cooperate. Eat up, everyone. Eat more to replenish your energy, so we can continue making babies tonight. Ye Chen's next words caused the three ladies' expressions to change instantly. Chapter 26. Speaking out of integrity. All three women froze. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi looked at Ye Chen in disbelief, feeling that the ancients had said something wrong. Isn't there a saying that there are no fields that are over-cultivated, only oxen that die from exhaustion? How come this statement is completely reversed when it comes to Ye Chen? Gu Qinghan wasn't much better off. She barely slept last night and had to make up for it during the day. If this happens again tonight, when will my injured body ever recover? Why is my wife silent? Ye Chen hadn't expected their reaction to be so strong. He patted his chest and continued, "Don't worry about me. I'm exceptionally talented, I'll be fine. It's not that we're worried about our husbands, it's that we're worried about ourselves." Lu Yi, being quite lively, stuck out her little tongue and said playfully, "Not everyone can enjoy being exceptionally gifted every day. This little yellow girl is actually challenging me to a driving contest. Then get a good night's sleep tonight." Ye Chen patted Lu Yi's head and thought to himself, "Luckily, I ate my fill at the pretty widow's house. It's good to conserve energy, so I can hunt more game in the mountains tomorrow and then get a few more wives." Midnight. Just as Ye Chen was about to fall asleep, he discovered that there was a little person in his arms. In the darkness, before you could even tell who it was, another body approached. All right, you're all talk and no action, huh?" Ye Chen didn't waste any words. He simply turned over and severely punished the two of them. In the next room, Gu Qinghan, who had already fallen asleep, was suffering from insomnia again. The next day, Ye Chen opened the system and glanced at his attribute points again. Ye Chen, Constitution 30, Strength 30, Speed 32, Endurance 31. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Has she only gained attribute points and isn't pregnant yet? This system is no good either. I have to rely entirely on myself. I don't know how many times I'll be able to get pregnant. Ye Chen couldn't help but complain. As an experienced driver, he knew that getting pregnant depended on luck. Sometimes it only took one time, but sometimes it might not work even after 100 tries. He got up and cooked porridge, boiled 4 eggs, and chopped some pickled vegetables. Hearing the sounds of Ye Chen cooking, Bai Zhirou quickly got up, but Ye Chen said gently, "My wife, sleep a little longer. I'll wake you when the food is ready." Oh well, Bai Zhirou was indeed very tired. Hearing Ye Chen say that, she fell asleep again shortly after her head hit the pillow. When Ye Chen called them, the room was already filled with the aroma of porridge. The three women got up, washed up, and came to the dining table. "The crossbow is ready. After we've eaten, I'm going to take Taizhu hunting in the mountains. You all stay home and behave yourselves." "We will, my husband." "Good." After Ye Chen finished eating, he took the newly made longbow, more than 30 arrows with sharp iron arrowheads, and iron pillar, and went straight into the mountains. He gave half of the arrow to Taizhu. "Brother Chen, this is my first time hunting, so my archery skills are definitely not good. You shoot first when you see the prey, and I'll try my best not to hold you back." Taizhu was quite confident in his archery skills, and he spoke with a guilty tone as they walked. "Okay." Ye Chen nodded and said, "Then you should do more work. After we catch the prey, you can carry it and mainly assist me." "Okay, Brother Chen." Taizhu nodded. As long as he didn't drag Ye Chen down, a little hardship and fatigue were nothing. Because he was carrying Taizhu this time, Ye Chen slowed down a bit, and it took the two of them more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. "First, we'll go up this small hill, then there's a deep mountain forest inside, so stay close to me." As he spoke, Ye Chen led the way. Taizhu quickly followed. Ye Chen had been here several times before and knew the way well. Some of the trees even had markings he had left to avoid getting lost. After entering the deep mountains, about 100 meters in, the light inside had already dimmed. Occasionally, sunlight would shine through the gaps in the leaves, making the surrounding space less dark, but as people walked inside, their feet would constantly step on fallen leaves, making the sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot. Crack, crack. Such footsteps, heard in the quiet, dense forest, send chills down one's spine. Taizhu swallowed nervously, trying to calm himself down. He wondered to himself, Brother Chen came hunting alone before, wasn't he afraid? There's something ahead. Just then, Taizhu heard Ye Chen's hushed voice and immediately froze, not daring to move another step. "It's just a small thing." As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking those 5 words, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, which was already flying. Whoosh! The next second, A bird's cry came from afar. It should be a pheasant. Let's go get it. Ye Chen's tone was very calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Brother Chun is amazing. Taiju was stunned. He hadn't even seen a pheasant, let alone heard any noise. It wasn't until Ye Chen's arrow hit its target that he realized there really was a pheasant in the distance. Wow, amazing. A master archer. Stop flattering me, just go. Ye Chen smiled. He knew that Taiju wasn't the type to flatter. He was genuinely amazed by Ye Chen's archery skills and was extremely envious. Oh, Taiju ran over quickly, parted the dense weeds, and sure enough, he saw a pheasant that had been shot dead. This pheasant weighs about 4 or 5 pounds. Brother Chun. Just as Taiju was about to share his joy, he saw Ye Chen draw his bow and shoot an arrow at him. Whoosh! Taiju froze, watching the arrow hurtling towards him, growing larger and larger as it approached. But as the arrow approached his face, Taiju's gaze shifted from the arrowhead to the side, because the arrow wasn't aimed at him, but at his back. The cold arrow grazed Taiju's face, and the next second, with a bang, the arrow was deeply embedded in the tree. Taiju was covered in cold sweat, and slowly turned his head to look. The arrow had firmly pinned a snake's head to the tree. The snake was brightly colored, and clearly a highly venomous one. At this moment, the snake's mouth was open, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Thank you, Brother Chun. I didn't even notice the snake. I almost got bitten by it, and then I would have been finished. Taiju's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and his legs were still weak from the lingering fear. It's a pity it was a poisonous snake, otherwise we could have made snake soup. Ye Chen sighed, but still used a woodcutter's knife to peel open the snake's body, took out the snake gall, and put it into a small porcelain bottle to store it. After thinking for a moment, he squeezed out some venom from the snake's fangs and dripped it into another small porcelain bottle. Brother Chun, what are you doing? Snake gallbladders are used in medicine and snake venom. We'll keep it just in case. Chapter 27 Sharpshooter. Ye Chen could kill thugs, human traffickers, and other such people without hesitation. In this dog-eat-dog world, in this backward Xiaozhou village, no one cares about the lives of these ordinary people. But what if you encounter an enemy that you can't kill directly? Perhaps this snake venom will be useful. It may not be useful, but it's always good to be prepared. After collecting the venom, Ye Chen led Taiju deeper into the mountains, listening intently to the sounds around them. Some smaller birds were simply let go. In less than half an hour, Taiju was carrying 3 rabbits, 4 pheasants, and a dozen wild eggs wrapped in his clothes. Brother Chen, how did you train your archery skills? I want to practice when I get home. At this moment, Taiju was blindly in awe of Ye Chen. He had caught so many prey in such a short time. It was simply amazing. Go back and make a target, align the 3 points in a line, and practice diligently. Ye Chen briefly explained the aiming techniques, and as he was speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly, as if he had heard the sound of some kind of ferocious beast. A black bear. If he had come alone, Ye Chen might have gotten excited and used the black bear as a practice subject. But now, first, it carried an iron rod. Second, there was more than one black bear. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Shoo. Just as Ye Chen finished speaking, 2 black bears approached from a distance. The 2 black bears did not stand up, but crawled on all 4s, moving very quickly. They had spotted Ye Chen and Taiju and immediately began to run. The 2 bears were in perfect unison, one staring intently at Ye Chen and the other at Taiju, before charging forward. Brother Chen, run. I'll hold off these 2 bears. Taiju hurled the rabbit and pheasant in his hands at the 2 black bears with all his might, and then charged forward. He wasn't thinking about whether he would survive. He was just thinking that if he held on a little longer, he could buy Ye Chen a chance to escape. I knew I'd made the right choice in choosing you as my brother. Ye Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He had already drawn back the bowstring and aimed at the eyes of one of the black bears. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out, accurately piercing the black bear's left eye, and then the arrowhead pierced its head. Roar! The black bear was in pain. As it lost sight in its left eye, it crashed heavily to the ground. It opened its mouth wide and roared angrily, then rolled over and continued charging towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't pause either, and the second arrow followed closely behind. Whoosh! The second arrow was aimed at the black bear's right eye, and it hit easily again. The black bear had lost its sight and became a true blind bear, with blood constantly gushing from its eyes as it rolled wildly on the ground. Whoosh! With another arrow, taking advantage of the black bear's rolling motion, Ye Chen shot an arrow through the bear's neck. This ferocious black bear has finally met its end. Another black bear was about to pounce on Taiju, but upon seeing this, it turned and ran away in fright. Ye Chen knew that the black bear was very intelligent and held a grudge, so he showed no mercy and drew his bow, firing 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 arrows were fired, the fleeing black bear fell to the ground. The entire process took less than half a minute, but it was incredibly dangerous. Taiju stared blankly at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Is this something that humans can still do? In Taiju's memory, even a victorious general who never missed a shot wouldn't have such good archery skills, right? Right? Don't just stand there. Let's chop off the bear paws together and sell them in town for money. Ye Chen chuckled and patted Taiju on the shoulder, then pulled out the arrows he had shot earlier, wiped the blood off them, and put them away again. He knew that black bear meat was of poor quality and taste, but wealthy people still like to eat bear paws to show their status and position, and this stuff could definitely fetch a high price. Okay. Taiju finally came to his senses, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. He took out the wood-chopping knife he had sharpened long ago and began to cut the bear paw. Ye Chen saw this, but simply smiled faintly. He has a system at his disposal, and his physique has long surpassed that of ordinary people, so these dangers are nothing to him. But Taiju is a normal person. Even the bravest person will feel fear when facing life and death. At the moment when the 2 black bears charged at him, Taiju was willing to give his own life so that Ye Chen could escape. This was already very rare and precious. Soon, the 4 pairs of bear paws were cut off. Bears' forelegs are more valuable, as the meat is firmer, making them a favorite among wealthy young men. Although the hind paw was a bit inferior, it was still a bear paw, and in such a famine year, a bear paw weighing several dozen kilograms was still very valuable. Brother Chun, everything's done. Taiju tied up the bear paws with rope, as well as the pheasants and rabbits they had hunted earlier, and said, let's go back. If we hunt anything else, we won't be able to take it back. Okay, let's go back. Ye Chen picked up one of them, and, taking advantage of Taiju's inattention, directly stored the 2 black bears into the system space. Although bear meat doesn't taste good, bear skin is a valuable commodity. The fur is thick and dense, and the leather is tough and durable, offering far superior wind and cold protection compared to ordinary sheepskin or deerskin. Moreover, the sliced bear meat can be sold to restaurants, even if it's cheaper. Taiju, it's not that I'm taking advantage of you. It's just that even my wives don't know about the system. Ye Chen smiled inwardly, watching Taiju's honest back, quickened his pace to catch up with him, and asked, Taiju, after you married your wife, have you had sex and had children? Yes, I have. Taiju didn't hide anything from his good buddy, only a little embarrassed. At first, I didn't know anything. It was Cui Lian who guided me. Brother Chun, have you had babies with any of your wives? We're working on it, Ye Chen said with a smile. It was already evening when we left the mountains. The 2 chatted and laughed. Although the journey was much slower than when Ye Chen was alone, it was more interesting and less boring and lonely. They walked for about another half an hour. Ye Chen stopped, grabbed Taiju, and hid behind a large tree. There are people ahead. Upon hearing Ye Chen lower his voice, Taiju quickly shut up and even slowed his breathing. In this world, if someone saw them carrying wild rabbits, pheasants, and even bear paws, they would surely be murderous. Taiju was honest and simple, but not stupid. Seeing Ye Chen's solemn expression, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. More than 20 people. Hearing the footsteps, Ye Chen decided to wait until these people had passed before coming out. However, just as Ye Chen was thinking this, a sharp arrow shot towards his head at lightning speed. Chapter 28. You lowly commoner. How dare you? That arrow was very fast. Ye Chen dodged almost instinctively, tilting his head quickly, and the arrow grazed his face. Thump! The next second, the arrow struck a large tree behind Ye Chen. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the arrow fletched violently, emitting a buzzing sound. If he had reacted even half a beat slower, Ye Chen's head would probably have already been hit by an arrow. At this moment, a chilling glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Oh shit! Looking at the arrow that had penetrated deep into the wood, the temperature in Ye Chen's eyes instantly dropped to freezing point. Who's lurking around there like that? Come out! An arrogant voice came from afar. It was a middle-aged man on horseback, holding a longbow in his hand, still in a shooting posture. Clearly, he had just fired that arrow. Brother Chun. Taiju turned pale with fright, gripping Ye Chen's clothes tightly, and said, Their clothes suggest they are officials. Don't act rashly. I know what I'm doing. Ye Chen nodded, took a step forward, and looked directly at the middle-aged man. Although Tai Zhu was terrified, he didn't back down. He followed behind Ye Chen, gripping the rusty woodcutter's knife tightly in his hand. He's willing to fight a black bear to the death. If these people try to harm Brother Chen, he'd rather die than let one or two of them get away with it. There were 22 or 23 people on the other side. The 3 leading men were on horseback, all of them middle-aged. 2 men had swords slung across their waists, and one of them carried a longbow. Who are you? The middle-aged man holding the longbow had a goatee and a few strands of white hair at his temples. His eyes were bright and sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. He was obviously a master archer. The 3 men wore bright, shiny robes, which appeared to be some kind of official attire. The other 20 men did not ride horses, but they were also dressed in official robes of a lower quality than the 3 men, and they all wore swords at their waists. They walked on foot. Because this is a fictional era, and his previous life was that of a village doctor, Ye Chen didn't recognize these official robes, but he subconsciously felt that these people were not simple. Their clothes were more gorgeous, more beautiful, and more imposing than those of the county constables. Definitely not an ordinary person. We are the village hunters. We just caught some game and are heading back. Ye Chen suppressed the coldness in his eyes and, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, said, I hid when I heard the commotion, mainly because I was afraid my food would be stolen. The middle-aged man nodded, his eyes scrutinizing him. He already knew from Ye Chen and Tai Zhu's attire that the 2 were ordinary farmers. But these 2 people had 8 bear paws, 3 rabbits, and 4 pheasants hanging on their bodies. How could these 2 people kill 2 black bears? Judging from the size of those 8 bear paws, you can guess that these are 2 adult black bears. These 2 seem to be more than just ordinary people. Tai Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the other party did not seem to want to cause trouble, he bowed and said, This humble subject greets all officials. Ye Chen remained calm, cupped his hands in greeting, showing neither obsequious flattery nor panicked fear. Not bad. That arrow just now, an ordinary hunter couldn't dodge it. Which village are you from? The middle-aged man holding the longbow continued to ask. Xiaohe village. Ye Chen answered without any hesitation. When Ye Chen went to the city to sell deer legs before, he used Xiaohe village to deceive people, and he is doing the same thing now. Tai Zhu chuckled twice and said, We're both from Xiaohe village, sir. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and tugged on the reins, seemingly preparing to leave. Just then, the middle-aged man with the scar on his face suddenly spoke up, saying, Leave the bear paws here while they're fresh, so the official can have a taste, and leave the pheasant and rabbit too. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up as well. They stared at the prey on Ye Chen and Tai Zhu's bodies, knowing that it was the freshest wild game. The bloodstains were still wet. It was at its freshest. Ye Chen subconsciously looked at the man holding the longbow. He could sense that this man was the leader of the group. Stay. The man with the longbow said indifferently. Good. Ye Chen nodded. Just when everyone thought Ye Chen would obediently hand over the prey, they heard him ask, A bear paw costs 30 taels in the restaurant. But these bear paws are raw, so I'll just charge 20 taels each. Gentlemen, how many do you want to buy? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with the scar on his face instantly turned sharp, and even a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The scar on his face was already wide and long, extending from the corner of his eye all the way to his jaw, like a centipede crawling on his face. When he gets angry, the scar becomes redder and more congested, making him look incredibly ferocious. Kid, are you kidding us? The middle-aged man drew his sword and rode his horse towards Ye Chen, intending to kill this lowly commoner. In this world, power is everything. In his eyes, the 2 peasants were no different from stray dogs on the roadside. This is what we fought our way through. You want to steal it, and you even dare to lay a hand on Brother Chen? I'll fight you to the death. Tai Zhu could no longer contain his anger. He drew his wood-chopping knife from his waist and charged toward the scarred man. Ye Chen did not move. He simply stared silently at the middle-aged man holding the longbow. As a result, the middle-aged man's face remained expressionless, his eyes as calm as still water, clearly indicating that he tacitly approved of his colleague's right to kill civilians. Damn it! Seeing this group of people, all of whom were arrogant and didn't treat ordinary people like human beings, Ye Chen was too lazy to waste any more words. The man's broadsword was about to strike Tai Zhu. Tai Zhu didn't back down. He knew he couldn't dodge, So he gripped the wood-chopping knife tightly, wanting to deliver a fatal blow to the corrupt official's leg before he died. Ye Chen quickly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and without any hesitation, he shot it out. Whoosh! This arrow was swift and deadly, even faster than when he shot the black bear, because Ye Chen knew these people were definitely skilled in martial arts and dared not be careless. Just like the man with the longbow, the arrow he shot earlier was something no ordinary person could do. The arrow pierced the scarred man's neck in the next instant. The scarred man never expected that this lowly commoner would not only dare to disobey their orders, but would even dare to shoot arrows in retaliation. However, as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he breathed his last. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Ye Chen. Then he fell off his horse and died instantly. Whoosh! As Scarface landed, Taiju finished him off with his machete. Master Wu. This turn of events was unexpected by everyone. The 20 men who were not on horseback all drew their swords, ready to kill Ye Chen and Taiju. The 2 middle-aged men on horseback also frowned slightly. They never expected that this young hunter would be so skilled. Chapter 29. The more they fight, the stronger they become. Taiju, hide behind a tree. Before they could retaliate, Ye Chen gave a low shout, drew his bow again, and fired 3 arrows in succession. These 3 arrows killed 2 other middle-aged men on horseback. To catch the thief, first catch the king. These 3 middle-aged men are definitely the strongest. As long as they are shot down, Ye Chen can put up a fight against the remaining soldiers, given his physique. Otherwise, even if Ye Chen was confident in his physique, his killing skills were still insufficient when facing ancient people who had practiced martial arts for many years and had weapons. Brother Chen, I'm not afraid. I'll fight alongside you. Although Taiju was afraid, being afraid and running away are not the same thing. One can be afraid, but one cannot be a coward. Bite! Ye Chen fired 3 arrows in succession, but one of them was knocked away by the middle-aged man on horseback with a sword at his waist. Another arrow pierced his left arm, which made the middle-aged man's eyes flash with murderous intent, filled with rage. Whoosh! The middle-aged man with the longbow was an expert archer. He had already predicted the direction of the arrow from Ye Chen's bow-drawing motion and dodged it by turning his head. Even so, he was incredibly surprised. The speed and accuracy of that arrow were in no way inferior to his own. Is this handsome young man in front of me really just an ordinary hunter from a village? Kill! A cold glint flashed in Zhao Baichuan's eyes as he gave the order directly. Although he was suspicious of Ye Chen's identity, that was not important. What mattered was that this young man dared to attack them. This is a capital offense involving the confiscation of property and the extermination of the entire family. Kill! Upon hearing their leader's command, the 20 elite soldiers reacted swiftly, charging towards Ye Chen like a pack of wolves. They were well-trained and coordinated perfectly. Several men charged forward from the front, while others flanked from the flanks, instantly forming a deadly encirclement. Ye Chen remained expressionless, his eyes chillingly cold. As he retreated, his hand movements were so fast that they were impossible to see. Draw the arrow, knock the string, draw the bow, and release the arrow. It flowed smoothly and was completed in one go. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows in a row again. The 3 elite soldiers at the forefront, before they could even see the trajectory of the arrow, had a bloody hole between their eyebrows and fell straight to the ground. What? Li Changyong, the middle-aged man riding a horse with an arrow in his left arm and a sword in his right, suddenly narrowed his eyes. This archery skill is so good that even the best archers in the army wouldn't be able to match it. Is this really a hunter from a small mountain village? His gaze instinctively turned to Zhao Baichuan, and he pleaded, Lord Zhao, this fellow is no ordinary person. The implication was that they needed Zhao Baichuan to take action and quickly shoot this guy with an arrow. Otherwise their elite troops would suffer too many losses. Snort. Why would Li Changyong need to remind us? The moment the 3 elite soldiers fell, Zhao Baichuan had already drawn his bow and aimed at Ye Chen's brow. He could have shot faster, directly into Ye Chen's body. But Ye Chen's 3 arrows struck 3 elite soldiers directly between the eyebrows, which ignited Zhao Baichuan's competitive spirit. He didn't think he would lose to an unknown kid. In that brief moment, Ye Chen drew his bow again. Draw the arrow, knock the string, draw the bow, and release the arrow. The movements were fluid and seamless, even faster than before. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arrows were fired directly at Zhao Baichuan. who had no choice but to abandon his attack in order to dodge them. This arrow was faster and more ruthless than the previous ones. The arrow tore through the air with a piercing whistle, and in the instant Zhao Baichuan dodged, an arrow struck his right hand, which was holding the bow, with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Baichuan let out a muffled groan as the longbow flew from his hand, his right hand pierced by a sharp arrow, bleeding profusely. Just now, Ye Chen already knew that Zhao Baichuan was an archery expert who could predict the trajectory of his arrows. So of those 3 arrows, 2 were deadly, and 1 was aimed at Zhao Baichuan's right hand. In a desperate situation, the opponent would definitely choose to save his life. Protect the adults. The remaining elite troops panicked upon seeing this. Some people actually retreated and rushed over to protect Zhao Baichuan, while others pounced on Ye Chen even more frantically. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Ye Chen grew more ferocious with each kill, letting out a cold snort and saying, "Your boss is no longer a threat to me. So what about you? Taizhu, hold them off." At this moment, the elite troops had already rushed in front of Ye Chen. Craftsmanship and spatial abilities are useless. The only skill that can save your life is hunting. Ye Chen could only let Taizhu fight desperately. He retreated quickly, using the terrain to his advantage and constantly increasing the distance. His hunting bow became a scythe of death, reaping lives. "I'll kill you all." Taizhu didn't want to hold Ye Chen back, so he gritted his teeth and, even though he was already injured, swung the wood-chopping knife in his hand with all his might. With Taizhu delaying him, Ye Chen had a chance to continue his counterattack. With every twang of the string, someone falls. It could be the throat, the brow, or the heart. Every arrow hits its mark. In just a few dozen breaths, more than half of the originally imposing 20 elite soldiers had fallen. The remaining 4 or 5 people, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, finally showed expressions of fear. This is hardly a hunter. This is clearly a sharpshooter on the battlefield, an ever-victorious general. Who are you?" Zhao Baichuan clutched his crippled right hand, his face deathly pale. His once proud archery skills had been destroyed, and his voice was trembling. "I'm the one who will take your lives." Ye Chen knew there was no turning back once the arrow was released. Since he had already offended these people, he couldn't let any of them escape, or he would face a deadly disaster in the future. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen picked up another quiver from the ground. He had already fired all his arrows. This one was the one that Taizhu had just dropped on the ground. During this brief moment, Li Changyong roared and charged towards Ye Chen on horseback. "Kid, it's not certain who'll take whose life." Li Changyong endured the pain from his left arm, which had been pierced by a bullet, gripped the reins tightly with his left hand, and raised his sword in his right hand, ready to charge at Ye Chen. "Chen, be careful." Seeing this, Taizhu, who was carrying 3 swords, gritted his teeth and stood up again, ready to use his body to block the warhorse that had already started running. "You fucking get out of my way." Ye Chen knew that crashing into the iron pillar would be fatal, so he didn't care about anything else. He pulled out an arrow and rushed towards Li Changyong. "Court death." Li Changyong let out a disdainful snort. A lowly commoner dared to use his body to block his charge. Don't they know the power of cavalry? At that very moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and he could no longer clearly see the young man's movements. Puff! The next second, Ye Chen leaped high into the air, gripping the arrow shaft, and plunged it deep into Li Changyong's neck. Chapter 30: Annihilation. Li Changyong could never believe that his life had been ended by 2 lowly people he had looked down upon. Just who is this guy? Witnessing all this, Zhao Baichuan panicked, his previous arrogant demeanor completely gone. Without any hesitation, he lashed the horse's rump with his whip and tried to flee. Trying to run? Ye Chen naturally wouldn't give him that chance. He pulled the blood-stained arrow from Li Changyong's neck and drew the bow again. Whoosh! This deadly arrow, accompanied by the sound of wind cutting through the air, pierced directly through Zhao Baichuan's back. Zhao Baichuan let out a scream, then fell off his horse and died instantly without any struggle. Lord Zhao is dead too. Seeing this, the remaining 4 elite soldiers didn't know what to do. They stood there, gripping their swords, dumbfounded. They couldn't win a fight, and they couldn't escape. Leave no one alive. Ye Chen knew very well that if he fell into their hands, his fate would be even worse. These people who thought they were superior had never looked down on ordinary people like them. Ye Chen picked up Zhao Baichuan's quiver, drew out 3 arrows, and aimed them at the elite troops 10 meters away. Whoosh! 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 First, 3 shots were fired in quick succession, followed by a quick additional arrow. The 4 elite soldiers had no chance to resist and were struck between the eyebrows, dying instantly. Call. After finishing, Ye Chen let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. This was the first time he had gone on a killing spree. I didn't feel the guilt I had imagined, nor did I feel excited. I just lamented how cheap human life was in this world, and that only by resisting could I fight for a chance. Brother Chen, are you alright? Taizhu clutched the wound on his arm and said with some guilt, "It's all my fault for being so useless. With so many enemies, I can only rely on you." He had 4 stab wounds, but fortunately none of them were deep. The main problem was that there were several bear paws hanging on its body, and several knife wounds were inflicted on it. If you hadn't delayed them, how would I have had a chance to turn the tables and kill them? Ye Chen grinned, then picked up the longbow from the ground before continuing. This archer is very skilled. If he hadn't been so complacent from the start, we might be the ones who died. As he spoke, his gaze never left the longbow, which he handled with great affection. He pulled the bowstring, and the sound was incredibly crisp. The bowstring is made of tiger sinew, and the bow itself is made of extremely resilient mulberry wood. What a fine bow! Because it combined hunting and crafting skills, Ye Chen immediately recognized it as a fine bow. Even he couldn't create such a good bow in a short time. It's not that the craftsman lacks skill, but rather that for a good bow, the wood needs to be air-dried for 3 to 5 years to remove moisture and prevent future warping. Taizhu, retrieve those 2 swords. We'll each take one, and collect any usable arrows as well, Ye Chen instructed. Yes. Taizhu had long been obedient to Ye Chen, so he quickly went to collect the spoils of war. Zhao Baichuan's horse has already run away. Ye Chen walked over and lashed the other 2 horses hard, sending them running away. They then checked the 3 people's luggage. Inside, there was a token with the character Ning written on it, along with silver and a change of clothes. Ye Chen tossed the token and silver into his spatial storage. Seeing that Taizhu had almost finished packing, he said, "Hang the bear paws, pheasants, and rabbits on the horse, and we'll ride back to the village." Isn't riding a horse a bit too conspicuous? Taizhu was somewhat worried, looking at the corpse on the ground with a sense of dread. Fine. Ye Chen knew what he was worried about, and said calmly, "These people are obviously from big cities. By the time the next group comes looking for them, their bodies will have long been eaten by wild animals. Besides, our Xiaozhou village is very secluded and has a small population, so it will be hard to find them. We can just go hunting in a different place next time. No need to worry." Oh, Taizhu nodded, agreeing that it made sense. "Let's go." Ye Chen looked indifferent. It wasn't that he was carefree, but rather that more than 20 people had died in this desolate wilderness. Who would know? In his world, the crime-solving rate only improved after surveillance was implemented. In this backward ancient world, during a year of famine, it's possible that these 20-odd people might not even be discovered after they turn into skeletons. Riding their horses, the 2 returned to the village in high spirits. Since it was already evening, no one saw them when they returned to the village. First, we arrived at the Yi family's stone house. The 3 women were taken aback when they saw Ye Chen riding back on horseback, carrying an imposing longbow and a sword at his waist. "Husband, you. We'll talk about it later." Seeing the 3 ladies' confusion, Ye Chen stopped them from asking any further questions. Gu Qinghan, in particular, widened her beautiful phoenix eyes instantly, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Ye Chen noticed the unusual behavior of his aloof and proud wife. But instead of asking immediately, he divided the prey among himself. "Taizhu, you take 1 rabbit, 2 pheasants, and I'll take the bear paw to the city to sell for money tomorrow, and then I'll give it to you after I get the grain. This is wound medicine. Apply it to your wounds when you get back." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Taizhu nodded and picked up a rabbit and a pheasant. "I'll let you take 2 chickens. 1 is enough for me." Taizhu felt unworthy of the reward. All the prey was hunted by Ye Chen. If it weren't for his elderly mother and wife at home, he would have wanted to take even less. "Whatever you want." Ye Chen didn't bother with such matters. He waved his hand, indicating that Taizhu could leave. "Then I'll be going now, Brother Chen." Taizhu nodded, a simple and honest smile on his face, and then left with his 2 prey. "Husband, where did you get the horse?" After Taizhu left, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi couldn't wait to ask. "And the bow, the knife. Taizhu still has blood on him. What did you encounter?" "I'll tell you later." Ye Chen didn't answer them, but instead looked at Gu Qinghan and asked, "Wife, do you recognize this bow and this sword?" He had a feeling that these people might be related to Gu Qinghan. Although it might be too much of a coincidence, we should just tell Ye Chen that these people might be looking for Gu Qinghan, and these injuries on Gu Qinghan's body might have been caused by them. Yes. After a long silence, Gu Qinghan nodded gently, a look of guilt and self-reproach appearing on her cool and beautiful face. Husband, I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought that after I escaped to this village, I would never see them again. I thought I would spend the rest of my life in this village, living a peaceful and ordinary life with my husband. Really? Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Ye Chen knew he hadn't guessed wrong. Chapter 31, Gu Qinghan's background. Gu Qinghan never intended to lie to Ye Chen. I just don't know how to tell Ye Chen about my past. Seeing her self-reproachful expression, Ye Chen understood that this seemingly aloof and beautiful woman had actually resigned herself to her fate and was prepared to spend the rest of her life peacefully in the village. Let bygones be bygones, and never bring them up again. This is the reason why Gu Qinghan has not spoken. I know. Ye Chen reached out and placed Gu Qinghan's 2 hands in his own, enveloping them completely, and said, word by word, my wife has never lied to me. It's just that I didn't ask beforehand. If I had asked, my wife wouldn't have lied to me, right? A few seconds later, Gu Qinghan nodded slightly. That's just her personality. If Ye Chen really asks, she won't lie. Just as she was about to speak, Ye Chen said softly, let's go back inside and talk. It's still too cold outside. It's already late autumn, and the night wind is very cool, almost biting. Yes, let's go back inside and talk first. After Ye Chen said that, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi both felt a bit cold, especially Lu Yi, who even shivered and tucked her neck in. They carried the pheasants, rabbits, and bear paws back into the house. Ye Chen led the 2 horses to the right side of the stone house. Make do for the night, stay in the stone house to avoid the wind, and we'll get you a stable tomorrow. Ye Chen patted the backs of the 2 horses, then returned to the house. The food was ready, but no one had an appetite. All 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Gu Qinghan. I am Gu Qinghan, the eldest princess of the great Yin kingdom. The next moment, Gu Qinghan revealed her true identity, then quietly looked at Ye Chen, waiting for his reaction. Ye Chen was stunned for a few seconds, completely dumbfounded. He casually saved a woman on the road, and it turned out to be the eldest princess of the great Yin kingdom? My wife is actually the eldest princess of the great Yin kingdom? Ye Chen was genuinely surprised. After all, in a desolate place like Xiaozhou village, encountering beauties like Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi was already incredibly lucky. Unexpectedly, he was able to marry a princess. Is the system helping me? The system? There was no response in my mind. Dad, there has still been no response. Okay, you're a cold and aloof system. Ye Chen was too lazy to keep asking in his mind. Yes. Seeing that Ye Chen was simply repeating his own words, Gu Qinghan could only nod again to indicate that he had not lied. My sister is the eldest princess? Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi were also terrified, staring at their sister in disbelief. They never imagined that she would be a princess. They suddenly wondered whether they should continue calling Gu Qinghan's sister. For a moment, I didn't even know how to get along with her. She's a princess. You should know that the social hierarchy in this world is very strict. Yes. Gu Qinghan nodded again, thinking to herself. Do you guys have to keep repeating this question? Can't you just get to the point? So, they want to capture you or kill you? Ye Chen frowned, unable to understand the reason. Before Gu Qinghan could answer, he continued to mutter. You are a princess. Why have you fallen to the point of being hunted down? Considering Gu Qinghan's previous injuries, it's enough to prove that those people really had murderous intent. Not to mention Ye Chen, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi also couldn't understand it. In response, Gu Qinghan simply explained, 2 months ago, my father passed away and passed the imperial seal to me. The reason he passed it to me was that 10 years ago, my father was injured while hunting and could not have children. So I was his only daughter, so he could only pass it on to me. Gu Qinghan's words were concise and to the point. Ye Chen and the others, who were in Xiaozhou village, naturally had no idea about these things. They didn't even know that the emperor of the great Yin kingdom had passed away 2 months ago. Information spread very slowly in ancient times, especially in villages, which were practically isolated from the world. Ye Chen sighed inwardly and continued to ask, so, they want to seize the throne, perhaps to kill you, or to marry you and take over the great Yin empire? In any ancient world, it was very difficult for a woman to become emperor. They will not approve of Gu Qinghan becoming emperor. However, Gu Qinghan is, after all, the only member of the royal family and the most legitimate one. Moreover, the imperial seal of the state is in her hands. That's the imperial seal of the state. Ye Chen recalled a meme from his previous life on the internet. Someone suddenly obtained the imperial seal of the state. Policeman, you found the imperial seal of the state? Me, I didn't. Police officer, really not. Me, a gentleman's word is his bond. No man can resist the 8 characters, born by heaven. May your life be long and prosperous. Good. Surprised by her husband's quick wit, Gu Qinghan nodded, feeling somewhat guilty, and asked, so my husband's choice is? She was even prepared to leave. If I had a choice, I would definitely choose to be the emperor. However, these were Ye Chen's true feelings. He knew what Gu Qinghan was asking, so he said seriously, you and I have sworn brotherhood. Whether you are a princess or an empress, you are my woman in my eyes. Don't worry, if those people dare to hurt you again, I will wipe them all out with 1 arrow each. These words made Gu Qinghan's cheeks flush slightly, and her body felt a little weak. She was by nature aloof and had never heard a man utter such passionate words of love before. They might not find their way here. Bai Zhirou added quietly from the side, still finding it hard to accept Gu Qinghan's identity. Anyone would think it was a fantasy. However, she felt a lot of sympathy for Gu Qinghan's plight. The same goes for Lu Yi. Both women were kind-hearted and naturally couldn't bear to see Gu Qinghan leave like this. They were both praying that those people wouldn't find Xiaozhou village. I met those people dozens of miles away. Seeing that Gu Qinghan was moved by him, but her beautiful face still showed some worry, Ye Chen continued, after killing them, Tai Zhu and I rode our horses and deliberately took a detour, passing by 2 ditches. Don't worry, no one will come looking for us again. Moreover, the place where I met them was around the mountains. They killed more than 20 people. The smell of blood was so strong that wild wolves would carry away their bodies at night. Whether or not they discover they're dead is irrelevant, so there's no need to worry about what happens next. Hearing Ye Chen say this, the 3 women were finally relieved. Thank you, my husband. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Gu Qinghan was so moved that she didn't know what to say. If her wounds hadn't healed yet, she really wanted to consummate the marriage with her husband right now. Well, it seemed that was the only way to make her husband happiest. When Gu Qinghan realized that she actually had such thoughts, her cheeks instantly turned red. Is this really me? Chapter 32 Finally, there's another reward. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and even her slender swan neck was tinged with a faint pink. She could feel Ye Chen's burning gaze fixed on her. I wonder if he has seen through my thoughts? Gu Qinghan's cheeks turned even redder. Ye Chen was adept at taking advantage of situations, and seeing his wife's expression, how could he not understand? He stepped forward, stretched out his long arm, and directly embraced Gu Qinghan's slender waist. Of the 3 ladies, Gu Qinghan has the thinnest and most supple waist, probably due to her years of martial arts training. Gu Qinghan's body stiffened abruptly, and she couldn't help but tremble a few times. This was the first time Ye Chen had made such a bold move towards her. My husband. Gu Qinghan's voice was barely audible, with a slight tremor. We're an old married couple. What's there to be shy about? Ye Chen chuckled softly, gently stroking her waist with his hand. Instead of letting go, he pulled her into his arms. Gu Qinghan's cheeks burned, and she buried her head in Ye Chen's chest, burying her face in his chest like an ostrich. Beside them, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi exchanged a glance and covered their mouths to chuckle. Despite the commotion, we still need to get down to business. So, those 20-odd people I killed, were they from the palace? Yes, they are imperial guards. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, a hint of hatred flashing in her beautiful phoenix eyes. The one skilled in archery is Zhao Baichuan, a man of Prince Ning. My royal uncle, Prince Ning, Gu Zhen. When my father was alive, he always coveted the throne and secretly raised many assassins. Zhao Baichuan's archery skills were superb, and he was one of the top experts in the Great Yin Kingdom. At this point, she looked up at Ye Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Husband, Zhao Baichuan led 20 elite assassins, and even top-tier experts would have to temporarily avoid his advance. How? How did you manage to do that? Even after seeing Ye Chen's spoils of war with her own eyes, Gu Qinghan still found it hard to believe. That's Zhao Baichuan, one of the best among the imperial guards, yet he was defeated by a hunter from a small mountain village. It's mainly because I'm exceptionally talented. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and casually made up a story. That guy underestimated his opponent. and Tai Zhu risked his life to help him. He was just lucky. Luck, Gu Qinghan muttered to himself. To survive Zhao Baichuan's arrow and even kill him in return is definitely more than just luck. He was just an ordinary hunter from a mountain village, yet he possessed such astonishing skills and courage. Who cares if he's Prince Ning or Prince Ma? Ye Chen didn't want to continue this topic. He pinched Gu Qinghan's smooth cheek and said seriously, "Now that you've become my wife, even if the heavenly king himself came, he wouldn't dare to touch a hair on your head. If they dare to send anyone again, I'll kill them one by one, and I'll kill 100 of them. Yes, I'll listen to my husband." Gu Qinghan finally felt relieved. She had revealed her true identity, and her husband was neither afraid nor disgusted by her being a burden to him. At this moment, my feelings of goodwill towards them increased significantly again. That's right. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Eat. You need to be full to have the energy to do serious work. Is this serious business? Lu Yi blinked her big eyes, looking innocent, and asked subconsciously, "It's already late. What important business is it?" Ye Chen gave her a meaningful look, his gaze sweeping over her ample chest. "To have more offspring for the Yi family. Don't you think our family is a bit small?" Instantly, the cheeks of all three women turned red. Lu Yi, Bai Zhirou, Gu Qinghan. While enjoying his meal, Ye Chen was also making plans in his mind. Today's battle was not won easily. Zhao Baichuan was indeed formidable. If Zhao hadn't underestimated him and hadn't had one of his hands crippled first, and if Tai Zhu hadn't recklessly stalled for time, the outcome would have been uncertain. Dealing with ordinary people is like a game of easy kill. But when it comes to a master like this, I'm still a bit lacking. Simply relying on strength and speed without the corresponding skills is like a child swinging a sledgehammer, full of flaws. We must become stronger. There's no other way right now but to try my best to complete the system tasks and hope that the system will give me a great reward. It was late at night. Gu Qinghan lay on that simple little bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The sounds coming from the next room could be clearly heard even through the wooden wall. "Husband, Qinghan will hear you. She didn't sleep all night last time, and her dark circles are really bad. We're all on the same side, so let's just listen." "But I'm very shy." Gu Qinghan blushed and pulled the blanket over her head, trying to block out the sounds, but images kept appearing in her mind. "Why?" Gu Qinghan bit her lip, her face burning hot, and subconsciously touched her still unhealed wound. It's destined to be another sleepless night. For Ye Chen, however, it was a very rewarding experience. The system interface appeared in my mind. Ye Chen, Constitution 34, Strength 34, Speed 36, Endurance 35. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. All attributes have increased by 4 points. The system is awesome. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, before the village roosters crowed, Ye Chen woke up, feeling refreshed and energetic, with no backaches or leg pains. That's the true value of a body constitution 34. As soon as I sat up, a crisp electronic voice suddenly rang in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. After tireless efforts, your wife Bai Zhirou has successfully conceived." "Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the stage mission, many children, many blessings, rewards are being distributed." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 36 styles of Heavenly Gang's sword technique, beginner." Holy crap! Ye Chen, whose body trembled, and he almost couldn't help but cry out. She's finally pregnant. As expected, hard work pays off. Then he glanced at Lu Yi, who was fast asleep. "My dear wife, you must try your best to give me a big, healthy son soon," Ye Chen said with a smile. His mood couldn't be more excited. However, before he could finish celebrating, a massive influx of information flooded his mind. Those were images of sword practice, as if a tiny figure with an indistinct face was rehearsing sword techniques in his mind over and over again. Chop, hack, flick, hang, slice, wipe. Every move is simple and clear, without any fancy actions. They are all killing techniques. In just a few breaths, the 36 styles of Heavenly Gang sword technique seemed to be engraved into Ye Chen's bones, and he had mastered it as if he had been practicing it for more than 10 years. Excellent swordsmanship. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although this sword technique is only at the beginner level, combined with his current abnormal physique, its power is absolutely terrifying. If Ye Chen were to encounter another expert of Zhao Baichuan's caliber, he was confident that he could cut him in two within a single breath. Chapter 33. Three ladies, each with their own unique charm. That's awesome. I got exactly what I wanted. Ye Chen rubbed his hands excitedly, quietly put on his clothes, and got out of bed. The women were still fast asleep. Bai Zhirou lay on her side, her long, black hair cascading onto the pillow, revealing a section of her snow-white neck. Beside her was Lu Yi's little head. The two girls' bodies were close together, a thick blanket concealing their graceful forms. We need to make sure Zhirou eats better food from now on. We can't let the child go hungry. Ye Chen stretched, then went to wash the rice, cook porridge, and stew the pheasant he had hunted the night before. After doing all this, he went to the courtyard and took out the horizontal sword he had seized from Li Changyong from the system space. Clang! The long sword was drawn, its cold light gleaming. Ye Chen flicked his wrist, and the knife moved with him. The blade flashed, and a series of sharp, tearing sounds filled the air. Hack! A simple downward chop, yet it carries immense force, as if it could cleave everything in its path in two. Every move revolves around the three words: fast, accurate, ruthless. This is the essence of the 36 styles of the Heavenly Gang sword technique. After practicing for a while, Ye Chen sheathed his sword, feeling completely refreshed. The feeling of mastering power was simply wonderful. I need to feed the horses. I didn't know before that raising horses was useful, but it would be a shame to kill them. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel conflicted. In such a famine year, 2 horses would be very conspicuous, and if they went into the city, they would be watched by many people and had to be guarded against. Hunting is even worse. You can't lead the horse into the mountains yourself, or it will be eaten by wild beasts if you leave it alone. Forget it. Let's just keep raising them for now. Anyway, we're not short of food right now. Ye Chen was too lazy to think about it anymore. 2 fine horses were resting on the ground. When they saw Ye Chen coming over, they snorted and slowly stood up. They're quite intelligent. Come on, let me take you to eat grass. Ye Chen untied the reins and led the 2 horses toward the small river outside the village. The wild grass there had been almost completely cleared out, but there were still quite a few weeds left. Watching the 2 horses graze with their heads down, Ye Chen sat on a large rock by the river and began to plan for the day. We need to sell the bear paws quickly, and the skins and meat from those 2 black bears can also fetch a good amount of money. With the money, we should buy more fine rice and flour. The medicinal herbs in the medicine box are running low, and Gu Qinghan's injuries need to be treated with good medicine. We need to reinforce the courtyard wall. The fence offers no protection whatsoever. The one-eyed man could easily break in before. Ye Chen realized he had so much to do. After thinking about it, he decided to hand over the task of building the courtyard wall to Tai Zhu and ask him to find some reliable people to help with it. After the 2 horses had eaten and drunk their fill, the sun had fully risen, and Ye Chen led the horses back to the stone house. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw that the 3 women were already up. Bai Zhirou was making breakfast. Ye Chen had left after making only half of it. Lu Yi was sweeping the floor, and Gu Qinghan was wiping the tables and chairs. What a harmonious family. My husband, you're back. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Bai Zhirou mustered her spirits and tried to get up to greet him. Ye Chen remained calm and did not mention that Bai Zhirou was pregnant. After all, she was still a frightened phoenix. Moreover, he couldn't be too prophetic, or the 3 clever and beautiful women would become suspicious. The food was placed on the table. Husband, please eat. Lu Yi patted her little belly. She was a little glutton, and with all the exercise she had done last night, her stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Husband, chopsticks. Gu Qinghan handed the chopsticks to Ye Chen first. Thank you, my wife. Ye Chen smiled and looked at the several bowls of steaming white porridge, a plate of finely chopped pickled vegetables, and a stewed pheasant that was cooked until tender on the table. The aroma filled the narrow stone house. Ye Chen ate heartily, but his gaze lingered not on the food, but on his 3 wives. Bai Zhirou was turning to the side to serve food to Lu Yi, her voluptuous figure barely concealed by her coarse cloth dress. Especially the way she sat down, her buttocks filled the entire seat, round and perky. No wonder she was the first to get pregnant. This is the quintessential Eastern beauty, gentle, virtuous, and skilled at managing a household. Beside her, Lu Yi was eating with her cheeks bulging out, like a little squirrel guarding its food. She's clearly a young lady from a wealthy family, yet she's so greedy. These past few days, Ye Chen has been taking good care of her, and her face has become chubby and a bit baby fat. A bit like a loli. A childlike face with big breasts. The ancients were right. As for Gu Qinghan, She has a well-proportioned and tall figure with long, straight legs. Although the skirt covers her, her perfect proportions cannot be hidden by the skirt, especially her slender waist, so delicate yet supple and strong, truly befitting a martial arts expert. Husband, what are you laughing at? Lu Yi was enjoying her meal when she turned her head and saw her husband smiling happily. Laugh at my good fortune, Ye Chen. Ye Chen grinned, not bothering to hide it, and said in a flippant tone, I wouldn't trade this life for a god. Glib-tongued, Gu Qinghan gave a soft snort, but a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Bai Zhirou was shy and kept her head down while drinking porridge, her earlobes so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Lu Yi, oblivious to everything else, swallowed the chicken in her mouth and mumbled, My husband. I wouldn't trade him for a god. You certainly know how to apply what you've learned. Ye Chen patted her little head affectionately, and the latter looked very pleased and obedient. After putting down his chopsticks and bowl, Ye Chen wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, You all rest at home. I'm going to the city. Go to the city? The three women looked up at the same time, their expressions changing slightly. Husband, after what happened yesterday, wouldn't going into the city today be too conspicuous? What if? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ye Chen walked to the corner, picked up the 8 processed bear paws, and weighed them in his hand. This stuff is good, but it's too much trouble to process. It has to be coated with honey and steamed for several hours to remove the fishy smell and infuse it with flavor. We don't have the means to do that right now. Why not take advantage of its freshness and exchange it for silver to buy some fine rice and flour, and also buy a few feet of good cloth to make 2 sets of clothes for Qinghan as well? But Gu Qinghan was still a little worried and stood up as if to say something. It's fine. Ye Chen interrupted her, walked over and gently pinched her cheek, the skin smooth to the touch. I don't ride a horse, nor do I carry a longbow or a sword, so no one will recognize me. Sweetie, you're just too nervous. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan also realized that she had made a mountain out of a molehill. Zhao Baichuan and his men were all wiped out. Who would have thought it was her husband who did it? It's just selling bear paws at a restaurant. Nothing will happen. I see. Seeing that Ye Chen had made up his mind, Gu Qinghan could no longer persuade him. Then my husband should go and return as soon as possible. If anything goes wrong, just throw the things away. You must come back safely. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi gave their instructions together, clearly indicating that Ye Chen had become an indispensable source of support for them. Understood. Ye Chen waved his hand, picked up the bear paw, and strode out of the stone house. Chapter 34: A Dramatic Improvement. Once outside the village, Ye Chen looked around and, seeing no one nearby, made a thought. The heavy bear paw that was originally in his hand vanished into thin air and then appeared in the system space. Without the weight, Ye Chen felt as light as a feather, although the weight was nothing to him. But it is much more convenient in the end. Even without deliberately running at full speed, his pace is not much slower than that of an ordinary horse. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Xining County. At the city gate, 2 yamen runners were listlessly leaning against the wall, basking in the sun, lamenting that the county government hadn't paid them for 3 months. These days, there are many disaster victims fleeing to the city, but there's not much to gain from it. Ye Chen's hands were empty, but his clothes, though old, were clean. Go in. The constables didn't even bother to stop them. They simply waved their hands and let them pass. Ye Chen strode quickly towards Yingxian Tower. Upon reaching the gate, Ye Chen looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, took out a bear paw and 2 bears from his spatial storage. Thump, thump, 2 muffled thuds resounded, and even the ground seemed to tremble. The carcasses of 2 enormous black bears, along with their 8 bloody paws, appeared out of thin air at the entrance of Yingxian Tower. Ye Chen straightened his collar, then slowly walked to the front door and shouted, Manager Hu, come out and collect the goods. Fresh bear paws. That shout was full of energy and had a very strong penetrating power. Hu Shoutsai was startled and almost dropped the teacup in his hand. Who is it? Shouting like that. Hu Shoutsai frowned, stroking his mustache as he walked out. Behind him followed the quick-witted waiter. As soon as they stepped outside, the 2 of them froze. Ye Chen stood there with a smile, pointed to the black mountain of flesh beside him, and said, Look, are you going to take it or not? A bear? Or 2 of them? Ouch! 2 gasps of shock rang out simultaneously. Brother Yi, you did this? Hu Shoutsai swallowed hard, and the way he looked at Ye Chen completely changed. I used to think this young man was somewhat capable, But now it seems he's not just capable, he's unfathomable. How could I possibly have that kind of ability on my own? Ye Chen waved his hand and casually made up a story. It was those dozen or so brothers from the village who ganged up on him and killed him. Just now, after unloading the goods here, those rough men couldn't stand the loneliness and said they wanted to go to the west of the city to find some girls to have some fun. They asked me to come and talk to you about the price. As he spoke, Ye Chen even showed an expression that said, "I'm helpless too." Upon hearing this, Hushoutsai believed it to a large extent. Then he instructed the waiter beside him, "Quickly, go and call everyone from the kitchen to come out and carry the food inside." Then, with a fawning expression, he said to Ye Chen, "Brother Ye, let's go inside and discuss the price." "Good." Ye Chen nodded and followed him into the lobby. Hushoutsai personally poured Ye Chen a cup of fine Longjing tea, his face beaming with smiles. "Brother Ye, you're a true master. This stuff looks freshly caught, absolutely amazing. The bear meat, though fresh, is dry and doesn't sell well. As for the bear paws..." "Stop." Ye Chen interrupted his preamble, sneering, "Manager who? If you're going to talk like this, I won't come next time." These days, rich people crave wild game. The fiercer the beast, the more prestigious they feel eating it. Having his thoughts exposed, Hushoutsai wasn't embarrassed at all. He chuckled and said, "Then, Brother Ye, you name your price." Ye Chen had already decided on the price on his way here. He continued, "Bear paws are a fancy dish served to high-ranking officials to impress them. They can have them for 20 or 30 taels of silver without batting an eye. I'll give you 10 taels of silver for each bear paw." "That's not too much, is it? 8 paws, that's 80 taels. As for these 2 bears, their fur is glossy and thick. Winter is coming soon, and if they were made into cloaks, they would be priceless treasures. Add to that the meat and the bear gallbladders. 1 bear costs 40 taels, 2 bears cost 80 taels. A total of 160 taels." After Ye Chen finished speaking, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and remained calm. Puff! Hushoutsai spat out the tea he had just drunk. 160 taels? Brother Ye, you're robbing me with a knife." Hushoutsai nearly jumped up, lamenting. "Do you know the current market price? 160 taels of silver could buy my entire Yingxianlu restaurant." "Then I'll take this bear with me." Ye Chen pretended to stand up, looking nonchalant. "When I entered the city just now, I specifically inquired about it. A plate of braised bear paws would cost at least 30 or 50 taels in a big restaurant in the prefecture. How many times did your profit multiply by reselling it? You can't be too greedy, Manager Hu." Hushoutsai's face stiffened. This kid looks young, but how come he's more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox? Indeed, if a good chef prepares the bear paw carefully, it can certainly be sold for 50 taels of silver to wealthy merchants who have come to seek refuge. But where are there so many wealthy businessmen in Xining County? 100 taels. No more than that. Hushoutsai gritted his teeth and bargained. 150. Ye Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. 120. Brother Ye, let's take it slow and steady. 140. 130. That's my bottom line. I really won't accept any more. Hushoutsai looked pained, pointed to the surrounding tables and chairs, and said helplessly, "Brother Ye, look, where is the business now? If I charge too much, I'll really go bankrupt." Ye Chen glanced at him and made a mental calculation. "Okay, 130 it is." Ye Chen slammed his hand on the table. "However, we also need to have another meal. Bring me the best wine and food. I want to eat my fill." "Become." Seeing that the deal was done, Hushoutsai immediately put on a smiling face and shouted to the kitchen, "Go quickly and prepare a good feast for Brother Ye." "Brother, wait here. I'll go get the money for you." Half an hour. Ye Chen, carrying the heavy silver bag, walked out of Yingxian Tower with a satisfied expression. He was already full, and even packed a few plates of dishes that the women hadn't tried before, so that they could have a better meal too. Afterwards, Ye Chen went to the cloth shop again. He bought enough fabric to make clothes for Gu Qinghan, then stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds before arriving at a pavilion with red lanterns hanging on it, the Spring Breeze Pavilion. That was the largest brothel in Xining County. At this time of year, the entrance would usually be filled with brightly dressed young women waving handkerchiefs to attract customers. But now, the entrance is deserted, and no one greets guests. Ye Chen didn't think too much about it. He mainly came to broaden his horizons and improve his physical fitness. After all, his wives were too weak to help him with his daily training. Once you're here, you can unleash your full potential and really improve your physical fitness. Chapter 35, Whose Bad Luck Is It? In this world, even the sex trade is getting tough. Ye Chen sighed inwardly and walked over. He saw that the interior was old and dilapidated, and there was only an old woman cleaning. Cleaning? Are you still open for business? Ye Chen called out, but the old woman glanced at him, ignored him, and continued sweeping mechanically. It went bankrupt. Ye Chen frowned slightly, just as he was about to leave. A middle-aged woman came down from the second floor and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment, young master. I'll go and call the ladies down." A moment later, 7 or 8 girls had gathered together. "Sir, choose me. I only need half a string of cash. Sir, I can sing. Choose me. Sir, I'm still healthy. I haven't had many customers yet." A group of girls swarmed down, like flies drawn to honey, instantly surrounding Ye Chen completely. "All right, stop arguing." Ye Chen took out a piece of silver from his pocket, weighing about 2 taels, and tossed it in his hand. A flash of silver light appeared, and the breathing around them instantly became heavy. 2 taels of silver. In this world where people sell their children for a single steamed bun, 2 taels of silver are enough to buy several living people. You and you. Ye Chen casually pointed to 3 girls who were quite attractive and had rather voluptuous figures. The 3 girls who were chosen were overjoyed and rushed over to take Ye Chen's arm, afraid that this god of wealth would run away. "Sir, please come to the private room upstairs." Until the sun sets in the west. Ye Chen walked out feeling refreshed. He straightened his clothes, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Although these ordinary women cannot compare to the 3 beautiful wives at home, the increase in attribute points is real. With a thought, a pale blue panel appeared before my eyes. Ye Chen, Constitution 40, Strength 40, Speed 42, Endurance 41. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife techniques, beginner. It worked. Ye Chen clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly endless power within his body, and couldn't help but sigh. I can come to this spring breeze pavilion often to gain experience in the future. As for the 3 girls, they also realized that 2 taels of silver were not easy to earn. At this moment, most of the shops on both sides of the street have their doors closed, leaving only a few lanterns swaying in the wind, exuding a desolate atmosphere. "We haven't bought any food yet." Ye Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten the important matter. He walked quickly to the shop where he had bought rice and flour last time. The shop assistant was about to install the last door panel. Ye Chen reached out and blocked it. "Etc. We're closed now. Please come back early tomorrow. You're not doing business anymore." Ye Chen took out a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it in his hand. Just then, the innkeeper's voice came from inside. "Eru, how dare you speak to a customer like that? Quickly take the door down." "Sir, what would you like to order? We have all kinds of rice, flour, and cooking oil here. 200 caddies each of rice and flour." "How much?" The boss was stunned. With prices these days, who can afford so much rice and flour? "What? You don't have any?" "Yes. Yes. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and quickly calculated on his abacus. "The total is 6 taels and 5 mace of silver. I'll round it down to 6 taels." Ye Chen paid the money readily. "Sir, how are you going to transport so much grain back? How about I have someone deliver it to you?" "Need not." Ye Chen waved his hand. "My carriage will be here soon. Just leave it at the door." After the workers packed the 400 caddies of grain into sacks, they carried them outside together. After they closed the shop, Ye Chen looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then put everything into his spatial storage. "Awesome. Last time I carried so much stuff, I looked like an idiot. System should have given me some space first." Ye Chen muttered to himself and soon left Xining County. At this moment, it was completely dark. The moon was half hidden by dark clouds, and the wilderness was deathly silent, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the withered grass, which sent chills down one's spine. His senses are now exceptionally sharp. Nothing within a radius of tens of meters can escape his ears. No wonder the women were so worried about my safety. In this world, it's all human traffickers, bandits, and highway robbers. Huh. Ye Chen's voice was somewhat self-deprecating, and his laughter was bitter. After turning a bend in the mountain pass, several dark figures darted out from both sides of the road ahead. There were 5 people in total. They were dressed in rags, carrying wooden sticks and rusty machetes, and were all skin and bones with sunken eyes. But the moment they saw Ye Chen, their eyes gleamed with a green light. That's the look in a hungry wolf's eyes. Stop, stop. The leader was a fat man who carried a chipped kitchen knife and had a hoarse voice, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Ye Chen stopped in his tracks, his expression calm. What is it? Hand over. Hand over all your valuables. The fat man swallowed hard, his eyes scanning Ye Chen greedily. I have no money. Ye Chen shrugged, his hands empty. I just got to the city and gambled twice, lost everything, and I'm worried about where I'll get dinner. He could tell that the fat man was starving, and the other four were also poor people who had no food, so he didn't plan to make a move. If they know what's good for them, I don't want to kill a few more people. No money. A young man standing nearby, as thin as a monkey, spoke in a shrill, grating voice. If you're broke, why are you wearing such nice clothes? If you're broke, why is your complexion so rosy? You're kidding me. Take off your clothes. The fat man brandished his knife menacingly. This material is pretty good. I can get a few steamed buns for it at the pawn shop. In this freezing weather, why should I make him take off his clothes? Gentlemen, show mercy where you can. Ye Chen's voice turned colder. I don't want to cause trouble, and you shouldn't make a fool of yourselves. Don't want to cause trouble? The skinny monkey seemed to have heard a joke, let out two strange laughs, took a few steps forward, and twitched his nose as if he were sniffing something. Brother, this kid has fair and tender skin. The skinny monkey turned his head, licked his chapped lips at the fat man, and his eyes gleamed even brighter. Since there's no money and no food, that's perfect. None of us brothers have eaten anything for 3 days. If others can eat a couple of lamb legs, why can't we brothers? It's better than starving to death, right? Two-legged sheep. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. In this dog-eat-dog world, he knew all too well what those 3 words meant. They treat people like sheep, slaughtering them and eating them. This is no longer a robber. This is a beast that has lost its humanity. Okay, the fat man in the lead was also starving. He gritted his teeth and said, blame is bad luck. Blame the world for being so unlucky. We brothers don't want to starve to death. This is the only way. I was originally going to spare your lives. Ye Chen sighed and slowly turned his palm over. What? The fat man didn't hear clearly. I said. Ye Chen suddenly looked up, his previously calm eyes now brimming with killing intent. Your luck is terrible. Before the words were even finished, a cold glint appeared. A horizontal sword appeared out of thin air in Ye Chen's hand. Chapter 36. In this chaotic world, the strong prey on the weak. As he drew his sword, a murderous intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but given the surrounding environment, only the strong deserved to survive. Damn, where did you get this knife? When the fat man saw Ye Chen suddenly produce a knife, he was stunned for a moment, then roared. Brothers, he's all alone. Let's go. Chop him up. The 5 of them were starving, and none of them thought much about it. Upon hearing the fat man's command, they pounced on Ye Chen like hungry wolves. Ye Chen didn't waste any words. He slightly bent his body, and the knife moved with him. Whoosh! The blade flashed, too fast for the naked eye to catch. The skinny man at the front felt a chill on his neck, then his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open, not even having time to let out a scream. Third brother. The fat man exclaimed in surprise. Ye Chen kept moving, his horizontal sword dancing like a dragon. Puff! As the blade flashed, another robber's chest was ripped open, and blood gushed out. He clutched his wound, letting out a painful howl, and died within seconds. This 36 styles of heavenly gang sword techniques, combined with Ye Chen's extraordinary physique, is practically a dimensional reduction attack against these ordinary people. Charge! Let's all charge. The fat man was terrified, but he knew there was no way to retreat. So, he led the remaining 2 men and charged forward with gritted teeth. Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Swish! Swish! 2 flashes of light appeared almost simultaneously, then vanished in an instant. The 2 robbers felt a blur before their eyes. Then their bodies went light, and a tearing pain shot through their throats. They clutched their necks, making hoarse sounds, and collapsed limply. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 had left. The fat man's legs went weak at the sight of the corpses scattered on the ground, and the cleaver in his hand clattered to the ground. He turned and ran, stumbling and scrambling as he went. Would Ye Chen give him that chance? He rushed forward in one stride. A flash of cold light, and the fat man was dead. The entire process takes no more than 3 breaths. Ye Chen wiped all the bloodstains from the horizontal sword onto the fat man's body. and then put the sword back into his spatial storage. Indeed, having swordsmanship makes all the difference. In the past, I won easily against the one-eyed man, but it took a lot of effort. Although I wasn't tired. But now, facing these 5 hungry robbers, he hadn't even spilled a drop of blood. That precise control over power is a true killing technique. It's time to go back. Ye Chen was too lazy to deal with the corpses. People died everywhere during famine years, so why should he waste his energy? Inside the stone house, the candlelight flickered. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan were sitting around the table, mending clothes. Even Gu Qinghan had started learning how to make clothes. She has a strong personality and doesn't want to be a patient who can't do anything and can only be taken care of. Why hasn't my husband returned yet? Bai Zhirou asked with some worry. Yes, it's completely dark now, Lu Yi muttered. Gu Qinghan didn't speak, but stopped her needlework. Although she didn't say it, she was constantly worried. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. My husband. The 3 women stood up together, their faces showing surprise and delight. Ye Chen pushed open the door and entered, feeling a warmth in his heart upon seeing the cozy scene inside. I'm back, he smiled and said, carrying 2 heavy burlap sacks, which he placed on the table. This should last us a while. So many, my husband. You must have gotten a good price for the game, right? Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi cheered. Gu Qinghan also breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Ye Chen softened considerably. Zhirou, take this money and keep it safe. Ye Chen took out a heavy money bag from his pocket and handed it to Bai Zhirou. Bai Zhirou took the money pouch, weighed it in her hand, and was startled. Husband, it's so heavy. There's a lot of money in it. Of course, bear paws can be sold for a good price. Ye Chen explained, 50 taels of this is for you. Keep it. I'll give another 50 taels to Tai Zhu tomorrow. 50 taels. Bai Zhirou's eyes widened, both surprised and delighted. She had never seen so much silver before. She had thought it was copper coins, but when she opened it, it was indeed full of white silver coins. We're rich. We're rich. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled as she happily said, with so much money, we could buy a house in the city. Husband, when things get better, shall we move to the city? That's exactly what I was thinking too. Ye Chen nodded, thinking to himself that it was too difficult to find a wife in such a small village, and he really needed to continue his search in the city. I also bought cloth for Qinghan and made 2 new outfits for her. Ye Chen handed the fine silk fabric he had bought to Gu Qinghan. The fabric felt wonderful to the touch, and its elegant color suited Gu Qinghan perfectly. Thank you, my husband. Gu Qinghan smiled gently. She was still wearing Bai Zhirou's clothes. Although the red dress has been washed clean, it is torn in many places and is beyond repair. I'm glad you like it. Ye Chen gently flicked her delicate oval face with his finger, thinking to himself that he hadn't spoiled her for nothing. How could a princess be happy over a little bit of cloth? Isn't it because she likes Ye Chen? Bai Zhirou put away the rice and flour, then took out a stack of clothes from the cupboard and said, Husband, look, these are the clothes I made for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Ye Chen took the clothes. They were made of coarse cloth. Although the fabric was ordinary, the stitches were fine and the cut was neat. The deerskin from before has also been made into leather vests and knee pads. My husband, once you put on this garment and the deerskin, you won't be afraid of the cold when you go hunting in the mountains. Sure enough, Bai Zhirou took out clothes sewn from deerskin. My wife's cooking is really good. Ye Chen praised it and immediately changed into it. It fit perfectly. She turned around and hugged Bai Zhirou, kissing her on the cheek, and said, You've worked hard, my wife. Come on, give me another kiss. 2 kisses, 3 kisses, for kisses. Bai Zhirou blushed crimson at his sudden intimacy and said coquettishly, Husband. Then, he began to check Gu Qinghan's wounds. Gu Qinghan was a little nervous, but she still walked up to Ye Chen, unbuttoned her clothes, and gently turned her pretty face away, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Lady Qinghan is quite something too. Ye Chen sighed inwardly, and at the same time couldn't help but think, isn't this a year of famine? How come all 3 women have such full breasts? They haven't starved at all. That's great. The children won't go hungry in the future. Husband, is your wound any better? Gu Qinghan felt Ye Chen's burning gaze, and her face turned as red with embarrassment. These words brought Ye Chen back to his senses. He carefully examined Gu Qinghan's wound and found that it had begun to heal, forming a thin scab. It's healing well. Ye Chen spoke softly, then helped her get dressed, smiling as he said, In a few more days, you'll be able to serve me in bed. Chapter 37 Sleeping Together. Ye Chen's words made Gu Qinghan's body tense instantly, and even her breathing stopped for a beat. Serving in bed. She didn't resist it. In fact, she said she had been mentally preparing herself. But hearing Ye Chen say it so bluntly still made her a little nervous, shy, and even at a loss. Ye Chen looked at her stunningly beautiful face, from her cheeks to her ears, all flushed with an alluring blush. Even her slightly heroic phoenix eyes had become somewhat charming. Ye Chen didn't say anything more, but just lowered his head and leaned closer. Gu Qinghan's heart skipped a beat, and her fingertips trembled with nervousness. She didn't know what to do, so she could only close her eyes. Finally, warm lips pressed against hers. Gu Qinghan's body trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current. She had never had such intimate contact with a man before, and her mind went blank for a moment, leaving only the domineering yet gentle touch on her lips. Her long eyelashes trembled nervously, revealing just how tense she was. He's usually so aloof, but his reaction was much more intense than Zhirou's and Yi's. What a contrast! Ye Chen thought to himself that he knew Gu Qinghan needed time to adjust, so he stopped teasing her and looked at the two ladies beside him. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi had already blushed and quietly turned their heads away, but their ears were perked up. Ye Chen's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. All right, everyone's been working hard all day. Let's eat first, and then... Oh. Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi panicked instantly. Whose land is tilled every day? Husband, you just went to the city and carried so many things. Why don't you get some rest tonight? Bai Zhirou was more worried about Ye Chen. He was at the prime of his life, and she didn't want him to burn himself out. Yes, my husband, although we love you very much, lust is a dangerous thing, so we must exercise restraint. Lu Yi also blushed as she comforted her. I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing that they had indeed thought that way, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. What I'm saying is, we've all had a long day. Let's eat first, and then we'll sleep together. Just sleep. Ladies, please don't get any ideas. These words made Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan blush. So, it turns out it was all just my own thoughts? Wrong. It was her husband who deliberately seduced them. The meal had been prepared long ago, but the three ladies hadn't eaten yet. They were all waiting for Ye Chen to return so they could eat together. After finishing his meal, Ye Chen soaked his feet comfortably for a while. After soaking for a while, Lu Yi squatted down to help him wash and dry. Come on up, we'll all sleep together tonight. Ye Chen arranged the pillows and said to the three ladies, we're not exercising tonight, so Lady Qinghan will sleep here too. Come on, it's getting late. Oh. Although the three ladies were shy, they were still very obedient and climbed onto the bed one by one. It was a bit crowded, but it's actually warmer. Even with two women on either side, Ye Chen felt a bit cramped, so he said, tomorrow I'll cut down a few big trees and make a bigger bed. I will do whatever my husband says. The women are very well behaved. The next day, Ye Chen woke up just as dawn broke. He got out of bed quietly, then poured half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour into it, packed them separately, and carried them on a horse. Then he led the horse to Tieju's house. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Taiju had just gotten up and was preparing to make breakfast when he saw Ye Chen, so he quickly came out. I'm bringing you something. Ye Chen spoke succinctly, pointing to the rice and flour on the horse's back, and said, the bear paws have been sold. This is the grain we got in exchange, and 50 taels of silver. Take it. This is unacceptable. Taiju waved his hands repeatedly, looking conflicted, and said, Brother Chen, the hunting was all you're doing. How can we take so much stuff? 50 taels of silver. I don't even know how to spend it. Please put the silver away. His wife, Sun Sulian, also came out of the house. She had overheard Ye Chen and Tainyo's conversation. Then he chimed in. Brother Chen, just give us some food. No need for so much. We don't need the money either. Sun Sulian's life was also saved by Ye Chen. She was very grateful to Ye Chen for not only saving her life, but also for choosing a down-to-earth, hard-working husband who treated her very well. Stop talking nonsense. Ye Chen unloaded the grain and cursed. This is what you deserve. As he spoke, he took out the heavy money bag from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Taiju's hand. Here is 50 taels of silver. Take it. I really can't accept this, Brother Chen. Please take the money back. Taiju was almost in tears. When he went hunting in the mountains, he didn't shoot a single chicken feather. Ye Chen sharing his prey and food with him was already a great favor. How could I possibly accept this money? 50 taels of silver. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. If you hadn't held those people up, I wouldn't have survived to come back alive. Knowing Tai Zhu's temperament, Ye Chen could only coax him gently, saying, "You've risked your life for me several times. This can't be measured by 50 taels of silver. Take it now." "No, absolutely not. Brother Chen, I absolutely cannot accept this money." Tai Zhu pushed the money bag back, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Sun Tzulian chimed in. "Brother Chen, you've given us so much silver, but we don't know how to spend it. Please take it back." "All right." Ye Chen knew that giving them any more money would put the couple in a difficult position. After thinking for a moment, he took out 10 taels of silver and said, "This money is not for you too. It's for the horses. I think it would be a waste to kill these 2 horses, but I don't have time to raise them. So I brought them here for you to take care of. But you don't need that many to raise horses." Tai Zhu still felt unworthy of the honor. "Honor?" Ye Chen's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Tai Zhu, do you still consider me your brother?" "When?" Tai Zhu nodded quickly, a hint of fear on his face. "Take it if you think I'm your brother. If you keep arguing with me, I won't take you hunting next time." This tactic worked perfectly. As soon as he finished cursing, Tai Zhu immediately stopped talking. I want them. I want them. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I'll take good care of these 2 horses." Tai Zhu carefully put away the silver and then made a promise. "Okay, I'm leaving then." After delivering the grain and silver and settling the horses, Ye Chen was in a good mood and headed out of the village. He plans to find some large trees, cut them down, and bring them back to make a large bed. Just as I reached a corner at the entrance of the village, a graceful figure walked towards me. Upon seeing this figure, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. "Isn't this the village chief's young lady?" A few days ago, Ye Chen hunted a deer, and many people wanted a piece of meat, some even offering their bodies in exchange. Qin Keqing was also watching at the time, and Ye Chen was immediately amazed when he saw her. Zhirou, the pretty widow, the village chief's young mistress. Ye Chen compared the 3 women in his mind and couldn't help but click his tongue twice. This small village actually has 3 top-notch women. No wonder the system made me transmigrate here. Qin Keqing was about 24 or 25 years old. She had a beautiful face, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes that always seemed to hold a hint of affection when she looked at people. What's most striking is her waist. It's incredibly thin, and when she walks, it sways gracefully, perfectly embodying the meaning of the phrase snake waist. Whenever she appears in the village, she can steal the hearts of all the men in the village. Fortunately, she was the village chief's wife, so no one in the village dared to do anything to her. If it were an ordinary woman, she would probably have been taken advantage of several times over. Chapter 38, An unintentional act leads to a success. Brother Yi, so early? Qin Keqing stopped, her large, almond-shaped eyes sweeping over Ye Chen, a barely perceptible glint of anger flashing in them. Ye Chen was puzzled. He hadn't provoked this woman, so why did she seem to have some kind of emotion? "Good morning, sister-in-law." Ye Chen's gaze swept over her frankly, and he had to admit that Qin Keqing was indeed a beauty. If she weren't the village chief's wife, he would definitely have bought her. Ouch! Qin Keqing suddenly clutched her forehead, swayed slightly, and leaned towards Ye Chen. "I've been feeling very tired these past 2 days, and my chest feels tight. I heard from the villagers that you know some medicine, so why don't you take a look at your sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law?" Ye Chen reached out and gently supported her arm, feeling its soft warmth. He then moved his hand down to find her pulse. The pulse is very steady." "No, it should be said that the pulse is very strong. This isn't an illness. It's clearly a case of craving. I'm afraid your sister-in-law's illness is difficult to cure." Ye Chen smiled knowingly, placed his fingers on her wrist, and pretended to take her pulse. Hearing Ye Chen's tone, Qin Keqing knew she had been seen through. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and her voice softened. "Why is it so hard to treat? Dr. Yi, you have to help your sister-in-law." The way he called out Dr. Yi was so enchanting and melodious that it made one's bones feel light as a feather. "Your pulse is steady and your constitution is fine. It's just that your heart fire is too strong and your liver qi is stagnant. To put it bluntly, you're feeling very thirsty." Ye Chen withdrew his hand, looking at her with a half-smile. Qin Keqing was taken aback, then immediately understood the meaning behind Ye Chen's words. Her pretty face flushed red instantly, but instead of getting angry, she glared at him reproachfully. "Get lost. You're so irresponsible. Your sister-in-law is talking to you about serious matters. I'm talking about serious business too." Ye Chen leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, "The village chief is not young anymore. I'm afraid he rarely touches his wife, right?" When Zhao Si was mentioned, the flirtatious look in Qin Keqing's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of resentment and disdain. Him? Humph, good-looking but useless. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this village chief, Zhao Si, really did have a problem. Zhao Si is almost 40 years old. He used to be a big shot in the village, but who would have thought? Huh, does your sister-in-law need my help? Ye Chen wasn't stupid. He deliberately kept her in suspense, saying, "I'm always happy to help others. Give me a little something, and I promise I'll make sure you're satisfied. You want more benefits?" Qin Keqing's eyebrows furrowed immediately. She stopped pretending and snorted. "When you slept with Mao Xiaohe, why did you give her a few pounds of venison? Now that I'm offering myself to you, you still expect me to give you benefits? Ye Chen, don't push your luck." So that's why? Ye Chen finally understood why Qin Keqing had shown such fleeting anger earlier. In terms of looks, Qin Keqing is no less attractive than Mao Xiaohe, and may even be more so. So my sister-in-law was jealous. I'm not jealous of you at all. Qin Keqing was truly angry. She twisted her alluring waist and scolded. "If you think I'm the village chief's wife and you're scared or spineless, then forget it." As she spoke, she turned to leave, swaying her hips. Oh shit, Ye Chen couldn't stand this. He was a transmigrator with a system, after all. How could he tolerate her being so presumptuous towards him? "If you want meat, that's fine too. I'll wait for you in the grove up ahead, sister-in-law." After saying that, he went straight over. Now it was Qin Keqing's turn to be in a dilemma. She had indeed thought of it, but she hadn't expected the scene to be a grove of trees. "Ye family's second son, you bastard." Qin Keqing couldn't help but curse a few times. But when I think about Zhao Si's uselessness, it's not that he's useless, it's that he's utterly useless. I'm going all out. Qin Keqing's heart suddenly raced. She glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, gritted her teeth and followed. They've really come? Ye Chen felt somewhat surprised, but not much. Qin Keqing had offered herself up, and the reason she provoked herself just now was not only because she wanted to eat meat, but also because she felt she shouldn't lose to the pretty widow. At this point, Qin Keqing became somewhat shy. Ye Chen didn't think much of it. He simply treated this as a physical conditioning training exercise. However, Ye Chen was completely stunned as soon as they clashed. Obstacles? Ye Chen stared in astonishment at Qin Keqing, who was biting her lip and crying from the pain beneath him. First, Qin Keqing gasped in pain, but clung tightly to Ye Chen, whimpering, "Be gentle." After a bout of rain, many birds in the woods were startled and flew away. The matter is over. Qin Keqing collapsed onto the thick layer of fallen leaves, covered by Ye Chen's coat, which already bore markings. "Zhao Si really didn't touch you?" Ye Chen looked at the markings on his coat and couldn't help but ask. "This is too outrageous." Qin Keqing took a while to calm down before spitting out a bitter resentment. "That good for nothing. He's not even a man. When Zhao Si was very young, he was going to become a eunuch in the palace, and that. But he didn't even get into the palace. These days, becoming a eunuch requires connections and certain qualifications. This is truly a sad story." Ye Chen was speechless, then asked curiously, "Then why did he get married? Not a man. It's just to cover his tracks, to avoid being laughed at by the villagers for having no descendants." "I see." Ye Chen suddenly realized, no wonder. Seeing Qin Keqing limping as she got up, his brows furrowed. It was clear that the ordeal had taken a toll on her. Ye Chen felt a pang of pity for no reason and said, "Wait for me for 2 days, and I'll get you a whole chicken next time." "Okay, you said it." Qin Keqing didn't feel like she'd lost out. After all, she'd experienced what it was like to be a woman and even got a free chicken. After saying that, she looked at Ye Chen a few more times with reluctance, then limped out of the woods. Although her back looked a little disheveled, it was also full of joy. Ye Chen watched her retreating figure, stroked his chin, and licked his lips. Well, this was a good deal. Just as he reached the gate of his own yard, a crisp electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Ding. Congratulations, host. After tireless efforts, you have successfully helped the village chief's wife, Qin Keqing, conceive. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the stage mission, many children, many blessings, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Eyes Beginner. Holy crap. My hair. Ye Chen stumbled and almost fell flat on his face. His eyes widened, completely bewildered. She's pregnant already? 1 shot, 1 kill. What the hell do we do now? I never expected Qin Keqing to be so fertile. After all those days with Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi, only Bai Zhirou got pregnant. Chapter 39 Golden Eyes. This time, Ye Chen was truly unsettled. I quickly opened the system interface and took another look. Bite. Ding. Congratulations, host. After tireless efforts, you have successfully helped the village chief's wife, Qin Keqing, conceive. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the stage mission, many children, many blessings, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Eyes Beginner. Let's look at the attribute panel again. Ye Chen, Constitution 40, Strength 40, Speed 42, Endurance 41. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife technique, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. She is indeed pregnant. All her attributes have increased by 1, and the golden eyes have already appeared on her attribute panel. Zhao Si is a eunuch. Once Qin Keqing's belly swells up, he'll realize he's been cuckolded. However, the system's prompt is immediately, but it will be a month or 2 before Qin Keqing actually reacts. Let's talk about it later. Ye Chen hadn't figured out what to do yet, so he simply stopped thinking about it and decided to take it one step at a time. Then he calmed down and began to study the golden eyes he had just acquired. With a thought, Ye Chen felt a warm sensation in his eyes, and his originally black pupils instantly turned gold. In appearance, it resembles the fiery eyes of the Monkey King, but the golden light is very faint. The world before my eyes instantly changed. There seemed to be wisps of air floating in the air. Can I see the flow of feng shui? Ye Chen muttered to himself in surprise. Husband, you're back? At this moment, Bai Zhirou came out of the house carrying a wooden basin. Seeing Ye Chen standing at the door in a daze, she couldn't help but ask, Husband, what's wrong? Why do you look so strange? Ye Chen snapped out of his daze and subconsciously looked at Bai Zhirou. It was clear from Bai Zhirou's abdomen that a new life was growing. That's awesome. Ye Chen didn't bother to answer Bai Zhirou's question. He went straight into the house and went to see Lu Yi. Like Bai Zhirou, she only had a faint aura. Apart from not being pregnant, the two were almost identical. At this moment, Gu Qinghan came out from the inner room. Ye Chen activated his golden eyes and looked at her. Hiss! Ye Chen gasped, nearly blinded by the light. The aura above Gu Qinghan's head was no longer a wisp of mist, but a pale golden young dragon. Of course, this was just the shape of an aura, not a real dragon coiling around. But Ye Chen understood that this was the dragon aura unique to the royal family. What surprised him even more was that, under the gaze of the golden eyes, a red stream of energy flowed through Gu Qinghan's meridians, slowly circulating through her 8 extraordinary meridians and her limbs and bones. That's internal energy. A line of small text automatically popped up on the system interface. Third-rank martial artist, meridians damaged, currently recovering. A third-rank martial artist. Ye Chen swallowed hard. Gu Qinghan had already explained the martial arts of this world to him a couple of days ago. Martial artists are ranked from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. An ordinary person might practice martial arts their whole life and still not become a martial artist. The previous Zhao Baichuan was also around the 3rd rank in strength. Therefore, Qinghan's strength is already quite strong. Ye Chen thought to himself that it was a bit of a pity that his golden eyes couldn't see him. Otherwise, he would know roughly what level he was at in this world. Husband, why are you staring at me like that? Gu Qinghan felt a little uneasy under Ye Chen's gaze and subconsciously touched her face. Is there something on my face? Ye Chen withdrew his golden eyes. The warm sensation subsided, and the world before him returned to normal. Nothing. I just think my wife looks especially beautiful today, like, come here, give me a kiss. To avoid his wives noticing anything amiss, Ye Chen reverted to his carefree demeanor, wrapped his arm around Gu Qinghan's slender waist, and kissed her cheek. Both have slender waists, but Gu Qinghan's is very toned, the kind of fit that has visible abs. Qin Keqing's is like a boneless water snake. The two feel completely different to the touch. Each has its own merits. My husband can't just kiss me. My 2 older sisters are watching too. You have to treat them all equally. In the past 2 days, Gu Qinghan has been trying to integrate into this big family, and the aloofness she once had has faded considerably. Moreover, she did not demand special treatment because of her status as a princess, and continued to call Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi's sister. In fact, Lu Yi is a year younger than Gu Qinghan. However, based on the order in which they entered the room, she should indeed address Lu Yi as elder sister. Of course I want to. Ye Chen didn't show favoritism. He hugged and kissed the other two ladies twice, then said, I've taken the horse to Taizhu's house so he can take care of it. Now I'm going to cut down a few trees, rebuild a big bed, and reinforce the fence in the yard. Without further ado, Ye Chen picked up a wood-chopping knife and went out. Although he didn't have an axe, he was physically strong and possessed the 36 styles of Heavenly Gang sword technique, making chopping down trees as easy as playing with them. Before dark, a brand new double bed was ready. This is simply top-notch craftsmanship. Watching himself effortlessly and calmly prepare a sturdy bed large enough to accommodate 5 people, Ye Chen wondered what kind of terrifying existence he would become once his skills were upgraded to mastery. The 3 women hadn't expected Ye Chen to be so capable, making such a large bed in just half a day. Why did he make it so big? Thinking of this, all 3 of them blushed at the same time. Next, Ye Chen began to reinforce the fence around the courtyard and buried many sharpened wooden splinters around it to remind the ladies to be careful. The world is too chaotic, we must be on guard. Although they had acquired several repeating crossbows, Ye Chen felt that taking further measures was always a good idea. We understand, my husband. Seeing that Ye Chen had worked hard all day, the 3 women were very touched. They took the initiative to bring him hot water, wash his hands and face, and massage his shoulders and back. Husband, I cooked extra meat tonight. Please eat more. The braised venison and chicken pieces were served, along with steamed rice. Each grain was glistening, plump, and tempting. The aroma of meat and rice mingled together, making Ye Chen's stomach rumble. Zhirou's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Ye Chen was indeed hungry. Just as he picked up his bowl, the 3 women each put a piece of meat into it. Eat together, don't just put meat on my plate. Ye Chen also served meat to the 3 ladies, and the family of 4 then happily began to eat. Husband, you can have a little bit of the deer antler wine now. Bai Zhirou brought over the medicinal wine that had been soaking, and Lu Yi brought over a clean small bowl and filled it for Ye Chen. So, it seems you're going to reward me tonight? Ye Chen understood immediately, and even raised his voice a few decibels, saying, Pour it full. I can drink 3 big bowls in a row. Chapter 40 Desolate Mountains and Bad Waters. It was soon late at night again. The candlelight flickered in the stone house, constantly stretching the shadows of the 4 people on the bed into different shapes. Gu Qinghan's injuries have not yet fully healed, but as long as she doesn't do any difficult moves, it won't really affect her. Moreover, sleeping in the next room makes it even harder to fall asleep, and I feel even more tired in the morning. I might as well join. Here, 30,000 words of details are omitted. The next morning, Ye Chen habitually opened the system interface to check his attribute points. Ye Chen, Constitution 46, Strength 46, Speed 48, Endurance 47. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of Heavenly Gang knife technique, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. My current physical condition is already 8 or 9 times better than that of an average person. If this keeps up, I feel like you'll become Superman. Ye Chen felt the changes in his body, walked outside, picked up a firewood stick, and squeezed it hard, turning it into wood chips. With such strength, I won't be afraid to fight a black bear hand-to-hand next time. System is awesome. Ye Chen applauded the system again. After finishing breakfast, Ye Chen picked up the mulberry wood longbow he had previously seized and went to Taizhu's house. At this moment, Taizhu is practicing archery. He made a target out of a wooden board, drew several circles on it with ebony, and had the archer aim and shoot again and again. Sun Zuoyan is feeding the horses. The villagers had already spotted the 2 horses, but no one dared to steal them, because they're all afraid of Ye Chen. This second son of the Yi family previously killed Wang Qingcai's entire family, making him famous overnight. Later, he kicked Lu Guangguan to death, proving that he was not only ruthless but also had a heavy hand, and was a capable person. As a result, Tiezhu's status in the village also improved considerably. Taizhu, let's go hunting in the mountains. Ye Chen called out. Brother Chen is here. Upon hearing this, Taizhu immediately smiled happily. Since the last time he went hunting with Ye Chen, he had been able to eat meat and had food. What makes him even happier is that he also married a virtuous wife. As he spoke, he immediately pulled several iron arrows from the target, put them in the quiver, slung his bow over his shoulder, and prepared to set off. They're gone. Ye Chen didn't waste any words and led Taizhu out of the village. This time, we're going to the same old spot again. mainly to see if Zhao Baichuan and the others' bodies are still there. If they were carried away by wolves, then it's God's help. If not, it doesn't matter. I'll just avoid that area and not hunt there anymore. In any case, ancient times were not lacking in deep mountains and forests, but they lacked skilled hunters like Ye Chen. Brother Chen, it seems something has happened at the village chief's house. Before the two even reached the village entrance, Taiju saw a group of people blocking the village chief's doorway, making a ruckus. I saw it. Ye Chen stopped in his tracks. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered watching such a spectacle, nor would he have meddled in other people's business. But things are different now. He's become Qin Keqing's man, and she's even pregnant with his child. Go and see what's going on. After saying that, Ye Chen walked towards Zhao Si's house. Taiju didn't say anything. He followed Ye Chen's lead obediently. Village chief, you haven't distributed food for 5 days. It used to be paid out once a month, but this time it's 5 days late. My child is starving. If you don't distribute the food today, we won't leave. Yes, distribute the food quickly. Dozens of villagers blocked the entrance to Zhao Si's house, shouting and yelling incessantly, their emotions running high. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen instantly understood what was going on. Previously, the county did provide some relief grain every month, although not much, and it was mixed with a lot of sand, bran, and other miscellaneous things. Regardless of the quality, it was still a real amount of grain, which could save lives during famine years. No food was distributed this month. Taiju was also muttering to himself. Ye Chen thought about it carefully. It was true that there hadn't been any food distribution for more than a month. Now that he had the system, he could go into the mountains to hunt, eat meat, and exchange it for refined rice and wheat flour. They naturally looked down on the inferior grains distributed by the imperial court. Most of the villagers don't know how to hunt, nor do they dare to venture into the mountains. They rely on a few kilograms of grain each month and some wild vegetables to try and survive the famine in this cold winter. It's not that I don't want to receive it. It's that the county hasn't given it to me. Standing in the courtyard, Zhao Si explained loudly, his voice somewhat shrill. Fellow villagers, I know you are all in trouble, but the county isn't distributing grain, so what am I supposed to give you? The day before yesterday, I even went to the county, and the magistrate said the imperial court hadn't provided any disaster relief grain. Fart. The disaster relief food has been provided for 3 consecutive months. Why did it suddenly stop? Did you pocket it? We're not leaving unless you give us food today. We'll just stay at your house, eat and drink whatever you want. That's right, you used to shortchange us on grain, and now that we're out of grain, we'll eat from yours. Dozens of villagers shouted, all preparing to stay at Zhao Si's house and not leave. Normally, Zhao Si was able to distribute grain, and everyone respected this village chief. As for now, with no food left, Zhao Si is useless, and these villagers are all ready to leech off him. Zhao Si was so angry that his face turned green, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had indeed skimped on grain before, shortchanging people and putting the shortchanged grain into his own rice jar. Moreover, dozens of villagers were causing trouble together, and he couldn't win the argument or fight them. He could only plead, fellow villagers, please wait a little longer. Maybe the grain will arrive this afternoon or tomorrow. There will be no more food. Ye Chen thought to himself and couldn't help but sigh. The emperor of the Great Yin Kingdom has passed away, and Princess Gu Qinghan has been reduced to living in her own home. The court is in complete chaos. Before a new emperor ascends the throne, who will distribute grain to the people? Unfortunately, news spread too slowly in ancient times, and the villagers were unaware of the situation, still foolishly waiting for the imperial court's disaster relief grain. However, Zhao Si really is a eunuch. Ye Chen listened to his shrill voice and thought to himself, I thought it was just a problem with his voice, but when I used my golden eyes, I realized that Zhao Si was indeed a crippled eunuch. In other words, I am Qin Keqing's only man. Just as Ye Chen was pondering, another villager shouted, You've been lying to us like this for days. I don't care, if we don't have any food today, we'll eat at your house, and we'll eat at your house tomorrow. If we still don't have any food, we'll steal all of your food. Yes, take them all. You even stole your wife. The villagers got more and more carried away with their conversation, and they actually started to look like they were about to start looting. You dare? Zhao Si was so frightened that he quickly blocked the doorway. Looking at the group of fierce-looking villagers in the yard, he shouted, If anyone dares to steal my grain and wife, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 41 Qin Keqing's Crisis. A kitchen knife had appeared in Zhao Si's hand without anyone noticing. Village chief, who are you trying to scare? Do you think a broken kitchen knife can drive us away? If things really come to a head, don't blame us. You were the one who pulled out the knife first. The villagers were not afraid. Instead, they all took out machetes, kitchen knives, axes, sickles, and so on. Clearly, they had been prepared for this. If Xiaoxi didn't provide the food this time, they were ready to loot his house. What a desolate and impoverished place. Ye Chen knew these villagers were trying to survive, so he didn't say the last 3 words. I just feel that if this stalemate continues, Xiaoxi will definitely be killed by this group of people, and they will take everything, including his wife Qin Keqing. Brother Chun, it looks like they're about to start a fight. Tai Zhu said from the side, meaning he was asking if Ye Chen had any solutions. Ye Chen asked himself the same question. Is there a way? No. Only food could make this group of people leave. But behind these dozens of villagers were dozens of families, totaling more than 200 mouths to feed. Even Ye Chen didn't have enough food to feed all these people. Xiaoxi has a history of dishonest dealings, so even if the grain was stolen, it was his own fault. Ye Chen's voice was very soft, but he quickly added, however, he only deducted a small amount, so it's not a capital offense. If you can help him later, then help him. It was mainly because of Qin Keqing. That's what I think too. Tai Zhu also had a kind heart, and felt it would be a great pity if Xiaoxi really died like that. However, his abilities were limited, so he asked Ye Chen for his opinion first. You? Xiaoxi's face grew increasingly grim. He knew it was unlikely to end well today, but the delayed distribution of the imperial relief grain wasn't his fault. You came prepared. Fine, whoever comes first, I'll chop them down. Killing one is a bonus. This, ironically, intimidated the villagers in the courtyard. If you asked them to swarm in, they certainly would. But nobody wants to be the first to stick their neck out and die. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and no one dared to utter a sound. Even Ye Chen didn't expect that Xiaoxi, who had no penis, was actually a man with guts. A few breaths later, come on, Mom. A man in his 40s came out carrying a sickle, his eyes red, and said, Xiaoxi, don't blame me. My child has already starved to death, and my mother is almost there too. I can't let my mother starve to death. Get out of my way. As he spoke, he swung the sickle at Xiaoxi. If he doesn't dodge, he will get hurt. If he tries to dodge, Xiaoxi will be met with a swarm of people who will steal his family's grain. At this critical moment, Xiaoxi was so frightened that he covered his head and squatted down on the ground, yelling, ah! The moment he let out a scream, the men in the courtyard laughed, their laughter filled with mockery. Ha ha, turns out he's just a cowardly weakling. His bravado was all an act. What were you trying to prove, huh? Quickly grab the food. Get out. Someone kicked Xiaoxi away, and then everyone rushed into the house, rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for food. A moment later, someone actually ran out of the house carrying a jar, and then quickly slipped away. People kept leaving carrying things, mostly food. However, Xiaoxi's family didn't have much grain. After 5 or 6 people left, the remaining people, seeing that the grain was gone, grabbed clothes or blankets and ran away. Why are you stealing my clothes? Put it down quickly. This is ours. This is my silver hairpin. Qin Keqing's voice came from inside the house, her tone anxious. She had been hiding inside and had heard everything that was happening outside. I thought these people would just take the food and leave, but it turns out they're going to empty their own house. The village chief's wife? At that moment, a man's voice rang out, his tone lewd, teasing, and even excited. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Qin Keqing's voice was panicked as she cried out for help. Xiaoxi, come save me. Don't come any closer. Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, when others were grabbing the items and leaving, Xiaoxi tried to stop them, but was pushed and hit his head on the wall, knocking him unconscious. Your incompetent man doesn't even dare to come in. You'd better just obey us. Sun Jiadi's eyes were brimming with desire. He had long coveted a stunningly beautiful young woman like Qin Keqing, but unfortunately, he was wary of Xiaoxi, the village chief, and had thus restrained himself. Xiaoxi's authority has now been completely shattered. He stares at Qin Keqing like a wolf eyeing its prey. He pounced right there. Qin Keqing let out a desperate cry for help, then instinctively closed her eyes. Then, the whole world seemed to fall silent. That wretched, stinky man didn't seem to pounce on me. Qin Keqing opened her eyes in confusion, and then saw an unbelievable scene. Ye Chen stood before her, holding an exquisite horizontal sword in his hand. He flicked his finger lightly on the scabbard, revealing a few inches of the blade. Sun Jiadi, who was about to pounce, saw the knife and also saw Ye Chen. He was so frightened that he immediately stopped moving, frozen in place, not daring to take another step forward or run away. Behind him, there were several young people who had originally wanted to line up after Sun Jiadi, but after seeing Ye Chen make his move, they were all too frightened to move. Ye Chen. Qin Keqing's voice was filled with surprise. It turned out that she was saved because of Ye Chen. It was him who saved her. At this moment, if there weren't outsiders around, she would have loved to throw herself into Ye Chen's arms. Brother Chen. Sun Jiadi was so frightened that his legs went weak. He never expected that Ye Chen, this jinx, would suddenly appear. He swallowed nervously a few times and said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to get some food to take back. Zhao usually embezzles food. We're just taking back what belongs to us. Yes. The men behind him nodded frantically. Yeah. Ye Chen stared coldly at these people and asked, word by word, then is she food? No. Sun Jiadi quickly shook his head. He felt that Ye Chen's eyes were getting colder and more terrifying. He could no longer bear the pressure and knelt down on the ground with a thump. As soon as he knelt down, the people around him also knelt down. Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. I know the village chief's family's grain was all stolen. I'm a bastard, I deserve to die. Can I just leave now? We know we were wrong. Brother Shin, please forgive us. Everyone else also knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Clearly, none of the 6 men in this room were afraid of Ye Chen. Chapter 42. Not a man. Ye Chen felt no goodwill towards these fellow villagers. But I didn't intend to kill them all. After all, they didn't know their relationship with Qin Keqing, and when Ye Chen appeared, they were all extremely respectful and dared not show the slightest disrespect. Get out of here. Ye Chen sheathed his sword and said impatiently. Yes. We'll leave right away. Thank you, Brother Chen, for sparing our lives. Sun Jiadi excitedly kowtowed twice before daring to stand up, and then quickly ran away. The remaining few people, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, left a few words of thanks and fled in a panic. Are you all right? Ye Chen's gaze fell on Qin Keqing, and he asked with concern. At this moment, Qin Keqing's pretty face was still pale, and even her lips were bloodless. She was obviously quite frightened just now. It's all right now. Qin Keqing slowly recovered from her fear. Her almond-shaped eyes gazed at Ye Chen with a gentle, shimmering light. Besides the feeling of surviving a disaster, a strange emotion was also spreading through her heart. Actually, these feelings had already existed yesterday, but after being saved by Ye Chen today, they suddenly became many times stronger. My wife, are you all right? At this moment, Zhao pushed open the bedroom door and rushed in, staring at Qin Keqing with a nervous expression. Only after confirming that she was not injured did he breathe a sigh of relief. Why? Why didn't you come in to save me? Upon seeing Zhao, Qin Keqing frowned slightly and spoke in a questioning tone. I was just kicked unconscious. Zhao's eyes darted around, his guilty conscience written all over his face. So you were just faking fainting. Tai Zhu sneered twice, his tone disdainful. Hearing your wife being molested by another man in the house, and you can still pretend to faint. If it weren't for Brother Chen's intervention, your wife would have been violated by 4 or 5 men. Ye Chen also gave Zhao a disdainful look. He didn't expect this man to be so cowardly as to pretend to faint and remain unmoved while listening to 4 or 5 men molesting Qin Keqing. Were you faking fainting outside? Qin Keqing was furious. She had known for a long time that Zhao was a good-for-nothing, but she hadn't expected him to be this cowardly. My wife? I'm so sorry. I had no choice. There were so many people, all carrying machetes and sickles. I couldn't fight them all. Zhao kept trying to explain, but no matter how much he said, he couldn't change the facts. Don't explain. Qin Keqing's eyes were filled with disappointment. She looked at the mess in the house. All the valuables in the house were gone, and even the quilts and stools had been taken away. Zhao's face was flushed with shame. He looked at Ye Chen and Tai Zhu beside him and said apologetically, Ye Chen, thank you for what you did earlier. It was no trouble at all. We'll take our leave now. After saying that, Ye Chen glanced at Qin Keqing, then left with Tai Zhu. Qin Keqing glanced at Ye Chen subconsciously, then at Zhao, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Brother Chen, I never expected the village chief to be such a spineless coward. After leaving Zhao's house, Tai Zhu couldn't help but complain. He can't even protect his own wife. Is he even a man? That's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Ye Chen had no interest in discussing Zhao Si. What he was thinking was, without the disaster relief grain, Zhao Si had completely lost his authority in the village. How would Qin Keqing live in the future? Future? In such chaotic and famine-stricken times, Zhao Si could not keep a woman as beautiful as Qin Keqing. Oh, seeing that Ye Chen's expression was not good, Tai Zhu wisely shut his mouth. The two of them made their way to the mountain range where they had hunted before. The place where they fought Zhao Baichuan and his men was now just a pool of blood on the ground. The corpses were long gone. With the combined tracking abilities of his hunting skills and golden eyes, Ye Chen saw every single clue clearly. Brother Chun, where are their bodies? It was carried off by a wolf. Ye Chen picked up a tuft of wolf fur from the ground and said indifferently, wolves are social animals. These people's bodies were devoured by many wolves. After their limbs were bitten off, they were dragged into the deep mountains. If another heavy snow falls, this matter will be completely buried, and there will be no trace left. That's good. Tai Zhu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had never mentioned it, he had always been very uneasy. Now, after hearing Ye Chen's words, he was finally relieved. Then, the two walked into the deep mountains. Having learned from his first experience, Tai Zhu was no longer clumsy. He knocked an arrow and followed quietly behind Ye Chen. Whoosh! Ye Chen didn't say anything and shot an arrow directly. By the time Tai Zhu realized it, a pheasant weighing about 4 pounds had already been hit. Pheasants again. It seems there are the most pheasants in these mountains. Tai Zhu scurried over, picked up the pheasant, removed the arrow, tied it up, and hung it on his belt. Pheasants, rabbits, field mice, doves. These are all omnivores and reproduce very quickly. Ye Chen explained to Tai Zhu. They have a wide range of adaptability and were most densely distributed in the deep mountains in ancient times, making them the easiest small creatures to hunt. I see. Tai Zhu nodded and said, Brother Chun, you know so much. Unlike me, a complete idiot. Stop flattering me, keep hunting. Ye Chen grinned, then pointed to the left and said, Go over there. We'll split up. Don't split up too far. Remember to carve a mark on the tree. Yes. Tai Zhu nodded. The two separated, one on the left and one on the right. In the following process, Ye Chen seemed to have activated a cheat code, shooting and shooting like crazy. In less than half an hour, 6 wild rabbits and 8 pheasants were already lying in the system space, and 3 nests of bird eggs had been taken from the trees. During the trip, we also encountered small animals such as bamboo rats and squirrels. Ye Chen felt they were too small, and besides, bamboo rats, with pheasants and rabbits around, Ye Chen really had no appetite to eat them. 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits were also hanging on his belt. We've gained a lot. Following the sound, Ye Chen went to find Tai Zhu. He saw that Tai Zhu also had 2 rabbits tied to his belt, making a total of 3, including the pheasant that Ye Chen had just hunted. Did Brother Chen kill 5? Hehe. I only killed 2. Tai Zhu was a little embarrassed, but more excited. Compared to last time when he relied entirely on Ye Chen, he was now able to hunt wild rabbits. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that Tai Zhu was in such high spirits, Ye Chen said, You continue hunting. I saw a lot of mushrooms, and I'm going to pick some to take back. Don't go too far. We'll meet here in half an hour. Okay. Tai Zhu nodded excitedly, just as he was about to continue. But Ye Chen's expression changed, and he suddenly said, Wait, stand still. Don't move. Chapter 43 Python. Tai Zhu didn't understand why, but when he heard Ye Chen's tense tone, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Then, I heard the sound of snakes flicking their tongues. Brother Chun, is there another snake behind me? It looks really big. Tai Zhu's voice trembled slightly because he heard the snake flicking its tongue loudly, and there was also the sound of fallen leaves being crushed on the ground. These sounds were amplified infinitely in his ears. Moreover, the sound came from behind my head, which made it even more frightening. It's very big. Ye Chen remained motionless in the same position and said softly, Now I have good news and bad news. The good news is that the python is not poisonous, and the bad news is that this python is damn big. Before his eyes, a python as thick as a thigh appeared behind Tai Zhu. This python is dark in color and is over 10 meters long. When its front half is raised, it is more than 2 meters tall. Its hindquarters were slung across the ground. At this moment, a pair of vertical snake eyes were staring at Tai Zhu and Ye Chen, but because snakes only have a vision range of about 1 meter, they have very poor perception of stationary objects. So, this python is also trying hard to figure out where the food is. Tai Zhu didn't dare to turn around, but hearing the sound of its tongue flicking out and slowly rising from behind his head, he knew that this snake must be quite large. Just then, the wild rabbit at Tai Zhu's waist was clearly not completely dead. It suddenly thrashed about. The next instant, the python pounced on the iron pillar. Holy shit! Tai Zhu was so frightened that he cursed. When he felt the python lunge at him, he drew his machete from his waist and was about to slash backward. But he was still a step too slow. The python moved with incredible speed, coiling around the iron pillar in an instant, then tightening its grip, preparing to strangle its prey before swallowing it whole. Oh shit! Ye Chen hadn't expected the snake to move so quickly. He had already drawn his sword and slashed at it without hesitation. Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared, and the python was instantly severed in two, but it was still wrapped around the iron pillar. Ye Chen did not stop. Although the 36 styles of Heavenly Gang Sword technique was only at the beginner level, when he used it, he was no different from a martial arts master. Ye Chen swung his horizontal sword repeatedly. In less than a breath, the python, which was more than 10 meters long, was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. The snake's head was also cut off and fell to the ground. To prevent it from retaliating, Ye Chen pinned the snake's head to the ground with a single stroke. Let's look at the iron pillar again. The 1.8-meter-tall man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Just now, when he was entangled by the python, he even saw his great-grandmother. Are you all right? It's nothing. Brother Chen, you saved me again, Tai Zhu said with lingering fear. He might not be so afraid of other wild beasts, but humans have an innate psychological fear of snakes. Even Ye Chen, upon seeing such a giant python, immediately chose to stand still. We can eat snake meat tonight. Ye Chen grinned and said, snake meat is tender and firm. I never had the chance to eat it before, but now I do. Snake meat. Tai Zhu looked at the broken snake pieces on the ground and got goosebumps all over his body. He felt a little guilty, especially since the snake bodies were still in pupae, writhing and turning. It took less than 15 minutes for the snakes to finally die. Ye Chen tied the snake meat together with rope, and while Tai Zhu wasn't paying attention, he threw several of the longer snake bodies directly into the system space. It's not that I wanted to take advantage of them, but this snake was over 10 meters long, and it would be too much trouble to carry it back. As for the system space, Ye Chen didn't even tell his 3 wives, so naturally he wouldn't tell Tai Zhu either. It's not that I don't trust you, but adults shouldn't blurt out everything at once. Everyone has their own secrets. Brother Chen, we've got too much prey already. If we keep going, we won't be able to carry it all. Why don't we go back? Tai Zhu was no longer afraid at this point, and he didn't even notice that much of the snake meat was missing. He simply tied up the snake meat, carried it on his back, and said, let's go back. Ye Chen also carried quite a lot of prey on his back, and said calmly. By the time the two returned to the village, it was already evening. When the villagers saw Ye Chen and Tai Zhu return with a full load of goods, they were all incredibly envious. Some people even ran over and knelt down in front of Ye Chen with a thud. This time, they weren't begging for food. Instead, they hoped Ye Chen would give them a chance to go hunting and eat meat with them. Brother Chen, can you take me with you when you go hunting in the future? I promise to give you half of the game I catch. Just take me with you. Brother Chen, I want to go hunting too. Can you teach me? Teach us. We're all from the same village. We should stick together and look out for each other when we're hunting. With one person taking the lead, the others followed suit, kneeling before Ye Chen and pleading. These people dared not go into the mountains on their own, because many villagers had gone into the mountains to hunt before and none of them had returned. Only Ye Chen could not only come back, but also return with a full load every time. Even professional hunters probably don't have Ye Chen's skills. Get the hell out of here. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't answer, Tai Zhu naturally understood what his elder brother was thinking. He kicked the leader of the group, yelling, hand over half? You think you can catch prey by following Brother Chen? Taking you along will not only scare away the prey, but also drag Brother Chen down. Get out of here. Tai Zhu knew how dangerous it was deep in the mountains. For the first time, I encountered a venomous snake and 2 blind bears. This is the second time I've encountered a python. Both times, Ye Chen saved him. If Ye Chen takes along this bunch of useless people, how many people will he have to take care of? Another question is, if they die in the mountains, will their parents ask Ye Chen for their return? Well done. Seeing Tai Zhu drive these people away, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. He truly is my good brother. He understands things very well. Both are burdens, But when Ye Chen is in danger, Taizhu will sacrifice himself to buy Ye Chen time. But what about the villagers who asked Ye Chen to take them hunting? Will they? Won't. So it's not that Ye Chen is stingy and doesn't want to take them hunting. Going into the deep mountains is a gamble with one's life, and Ye Chen has neither the time nor the energy to take care of a bunch of ungrateful wretches. If you don't want to teach, then don't teach. What's so great about it? Selfish. Who knows, you too might die in the mountains one day. Those villagers who were driven away didn't dare say anything to their faces, but once they were a few dozen meters away, they all started cursing and swearing. Little did they know, Ye Chen overheard all of these words. I'm just too lazy to bother with them. Chapter 44 The Cozy Stone House. Back at the Ye family stone house, the three women were all gathered around the stove, diligently sewing clothes. To keep warm, the stone house only has 2 small windows, making it quite dark inside. But it's late October now, and the temperature is already only a few degrees Celsius. The cold wind blows, making people's faces and hands ache. So Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, Gu Qinghan, and the others could only stay huddled in the house. Bai Zhirou is used to doing housework and is very skilled at cooking, washing clothes, sweeping, and sewing. But Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan are not so good at it. One is the apple of the eye of a wealthy family, and the other is the eldest princess of the great Yin kingdom. They have never lifted a finger before. Even though Bai Zhirou taught them very carefully, the two of them still got quite a few needle marks on their fingers. Don't rush, take your time. Bai Zhirou was carefully comforting her when a noise came from outside. It must be my husband returning. Lu Yi put down her needlework and skipped over to greet him. Of the 3 women, she was the most lively, so even though they all deeply loved Ye Chen, she was the most clingy. The footsteps are indeed those of my husband. Bai Zhirou and Gu Qinghan exchanged a glance, put down their needlework, and went out to greet Ye Chen. My ladies, I'm back. As Ye Chen closed the gate, he saw the 3 women come out of the house, happily opening their arms and saying, "Come here and give me a hug." They're here, they're here. Lu Yi happily skipped over, but the next second, seeing the sections of python hanging on Ye Chen's body, she was so frightened that she immediately retreated. Snake, snake. Wah, how can there be such a big python? Husband, quickly put him on the ground. I'm getting goosebumps. As she spoke, the little girl was almost in tears. My husband encountered a python. Bai Zhirou stared in astonishment at the python meat hanging on Ye Chen's body, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. After all, no woman is unafraid of snakes. Then, after looking Ye Chen up and down and seeing that he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even Gu Qinghan nervously clenched the hem of her clothes, wanting to step forward several times, but then giving up. Ye Chen nodded, tossed the pieces of python meat onto the large rock in the yard, and said, "This is good stuff. You've never eaten snake meat before, have you? We'll fry it and make a snake meat soup later. I guarantee you'll enjoy it." "I don't want to eat it, I want to eat chicken." Lu Yi was so frightened that she shrank back, shaking her head like a rattle drum, refusing to eat such a terrifying thing. "Let me process this snake meat first." Bai Zhirou took a deep breath, her proud chest heaving slightly as she tried to reach her fingers over. But when his fingers touched the smooth snake skin, he couldn't help but shudder, feeling as if all the hairs on his body stood on end. "I'll handle it." Ye Chen saw through her pretense and couldn't help but grin. He then handed over the pheasants and rabbits, saying, "You guys handle these chickens and rabbits, but I'll take care of the snake meat." Good, good. Bai Zhirou breathed a sigh of relief. Together with Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan, she picked up the pheasants and rabbits and went off to get busy. "Let's try making it first. If it really doesn't taste good, we won't force you ladies." Ye Chen looked at the snake meat on the ground and felt that it shouldn't be wasted, so he began to skin and process the snake meat. The fresh snake gallbladders were placed directly into the system space. This was only 1/3 of a python. Another third was in his system space, and the last third was given to Taizhu to take home. It was evening. Ye Chen cleaned the snake meat and put most of it into the outer jar. In this weather, the night acts like a natural refrigerator, preserving meat for a long time. The cut snake meat wasn't so scary anymore. It was handed over to Bai Zhirou to handle. Some were fried and eaten, while the rest were made into snake meat soup as Ye Chen requested. "It smells so good." Lu Yi's mouth watered at the aroma of the meat. "I'm going to eat a few more pieces later, hee. Don't you not eat snake meat?" Looking at her gluttonous expression, Ye Chen couldn't help but gently stroke her cute cheek. "We didn't know it smelled so good." Besides, it's not scary once it's chopped up. Lu Yi blushed and explained somewhat shyly. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. After teasing her for a while, he realized that Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan's injuries were both needle marks. The needle marks have stopped bleeding, but you can still see small, dark red wounds. You were stabbed so many times. Ye Chen took Lu Yi's small hand in his palm, then pulled Gu Qinghan's small hand over, and said with heartache, "Next time I'll take you to the city and have a tailor make you ready-made clothes. It's all because I didn't think it through. Actually, I've already learned almost everything." Lu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. She enjoyed being pampered by Ye Chen, but was also a little shy. She explained softly, "These were done this morning. They're much better by the afternoon. Husband, take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the garment she had sewn halfway and showed it to Ye Chen. Although it's not as good as Bai Zhirou's, the stitches are already quite good. Looking at Gu Qinghan, this princess who was skilled in swordsmanship was clearly not as good as Lu Yi. She pouted a little unconvinced. "The ladies are all wonderful. Here's a reward for them." Taking the opportunity, Ye Chen kissed them both on the cheek. Then, he kissed Bai Zhirou again. "It's time to eat." Bai Zhirou's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled faintly, saying, "This is my first time cooking snake meat. I don't know if it will taste good. Husband, please try it first." "Tasty." Ye Chen tried a piece and thought it was really good. The main reason was that Bai Zhirou was so virtuous, and even her cooking skills were so good. "Eat your fill." The three women gathered around the candlelight and began making clothes again. There were indeed few forms of entertainment in ancient times, and with it being a year of famine, Ye Chen didn't know what else to do besides working hard at night to have children. Qin Keqing immediately came to mind. Now Zhao Si's family has run out of food, and especially since Zhao Si has lost his prestige, he can no longer protect Qin Keqing. I need to think of a way to make Qin Keqing my wife. After all, Qin Keqing was a virgin before we had sex, and she got pregnant after just one time. Zhao Si is a good-for-nothing. We can't really let Qin Keqing starve to death with him, can we? Or be sold by Zhao Si. Ye Chen stroked his chin and began to think. He couldn't bring himself to forcibly take someone away, and the three ladies would despise him for it. However, if they wait until Zhao Si sells Qin Keqing before making a move, it will be torture for Qin Keqing, and she will suffer too much during that time. What should we do? For a moment, Ye Chen had no good ideas. Chapter 45, Selling a Wife. If I can't figure it out, I might as well stop thinking about it. It was soon late at night again. Ye Chen had no intention of letting the three women off the hook, since they didn't have to do heavy work during the day. Just tidy up the house, cook, and sew clothes. The three ladies also began to enjoy the taste, but they were worried about Ye Chen's health. "Don't worry, there's no need to worry about that." Ye Chen told his wives to dispel their doubts and not to overthink things. Of course, if they couldn't dispel their doubts, Ye Chen would also prove them with his actions. It wasn't until late at night that the three women finally understood that they didn't need to worry about Ye Chen's health. Instead, they should worry about their own. What a savage bull. A tireless bull. The fields have been ruined by plowing. The next day, Ye Chen felt refreshed and thought life was full of meaning. Then, out of habit, I opened my system. Ye Chen, Constitution 49, Strength 49, Speed 51, Endurance 50. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife technique, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. It's already about 10 times the physical strength of an average person. Unfortunately, Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan still show no signs of having children. After getting up, Ye Chen saw that his wives were still sleeping, so he tiptoed out of the stone house, locked the door, and went out. As if by some strange twist of fate, he ended up at the home of the village chief, Zhao Si. Without knocking, he used his powerful physique to scale the walls and reach the rooftop. Like in a martial arts novel, a tile was pulled out. Sure enough, they saw Zhao Si and Qin Keqing inside the house. "My wife, will you listen to me?" The two seemed to be discussing something. Qin Keqing sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Zhao Si, looking like she didn't want to talk to him. Zhao Si knelt on the ground, a fawning and embarrassed smile on his face, and said guiltily, "We have no food left at home. I'll send you to Master Zhao's house to be his concubine. After you marry him, you'll live a life of luxury, and I'll get some money to survive. Right, my wife? I haven't touched you all these years. If you stay with me, you'll only be living a life of widowhood. This won't do you any harm, will it?" Is this old man already planning to sell his wife? Ye Chen had already anticipated that Zhao Si would sell Qin Keqing. After all, he was a eunuch, and buying Qin was just a way to cover up his shame. Now that we've lost our food and our dignity, what's the point of having a wife who's useless? We definitely have to sell it. Ye Chen hadn't expected Zhao Si to turn on him so quickly. In just one day, he was already planning to sell Qin to the wealthy Zhao family in Xining County. You're so beautiful and a virgin, Master Zhao will definitely treat you well. It'll be a better life for you than living with me. Zhao Si continued to persuade her, not daring to anger Qin. If this woman got angry and told everyone in the village that he, Zhao Si, was a eunuch, he would be unable to stay in the village at all. Qin bit her lip and remained silent. If Zhao Si had brought this up a couple of days earlier, she might have gritted her teeth and agreed. But now that she has given herself to Ye Chen, if she is really sold to Master Zhao, what will happen to her once he finds out she is not a virgin? Zhao Si won't want me anymore then. There was another reason she kept to herself. Ye Chen had appeared at a crucial moment yesterday and saved her. At that moment, she finally experienced the feeling of being moved, which made Ye Chen the only thing on her mind, and she even dreamed about him last night. Say something. Seeing that Qin hadn't spoken, Zhao Si gradually lost patience, and his expression began to turn fierce. I don't want to marry Master Zhao. After taking a deep breath, Qin said firmly, you have no choice but to marry him. Seeing that his gentle approach wasn't working, Zhao Si simply stopped pretending and shouted, you have no real feelings for me, and I have no interest in women. Now I have no money or food to support you, so you'd better behave and you won't suffer any physical pain. Zhao Si, you're not a man. Qin cursed. I wasn't a man to begin with. Zhao Si was hit where it hurt. He looked around, then picked up a thick hemp rope and said, in this world, I'm not the only one selling wives. You're so beautiful. I can't use you, and I don't want to keep you. If I don't sell you, what other way is there? His mouth kept moving, and it was unclear whether he was trying to persuade Qin or to convince himself, to make himself feel more at ease. Then, he grabbed Qin's wrist and prepared to tie her up. Let me go? Let me go. Qin struggled desperately, trying to run outside. But how could a woman like her break free? I don't want to marry Master Zhao. Zhao Si, let me go. I'm not merchandise. I can't be sold. Please let me go. Qin was already crying in distress. She knew that she would definitely not have a good life after being sold. Moreover, that Master Zhao doesn't have a good reputation. She struggled desperately, thinking to herself, if only Ye Chen could appear right now. Bang! Just then, Ye Chen kicked open the door to Zhao Si's house and walked in with a cold look in his eyes. Ye Chen. Upon seeing this little troublemaker in the village, Zhao Si subconsciously stopped what he was doing and took 2 steps back. His intuition told him that Ye Chen was very angry, and that it was because of what he had just done. Ye Chen. Qin was rescued again, and at this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She immediately threw herself into Ye Chen's arms, crying, save me, save me. Zhao Si is going to sell me to the county, to be Zhao Yuanwai's concubine. I don't want to be sold there and abused. Don't worry, no one can sell you. Ye Chen pressed Qin's shoulder with his hand, and only after she calmed down did he turn his gaze to Zhao Si. That one glance was enough to make Zhao Si's legs go weak, and he almost knelt down. Ye Chen. Zhao Si was a spineless coward to begin with. He swallowed hard several times before saying nervously, What are you doing at my house? I'm selling my wife. It's none of your business, is it? Did I save her yesterday so you could sell her for a good price? Ye Chen questioned him in an icy voice. No. Zhao Si's eyes darted around as he watched Ye Chen approach step by step, and he could only retreat in a panic. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, Zhao Si's body hit the wall, and he had nowhere left to retreat. I won't sell it anymore, okay? Zhao Si was genuinely scared. He knew Ye Chen was no pushover and didn't dare to reason with him, so he could only back down. No. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen uttered those 2 words directly. For a moment, Zhao Si was completely confused. Qin, who had just relaxed, was on edge again. Her pretty face was full of tension as she looked at Ye Chen. What exactly is he trying to do? Chapter 46. I'll buy it. No. Zhao Si was stunned for a moment, suddenly not understanding what Ye Chen meant. Master Zhao does not have a good reputation. Ye Chen withdrew his gaze, stared at Zhao Si, and said in a chilling tone, by selling Qin over there, you're not giving her a way to survive. You're pushing her into a fire pit. You're sending her to her death. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Since you want to sell, then sell it to me. Ye Chen interrupted his nonsense, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, the air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Keqing suddenly raised her head, and her originally dull eyes instantly burst forth with a bright light. It's like a drowning person grabbing onto the only piece of driftwood. Forget about being reserved. She staggered over and gripped Ye Chen's clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. You want me? She was afraid she had misheard. Otherwise, what would I be doing here? Ye Chen said, somewhat speechlessly. What a stupid woman. Zhao Si, who was standing to the side, had been there for a long time before his eyes started darting around. He looked Ye Chen up and down. So, this kid has taken a liking to his wife. However, Ye Chen has recently become a prominent figure in the village, going into the mountains every day and never leaving empty-handed. He must have stocked up on a lot of good stuff at home. I heard that his 3 beautiful wives are all well-fed and plump. It doesn't matter who you sell to. Selling it to Ye Chen might allow us to make an extra profit. Zhao Si's bitter face instantly relaxed, replaced by a shrewd and ingratiating expression. He rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, saying, Oh, you should have said so earlier. We're all from the same village, we know each other well, and we shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Ye Chen ignored his attempts to get close and simply looked at him coldly. Name the price. Hey. Zhao Si held up one finger. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, gritted his teeth and made an outrageous demand. 30 caddies of fine rice. Plus 30 caddies of meat. Brother Yi, you know, my wife Keqing is a renowned beauty in the surrounding villages, still a virgin. Anyway, once Qin Keqing marries him, the fact that she doesn't have that thing will be found out. So they simply told Ye Chen that Qin Keqing was still a virgin. He almost let slip that Qin Keqing was still a virgin, but quickly swallowed his words. After all, he couldn't possibly admit to being impotent. 30 caddies of polished rice, plus 30 caddies of meat. Ye Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Zhao Si, are you starving? Clang. A crisp sound. Ye Chen slammed the horizontal sword at his waist, scabbard attached, heavily onto the dilapidated Immortal table. The dull thud made Zhao Si shudder and almost wet his pants on the spot. He stared in horror at the knife, then at Ye Chen's cold, emotionless eyes, and felt a gurgling sound in his throat, as if he had a chicken bone stuck in it. What kind of world is this? A chaotic world. Ye Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the scabbard, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound, each tap feeling like a blow to Zhao Si's heart. Outside, people are even resorting to cannibalism, and human life is as cheap as grass. Even Master Zhao wouldn't give you 30 caddies of fine rice and 30 caddies of meat. Moreover, bandits will soon be rampant on the roads. Do you think you can even make it to Xining County? That's not wrong. When Zhao Si went to the county to inquire about relief grain, he was accompanied by several men from the village. Now, he's all alone, leading the beautiful Qin Keqing. He'll probably be targeted by human traffickers as soon as he leaves the village. Then, Brother Yi, how much do you want? 10 caddies of snake meat, 10 caddies of brown rice. Ye Chen knew very well that a woman as beautiful as Qin Keqing would be valuable even in a famine. The reason Ye Chen traded a cornbread for Lu Yi was because Lu Yi had caught a cold and no one could cure her, which is why Ye Chen was able to get her by chance. This is far too little. Zhao Si wore a bitter expression, his heart bleeding. Not enough. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and said coldly, You can't go to Xining County by yourself. Believe me, if you wait a few more days, I can get a wife for free. This sentence completely shattered Zhao Si's last psychological defenses. Sell. I'll sell. Zhao Si slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon, nodding repeatedly. The price Brother Yi quoted. 10 caddies of snake meat and 10 caddies of coarse rice. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing trembled slightly, feeling a mix of chill, relief, and anticipation. Compared to Zhao Si, who is 40 years old and doesn't have that thing, Ye Chen is like a hot commodity. Even if Ye Chen treated her badly, Qin Keqing felt she could accept it. At least she wouldn't have to live a life of widowhood every day. Draw up a written agreement. Ye Chen didn't waste any words and told him to bring paper and pen and write down the evidence. The content is simple. From this day forward, Qin Keqing will sell herself to Ye Chen as his wife and concubine, and will have no further connection with Zhao Si. After writing it down, Zhao Si signed his name, bit his finger until it bled, and then pressed his fingerprint down heavily. These things are for you. As if by magic, Ye Chen took out snake meat and brown rice from the system space and threw them directly onto the table. I conveniently saved the document to the system space. Meat, meat. Looking at the glistening snake meat, Zhao Si couldn't help but swallow hard. Then he looked at the brown rice in the bag and hugged the rice and meat to his chest like a miser. All the food in his house had been stolen, and now these 10 pounds of snake meat and 10 pounds of brown rice were the only food that could keep him alive through the winter. Qin Keqing looked at Zhao Si with utter disgust. She had been married to Zhao Si for 2.5 years and had never seen him like her so much. Now that he had sold her, she felt no reluctance whatsoever. Instead, they regarded snake meat and brown rice as their lifeblood. Let's go. Ye Chen noticed Qin Keqing's emotions, reached out, and took her soft little hand, which was icy cold, and said, "From now on, you are my woman." As Ye Chen's warm, large hand covered her, Qin Keqing's sense of loss slowly dissipated. She looked into Ye Chen's eyes, which held no disdain or contempt, but rather a reassuring tenderness. The moment Qin Keqing stepped out of the Zhao family's house, the cold wind rushed towards her face, stinging her skin, but she felt very happy. Ye Chen took her hand and slowly walked towards the Yi family's stone house. The closer Qin Keqing got to the Yi family's stone house, the more uneasy she felt. You should know that Ye Chen has 3 beautiful wives. Bai Zhirou was a local, and Qin Keqing had known her for a long time. This woman was just as beautiful as herself, and even more so, hardworking, capable, gentle, and virtuous, the kind of wife and mother that every man dreamed of. Yi, this lady was bought by Ye Chen with a cornbread. She was on the verge of death when Ye Chen saved her. She was also an extremely beautiful woman, with a cute and obedient appearance. Even women would feel sorry for her because of her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She was a very well-behaved and lovable girl. Another woman, who was not well known, had only recently married Ye Chen, and no one knew her name yet. However, she was the most beautiful of the 3, and her aloof temperament made her seem like a noble lady, which put a lot of pressure on people. Will they accept themselves? Chapter 47 Number of Wives plus 1. Qin Keqing followed behind Ye Chen, her pace slowing down. My husband. She finally stopped and gently tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve with her fingers, which were red from the cold. What's wrong? Ye Chen turned around and saw that her eyes were slightly red, and she was gently biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, looking like a wronged but dared not speak out. Will my older sisters at home look down on me? Qin Keqing's voice was very soft, mainly because she genuinely lacked confidence. I was divorced by Zhao Si. My reputation is bad. I'm a divorcee. They are all innocent young women. I'm afraid. She lowered her head, not daring to look Ye Chen in the eye. In this era, a woman who has been divorced will be looked down upon. What do you mean by being divorced? I forced you to come back. Ye Chen pulled her into his arms and said gently, "Besides, I didn't treat you like merchandise. I made Zhao Si write the agreement so that I could bring you home openly and legitimately. And besides, do you think I wouldn't know whether you're a virgin or not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing's initial unease turned into shyness. It's absurd to think about it. Just 2 days ago, she lost her virginity to Ye Chen in a daze, all for the sake of eating meat. And it was given to them in the woods. I must have been crazy back then. They are all very nice people, and they will accept you just like I do. As Ye Chen spoke, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and even through her thick clothes, he could feel her amazing waist-to-hip ratio. Hearing Ye Chen say that, Qin Keqing nodded and was no longer so worried. Her voice was soft and sweet as she said, "I will listen to my husband." That's right. Ye Chen grinned, no longer giving her a chance to overthink, and bent down, scooped her up by her legs with one hand, and picked her up horizontally. My husband." Qin Keqing gasped, instinctively hooking her arms around Ye Chen's neck, burying her face in his chest in embarrassment. "Put me down quickly. Someone will see us." "Look if you want. I'm hugging my own wife. Who dares to say anything?" Ye Chen strode towards the stone house, his voice cheerful. "Let's go home." Inside the stone house, the stove was burning brightly. All 3 ladies were making clothes, and Lu Yi and Gu Qinghan's hands became more skillful, no longer pricking their fingers. Their pretty faces were flushed red from the fire, making them look very beautiful. Each woman had a faint smile on her face, a rare moment of peace and happiness in this year of famine. Hearing the door open, the 3 of them looked up at the same time. Ye Chen strode in, carrying a woman who was wrapped up tightly in his arms. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Louis's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were wide open. Bai Zhirou was also taken aback, and for a moment, she couldn't see clearly who Ye Chen was holding. Gu Qinghan's eyes were cold, yet filled with curiosity. Everyone was waiting for Ye Chen's explanation. Ye Chen put Qin Kuching down, took her hand openly, and stood in front of the three women. This is Qin Kuching. She will be a member of our family from now on. Qin Kuching lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, too nervous to even breathe. This doesn't belong to the village chief. Bai Zhirou recognized Qin Kuching and was even more surprised. That eunuch Zhao Si's family is running out of food, so he's going to sell Kuching. Ye Chen spoke calmly and without any guilt, saying directly, I couldn't bear it for a moment. As you all know, my husband doesn't have any other good qualities, except that he's soft-hearted and can't stand seeing the suffering in this world. Especially when he sees those beautiful young ladies who are displaced and homeless. He can't help but want to give them a home. It was precisely because I possessed such excellent qualities that I bought her with grain. After speaking, Ye Chen waited quietly for the lady's reply. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, Gu Qinghan. This is the first time I've ever seen someone talk about lust in such a righteous, noble, and selfless way. However, they were not angry, because all three women knew that in famine years when human life was as cheap as grass, women were treated like commodities. They are all women with tragic fates themselves. Why make things difficult for Qin Kuching? Bai Zhirou was the kindest of all, and upon hearing this, the surprise in her eyes slowly turned into pity. She put down her work, walked quickly to Qin Kuching, looked at the other's beautiful but haggard face, and took Qin Kuching's cold hand. Sister, now that we've entered this door, we're family. From now on, we sisters will support each other, and we'll get through this together. Qin Kuching's eyes welled up with tears, which almost spilled out. She had expected to be ostracized and treated coldly, but she never imagined she would be accepted so gently. Thank you, sister. Oh, it's no big deal. Lu Yi also jumped over and circled around Qin Kuching, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Unlike Bai Zhirou, she wasn't sentimental. Her thoughts were very simple. These past few nights, they've been thoroughly tormented by Ye Chen. That huge bull was incredibly energetic. Now that we have another sister, doesn't that mean we have one more person to share the burden? Sister is so beautiful. Lu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she said with a grin, My husband will definitely like you very much. Qin Kuching blushed deeply at her words and quickly waved her hands. No, I'm new here. I should call you elder sister. You are second elder sister, right? What second wife? Just call me Yi. Lu Yi is indeed the youngest. If ranked by age, she's the youngest sister. However, if ranked according to the order of entry into the family, she is indeed Ye Chen's second wife. It would be more appropriate to rank them according to the order in which they entered. At this moment, Gu Qinghan, who had been silent all along, also walked over, reached out and gently pinched Lu Yi's cheek, saying with a domineering air, Second sister, you can't call me that anymore. Oh, Lu Yi's face flushed instantly, and she dared not say anything more. Because of Gu Qinghan's royal and noble aura, not only did Qin Kuching feel pressured, but even Lu Yi and Bai Zhirou's auras were suppressed. Only Ye Chen remained nonchalant and completely unaffected. Then, Gu Qinghan looked at Qin Kuching and said calmly, Since your husband has brought you back, it means he has accepted you. In this world, it is not easy for a woman to live, and it is a blessing to have someone to rely on. As the eldest princess, she was used to her father's many wives and concubines, and was therefore the most accepting of men having multiple wives and concubines. As long as the man is capable and can protect his family, what does it matter if he has a few more women? Gu Qinghan turned to look at Ye Chen, a half-smile on her face. My husband is quite capable. He went out and picked up a great beauty. Hey. Ye Chen coughed lightly and said shamelessly, That's right, your husband has always been lucky. Well then, let's get down to business first. The system will only give rewards after the formal wedding ceremony. Ye Chen couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Chapter 48 BNK's Art. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying Qin Kuching. Rewards. BNK Medical Skill, Beginner, and Constitution +1, Strength +1, Speed +1, Endurance +1. BNK's medical skills include medical techniques, as well as the ability to administer and detoxify poisons, and a set of silver needles is included as a gift. A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Ye Chen's mind. Countless pieces of medical knowledge, like a brand, are deeply engraved in the depths of his memory. Ye Chen, in his previous life, was just a mediocre village doctor, but once the BNK medical skills entered his body, his medical skills became extraordinary. Now look at your system panel. Ye Chen, Constitution 50, Strength 50, Speed 52, Endurance 51. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife techniques, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. BNK's medical skills, beginner. My husband. A soft, gentle call pulled Ye Chen back to reality. My wife. Ye Chen gently lifted the red veil from Qin Keqing's head. Qin Keqing tilted her pretty face up slightly, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, her expression a mixture of shyness and excitement. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her stunningly beautiful face, revealing a breathtaking allure. Ye Chen couldn't help but swallow. The four women were all incredibly beautiful. If Ye Chen said that the system hadn't given him a cheat code, he wouldn't believe it himself. Although all four women were equally beautiful, their charms were completely different. Bai Zhirou and Qin Keqing are typical Eastern women, both young and beautiful, but one is virtuous and gentle, while the other is sexy and charming. Lu Yi is the cute and well-behaved type, with chubby cheeks and dimples when she smiles. She's the lowly type. Gu Qinghan is a typical aloof and mature woman, but fortunately, she has a warm heart, which is a bit of a contrast. This is a personality trait. Next, look at the differences in their appearances. Bai Zhirou's proudest feature is her breasts. They are truly magnificent. Lu Yi's proudest feature is her buttocks, which are shaped exactly like a heart. Gu Qinghan's proudest feature is her legs, which are long and strong. If she wore high heels, she could outlive Ye Chen. Qin Keqing's most prized feature was her waist, which was as supple as a water snake and utterly deadly. Without the leader, I would be dead tonight. Ye Chen thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction. Luckily, I had the foresight to make such a big and sturdy new bed. Husband, dinner is ready. Bai Zhirou's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. The square table was laden with steaming hot main dishes. Stewed pheasant until tender and falling off the bone, roasted rabbit legs sizzling with oil, sliced venison stir-fried with chili peppers, and a large bowl of fragrant snake meat soup. In this world where starvation is rampant, this table of food can only be described as luxurious. Qin Keqing sat at the table, looking at the plates of meat, and her throat involuntarily bobbed. She hadn't seen meat in far too long. Moreover, after Zhao Xi's family's grain was stolen yesterday, she had been hungry for a day and a night, and had only drunk a few sips of water. Eat up, don't be shy here. Ye Chen picked up a plump chicken leg and put it directly into Qin Keqing's bowl, then looked at the other wives. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Gu Qinghan remained silent. They could all see that Qin Keqing was very hungry. It was only natural that Ye Chen would give her special treatment. Qin Keqing's eyes reddened, and disregarding the heat, she grabbed a chicken leg and took a big bite. The oil burst in her mouth, and the aroma of meat filled her taste buds. This long-lost sense of satisfaction almost brought her to tears. She ate very quickly, not caring about her appearance at all. Her cheeks were bulging out. After taking a few bites, Qin Keqing's beautiful eyes, which were brimming with tears, finally couldn't hold back, and a few tears streamed down her face. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Lu Yi smiled and handed over a handkerchief, saying considerately, "You'll have meat to eat every day from now on, as much as you want." Although Gu Qinghan didn't say anything, he silently pushed the dishes towards Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing ate the meal with exceptional relish. Looking at the four ladies, each with their own unique charm, Ye Chen felt a surge of accomplishment. Bai Zhirou is plump and gentle, Lu Yi is charming and cute, Gu Qinghan is aloof and noble, and now there is the alluring Qin Keqing. This kind of life is something I wouldn't trade for even a god. After eating and drinking his fill, Ye Chen looked at the sky outside. The sun had just passed noon. It was still early. You all stay home and rest. Make sure to lock the doors and windows. Ye Chen stood up and put on his somewhat worn-out coat. I'm going to the county town. I'll be back before dark. By this time, Gu Qinghan had almost fully recovered, and there were several repeating crossbows hidden in the house. Therefore, Ye Chen was not worried about the safety of the four ladies. Going again, Bai Zhirou was a little worried. There's still food at home, so there's no need to go so often. It's not safe on the road. It's not about food. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Anyway, Don't worry, I'll definitely be back by dark. After all, I haven't consummated my marriage with my bride yet. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing's heart trembled, and her peach blossom eyes, which were veiled with a layer of mist, suddenly dared not look at Ye Chen. I'm just too shy. Slash, forward slash forward slash, slash omega slash, forward slash forward slash, slash. My husband, please return soon. After bidding farewell to his wives, Ye Chen left the village. With no one around, he exerted force with his feet, and his speed was 4 or 5 times faster than that of an ordinary person. He was just walking, not running. But the wind was whistling in his ears, and what would normally be a journey of nearly an hour was shortened to a quarter of an hour. We arrived in Xining County. Ye Chen easily found his way to the entrance of Yingxian Tower. With a thought, several pieces of python meat, as thick as thighs, appeared out of thin air on the ground. This thing takes up too much space. Snake meat is delicious, but you can't eat it every day. More importantly, food prices have been soaring, and once news of the emperor's death spreads, the world will be even more chaotic. Food will also become more expensive. Meat? I can go into the mountains to hunt. Even if the mountains are blocked by heavy snow, it won't matter. After all, I'm not an ordinary person. But grain can only be bought with money, or traded for with meat. So we need to store up some food. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Chen called out directly, "Manager Hu, the goods have arrived." By this time, it was past mealtime. The restaurant wasn't doing much business, and Hu Shoutsai was taking a nap when Ye Chen's shout woke him up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and ran out. When he saw the pieces of giant python flesh on the ground, still oozing blood, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My goodness! Brother Yi, did you kill the Dragon King's third son? Hu Shoutsai circled the snake meat several times, marveling. This snake is so thick, and still dripping with blood, it's incredibly fresh. This meat is also very nutritious. Absolutely very nutritious. Enough talk, name your price. Ye Chen leaned against the door frame, his expression indifferent. Hu Shoutsai stroked his mustache, his eyes darting around. He knew Ye Chen was a ruthless man. Those 2 bears had made him a fortune last time, so naturally he wouldn't dare to lower the price too much this time. This must weigh about 70 pounds, right? Hu Shoutsai estimated for a moment. Snake meat essence is expensive, but it's troublesome to process, and you have to remove the fishy smell. How about 25 taels of silver? Chapter 49. The watchdog is troublesome. This price is very reasonable. Make a deal. Ye Chen didn't dawdle. Taking advantage of Hu Shoutsai's inattention, he took out a few more rabbits and pheasants from the system. Those were the rabbits and pheasants that Ye Chen caught when he and Tai Zhu went hunting separately. There are actually 2 more nests of bird eggs in the space, but it's not worth selling them. And these pheasants and rabbits are worthless. Hu Shoutsai stroked his mustache, estimated the weight, and said, how about 5 taels of silver for these chickens and rabbits? Okay. Ye Chen also knew that pheasants and rabbits wouldn't fetch a good price, and 5 taels of silver in total was quite a lot. It's a little higher than the market price. If it weren't for the 2 bears and 8 bear paws I sold him before, Hu Shoutsai wouldn't have paid me so readily. Then it's settled. Hu Shoutsai was overjoyed and quickly told the shop assistant to weigh the meat and move it. He then deftly counted out 30 taels of silver and handed it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen returned 3 taels of silver. Same as always, get me a good meal and drinks. I want to take it with me. Okay, please wait a moment. While waiting for the food, Ye Chen idly checked out the system space. Upon seeing this, I couldn't help but slap my forehead. In the corner, the food that was packed up from Yingxianlu last time still lay quietly. Time stood still within the system space. The roast chicken was still steaming, as if it had just come out of the pot. My brain, I actually forgot. Ye Chen chuckled to himself. After packing up the food last time, he went to a brothel and encountered robbers on his way back, who then went on a killing spree. By the time I got home, I had completely forgotten about packing the food. Fortunately, time is frozen in the system space. Consider this as a reserve of food. When I go home this time, I'll send some to Taizhu. After all, he's my only good brother and my little brother. A short while later, Hu Shoutsai came out carrying 2 huge food boxes. Ye Chen took the food box, left Yingxian Tower, found a secluded corner, tossed it into his spatial storage, and then went to the cloth shop. They bought some cloth for Qin Keqing to make clothes. After thinking about it, I bought 2 more pairs of shoes for her and Gu Qinghan, and 1 pair for myself, and put them in my space. Only then did he walk back, completely satisfied. As I passed by the county government office, I noticed a large crowd gathered there, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. This Master Zhao is desperate and grasping at straws. He's posted the notice for 3 days now, and still no one has answered. Who would dare to expose that? She's Master Zhao's daughter. If things go wrong, wouldn't Master Zhao kill us? I heard that the young lady is sick in a strange way. She is cold all over, no matter how many layers of quilts she is covered with. She has seen many doctors, but she is not getting better. What a pity about the reward of 100 taels of silver and 200 caddies of grain. Ye Chen paused in his steps. 100 taels of silver? 200 caddies of grain. I heard that this old man is incredibly wealthy, one of the richest families in Xining County. I never imagined he would have a daughter with a strange illness. Ye Chen stroked his chin, a playful smile curving his lips. Having just acquired BNK's medical skills, I was worried about not having a place to practice them, and this has come to my doorstep. He squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the notice. The notice was written on fine Xian paper, with neat handwriting, and the Zhao family's bright red seal was affixed at the bottom. The rewards section clearly states, 100 taels of silver and 200 caddies of fine rice. In this year of famine, when corpses littered the fields and people were starving to death everywhere, 200 caddies of fine rice were enough to drive countless people mad. Although the people around were envious, no one dared to step forward. After all, Master Zhao has a bad reputation, and offending him would be far worse than starving to death. Ye Chen glanced at the description of the illness on the notice. The cold evil had entered the body and had not healed for a long time, causing the patient to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and become delirious. I have a general idea of what's going on. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward and reached out to tear down the notice. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, a bystander immediately shouted, "That's a notice from the Zhao family. If you take it down, you have to go and get treatment. If you can't get treatment, you could die. You're so young. Do you even know medicine?" Exactly. Don't risk your life for that little bit of bounty. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Those around them also mocked and ridiculed them. Ye Chen ignored him, grabbed a corner of the notice, and pulled hard. Sizzle. Holding the notice, Ye Chen folded it up, gripped it in his hand, and glanced at the crowd. The idler felt a chill run down his spine when Ye Chen's sharp gaze swept over him. He shrank back and muttered, "Good advice is useless against a damned ghost. You're asking for it. No one's stopping you." Ye Chen ignored these narrow-minded people, rolled up the notice, and strode towards the Zhao residence. The Zhao family mansion is located on the east side of the county town, with vermilion gates and high walls, and 2 majestic stone lions at the entrance. Even during this famine year, 2 servants dressed in close-fitting clothes still stood at the entrance of the Zhao residence, their hands on their waist knives, giving off an air of "keep away, strangers." Ye Chen walked up the steps. "Stop." A servant stepped forward, blocking Ye Chen's path. He sized Ye Chen up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Where did this beggar come from? How dare you trespass on the Zhao residence? Get lost. Ye Chen wasn't annoyed. He simply raised his hand slowly and waved the torn-off notice in his hand. "I'm here to treat your young lady's illness." The servant was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You? Cure illnesses? Ha ha ha. If you can cure illnesses, I could be the imperial physician. Take a piss and look at your own pathetic state." Another servant also said with a mocking look, "Get out of here, or I'll break your legs." It's not that they looked down on Ye Chen. Actually, Ye Chen's attire was quite clean, and his clothes were neat, but he didn't look like a famous doctor at all. Dressed in linen clothes, he looked like a country person. It's important to know that doctors in ancient times held a very high status. Especially renowned doctors, who all had social standing and were respected by scholars, were comparable to famous figures. With Ye Chen dressed like that, even a doctor would probably be. Well, let's just say he's not a doctor. Damn it, they look down on people. Ye Chen cursed at the servant and said, "You're just a watchdog. I've accepted the proclamation. You can go and report to your master. If your master doesn't believe me, I'll just leave. It's not your place to bark here. You fucking asking for a beating." Although the servant's status was not high, it was still because the Zhao family's status was not high. In the eyes of outsiders, even the Zhao family's dog had a higher status than ordinary people. Who does this kid in front of me think he is? You dare to insult me? The servant grew angrier the more he thought about it. He pulled out a short stick from his waist and said fiercely to Ye Chen, "Kid, you dare to insult me? I'll beat you half to death first, and see if you can heal yourself." Chapter 50 Zhao Yuanwai. Call. The short stick, carrying a strong gust of wind, headed straight for Ye Chen's face. This servant is extremely ruthless and has obviously done this kind of bullying in his spare time. If this blow lands squarely, an ordinary person would surely have their brains splattered. Ye Chen stood still, without moving an inch, not even blinking. Just as the short stick was less than 3 inches from his nose, he moved. With a slight shift of his body, the powerful blow grazed the corner of Ye Chen's clothes and missed the target. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen's right leg shot out like a whip, as fast as lightning, and kicked the servant hard in the abdomen. Bang! A dull, loud bang. Before the servant could even scream, he was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the vermilion gate with a loud bang before sliding down the door panel. He clutched his stomach, his face turning a deep liver color. He opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to inhale, but could only spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with bile. His body was curled up like a shrimp, unable to get up for a long time. The entire room fell silent. Another servant, who was about to draw his sword to help, froze in midair, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. One kick and an adult is sent flying? How powerful is this? Moreover, he stood still at the beginning, and then at the last moment, he launched a sudden and decisive counterattack, killing the opponent in one fell swoop. This kid is a trained fighter, and he's ruthless enough to strike with deadly precision. Another servant nervously swallowed, and when he saw Ye Chen staring at him coldly, he quickly withdrew his knife in fright. Even their attitude has undergone a complete 180-degree turn. Sir, although we are all gatekeepers, I am not as despicable as this kid. Do I need to repeat myself? Go and report it. Ye Chen withdrew his leg, patted off non-existent dust from his clothes, and coldly swept his gaze over the dumbfounded servant, saying in a cold voice, Yes, I'll go and report right away. What's all the noise about? Don't you know there's a sick person in the manor? Just then, the door creaked open. A plump, middle-aged man wearing a dark purple brocade robe came out. He was about 40 years old, with sallow skin, a face full of fat, and a belly so big it looked like he was 6 months pregnant. When he walked, the fat on his face jiggled. This man was none other than Zhao Zhirou, the richest man in Xining County. Master, he said he came to treat Mrs. Illness. The servant quickly spoke up. As for the injured one, he is now lying on the ground, still breathing, but unconscious. Zhao glanced at the half-dead servant lying on the ground, then at Ye Chen, who remained calm. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his small eyes, which were squeezed into slits by fat. Did you injure my men? Zhao Zhirou had a deep voice, and although he had a comical appearance, his aura as someone who had been in a high position for many years was not to be underestimated. This dog bites people randomly. I'll discipline it for you. Ye Chen waved the notice in his hand. I'm here to accept the notice and get medical treatment. Is this how the Zhao family treats its guests? Treatment. Zhao Zhirou looked Ye Chen up and down. Too young. He looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in coarse linen clothes. Although they were washed clean, he didn't look like a skilled healer at all. In the past, those who took on the challenge were all old men with long white beards, carrying medicine chests and exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. Kid, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Zhao Zhirou snorted coldly, and 7 or 8 guards wielding sticks surged out from behind him, glaring menacingly at Ye Chen. My daughter's illness is beyond even the skill of Dr. Li from Huachuntang in the county. What makes you think you can cure her? If you don't believe me, I'll leave right now. Ye Chen didn't tolerate him, threw the notice on the ground, and turned to leave. Etc. Zhao Zhirou hadn't expected this young man to act so unpredictably. Thinking of his daughter's life hanging in the balance, he could only say, I'll trust you this once. If you cure her, the reward will double, and I, Zhao Zhirou, will personally host a banquet to apologize. If you don't, or if you're just here to swindle. Humph, be careful, your life might be in danger. Lead the way. Ye Chen was too lazy to waste words. He was after the grain and silver, so since Zhao Zhirou said he would double the amount, he would satisfy him again. After passing through several corridors, we arrived at an exquisite embroidered building in the backyard. Before even entering the house, a bone-chilling cold swept over me, as if the house contained a block of ancient ice. Push the door open and enter. There were 4 or 5 braziers in the room, the charcoal burning bright red, but they still couldn't dispel the chill. Beside the bed, a beautifully dressed woman was wiping away tears with a handkerchief, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Seeing Zhao Dezhu enter, she quickly stood up, her voice hoarse. Master, what should we do? Linger's body is getting colder and colder. Madam, please don't cry. I found a doctor to take a look. Zhao Dezhu patted his wife's hand, signaling Ye Chen to step forward. Doctor. The beautiful woman frowned, sharing the same thought as everyone else. Such a young doctor? Perhaps the husband, in his haste, called the wrong person. However, she didn't say anything, but simply wiped away the tears on her face and made room for herself by the bed. Now, all we can do is try anything, even if it seems hopeless. We can only hope that this young man is truly capable, or that we'll just stumble upon a miracle. As long as we can save our daughter, anything is possible. Ye Chen walked to the bedside, and his gaze fell on the girl on the couch. With just one glance, he exclaimed inwardly in amazement. Zhao Dezhu looks like a potato that has come to life, but I never expected his daughter to be so beautiful. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Ye Chen instantly understood. Yes, he took after his mother. He completely avoided inheriting any of his father's genes. The girl appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, covered with a thick brocade quilt, revealing only her small, palm-sized face. Although her face was pale and bloodless due to illness, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was straight and upturned, and although her lips were a little purple, they were beautifully shaped and full enough to make you want to kiss them. Her eyes were closed, her long, curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Have you seen enough? Seeing Ye Chen staring blankly at his daughter, Zhao Dezhu coughed in displeasure. Ye Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. Of the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, observation is the first step. Your daughter's complexion is indeed a sign that the cold has penetrated to the bone. As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on the girl's slender wrist. It feels icy cold to the touch, as if I were touching a block of ice. The pulse was deep and thin, slow and difficult to feel, indicating that the cold and damp energy in the body was stagnant in the dantian and was eroding towards the heart meridian along the meridians. A moment later, Ye Chen withdrew his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. How about it? Zhao Dezhu and his wife asked in unison, their eyes filled with hope and tension. This is not an illness. Ye Chen stood up, his tone resolute. It's poison. Poison. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were shocked. Impossible. Linger never leaves the house, and her daily life is taken care of by special people. How could she be poisoned? Madame Zhao shook her head repeatedly. How would I know? Seeing the two men's puzzled looks, Ye Chen said speechlessly, I'm here to treat patients, not to solve cases. Why your daughter was poisoned? Who poisoned her? That's none of my business. You can investigate it yourselves. I'm only here to save lives and collect money and food. Chapter 51 Acupuncture to Save Lives. These words stunned both Zhao Dezhu and his wife. That is indeed the case. He's just a doctor. All he needs to do is treat illnesses. As for how his daughter got poisoned, that's something they need to investigate. Then, is there any hope for my woman? Madame Zhao's voice was trembling. Have. Ye Chen nodded and said, now that I've discovered the cause of her illness, I have a way to save her. Please, miracle healer, save my daughter. Before Ye Chen could finish speaking, Madame Zhao knelt down before him with a thud, pleading, as long as you can save Linger, we, your husband and I, will grant you whatever you desire. Little divine doctor, please save Linger. Madam, please get up. Ye Chen bent down and helped her up, saying, saving your daughter isn't actually that difficult. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Dezhu, his expression becoming serious. But I have a condition. Tell me. I'll agree to anything, not just 1, but 10 or 100. Zhao Dezhu is now gradually beginning to believe in Ye Chen. I will use acupuncture, employing the burning mountain fire technique, to force out the cold poison from her body. Ye Chen pointed to the girl on the bed and explained seriously. But this acupuncture technique is extremely dangerous. It requires acupuncture at 36 major acupoints on the whole body, and there can be no clothing in the way. The air in the room froze instantly. Zhao Dezhu's fat face stiffened abruptly. Then he flew into a rage. What did you say? You want me to take off all my clothes? You bastard. Zhao Dezhu grabbed Ye Chen by the collar, his eyes wide, and roared. You little brat. You want to take advantage of my daughter? She's a virgin. You want her to strip naked for you? I'll chop you up right now. Madame Zhao was also deathly pale, her eyebrows furrowed again, and she covered her mouth, at a loss for what to do. In ancient times, a woman's chastity was more important than her life. If a strange man saw her naked, how could she ever get married? Ye Chen remained expressionless, letting Zhao Dezhu grab his collar. His eyes were calm as still water, even carrying a hint of mockery. Master Zhao, do you want your daughter's innocence or her life? You. Zhao Dezhu was furious. In a doctor's eyes, there are only patients, not men and women. If you think I'm taking advantage of you, then fine, goodbye. After saying that, Ye Chen slapped Zhao Dezhu's hand away and turned to leave. That was incredibly decisive and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, etc. Before he had taken 3 steps, he heard Zhao Dezhu's trembling voice behind him. Ye Chen stopped walking without turning around. Zhao Dezhu seemed to age 10 years in an instant, and his whole body collapsed. He looked at his daughter, who was barely breathing on the bed, then at Ye Chen, who had a resolute expression, and finally gritted his teeth. Get out, all of you. Zhao Dezhu shouted at the maids inside the house and the guards at the door. Keep them all outside. You damn well better not let a single fly out. Master, Madame Zhao was still hesitating. Do you want to watch Linger die? Zhao Dezhu roared, his eyes red. Despite being a self-made man, Master Zhao was shrewd and decisive, even though he was attracted to a rough middle-aged man. Aye. Madame Zhao glanced at her pale-faced daughter on the bed. Her life force was growing weaker and weaker. Many doctors had been consulted, but none of them could do anything about it, and they couldn't even explain the cause. Ye Chen was the first doctor to reveal the cause of Zhao Linger's illness. Although there's no way to prove whether Ye Chen's words are true or false, at least there's a glimmer of hope, isn't there? I can't just stand by and watch my daughter die, can I? Zhao Dezhu walked up to Ye Chen, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply. Divine Doctor, I was reckless just now. As long as Linger can be saved, I'd give anything, even half of my fortune, let alone take off my clothes. But let me make this clear from the start. He raised his head, a ruthless glint in his eyes. If you can't be cured, or if you take the opportunity to do something shameful, I guarantee you won't be able to leave the Zhao family. Rest assured. Ye Chen turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. I have professional ethics. Madam, let's go. After saying that, the middle-aged couple walked out, turning back every few steps, and closed the door behind them. Although Zhao Dezhu is barbaric, he really loves this daughter. After the door closed, Ye Chen looked at the girl on the bed and murmured to himself. Inside the room, only Ye Chen and the unconscious Miss Zhao remained. The charcoal crackled and popped. Ye Chen walked to the bedside, looked at that stunningly beautiful face, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions. I'm sorry. He reached out and slowly unbuttoned the girl's collar. After unbuttoning 2 buttons, you can see the girl's charming collarbone, the kind of beautiful, eye-shaped collarbone. I thought it was a flat-chested airport, but I didn't expect it to be so interesting. Ye Chen was surprised to find that Zhao Linger was not only beautiful, but also had a first-class figure. Her delicate body, as perfect as white jade, was gradually revealed to the air. When Manhua created humans, she was definitely quite biased. Ye Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen many beautiful women, but most of them had pretty faces but average figures, while those with stunning figures had rather ordinary faces. It was only after he transmigrated that he encountered 4 unexpected events: Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, Gu Qinghan, and Qin Keqing. Zhao Linger was the 5th unexpected person. Ye Chen felt a burning sensation in his nose and quickly repeated to himself several times, calm down, I have professional ethics. Madame Zhao's genes are truly amazing. Although I have professional ethics, I'm also a man, so I have to check carefully, otherwise what if I give the wrong needle? Ye Chen kept muttering to himself, reminding himself that he was there to save people. He flipped his wrist, and several silver needles appeared between his fingers. The first needle was firmly inserted into the Tanzhong acupoint on the girl's chest. Miss Zhao, still unconscious, let out a very weak, yet painful whimper. Her voice was soft and sweet, sounding especially alluring in the quiet room. Fortunately, BNK's medical skills kept Ye Chen's hand steady. Otherwise, with his previous mediocre medical skills, the sound he made just now would have made him misalign his needle. This is the biggest test. He gave a wry smile, forcibly composed himself, and continued administering the acupuncture. As each silver needle fell, wisps of visible white, chilling air rose gently from the needle's tip. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Ye Chen's forehead. The method of burning the mountain fire is extremely mentally taxing, and coupled with the vivid and fragrant scene before one's eyes, it is simply a double torment to both body and mind. Just as Ye Chen was about to administer the final needle, the girl on the bed suddenly trembled a few times. Then, those clear, bright eyes slowly opened. Their eyes met. She is indeed beautiful. She is even more captivating after opening her eyes. Ye Chen couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Linger woke up groggily, looked at the unfamiliar man in front of her, felt a chill on her body, and subconsciously looked down. The air seemed to freeze completely at that moment. The next second, a scream loud enough to pierce the roof echoed throughout the entire Zhao mansion. Outside the door, Zhao Daiju and his wife, who had been eavesdropping, trembled with fright and were about to rush in. Chapter 52 Awakening. Outside the door, Zhao Daiju's fleshy hand was already pressed against the door frame, and he looked like an enraged wild boar, ready to rush in at any moment. Madame Zhao also turned pale, clutching her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, etc. Just as Zhao Daiju was about to break down the door, his mind, which had been clouded by anger, suddenly cleared up, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. The inertia was so great that his fat body trembled 3 times. He grabbed Madame Zhao, who was about to rush inside, with such force that he almost pulled her down. "Master, why are you pulling me? Linger is calling." Madame Zhao was so anxious that her voice cracked as she desperately tried to break free, shouting, "That scoundrel is definitely bullying Ling. Don't go in. Whatever you do, don't go in." Zhao Daiju stood firmly in the doorway, and his small eyes, squeezed into slits by his fat, suddenly shone with a light called ecstasy. He was panting heavily, pointing at the tightly closed door, his voice trembling. "Madam, listen, that's Linger's voice. That's Linger calling." Madame Zhao was stunned and froze on the spot. "Yes, it's Linger calling." Linger was in a coma for half a month, lying on the bed like a living dead person, her breathing so weak that it was almost impossible to breathe. Forget screaming. It's impossible for him to even make a sound normally. Previously, we had asked so many people for help, but Zhao Linger was helpless and had no way to deal with it. He's alive. He's really alive. Madame Zhao's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face even more fiercely. But this time, they were tears of joy. Zhao Daiju wiped away the tears streaming down his old face, pressed his ear to the crack in the door like a thief eavesdropping, and muttered, "May our ancestors protect us. May our ancestors protect us." Inside the house, the atmosphere was both enchanting and awkward. As soon as Zhao Linger let out that scream, a warm hand covered her mouth. "Shoo." Ye Chen put his other hand to his lips, making a shushing gesture. "Young miss, if your shout attracts people from outside and they see you like this, you'll never be able to get married." "Oh." Zhao Linger trembled in fright. Her pupils dilated instantly, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. "I'm a doctor. I'm giving you acupuncture," Ye Chen said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger looked down. She saw that her body was covered with long and short silver needles, and she finally realized that she seemed to have been unconscious for a long time. Ugh, ugh. Because she wasn't wearing any clothes, she was filled with shame and indignation and struggled desperately to get into bed. "Don't move." At this critical moment when acupuncture is being performed, moving around could be fatal. "I am the doctor, and you are the patient." In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between men and women. This is just a physical body. Ye Chen spoke in a serious tone, as if he really wasn't interested in women and that women would only affect his acupuncture speed. Actually, her eyes were still sneaking around, and the breath she exhaled from her nose was steaming hot. Zhao Linger was intimidated by him and dared not move. She looked at Ye Chen with her beautiful, watery eyes, feeling wronged, and gently nodded her head. "If you're really shy, just close your eyes." Ye Chen looked at Zhao Linger's shy appearance, her face as red as a ripe apple, and couldn't help but find it amusing. "What's the use of closing your eyes? You still saw everything." Zhao Linger muttered softly, her voice barely audible, tinged with a sob. However, she still obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly, revealing her inner turmoil. That look was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, deceiving itself into thinking that as long as I can't see you, you can't see me. This girl does resemble Lu Yi from back home a bit. The only difference is that Lu Yi is naive and innocent, while this Miss Zhao is charming and adorable. As time goes on, The heat flow within the body becomes stronger. The chill that had seeped into the bone was being dispelled by a domineering heat. Zhao Ling felt as if she had been thrown into a furnace. Her whole body was burning hot, and sweat was sliding down her skin. It's so hot. How much longer? She couldn't help but shift her body, groaning in discomfort. Just bear with it for another quarter of an hour. Ye Chen stared at the acupoints on her body and saw that black, foul-smelling beads of sweat were constantly seeping from the needle tips, which was a sign that the cold poison in her body was being forced out. What disease do I have? Zhao Linger closed her eyes and tried to distract herself by talking, whispering. I feel like I slept for a very, very long time and had a very long and cold dream. It's not an illness, it's poisoning. Poisoning. Zhao Linger suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Ye Chen in shock, even forgetting her current predicament. How is this possible? Everything I eat and use is personally arranged by my parents. How should I know? I'm just a doctor, not a detective. Ye Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this family of three, asking such stupid questions? I don't know you. How would I know who wants to poison you? Zhao Linger was stunned, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes, and she didn't have time to think about what detective meant. All right, it's almost time. Ye Chen didn't give her much time to think. With a flick of his wrist, he removed the silver needles one by one with lightning speed. As the last silver needle left her body, Zhao Linger felt a lightness in her body and felt much more comfortable all over. Even my limbs and bones felt very comfortable. Ye Chen used a towel to wipe the liquid off the silver needles and stored them directly in the system space. Seeing that the young lady was still in a daze, probably thinking about how she was poisoned, Ye Chen sighed helplessly. Then he walked over, pulled the blanket next to him, and covered her snow-white body with it. He then pulled down the bed curtains, preparing to call Zhao Zhirou and his wife in. Oh, Zhao Linger finally came to her senses and realized that the silver needles on her body had been removed, yet she had been so foolish as to not know to quickly cover herself with the blanket. Zhao Linger, you are so incredibly stupid. The girl's face turned even redder still. Even though the silver needles had been removed, her face was burning hot, and her ears were hot too. The door opened. Zhao Zhirou and his wife, who had been waiting at the door, were overjoyed to see Ye Chen and eagerly asked, Divine Doctor, how is my daughter? How is she now? You've already called me a miracle doctor. If I can't save your daughter, wouldn't I lose face? Because of Zhao Zhirou and his wife's deep love for their daughter, Ye Chen's attitude towards them improved somewhat, and he spoke with a faint smile. Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Zhao Zhirou and his wife expressed their gratitude several times. Then, Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but ask, Divine Doctor, may I go in and see Ling? Chapter 53, 3 more times. Go in, but don't stay too long. She needs to rest. Ye Chen stepped aside, making half a step. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao hurried inside, but the curtains blocked their view, so they couldn't see what was happening. Linger, Madame Zhao tried calling out. Even though she had just heard her daughter's cry and Ye Chen's words, she was still very worried and scared. Her voice was cautious and trembling slightly, filled with worry, as if she was afraid of not hearing a response. Soon, a muffled groan, barely audible, came from inside the curtained window. Mother, father. Hey, father's here. My darling, you're finally awake. Zhao Dezhu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and he quickly went to close the gate tightly. But she didn't go over to see her, since her daughter was already grown up. She just stood far away and waited. Madame Zhao drew back the bed curtains, threw herself onto the edge of the bed, and burst into tears. You scared me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. The blanket was lifted slightly, revealing a small face that was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Mother, I'm fine now, but I just feel weak. Zhao Linger was wrapped in a blanket, with only her small head showing. She looked cute and adorable. As she spoke, her large, bright eyes glanced timidly at Ye Chen, who was standing not far away, before shyly looking away. A miracle doctor. A true miracle doctor. Zhao Dezhu rushed over in 3 steps, bowed to Ye Chen, and said, Just now, I, Zhao Dezhu, was blind and offended the divine doctor. Please forgive my rudeness and don't take it to heart. Master Zhao, you flatter me. I'm here to earn money and grain. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and said, Yes. Zhao Dezhu slapped his forehead, turned around, and roared at the door. Steward, where have you been? Go to the accounting office right now and get 200 taels of silver. Also, send someone to the granary and bring 400 caddies of fine rice. Hurry up. Ye Chen's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. That old guy's got it. He knew to double the bet without me even having to remind him. Don't get too excited yet. Ye Chen timely poured cold water on the situation, saying calmly, this acupuncture only forced out some of the cold toxins accumulated in her heart meridian, thus saving her life. To completely eradicate it, she will need to undergo acupuncture 3 more times. Oh, Zhao Dezhu's smile froze. Do I need 3 more acupuncture treatments? What? If Master Zhao feels he's been taken advantage of, he can always find someone else. No. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't think anything of it. Miracle doctor. Zhao Dezhu quickly apologized and said, you saved Linger's life, so of course I believe you. Dr. Yi, you are truly a young and promising doctor with miraculous healing skills. You are a true miracle doctor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger, who was lying on the bed, blushed instantly again, her face having just recovered. It was all right when I was in a coma. Now that I'm awake, how can I face him when he applies acupuncture again, when I'm completely naked? It would be better to be dead. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she dared not die. She could only kick her leg under the covers in anger and wrap herself up even tighter. I will come again in 7 days. Ye Chen walked to his desk, picked up his pen, and wrote down a prescription. Get the medicine according to this prescription for the next few days, once in the morning and once in the evening, without fail. Some of the ingredients in this prescription are quite strong, so it's normal to feel warm after drinking it. Don't be alarmed. Follow the doctor's orders. Zhao Dezhu took the prescription with both hands, holding it in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, blowing away the ink, and nodding repeatedly. I've remembered it. I've remembered it all. Are the money and food supplies ready? Ye Chen threw down his pen and prepared to leave. Everything has been prepared, and a banquet has also been arranged. Divine physician, please move to the main hall, eat and drink your fill before you leave. Zhao Dezhu, with a fawning expression, continued to give Ye Chen money and food, even though he knew his daughter hadn't fully recovered. He didn't say anything about giving her more money once she was completely healed. Firstly, because he genuinely didn't lack the money and food. Secondly, through their brief time together, he discovered that Ye Chen also had a bad temper. If you really anger this young master, he'll probably just abandon the money and food and leave. In that case, you'll be the one who's crying. Zhao Dezhu and his wife only had this one daughter. In an effort to continue their lineage, he and his wife tried many times, even taking several concubines. But in the end, they came up empty-handed. It seems that God only intended to give him one daughter. Despite his helplessness, Zhao Dezhu truly cherished and loved his only daughter dearly. We thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Zhao Dezhu prepared fine wines that he had treasured for many years, and the table was full of delicacies that he rarely saw. Bear paws, pan-fried mackerel head and tail, braised pork belly, grouse soup. They were served in all sorts of creative ways. Ye Chen didn't hold back either, sweeping away the clouds in a whirlwind. Actually, he had already eaten at Yingxianlu, but Ye Chen's physique was strong enough that he didn't feel full even after eating another meal. We were full and satisfied. Ye Chen wiped his mouth, stood up, and took his leave. Zhao Dezhu personally escorted him to the gate, where a luxuriously decorated 2-horse carriage was already waiting. The carriage was spacious and made of fine sandalwood with exquisite carvings. Even the 2 horses pulling the carriage were glossy Heku horses, which seemed out of place in this year of famine. Miracle doctor, the 200 taels of silver and 400 caddies of fine rice have already been loaded onto the cart. Zhao Dezhu pointed to the carriage, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile, and continued, these are turbulent times, and there are many refugees on the road. I have specially assigned 4 guards to accompany you. They are all experienced fighters who have seen blood, and they will make sure you get home safely. Ye Chen gave him a half-smile. Escort. They probably know the place. This old fox is afraid that if he takes the money and runs away, he won't be able to find anyone to treat his daughter's illness later. However, Ye Chen didn't care. Anyway, he didn't plan to run away, and he would continue to keep this long-term meal ticket. That's thoughtful of you. Ye Chen nodded and stepped onto the carriage using a footstool. The carriage was covered with thick animal hide carpets, and there was a small stove in the middle, making it warm and cozy. The 400 caddies of grain were piled in a corner, and the 200 taels of silver were in a heavy mahogany box placed at the feet. Miracle doctor, where is your home? The the coachman asked respectfully. Xiaozhou village. All right, giddy up. With a sharp crack of the whip, the carriage slowly started moving, flanked by 4 burly men with long swords at their waists, guarding the carriage with menacing intent. This pomp and circumstance was even more impressive than that of the county magistrate in Xining County. As we drove out of the city, the scenery along the roadside gradually became desolate. Many of the ragged refugees' eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the luxurious carriage, like hungry wolves eyeing a piece of meat. But when they saw the 4 guards with their hands on the hilts of their swords and their faces full of fierce expressions, they all cowered and retreated. In this chaotic world, might makes right. The carriage traveled quickly and steadily, and in less than an hour, it entered the territory of Xiaozhou village. Suddenly seeing such a tall, luxurious carriage driven by a large horse enter the village, the villagers were stunned and gathered around with great curiosity. Wow, who's this important person? Look at that horse, it's so strong. In a famine year, to have such a strong animal, its owner must be very rich. That's Master Zhao's carriage. Look at the character Zhao on the curtain. What are Master Zhao's men doing in this poor mountain village? Several villagers followed behind the carriage, pointing and whispering, their eyes filled with envy and awe. The carriage drove through the village, raising a cloud of dust, and finally came to a steady stop in front of a stone house at the end of the village. That was Ye Chen's home. The villagers following behind were all dumbfounded. Why are you parked in front of Ye Chen's house? Has Ye Chen committed a crime? Has Master Zhao sent people to arrest him? I knew this kid was bound to get into trouble sooner or later because he eats meat every day. Look at those guys with knives. They look so fierce. It's definitely not a good thing. Some were gloating, some were worried, and most were just curious. Chapter 54: A False Alarm. Inside the stone house, 4 women of different appearances, but all beautiful as flowers, also heard the sounds of horses' hooves and carriages outside. Qin Kuching was sitting by the stove mending old clothes when the needle in her hand suddenly veered off course, pricking her fingertip and drawing a bead of blood. Did Zhao Si come back and sell me out again? She looked out the window and saw someone riding a tall horse, holding a knife. She was instantly terrified, and her pretty face turned pale. This wasn't just her overthinking. It was simply that such people were rare in the village. Don't panic. A layer of killing intent instantly flashed in Gu Qinghan's cold eyes as she murmured, if it's Zhao Si's men, then it's simpler. As she spoke, she deftly pulled a crossbow from under the bed, a self-defense weapon left behind by Ye Chen. He then pulled out his own accessories. He holds a crossbow in his left hand and a sword in his right. Gu Qinghan was even more terrified. She feared that the Prince of Ning's men had found their way here. Zhirou, get the weapons. Gu Qinghan's voice was not loud, but it conveyed an undeniable calmness. The princess's aura was on full display at this moment. She had already reached the bedside, and her crossbow was aimed at the people outside. Okay. Compared to Gu Qinghan's composure, Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi's performances were not much better than Qin Kuching's. They held crossbows, but their delicate bodies trembled. They were not mentally prepared at all, and they were just hoping that Ye Chen would come back soon. Soon, the curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted, and a carefree young man stepped out. My ladies, I'm back. A familiar voice came from outside. Who else could it be but Ye Chen? The 4 women in the room were all taken aback. Immediately afterwards, the feeling of exhaustion from surviving a disaster surged into her heart. Lu Yi threw down the crossbow, cheered, and rushed over, pulling open the door bolt. My husband. She happily pounced on him. The joy that followed her fear made her forget all about being reserved. As soon as Ye Chen jumped off the carriage, a soft little body bumped into him, and he couldn't help but laugh and say, I know, I'll satisfy you tonight. All of Lu Yi's emotions vanished instantly, leaving only shyness, the kind that makes her face turn red. She couldn't help but punch Ye Chen, then quickly ran back into the house. Without making a sound, Gu Qinghan put away his long sword and crossbow, his tense body relaxed, and a very faint smile appeared on his lips. Bai Zhirou patted her ample chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Kuching wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, thinking to herself, thank goodness it was my husband who returned. Please, move the grain and silver to the door. Ye Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Fu's people and spoke directly. Yes. The 4 guards on horseback did not move, but the coachman efficiently carried all 400 caddies of fine rice to the entrance of the stone house. Then he went to get the silver and presented it to the silver with both hands in a respectful manner. Dr. Ye, is there anything else you need? The coachman wore a fawning smile. Anyone could see that he was intentionally trying to please Ye Chen. This scene left the villagers who were watching completely dumbfounded. A miracle doctor? Yes, Ye Erlang knows medicine, but he is definitely not a miracle doctor. What exactly happened? The villagers were very curious, but no one dared to go up and ask. They could only watch the excitement from afar. No, please thank Master Zhao for me when you get back. Ye Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was dismissing him. Then we'll take our leave. The coachman bowed again, and the 4 guards on horseback also clasped their hands in salute before leaving Xiaozhou village. The villagers were still in shock even after the carriage disappeared at the village entrance. Seeing the 4 bulging bags of grain at the door and the heavy mahogany box, everyone's eyes lit up. This second son of the Yi family. He's probably really risen to the top. I had heard that he was capable, but I never thought he could climb up to the high branch of Master Zhao. What a pity. I should have tried to curry favor with him sooner. Among the crowd, several men who had previously made sarcastic remarks about Ye Chen now wished they could slap themselves twice across the face. In this world, having food is like having a father, having power is also like having a father, having a powerful backer is like having a grandfather. Ye Chen now possesses all 3 qualities. From now on, who in Xiaozhou village would dare to mess with him? Ignoring the complicated looks, Ye Chen carried all the grain into the house, and, taking advantage of his wives' inattention, took out all the dishes from his system space. Those dishes were made by the head chef of Yingxianlu restaurant. They are stored in the system space and are now ready to be served, just like they were fresh out of the pot. Bang! The door was closed, shutting out the cold wind and prying eyes from outside. Husband, so much grain? Bai Zhirou stared at the pile of polished rice, speechless with astonishment. There's still silver. Ye Chen opened the mahogany box, and the warm sunlight streaming in through the window shone on the white silver ingots, making them gleam with a captivating luster. Here is 200 taels. Ye Chen added lightly. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the room. 200 taels. Gu Qinghan and Lu Yi were all right. They were both worldly wise. However, Bai Zhirou and Qin Kuching had never seen so much silver before. Even before the famine, when they went to the county market, they would only bring a string of copper coins. Anyone with a couple of pieces of silver was considered a big shot. Moreover, it's a full 200 taels. My lord, where are these dishes from? They seem to be from Yingxianlu restaurant. While everyone was still shocked by the amount of food and silver, Lu Yi had already opened the food box. The gluttonous girl's mouth was practically watering, and she managed to slurp a few times before turning into a drooling fool. It really is a dish from Yingxianlu. I brought 2 portions back with me. Ye Chen patted Lu Yi's head and said, I'll tell you where these things came from when I get back. I'm going to deliver a dish to Taizhu and 100 caddies of grain. You eat first. I've already eaten, don't wait for me. Without waiting for the lady's reply, Ye Chen picked up a food box and a bag of grain and went out. This amount of grain is enough to feed Tiezhu's family of 3 for quite some time. Ye Chen was generous to his good brother who had repeatedly risked his life for him, but he also had his own plans in mind. Next time we go hunting in the mountains, we won't take Taizhu with us. Although Taizhu has grown up quickly and is no longer a hindrance when hunting. However, Ye Chen's physique is several times that of an ordinary person, and he also has a system space, so he can't go hunting with Taizhu without feeling unrestrained. The system's affairs must not be known to anyone, not even his wives. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to go into the mountains and go on a killing spree, hoping to fill the 10 cubic meter system space to the brim and thoroughly satisfy the system. After all, the weather is getting colder and colder, so it's always better to store as much food and meat as possible. Chapter 55 is a ruthless person. Ye Chen carried the heavy food box and grain bag and walked very fast, arriving at Taizhu's house in less than 2 minutes. Before even entering the gate, I could hear muffled thuds coming from the courtyard. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of an arrow piercing wood. Through the gaps in the fence, you could see that Taizhu was wearing only a thin shirt, but he was sweating profusely from exercising. The center of the tree stump was already riddled with holes from being shot. Iron Pillar did not stop, mechanically drawing the arrow, knocking the string, and drawing the bow again. His tiger's mouth was already cracked from the impact, and his fingers were bleeding from being rubbed raw by the bowstring. But he still practiced his archery skills again and again. Because Taizhu had witnessed Ye Chen's archery skills, he often recalled the image of Ye Chen taking a life with each arrow. Next time we encounter the enemy, I want to fight alongside Brother Chen instead of just blindly charging in. Without Brother Chen, I would have died 10 times over. I want to become someone useful to Brother Chen. At the very least, I can't be a burden to him. Taizhu gritted his teeth, drew his bow again, and shot an arrow. Repeatedly. Ye Chen stood outside the door for a while, a slight smile playing on his lips. He's a ruthless person. In this chaotic world, it's not that we're afraid you're stupid. It's that we're afraid you're not ruthless enough. We must be ruthless not only to the enemy, but also to ourselves. All right, if you keep practicing like this, your hand will be ruined. Ye Chen pushed open the fence gate and strode inside. Brother Chen is here. When Taizhu saw that Ye Chen had come in, a simple and honest smile immediately appeared on his face. It wasn't fake. He was genuinely happy to see Ye Chen. Simple happiness. I've brought you something. Ye Chen placed the things in his hand on the millstone. This 100 caddies of fine rice is enough for your family to eat for a while. There are also food boxes from Juxinlu for your aunt, brother, and sister-in-law to try. The aunt he mentioned was Tiezhu's mother. When Ye Chen was a child, he often came to Taizhu's house for meals, and Taizhu's mother treated Ye Chen like her own son. 100 caddies of polished rice. Sun Suolian was carrying a winnowing basket out of the house. When she heard this, her legs went weak, and the wild vegetables in the basket almost spilled all over the ground. Brother Chen, this won't do. Taizhu was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck bulged. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, I haven't finished the food you gave me last time. I can't keep taking advantage of you. Stop talking nonsense. Ye Chen frowned, his tone carrying an undeniable domineering air. Just take it. You always dawdle like that. Don't you consider me your brother? No, I. Taizhu stammered, unable to give a coherent explanation. There's no but about it. Why are you being so polite with me? Ye Chen slapped Taizhu's sturdy shoulder, making the boy wince in pain. The food in the lunchbox is still fresh. Eat it while it's hot. At this moment, Taizhu's one-eyed mother also came out. Xiao Chun, there's enough food at home. I know there's enough to eat, so I'll leave it here, so it'll be convenient for me to come and freeload next time. Knowing Taizhu's mother's temperament, Ye Chen was unwilling to accept these things easily, so he said as he walked away, Auntie, I'll come over for a meal in a couple of days. I'll be going now. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen was already 10 meters away. They ran away in a flash. Sun Suolian wiped away her tears, looking at the bag of white rice, then at the aroma of meat wafting from the food box, and bowed repeatedly in the direction Ye Chen had left. Ye Chen saved her life from human traffickers. They even found her a good husband like Taizhu, and they often brought her food and meat. She could never repay such kindness in her lifetime. Iron pillar. The old woman jabbed the ground hard with her cane, her voice trembling. Listen up, you fool. From now on, your life belongs to Xiao Chun. If you dare to betray Xiao Chun, I'll haunt you even in death. Mother, I know. I've already sold my life to Brother Chun. Taizhu pounded his chest loudly, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. By the time we got back to the stone house, it was completely dark. The fire in the stove was burning brightly, dispelling the chill that filled the room. 8 dishes were piled up on a small square table, almost too many to fit on it. 4 women sat around the table, but none of them touched their chopsticks. Even though Lu Yi had secretly swallowed her saliva countless times, if you collect it in a container, it would probably fill a cup. At this moment, Ye Chen pushed open the door and came in, and saw 4 stunningly beautiful women sitting at the table, looking on longingly. Upon realizing that I had returned, I quickly got up to greet you. My husband. Like a cheerful little sparrow, Lu Yi was the first to jump off the stool, hopping and skipping as she came to greet him, saying impatiently, Husband, come and eat. Come quickly. Bai Zhirou gracefully stood up, poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to her. It's cold outside. Have some hot tea to warm yourself up first. Gu Qinghan was aloof and cold, but her beautiful eyes, which were slightly heroic, revealed a touch of tenderness when they fell on Ye Chen. As for Qin Keqing, she was still a bit reserved. Her peach blossom eyes seemed impatient yet embarrassed, and her appearance as a wronged little wife had a unique charm. Why aren't you eating? Didn't I tell you to eat first? Looking at the untouched food on the table, Ye Chen felt a warm current welling up in his heart. We're waiting for our husbands. How dare we touch our chopsticks before they come back? Bai Zhirou said gently, handing Ye Chen a pair of clean chopsticks. All right, let's eat. Ye Chen waved his hand and first picked up a piece of fish and put it into Bai Zhirou's bowl. Then Lu Yi, Gu Qinghan, and Qin Keqing followed. After everyone took turns serving the food, Ye Chen said, "Eat more, everyone. I'm counting on you to give me a healthy, chubby son." As he spoke, he couldn't help glancing at Bai Zhirou and Qin Keqing's bellies. The system notified them that they were pregnant, but it had only been a little over 3 days, so they could continue having sex. "My husband." Halfway through the meal, Bai Zhirou put down her chopsticks and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with all this money, food, and so many good dishes today?" The other 3 women also stopped what they were doing and all looked at Ye Chen. The daughter of the wealthy Zhao was poisoned by cold, and a group of quack doctors were helpless. I went and gave her a few acupuncture treatments and pulled her back from the brink of death. Ye Chen said casually, but his expression seemed to say, "Aren't I amazing? Ladies, come and admire me, praise me. My husband is so amazing." Lu Yi truly lived up to her reputation as Ye Chen's #1 fangirl. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, she looked at him with admiration, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with stars. Qin Keqing also looked on with admiration. In her eyes, Master Zhao was an extremely important person. For Ye Chen to make Master Zhao so respectful was simply divine. They all knew that Ye Chen was a doctor. Especially Bai Zhirou and Lu Yi, their colds were cured by Ye Chen. When Gu Qinghan was seriously injured, Ye Chen pulled her back from the brink of death. So none of the ladies doubted the truth of this statement. They all thought it made perfect sense. Little did they know that Ye Chen was a cheat code with the system. "Have the ladies all eaten?" Ye Chen suddenly spoke up, his face conveying an expression that seemed to say, "You all understand? I don't need to explain further, right? We're going hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Since we want to return with a full catch, we can't neglect our physical fitness training." Chapter 56, Tenfold Physique. "I'm full." The 4 women naturally understood Ye Chen's meaning. Although they were shy, they did not try to escape. I just vaguely felt that it was a bit absurd. In this world, it's normal for capable men to have multiple wives and concubines. But don't they all choose one to sleep with every night? Why does Ye Chen want it all, every day? However, none of the sisters raised this question first. In addition, they all liked Ye Chen, and apart from occasionally worrying about his health, they didn't have any other thoughts. After washing it clean, Bai Zhirou thoughtfully brought over some pre-made deer antler wine, which also contained deer blood, snake gall, and many other medicinal herbs. "Husband, please have some nourishment first." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't resist the idea of getting a supplement, and no man could resist it. But doesn't saying this from his wife's mouth mean he's not quite up to par? "I'm afraid my husband's health will collapse." Seemingly sensing Ye Chen's hesitation, Bai Zhirou quickly blushed and explained, "Actually, my husband doesn't need this at all. I was just worried." "I see." Ye Chen nodded and drank a large glass in one go. Soon, the physical fitness enhancement training began. In order to prove that he did not need to rely on medicinal wine, Ye Chen worked even harder than usual. This resulted in early morning. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window and fell onto the messy heated brick bed. None of the women could get up. They were all fast asleep. Ye Chen felt refreshed and invigorated, as if he had just soaked in a hot spring, and his internal strength was constantly increasing. He turned his head to the side, his gaze sweeping over his side. The women, their faces flushed with embarrassment, slept soundly, completely unaware that Ye Chen had already woken up. "This life is so awesome." Ye Chen sighed inwardly. Then with a thought, he brought up the system panel. Ye Chen, Constitution 54, Strength 54, Speed 56, Endurance 55. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife techniques, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. BNK's medical skills, beginner. This physique is already about 10 times that of an ordinary person. Ye Chen feels that he can kill a bull with one punch now. Even without using any techniques, he can tear a tiger apart with his bare hands just by relying on his physical strength. This is not human. It's a ferocious beast in human skin. Ye Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a sense of confidence in controlling everything welled up within him. He didn't disturb the tired women. I tiptoed to the stove and reheated the leftovers from last night. After eating his fill, Ye Chen put on the deerskin coat that Bai Zhirou had made for him, and put the mulberry wood longbow and the horizontal sword into his system space. These 2 things are too conspicuous and will easily be exposed. We'll use them after we get into the mountains. Ye Chen muttered to himself, tucked the chipped woodcutter's knife into his waistband, picked up his homemade wooden bow, and went out the door. Only after locking the door of the stone house did I feel safe to go out. Gu Qinghan's injuries had almost healed. She was, after all, a third-rank martial artist, and with 6 repeating crossbows hidden in the house, Ye Chen wasn't worried about the safety of the 4 ladies. Unless they encounter a top-tier imperial guard like Zhao Baichuan, they'll just be handing Gu Qinghan their lives. The imperial guards shouldn't be able to find their way into the village. Ye Chen muttered to himself. The morning wind felt like knives on my face. Nobody went out at this time. Everyone was huddled at home keeping warm. Ye Chen, however, felt no cold at all and walked very fast. Just as I reached the village entrance, a plump figure emerged from behind a large locust tree nearby. Erlang Yejia. Her voice was plaintive, with a hint of deliberate coquettishness. Ye Chen paused, looking up. He saw the pretty widow Mao Xiaoha, wearing a faded floral cotton-padded jacket, her hands tucked into her sleeves, her eyes, which always seemed to hold a spring-like quality, now staring at him with a mournful look. The pretty widow was originally hiding under the covers, but when she saw Ye Chen coming through the crack in the window, she quickly came out. Although she was a few years older than Ye Chen, she had a captivating figure, especially her hips and waist that swayed like water when she walked, which had bewitched countless men in the village. Why are you blocking my way here so early in the morning instead of sleeping? Ye Chen looked at her with a half-smile. Sleep? How can I possibly sleep? Mao Xiaoha took 2 steps forward, and a cheap scent of rouge mixed with a woman's unique body fragrance wafted towards her. She bit her red lips, her eyes fixed on Ye Chen. I saw it all yesterday. Master Zhao's carriage delivered so much grain to you. Ye Chen, now that you're rich, you have meat to eat and 4 wives to sleep with, and you don't even come looking for me anymore. It's a promise, I'll be yours from now on. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her rather large breasts, being particularly proactive. You can't blame her for that. Previously, the county would distribute some relief grain every month, and every household in the village could go to Zhao Ci's house to get a few kilograms of grain. Now that the emperor has passed away, Zhao Ci's family's food has been confiscated, and they even sold Qin Kaching to Ye Chen, which is why Zhao Ci didn't starve to death. But Mao Xiaoha, this pretty widow, was a woman who couldn't compete with the others, and she had no food left. They could only wait anxiously for Ye Chen to help them again. We're about to starve. Ye Chen, are you really going to abandon me like this? Looking at her like this, Ye Chen hesitated a bit. After all, Mao Xiaoha was quite beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to the ladies, she wasn't an ordinary beauty either. Say something. You want food. Ye Chen flipped his wrist, and as if by magic, a small cloth bag appeared out of thin air in his hand, containing about 3 or 4 pounds of fine rice. He tossed it casually. The bag traced an arc in the air and landed precisely in Mao Xiaoha's arms. Ouch! Mao Xiaoha hurriedly caught it, opened it, and saw white, polished rice inside. Her eyes crinkled into crescents with joy. This is polished rice. She opened the bag and took a look. Her hands were trembling with excitement. These days, a bag of fine rice is enough to save a life. It's so kind of you. Mao Xiaoha's eyes were alluring, and her body went limp as she leaned against Ye Chen. I knew you had a conscience. You can do whatever you want today, not today, but anytime. I'm waiting for you. Sure, but I'm going into the mountains now. We'll talk about it when I get back. Ye Chen's gaze swept over her voluptuous figure, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Take this rice back and cook it. Eat your fill, and get your body all white and tender. When I get back tonight, we'll have a good practice again. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaoha's pretty face instantly flushed red, a mixture of excitement and embarrassment. Devil! Mao Xiaoha glared at him reproachfully, but tightened her grip on the rice bag and whispered, I'll wait for you. I'll wash it all clean. I'll eat my fill and take good care of you. They're gone. Ye Chen stopped wasting words and left the village. Chapter 57. The hunt begins. Once outside the village, there was no one around. Ye Chen completely let go of the restraints. Speed attribute fully activated. A blur flashed across the snow, the strong wind whipping up the snow and creating a long white dragon. What would normally take more than an hour to traverse the mountain was covered by Ye Chen in just a quarter of an hour. Standing behind the deep mountains and forests, Ye Chen took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, making the sharp light in his eyes even brighter. Golden eyes, silently recited in your heart. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed. The once vast expanse of white jungle now appeared distinctly layered in his eyes. A wild rabbit in the grass in the distance, a grouse on a treetop 100 meters away, and even a squirrel hiding in a tree hole 1,000 meters away, all emanate a faint glow of heat, making them impossible to hide from. The hunt begins. Ye Chen took off the ordinary wooden bow from his back, disdainfully tossed it into his system space, then took out the mulberry wood longbow and began his hunt. Knock the arrow and draw the string. The bow is fully drawn. Without needing to aim deliberately, his hunting skills combined with his golden eyes gave him an intuition that seemed ingrained in his bones, allowing him to lock onto his target instantly. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out with a whooshing sound. 30 meters away, a plump wild rabbit that had just poked its head out of its burrow was struck by an arrow before it could fully emerge from its den and was pinned to the snow. Ye Chen's figure never stopped, and he moved through the forest like a ghost. At this moment, he was the grim reaper of this mountain forest. Whoosh! 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 The sound of bowstrings rang out incessantly, and the arrows, as if they had eyes, quickly hit their targets. Every sound is accompanied by the passing of a life. Whether it's a running hare or a flying pheasant, once it's stared at by those golden eyes, it's certain to die. Receive. Ye Chen walked to his prey, waved his hand, and the rabbit on the ground instantly disappeared into the system space. Receive. Another wild boar weighing 70 or 80 pounds. In just 1 hour, a small mountain of flesh had been piled up in the system space. Cool. Ye Chen was also incredibly excited. The first time he went hunting, although he had hunting skills, he didn't have the golden eyes, and his physique wasn't as monstrous as it is now. It was quite enjoyable, but ultimately it lacked something. It's completely different now. It's like having an invincible cheat code. It's that kind of exhilarating feeling. Taiju, it's not that I don't want to play with you. It's just that my cheats are too overpowered, and I'm afraid they'll scare you. Ye Chen chuckled and prepared to delve deeper. Sudden, a strong sense of crisis rose up from my spine, and the hair on my body stood on end. This is a hunter's intuition. Ye Chen suddenly stopped, his body rooted to the ground like a nail, and slowly turned his head to look at a bush on his left. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar, accompanied by a stench of blood, swept over us. The snow exploded. A giant, white-browed worm with bright eyes and colorful patterns, over 3 meters long, leaped out of the bushes like a heavy tank, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The gaping maw opened wide, its fangs as sharp as daggers, aimed straight for Ye Chen's throat. King of beasts. Tiger. If it were an ordinary hunter, even an experienced veteran, facing such a sudden attack, they would probably be so frightened that their legs would go weak, and they could only wait to die. But Ye Chen is no ordinary person. Instead, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips. Good timing. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his eyes gleaming with golden light. The mulberry bough in his hand was instantly drawn to its full strength, and the bowstring creaked under the strain. I'll just have to see how easy it is to kill you with your current physique. Release your fingers. The arrows flew like shooting stars, leaving a mournful whistling sound in the air. Puff! The arrow struck the tiger precisely between the eyebrows. However, the anticipated scene of brain splattering did not occur. Because tigers react very quickly, they tilted their heads, and the arrow did get stuck in their heads, but it wasn't a fatal wound. Moreover, a tiger's skull is too hard. Of course, Ye Chen didn't use his full strength either. It wasn't that Ye Chen wanted to hold back. His strength was enough to break the longbow. Even though it was a fine mulberry wood longbow, its strength was ultimately limited. The excruciating pain completely unleashed the tiger's ferocity. Without pausing after landing, it roared and pounced again, its speed even 3 times faster than before. Its copper bell-like pupils were filled with savage killing intent. Interesting, tough enough. A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, but his movements remained completely composed. He glided across the snow, his body moving like a dragon as he dodged to the side, avoiding the tiger's paw that was powerful enough to shatter rocks. At the same time, his right hand drew 3 arrows from the quiver with lightning speed. A barrage of arrows. Whoosh! 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 The 3 strings sounded almost in a single line. Since the skull is hard, shoot it in the neck. The first arrow pierced the tiger's throat. The second arrow severed the major artery, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The third arrow pierced right through the cervical spine. The tiger, which was turning around in midair to pounce again, suddenly stiffened, and the fierce light in its eyes quickly faded. Boom! The massive tiger's body crashed heavily onto the snow, stirring up a cloud of snow mist. Its limbs twitched a few times, and it made wheezing sounds from its throat, its blood staining the white snow beneath it. After a few minutes, it finally went completely silent. Ye Chen stepped forward and kicked the tiger's head. TSK, that build. He must weigh at least 500 pounds, right? He looked at the enormous creature with delight in his eyes. That's a tiger. Every part of them is a treasure. Tiger skin can be used to make mattresses, tiger bones can be used to make wine, and tiger penis, cough cough, that's an even more nourishing substance. Perfect timing. I'm almost finished with the deer antler wine. Next time I go to town, I'll ask Master Zhao to send me some more good wine. Ye Chen waved his hand and directly put the huge tiger into the system space. The originally empty space was instantly taken up by this huge thing. Continue. After killing the tiger, Ye Chen's murderous aura intensified. Even wild beasts could smell his blood from a great distance, causing them to scatter in terror. But he has golden eyes and abnormal speed. Escape? Where can we escape to? The next few hours were nothing short of a one-sided massacre. 2 wild boars, each weighing 300 pounds, plus a baby wild boar that had just learned to run. The family of 3 entered the space neatly. Before the 2 cicada could even leap, they were shot through the neck. As for small creatures like pheasants and rabbits, Ye Chen eventually stopped counting them and just picked them up whenever he saw them, treating them purely as extras. As darkness fell, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the snow-capped mountains, turning the entire forest crimson. Ye Chen glanced at the system panel. Storage space. Full. Full. Ye Chen smacked his lips with a hint of lingering satisfaction, then shook his head regretfully as he looked at a silly roe deer peeking out from a distance. You're lucky. He took out the ordinary wooden bow, put the mulberry longbow back in, and glanced in the direction he had come from. This trip was so fruitful that it would probably cause a sensation if word got out. Go home. Ye Chen was in a great mood, humming a little tune as he walked back, thinking to himself, should I let the pretty widow have some meat tonight too? Let's see how she eats meat first. Ye Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 58 Carrying a Tiger Home. On the way back to the village, the setting sun was like blood, dyeing the mountains and forests a dark red. Ye Chen walked briskly, and as he passed a thicket of bushes, 2 brightly colored pheasants fluttered about in alarm. Since you're already here, don't leave. Without any hesitation, Ye Chen took down the wooden bow and fired 2 arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 pitiful cries rang out, and the chickens fell to the ground, fluttered a few times, and then died. Ye Chen walked over, deftly tied the chicken's feet with straw rope, and hung it around his waist. Still black chicken feet. Ye Chen grinned, and continued walking quickly into the village. As they approached the village entrance, seeing that no one was around, Ye Chen's mind stirred slightly. Thump! With a muffled thud, the tiger in the system space fell directly to the ground. This tiger was enormous, weighing at least 500 pounds. Although it was dead, its ferocious aura as the king of beasts remained. Most hunters would go weak at the knees just from looking at it. Immediately afterwards, another wild boar weighing less than 100 pounds was thrown out. Let's test my innate superhuman strength. Ye Chen muttered something to himself, reached out and grabbed one of the tiger's hind legs, and with a sudden burst of strength, hoisted the enormous creature onto his shoulder. He then casually lifted the little wild boar with his right hand. If someone saw this scene, they would be utterly shocked. This is a tiger weighing over 500 pounds. He just carried it on his back. Moreover, even with a small wild boar weighing 70 or 80 pounds, he handled it as easily as if he were carrying 2 bundles of straw. Ye Chen walked briskly, stepping over deep pits with each step towards the village entrance. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a figure was still standing. That was Mao Xiaohe, the pretty widow in the village. She had already washed herself clean and even ate a delicious steamed rice meal. Although there was no meat, she had stir-fried some wild vegetables with coarse salt. We had a delicious and satisfying meal. At this moment, the pretty widow was leaning against a tree trunk, gazing listlessly into the distance with a somewhat unfocused look in her eyes. She muttered to herself, it's already this late, and she still hasn't returned. Could she have run into danger? Bah, bah, bah. I have no inhibitions. Suddenly, she saw a dark figure approaching from a distance. When the beautiful widow saw what was on the back of the dark figure, her expression froze. Her cherry-like mouth was wide open. It was almost big enough to fit an egg. My goodness. The pretty widow rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. That thing Ye Chen is carrying on his back, is it a tiger? Ye Chen. Mao Xiao's voice trembled, yet she couldn't help but take a few steps forward, her alluring eyes darting back and forth over Ye Chen, her voice shaking as she asked, You've caught a tiger? Yeah, I was lucky to run into them. Ye Chen stopped and bounced the tiger on his shoulder a little higher, his expression calm, as if he were carrying a bag of rice rather than a ferocious beast. Then he confidently sized up the pretty widow. She was very clean and tidy. Although she didn't have any new clothes, she was indeed a pretty woman with a charming, worldly air about her. She was truly a stunning beauty. Good luck? The pretty widow swallowed hard. These days, if you encounter a tiger, you're destined to be its prey. Ye Chen, on the other hand, brought back a tiger as if it were food. Looking at Ye Chen's clothes, soaked with sweat, revealing the outline of his strong muscles, the pretty widow felt a surge of heat in her chest, and her face involuntarily turned red. That's a real man. Oh my, this thing is huge. It must weigh at least several 100 pounds, right? Your back must be killing you carrying it all the way back. She swayed her hips as she walked forward, instinctively reaching out her fair hand, wanting to touch the tiger but not daring to. In the end, she could only stroke Ye Chen's waist and said with seductive eyes, I have a cart for hauling crops in my yard. Why don't you go and use it? Ye Chen glanced at the lifeless tiger, then at the pretty widow with a face full of flattery. Although the tiger's weight was nothing to him. However, carrying it on like this for so long is indeed quite extreme. Moreover, the pretty widow's real intention was not what it seemed, and Ye Chen couldn't just give her 3 caddies of rice for nothing, could he? Good. Ye Chen nodded. Take it. When Mao Xiao saw that he agreed, her face immediately lit up with a smile. She took Ye Chen's arm and walked towards her own yard. Ye Chen let her stay close to him. Since they had already slept together, there was no need to pretend anymore. Once inside the courtyard, Ye Chen threw the tiger to the ground, causing it to thud loudly again. He skillfully pushed out the wooden cart and carried the tiger onto it. Stubborn. The wooden wheel groaned under the strain. All right. Ye Chen patted the tiger fur off his hands, picked up the cart, and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute. The pretty widow suddenly reached out and stopped the car handle, leaning her body against Ye Chen intentionally or unintentionally, her big, watery eyes staring intently at the 2 pheasants hanging from Ye Chen's waist. Ye Chen, you've already caught a tiger, so can I have a chicken to try? I haven't had meat in ages. She stuck out her tongue and licked her slightly dry lips, her voice so soft and sweet it sounded like it could be squeezed to release water. Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile as he reached out and untied a pheasant from his waist, weighing it in his hand. Want to eat chicken? The pretty widow nodded vigorously, but her eyes weren't just looking at the pheasant. Okay. Ye Chen put the cart down, turned around and closed the courtyard gate, then bolted it shut. Come on in, let's go inside and you can eat your fill. Mao Xiaohe was taken aback at first, then 2 blushes rose on her cheeks, a mixture of excitement and anticipation. She bit her lip, her eyes darting around, and grabbed Ye Chen's hand, pulling him hurriedly into the house. She seemed even more anxious than Ye Chen. 1 hour later. It was completely dark. Ye Chen walked out refreshed, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and left one of the small pheasants to the pretty widow. It was so small, he was too lazy to gnaw on the bones himself. Ye Chen pushed the cart in the yard and said, I've taken the cart away. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Inside the room, Mao Xiaohe was too exhausted to get out of bed. Her voice was languid, satisfied, complaining, and a little hoarse. I'm giving it to you. This thing has been sitting here for a long time, and I don't need it anymore. The complaint stemmed from Ye Chen's complete lack of chivalry towards women. You're just going for pure damage output, huh? All attributes increased by 2. Not bad at all. Ye Chen grinned. Since she wasn't his wife, he didn't need to feel sorry for her. He pushed the cart carrying the tiger and strode out of the yard. Her PUBG skills are really good. Ye Chen thought for a moment, then took out 6 pheasants from the system space, threw them onto the cart, and pushed it back together. After all, pheasants can't just appear out of thin air, otherwise the women would definitely be suspicious. As for the 3 pounds of rice that he conjured for the pretty widow before, that's because 3 gene of rice isn't much, it's just a small bag. Ye Chen pulled out a small bag of rice from behind his back. The pretty widow had no suspicion and assumed that Ye Chen had it hanging on his body. The wooden wheels of the cart creaked and groaned as they rolled over the dirt road in the village. The tiger was indeed too heavy, and there was also a small wild boar and a few pheasants on it. The sound of the wooden wheels carried far into the quiet night. They arrived at the door of their own stone house. "My ladies, I'm back again," Ye Chen shouted. A series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from inside the room. The door opened. Louis peeked out, holding an oil lamp. In the flickering light, her pretty face was filled with surprise. "My husband is back." Before she could finish speaking, she was so frightened that she almost dropped the oil lamp in her hand. Old tiger. Chapter 59, even the young wife is thinking about Ye Chen. The scream startled Bai Zhirou, Gu Qinghan, and Qin Kuching inside the room. The three women rushed to the door and, in the dim light, could see the enormous thing on the cart. Its yellow and black stripes, its head with the character, Wog, King, on it, was round and broad, with sharp tiger teeth and exceptionally thick limbs. It was simply a behemoth, and even in death, it was still terrifying. Bai Zhirou turned pale with fright, clutching her chest, her legs trembling. Husband, did you hit me?" Qin Kuching hid directly behind Gu Qinghan, peeking out her head and trembling. Gu Qinghan, however, although her pupils also contracted slightly, quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Ye Chen, and only after confirming that he was not injured did she breathe a sigh of relief, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Hunting a tiger all by himself? With such combat prowess, he would be a formidable general even in the military. "What are you afraid of?" Ye Chen reached out and patted the tiger's head twice, making a slap-slap sound. His casual attitude was as if he were patting a big fat cat he kept at home. "It's just a big cat. It's dead. How could it bite anyone?" "All right, stop standing there." Ye Chen pointed to the little wild boar on the car. "Zhirou, Kuching, go boil some water and clean up this little pig. We're having roast suckling pig tonight. Go prepare the seasonings and get some chili powder." "There's another wild boar?" The ladies were even more astonished. How did Ye Chen manage to do that? "There are still 1, 2, 3, 8 more pheasants." "Husband, you're amazing." The women's beautiful eyes were practically sparkling with admiration, their gazes filled with the adoration of fans looking at their top idols. "It's just basic stuff. Get to work." Ye Chen drew a woodcutter's knife from his waist, rubbed it on the whetstone a few times, and said with a smile, "I'll take off its clothes. This tiger skin has to be peeled off completely. Let's do it." Ye Chen was focused, and the knife in his hand seemed to come alive. Brush. The blade flashed, so fast that its trajectory was impossible to discern. That was the 36 styles of Heavenly Gang sword technique, awarded by the system. Originally a peerless sword technique used to kill enemies, Ye Chen is now using it to skin people alive. The blade sliced along the white line on the tiger's belly, precisely cutting through the skin without damaging the underlying muscle. Gu Qinghan stood to the side, holding an oil lamp to light Ye Chen's way. Her gaze was fixed on Ye Chen's hand. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. As the eldest princess of the royal family and a third-rank martial artist, Gu Qinghan had seen countless imperial guards and fierce generals on the battlefield. But I have never seen such exquisite knife skills. Yes, it's exquisite. From the process of Ye Chen dissecting the tiger, she could sense that Ye Chen understood knife techniques. Not just understood, but already possessed the intent of the knife. You can control this knife in your hand at will. Each cut was as if it had been precisely calculated, flowing along the muscle fibers without any hesitation, and not even a few drops of blood were spilled. In Ye Chen's hands, the huge tiger skin was like a garment with its buttons undone, slowly and completely peeled off the tiger's body. Hiss! Gu Qinghan couldn't help but gasp. That knife skill is fast, accurate, and ruthless. If this knife were to slice into a person's throat, she dared not think about it. Just how many skills does her seemingly carefree and enthusiastic husband, who is also very fond of sex, actually have up his sleeve? What? Are you captivated by your husband's handsomeness? Ye Chen didn't even look up, his knife still flashing in his hand, and he grinned as he said, "I'll peel off this tiger skin and make you a mattress. You'll be sure to stay warm in the winter." Gu Qinghan blushed and remained silent. Although I don't know what handsome means, I can vaguely guess a bit. In less than half an incense stick's time, Ye Chen peeled off a complete tiger skin, complete with the tiger's head and paws. He shook the tiger's skin, and the beads of blood on it rolled off. Excellent swordsmanship. Gu Qinghan finally couldn't help but give a heartfelt exclamation of praise. Watch closely, this strike will be even cooler. Ye Chen chuckled, raised his knife, and sliced off the magnificent tiger penis. Gu Qinghan's pretty face turned even redder. Inside the house, several basins of boiling water were poured over the baby wild boar. Bai Zhirou and Qin Kuching, two stunningly beautiful women, rolled up their sleeves, revealing their fair arms, and began to remove the hair from the baby wild boar. It was called a small wild boar, but it weighed almost 100 pounds, and it didn't kill the two men. Lu Yi had already ground the chili powder and found some ingredients to remove the fishy smell from Ye Chen's medicine box. Then she also came to help remove the hair. An hour later, the three women were panting heavily from exhaustion. Leave the rest to me. Ye Chen cut off the little wild boar's head and forelegs, and also cut off most of its body. After all, a family of 5 can't finish a whole wild boar. Although it's called a wild boar, that's based on the size of an adult wild boar. Actually, this wild boar is not small at all. Just bake 1/6 of it. Even a large oven won't bake it all the way through. Ye Chen pierced the pork with an iron rod, then placed it on the stove to roast. In less than 15 minutes, the pork began to sizzle and ooze oil. As the iron rod slowly turned, different parts of the meat were roasted, and after sprinkling some coarse salt and seasonings, the aroma quickly filled the entire stone house. I'm so hungry. Lu Yi had swallowed countless times, squatting next to Ye Chen, her beautiful big eyes fixed on the large piece of roasted meat, never looking away. The other 3 ladies, though not as greedy, were also tempted by the aroma, and their mouths watered. The rich, almost overpowering aroma of meat, carried by the cold wind, seeped into the cracks of every door and window. Gurgle, Wang Ermatzi, who lived closest to Ye Chen's house, turned over in bed, his stomach growling like thunder. Damn it, it's Ye Chen's family again. Wang Ermatzi kicked off the blanket, sat up, and cursed. I can't live like this anymore. We eat meat every day. Are we even allowed to live? His wife was also awakened by the craving. She swallowed hard and sighed softly. They're just good at hunting. When are you going to go hunting some game? I don't ask for anything else. I'd even be happy if you could shoot a bird with your slingshot, so I could have a taste. Okay, I'll make a slingshot tomorrow. Honey, you wait. Hey, the same scene played out in several households in the village. Even some young wives couldn't help but fantasize about sleeping with Ye Chen, hoping that in return they could get a meal of meat. But when she thought of Ye Chen's 4 wives, all of whom were like celestial beings, each more beautiful than the last, she lost her confidence again. That wretched Ye Chen. I wish he were my husband. Chapter 60. The famine is getting worse. The meat of young wild boars tastes really good, but adult wild boars would probably be too gamey. Ye Chen tore off a piece of golden brown, crispy pork skin and stuffed it into his mouth. With a crunch, the fat burst in his mouth, and it was incredibly delicious. Because his predecessor was a doctor, he had a lot of medicinal herbs at home. With the blessing of Bien Art, the seasonings made from these herbs taste absolutely amazing. The 4 women sat around the Kong table, each with a satisfied expression on their pretty faces as they ate. Who would have thought this was a small village during a time of chaos and famine? Only landlords dare to eat meat like this nowadays. With grease stains on her lips, Lu Yi was shamelessly gnawing on a pork rib. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed into crescents as she mumbled satisfied sounds. Husband, this is so delicious. Wah, it tastes even better than what professional chefs make. I have never eaten such delicious meat, Bai Zhirou said with a smile. Although Qin Kuching and Gu Qinghan did not speak, the mountain of small bones piled up in front of them said it all. After a satisfying meal, a deep sense of weariness washed over me. Dealing with that little wild boar had exhausted them, and now that they were full, they couldn't help but feel sleepy. Go wash up and go to bed. After tidying up the table, Ye Chen spoke. As he spoke, he stretched, yawned, and burrowed into the covers. Tonight, your husband will be merciful and let you off the hook. Get some sleep. Just as Ye Chen had expected, the atmosphere in the room visibly relaxed after he said that. Cole, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Zhirou covered his mouth and gave him a reproachful glare. Gu Qinghan and Qin Kuching also clearly showed a relieved look on their pretty faces. Ye Chen smiled. He could tell that the ladies were all tired. Besides, I've already trained my physique for an hour with the pretty widow, so I don't really need it anymore. The next morning, it snowed lightly last night and stopped just as dawn broke. The long-awaited sun hung in the sky, casting a pale light that, though not warm, dazzled the snow-covered ground. A passing villager saw a huge, intact tiger skin hanging on a clothesline tied between two large trees in the courtyard of the stone house, which was surrounded by a fence. The vibrant yellow and black stripes shimmered in the sunlight. As you get closer, you can see a huge tiger on a large rock beneath the tiger skin. A skin tiger. My goodness. The villagers passing by were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they staggered back a few steps, almost falling over. Then, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire village. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the once quiet stone house of Ye Chen's family was surrounded by onlookers. Goodness, such a huge skin. How big must that tiger have been when it was alive? The tiger is right there on the ground. It's huge. Was it really Ye Erlang who did it? He can even kill a tiger. Is he some kind of demon? The villagers stood around, staring in disbelief, but no one dared to approach, let alone steal a piece or two of meat. At this moment, Ye Chen also woke up, pushed open the door, and came out. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone unconsciously took a step back, looking at the young man in the deerskin coat with awe. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen skin being sun-dried before? Ye Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone calm, yet carrying an imposing aura. No one dared to respond. Ye Chen ignored them and walked straight to the corner of the courtyard, where he flipped the tiger over. This tiger skin is a valuable item. If processed properly, it can fetch a high price. Of course, Ye Chen is not short of money now, so it would be more comfortable to keep it to make mattresses. Roll! Ye Chen roared. After the villagers had all been frightened away, Ye Chen began to get busy. Start cutting the tiger meat with a machete. I originally planned to sell it, but then I remembered that I had a princess hidden in my house, so I decided to eat it myself. After all, how majestic was Wu's song after he killed the tiger? They became famous overnight. Ye Chen just wants to stay put right now, not for any other reason than fear that someone will discover Gu Qinghan. More than an hour of busy work. The tiger bones were cleaned out, and there was no meat left to put in jars, so Ye Chen packed it into sacks and put it in the yard. For the next few days, Ye Chen did not go into the mountains again. The atmosphere in the village grew increasingly oppressive. Without the imperial court's disaster relief grain, the people are completely starving. Famine was like an invisible hand, gripping everyone's throat tightly. We used to be able to go up the mountain to dig up some wild vegetables and tree bark, but now that it has snowed for several days in a row, we can't even find a single blade of grass. People who are starving have green eyes. Some figures began to linger outside Ye Chen's house. Some people knelt at the door and kowtowed. Some brought their emaciated children and cried, and some even wanted to send their wives over in exchange for food. Ye Chen, please, have mercy and give me some food. My child hasn't eaten for 3 days. Erlang, for the sake of our fellow villagers, please share some meat with me. I'll serve you like a slave from now on. Ye Chen remained indifferent to these pleas most of the time. It's not that he's heartless, but that this door can't be opened. Several 100 pounds of meat may seem like a lot, but if you divide it among several hundred people in the village, it won't even be enough to fill a tooth gap for each person. In particular, once this starts, a small favor can breed resentment, and these starving people might even tear his house down. There's no meat. Ye Chen stood at the door, carrying a large wooden bucket filled with the leftover offal from processing tigers and wild boars, pig intestines, lungs, and some scraps, mixed with blood and emitting a pungent stench. In modern times, pig intestines are considered a delicacy, but the ancients didn't know how to handle it, and Ye Chen was too lazy to bother, since he didn't need it. You can take these back and cook them, but don't even think about getting the good meat. As he spoke, Ye Chen went outside and poured the contents of the bucket directly onto the snow. He tossed his hand, and the bucket of offal spilled onto the snow with a splash. Meat. It's meat. Rob it. The villagers, who had been kneeling on the ground begging, suddenly pounced on them like mad dogs. Some people grabbed a piece of intestine covered in mud and stuffed it into their clothes, while others fought tooth and nail over a piece of pig lung. Human dignity is worthless in the face of hunger. Ye Chen watched this scene expressionlessly, turned around, closed the door, and sighed helplessly. Just take care of yourselves. Give them some scraps, that's enough. Ye Chen hardened his heart and decided not to meddle in these other people's business. After all, if he had no food, they wouldn't be so kind as to give him food, would they? Chapter 61 Second Treatment. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day period has arrived. Early in the morning, the Zhao family's iconic luxurious carriage once again stopped at the entrance of Xiaozhou village. This time, The villagers looked at the carriage with not only envy, but also a deep sense of awe for Ye Chen. To receive such courteous treatment from Master Zhao, and to be able to hunt down a tiger, this second son of the Yi family was no longer someone they could even discuss. Ye Chen changed into a clean blue long robe. Although the fabric was ordinary, it gave him a refined and casual air when worn by his tall and upright figure. Before leaving, he pulled Gu Qinghan aside. My trip will probably take up most of the day. Ye Chen lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the lurking, prying eyes outside the courtyard wall, and said, the famine is getting worse. Several more people have starved to death in the village these past 2 days. They won't dare do anything while I'm home. But if I leave, who knows? Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, no one will be able to step into this courtyard. Gu Qinghan nodded, a cold glint flashing in her clear eyes. If there are really any blind fools, I wouldn't mind having a few more corpses in this snowy field. After all, Gu Qinghan must have killed countless people along the way to escape from Zhao Baichuan. At first, Ye Chen thought she was a female knight-errant. This is the true red-skirted female warrior of yesteryear, decisive and ruthless, never hesitant or indecisive. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction and reached out to stroke her pert nose. It's all up to you. Use the crossbow to intimidate them first. Once 2 of them die, no one will dare to attack. Gu Qinghan nodded gently. The carriage sped along and entered the county town. The Zhao residence remained as grand as ever, but the number of guards at the gate had doubled compared to last time, clearly indicating that Zhao Dezhu had strengthened his defenses in these chaotic times. Miracle Doctor, you've finally arrived. As soon as Ye Chen stepped off the carriage, Zhao Dezhu greeted him with a beaming smile, his attitude even more respectful than last time. Please come in, please come in. Linger was talking about you this morning. Oh, what are you talking about me about? Ye Chen asked with a half-smile. Ahem. Of course, I'm praising the miraculous doctor who brought the dead back to life. He's Linger's savior. Zhao Dezhu blushed and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, what Zhao Linger was muttering was, that lecherous scoundrel. Passing through the corridor, I arrived once again at that boudoir filled with the scent of herbs. This time, the atmosphere was clearly different. Last time I visited, the room was filled with gloom and a deathly atmosphere. Now, the charcoal fire is burning brightly, and a few blooming red plum blossoms are placed on the windowsill, adding a touch of life to this cold winter. Please, Dr. Yi. Madame Zhao personally lifted the curtain, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ye Chen stepped into the inner room. On the bed, Zhao Linger was leaning against the soft pillows, holding a book in her hand. Hearing footsteps, she hurriedly put down her book and looked up. Their eyes met. A hint of amazement flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. The previous Zhao Linger was sickly and frail. Though beautiful, she carried an aura of death. Now, after 7 days of recuperation, her small face finally regained its color. Her skin was fair and rosy, like a peeled lychee. She wore a light pink brocade jacket with a collar trimmed with snow-white fox fur, which made her small face look even more delicate. Her long, black hair was casually tied into a loose bun, with a few stray strands falling beside her ears, adding a touch of languid charm. This is no longer the sickly child. It's clearly a flower bud about to bloom. Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi. When Zhao Linger saw Ye Chen, the scene from 7 days ago instantly flashed through her mind. She was naked when he pricked her with needles, and saw her completely naked. Overwhelmed with shame, her face flushed red to her ears, and even her long neck turned pink. She subconsciously pulled the cloak she was wearing tighter, covering herself up completely, leaving only her large, watery eyes showing as she stared at Ye Chen warily and shyly. What? Is Miss Zhao afraid of me? Ye Chen smiled slightly, and walked to the round stool by the bed and sat down. In nothing. Zhao Linger spoke in a voice barely audible, her eyes darting around. Though shy, she still said politely, Thank you for saving my life, divine doctor. Put aside the debt of saving my life for now, and reach out your hand. Hand. Ye Chen put on an air of superiority. Zhao Linger bit her lip and slowly stretched out a section of her fair wrist from under the covers. Her wrist was slender and fair, with faint blue veins visible. Ye Chen extended 3 fingers and placed them on her pulse. The touch of his fingertips was warm and delicate, no longer as cold and piercing as last time. Although the pulse was still somewhat weak, the chilling aura had largely dissipated, replaced by a faint yet tenacious vitality. The recovery is going well. After a moment, Ye Chen withdrew his hand and nodded. It seems that Master Zhao has been feeding you quite well these past few days. That's natural, that's natural. Standing to the side, Zhao Dezhu quickly interjected. Ginseng, bird's nest, anything that's good for Ling'er's health. I've had it all brought over. Yes, keep it up. Ye Chen stood up, his gaze falling on Zhao Ling'er, and his tone suddenly became playful. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling'er trembled violently, like a frightened little rabbit, and stammered. Do I still need to take off my clothes? The air in the room froze again. Zhao Dezhu and his wife also looked at Ye Chen with nervous expressions. Although it had happened once before, this was still a matter of their daughter's chastity, and as parents, they always felt uneasy. Looking at Zhao Ling'er's expression of both fear and reluctance, Ye Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl is really fun to tease. What did you think? Ye Chen leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her face, and whispered, Did you think I was trying to take advantage of you again? Zhao Ling'er blushed even more after her secret was exposed, and she quickly shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I didn't think that. All right, stop talking nonsense. Ye Chen straightened up, regaining his serious expression, and turned to Zhao Dezhu and his wife, saying, You can go out now. I'm going to administer acupuncture. Okay. Although Zhao Dezhu and his wife were conflicted, they still obediently went out. I turned around. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he turned around and acted like a gentleman. I thought to myself, it'll be the same whether I wait until the acupuncture is administered or not. Zhao Ling'er obediently turned around, unbuttoned her jacket, and pulled it down halfway to reveal her smooth, jade-like back. Her shoulder blades were delicate and exquisite, her spinal grooves were deep, and her skin gleamed like ivory in the candlelight. Wow, that figure! Ye Chen looked at the bronze mirror in front of him. Although it was somewhat blurry, he had the golden eyes and could clearly see Zhao Ling'er's every move. Chapter 62 The Silly and Adorable Young Lady. Zhao Ling'er had no idea that Ye Chen, who was facing away from her, could see everything clearly and plainly behind him. Because of shyness, she bit her lip tightly with her pearly teeth. After leaving only a red bodice, she crawled under the covers and then took it off. Zhao Ling'er gripped the edge of the blanket with both hands, covering herself up completely, with only her small head showing. Then, after a few deep breaths, I forced myself to calm down. Then, in a very soft, trembling voice, he said, I'm ready. Dr. Yi, please come and give me acupuncture. Hearing the trembling voice that was barely audible, Ye Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He was a handsome man with 8-pack abs and super long battery life. Everyone was fighting over him. Why was he so afraid? I sat down on the edge of the bed. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Ye Chen could only resort to the same trick and asked, Why don't you close your eyes like last time? Good. Zhao Ling'er is quite well behaved. She was mainly too shy. With her eyes open, she really didn't know how to face Ye Chen. After the girl closed her eyes, Ye Chen took out silver needles from the system space, disinfected them with alcohol, and slowly lifted the quilt covering Zhao Ling'er. A perfectly exquisite porcelain doll appeared before him. Presumably because of her previous unconsciousness, Zhao Ling'er was responsive this time, her body visibly trembling. It almost made Ye Chen lose his composure. They both secretly took a deep breath at the same time to make themselves appear normal. Here we go. Ye Chen already held the silver needles in his hand, and the first needle was still placed on the Tanzhong acupoint on the girl's chest. Lying on the bed, Zhao Ling'er let out a soft moan. It wasn't because of the pain, but because I was too nervous. Ye Chen stopped overthinking. With the help of BNK's medical techniques, the subsequent acupuncture speed was extremely fast. In Ye Chen's hands, each silver needle moved swiftly and gracefully, like an artist displaying art. During the process, Zhao Ling'er secretly opened her eyes, not fully, but slightly squinted, to steal a glance at Ye Chen. The young man's expression was focused. There was no evil desire in his eyes, only a yearning to save people. Soon, all 30-odd silver needles were inserted into Zhao Ling'er's body. The meridians in my body began to heat up again. Zhao Ling'er blushed. Her beautiful eyes remained tightly closed, and her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing just how flustered she was. Ye Chen took a step back and slowly lowered the curtains. You can open your eyes now. Hearing Ye Chen's voice coming from 2 or 3 meters away, Zhao Ling'er curiously opened her eyes. The curtains had already fallen, separating Ye Chen from her and safely enclosing her in a small, safe space. Thank you. This time, Zhao Linger's gratitude was more sincere than ever before. Should I repay this life-saving debt with my body? Ye Chen said half-jokingly. I was just feeling grateful, and now I've become a rogue doctor again. Zhao Linger gave a soft snort, but there was no dissatisfaction in her tone. She knew in her heart that if it weren't for Ye Chen, she would have died 7 days ago. Although Ye Chen can sometimes be a bit roguish, but most of the time he was very good. He was a skilled doctor, had a good sense of humor, and was good-looking, even handsome. Zhao Linger thought to herself, and her face turned red again. Zhao Linger, what are you thinking? Ye Chen had already sat down in a chair, poured himself a cup of tea, and was chatting as he drank. Have you found the person who poisoned you? No. Zhao Linger's voice sounded somewhat forlorn and tinged with worry. But she quickly chuckled softly and said, although we haven't found the person who poisoned us, father and mother are still investigating. They even use silver needles to test for poison in our daily meals. They've even replaced our tableware with silver tableware. As long as nothing goes wrong in the future, that's all that matters. You're quite an optimistic girl. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, but showed no intention of helping to investigate. After all, the system didn't give me any detective skills, and as for the golden eyes, if it's at the crime scene, maybe it can be found. However, Zhao Linger was poisoned many days ago. Just as Zhao Linger was about to answer, she felt a burning sensation coming from the acupuncture site, which she found unbearable. She said helplessly, Dr. Yi, the area is really starting to get hot. Just bear with it. Ye Chen's tone was calm, showing no intention of going over to remove the needles. To completely eliminate the cold toxins, this suffering is unavoidable. Moreover, compared to death, can this little bit of suffering even be called suffering? Oh, Zhao Linger stopped making a fuss and obediently replied before shutting up, though a painful whimper could be heard from time to time. Ye Chen continued drinking his tea, silently counting the time in his mind. Outside the door, Zhao Dezhu and his wife are still guarding the place. Although the Zhao family had a bad reputation in Xining County, it must be said that Zhao Dezhu loved his daughter very much, and they didn't renege on their debt. When it was almost time, Ye Chen got up and walked to the bedside. Before lifting the curtains, he said, It's almost time. Close your eyes. I'm coming in. Something sounds off. Zhao Linger felt that something was wrong. Even though she was the one being watched, she was forced to close her eyes. However, she only dared to complain quietly in her heart. The moment the curtains were drawn back, she didn't dare to look Ye Chen in the eye. She obediently closed her eyes and looked like she was about to sacrifice herself. So cute and silly. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled, then began to pull out all the silver needles from the young lady's body. After cleaning it up, the system space was directly reclaimed. This time, without Ye Chen's reminder, Zhao Linger quickly covered herself with the blanket after feeling the silver needles were gone. She blinked her beautiful eyes a few times, sensing the changes in her body. It has indeed improved a lot. My body warmed up a bit, and I felt a bit stronger. Dr. Yi, your medical skills are amazing. Zhao Linger hid under the covers, her beautiful big eyes looking Ye Chen up and down with a hint of admiration in them, and said, Who did you learn your medical skills from? I feel like you are even more skilled than the imperial physicians in the palace. Although I have never met an imperial physician, my medical skills came about when I was 7 years old. I met a beggar on the roadside. He saw that my bone structure was extraordinary and that I was a medical genius, 1 in 10,000. So he gave me a medical book. Ye Chen started spouting nonsense, saying, He said that the responsibility of saving the world would be handed over to me. And as it turns out, I am indeed a peerless genius, 1 in a million. I became self-taught with just a medical book and went around saving lives and healing the sick. Chapter 63. Turning the elbow to outsiders? Wow! Zhao Linger listened intently, even imagining a scene. When Ye Chen was 7 years old, he encountered a beggar on the roadside who looked like a reclusive master. Then, after acquiring medical skills, he began to study diligently on his own. Ye Chen worked tirelessly, neglecting sleep and meals, and with his unparalleled talent, he finally achieved something in medicine. You're so amazing. Zhao Linger blinked her beautiful big eyes, her tone full of admiration, like a little fan looking at her idol brother. They actually believed it completely? My adorable and silly young lady. Ye Chen felt embarrassed to continue deceiving such an innocent girl. He coughed lightly, regained his composure, and said, I'll continue lying down. I'll go tell your parents. After saying that, Ye Chen lowered the curtains and made sure that Zhao Linger wouldn't be seen by anyone outside before opening the door. Dr. Yi, the divine physician. Compared to last time, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were not as panicked, but they still couldn't help asking, "How is my Linga?" Most of the poison has been eliminated, and he's in great spirits. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he tactfully left the room, with Zhao Dezhu following behind. Let Madame Zhao and her maid stay in the room to keep Zhao Linger company. Thank you so much, Dr. Yi. My daughter is only alive because of you. Zhao Dezhu thanked Ye Chen repeatedly, then sent a servant to fetch 50 taels of silver, saying, "Although we agreed on a price beforehand, I've troubled you every time, Dr. Yi. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary. I hope you won't refuse this small token of my appreciation." How could I possibly accept this? Ye Chen stuffed the silver into his pocket, but actually just casually tossed it into his system space. This verbal refusal, coupled with the smooth and effortless acceptance of the silver without any hesitation, still left Zhao Dezhu stunned for half a second. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he laughed heartily twice. In these chaotic and famine-stricken times, what's a little extra money if you can befriend a divine doctor like Ye Chen? Ye Chen was well aware that a businessman with a bad reputation like Zhao Dezhu might be stingy and calculating when dealing with servants and maids. But he will be very generous to people who are useful to him. This is their mindset. They are never stingy when it's time to spend money, but when it's time to be frugal, they become penny pinchers, spending money wisely. Dr. Yi, the cook has prepared wine and food. After you have eaten and drunk your fill, I will send someone to take you back. Zhao Dezhu really wanted to win over Ye Chen and didn't care about the 50 taels of silver at all. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Ye Chen nodded and continued. It is only polite to reciprocate. When I came, I put 2 pheasants in the carriage, which I caught yesterday while hunting in the mountains, and a deer leg. I know that the Zhao family is not short of food, but such wild game can only be hunted in the mountains. Moreover, deer meat is very nutritious and can be given to Miss Linga. Thank you very much, Dr. Yi. Zhao Dezhu behaved with great courtesy and respect for scholars. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall. The exquisite dishes began to be served, and before all the dishes were served, Madame Zhao arrived with Zhao Ling. Madame Zhao was dressed the same as before, in a dark green long dress, with a warm, velvety silk coat draped over her shoulders. Her hair was neatly piled on her head, and she wore various exquisite jewelry. Unlike her previous worry about her daughter, Madame Zhao now looked beautiful and noble. Her pretty oval face looked as if she were only 30 years old, a truly beautiful woman. Beside her was Zhao Linger, dressed in a red dress. The girl's attire was not as solemn as Madame Zhao's, but it still exuded beauty and charm. She also had a beautiful oval face, and her skin was even better maintained than Madame Zhao's, like the first snow of the season. Her features were delicate, with red lips and white teeth. When she looked at Ye Chen with her bright, watery eyes, she exuded a hint of reserve and shyness. Dr. Yi, my daughter was weak last time, but she has almost recovered now. I should at least offer you a few drinks to express my gratitude. After Mrs. Zhao led her daughter to her seat, she began to speak. Madame Zhao, you're too kind. Ye Chen's gaze lingered on the mother and daughter's faces for a few seconds. He thought to himself, compared like this, Zhao Linger and Madame Zhao do indeed look 6 or 7 parts alike. As for Zhao Dezhu, thankfully, Zhao Linger didn't inherit any of Zhao Dezhu's features. Otherwise, she would go from being an exceptional beauty to just an ordinary beauty. Although they are 6 or 7 parts similar, Zhao Linger's appearance is more refined than that of Madame Zhao. This young lady has a silly and cute personality, but she is indeed beautiful and charming enough. It's a pity she didn't fall on hard times. Otherwise, I would definitely take her back as my wife. Ye Chen thought to himself, but his face remained impassive, maintaining the appearance of a virtuous gentleman. We should thank Dr. Yi. In front of her parents, Zhao Linger still maintained her lively and charming personality, showing how much Zhao Dezhu and his wife doted on their daughter. Before Zhao Dezhu and his wife could even pick up their wine glasses, she had already raised the silver wine glass in front of her, smiled slightly, and said in a cute tone, Dr. Yi, I'd like to toast you. Good. Ye Chen nodded, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Zhao Linger only drank half a cup before she couldn't resist. Clearly it was her first time drinking alcohol. Please don't take offense, Dr. Yi. I only have one daughter, and I've spoiled her rotten. Madame Zhao smiled gently. Her noble womanly demeanor made every move she made incredibly dignified. How could I be surprised? Miss Linger is very cute, Ye Chen said without hesitation. Beside her, Zhao Linger's pretty face flushed slightly, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Her secret joy was noticed by Zhao Dezhu, Madame Zhao, Ye Chen, and even the maid beside her. After several rounds of drinks, Ye Chen had almost finished eating. Looking at the half-full jar of Nuerhong on the table, he said, "Could you give me a few jars of this Nuerhong? I'm planning to make some tiger. No, some ginseng wine, medicinal wine. I originally wanted to say tiger penis and tiger bone wine, but then I remembered that Madame Zhao and Zhao Linger were still around, so I quickly changed my mind. This must be the reason why Ye Chen gave Zhao Dezhu 2 pheasants and a deer leg. The main problem is that brewing wine is too troublesome. It's better to just ask Zhao Dezhu for a gift. If I give him pheasant and deer leg, then I won't owe him a favor." Of course, Zhao Dezhu immediately instructed the steward, saying, "Quickly move a few jars of daughter's red wine to the carriage. When we take Dr. Yi back later, move the wine to Dr. Ye's house." "Yes, sir." The butler strode off, ready to carry out his mission. Just as the butler stepped out, Zhao Linger's voice rang out, saying, "Move a few more jars." "Yes, Mississippi." The butler looked at Zhao Dezhu with an inquiring gaze, and only left after his master gave his consent. This subtle movement made Ye Chen's eyebrows twitch slightly. At the same time, I felt somewhat helpless. "My adorable and silly young lady, is it really okay for you to side with outsiders like this in front of your father?" Chapter 64, Arrest Warrant. We were full and satisfied. "It's getting late. I should head back." Ye Chen put down his chopsticks and finished half a jar of daughter red wine. There was no sign of drunkenness on his face. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. "I'll give it to Dr. Yi." Zhao Dezhu immediately summoned the steward. "Quickly prepare a carriage and make sure to get Dr. Yi home safely." It was the same coachman and the same 4 guards as last time. Seeing that Ye Chen was about to leave, Zhao Linger hesitated, her delicate oval face glowing with an alluring blush in the cold wind, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at her. "Miss Zhao, is there anything else?" "This is for you." Zhao Linger quickly pulled an oil paper package from her sleeve and stuffed it into Ye Chen's hand without saying a word. Their fingertips touched. The girl's fingers were warm and soft, carrying a faint fragrance of youth. "This is osmanthus cake. It was just made in the kitchen. It's still warm. Take it with you on the way." After saying that, she quickly ran behind Madame Zhao, her face already flushed red. "Thank you, Miss Linger." Zhao Dezhu stood to the side, watching this scene, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. "A daughter is like a tree that cannot be kept at home once she grows up." "Master Zhao, Madame Zhaoling, farewell." Ye Chen didn't stand on ceremony. After bowing respectfully, he nimbly jumped onto the carriage. The carriage curtain was drawn, blocking the view from outside. "Set off." With a shout from the coachman, the carriage slowly started moving and drove away from the Zhao residence. Ye Chen leaned against the soft cushion, opened the oil paper package, picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, and put it in his mouth. Soft, sweet, and melts in your mouth. It tastes good. With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the system space. There are many prey there. There was just too much prey. Not only was it taking up space, but every time we took it out, we had to come up with a way to explain it. You can't exactly say that you hunted several thousand kilograms of game last time you went into the mountains, can you? It's not like we're filming an anti-Japanese war drama. We need to clear out the inventory. Ye Chen lifted the carriage curtain and instructed the driver outside. "Please trouble you to go to Yingzhan Tower first." "All right, Dr. Yi." The coachman was very respectful and continued to urge the horses on. In less than a quarter of an hour, we arrived at Yingzhan Tower. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, Ye Chen jumped down and said, "Wait for me here." After saying that, he went straight into Yingzhan Tower. Before the waiters noticed him, and before the grooms and guards watched him, Ye Chen had a sudden thought, and 7 or 8 pheasants and 7 or 8 rabbits were already in his hands. Ye Chen called out loudly, "Manager Hu, I'm here again." Hearing the sound, Hu Shoucai peeked out, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Good heavens! So many." Manager Hu looked quite surprised and couldn't help but say, "You guys are pretty efficient. These days, even hunters might not be able to catch this many animals in 10 days or half a month." Did Ye Chen put a spell on these wild animals to freeze them? "I was lucky. I took down a whole nest." Ye Chen made up a story on the spot. Brother Ye's luck is truly amazing. Hu Shoucai didn't ask any more questions and quickly called to the waiters. Quick, quick. Move everything to the kitchen and tell the customers that we have the freshest wild game. After a thorough inventory check, another 9 taels of silver were deposited into the account. Same as always, cook me a few of your best dishes, with meat and oil, and I'll pack them up to take away. No problem. Please wait a moment. While waiting for the food, Ye Chen left Yingjian restaurant and said to the coachman, "You wait here, I'm going to the rice shop up ahead to buy some things." "Dr. Yi, please go ahead. We will not wander off." Ye Chen mingled into the bustling crowd alone. He made his way around several corners, and after confirming that no one was following him, he slipped into a secluded rice shop. They resorted to the same old trick. More than a dozen wild animals made their move again. The rice shop owner also wanted to eat meat, and these wild game pieces looked very fresh. The bloodstains hadn't even dried yet. It's also easier to preserve things in winter, so she readily accepted Ye Chen's barter proposal. A moment later, Ye Chen came out carrying 2 large bags full of fine rice. When no one was around, I tossed it into the system space. These days, grain is more useful than silver. Just as I was about to return to Yingxianlu, I found that the notice board in front of me was surrounded by a crowd of people. It was surrounded by layers upon layers of buildings, completely impenetrable. Exclamations and whispers could be heard from the crowd from time to time. "Wow, that bounty is way too high. 100 taels of silver and 500 caddies of grain. If we can catch this man, we'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. And it doesn't matter whether they live or die." Upon hearing the words 500 caddies of grain, Ye Chen paused in his steps. In this world where famine is rampant, 500 caddies of grain could be exchanged for a luxurious mansion in the county town. Who is so valuable? Ye Chen had a bad feeling and, relying on his extraordinary strength, squeezed his way through the crowd. "Look up." A brand new wanted poster was affixed to the notice board. That's a portrait. Although it is just a few strokes of ink and wash, and the painting is a bit rough, the charm between the eyebrows and eyes is captured very accurately. Especially those eyes, clear and cold like stars, and the faint hint of aloofness at the corners of their eyes. Ye Chen's heart sank. Gu Qinghan. Even though the portrait only resembled her by 6 points, he could recognize her at a glance. It was his aloof and cold wife. Shift your gaze downwards. Below the portrait was a line of large characters. "A palace maid who escaped and stole imperial treasures has committed a heinous crime. Anyone providing clues will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Anyone who apprehends her, whether dead or alive, will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and 500 caddies of fine rice." A runaway maid? Ye Chen sneered inwardly. The eldest princess of the great Yin dynasty, the late emperor's most beloved daughter, was falsely accused of being a palace maid who stole imperial treasures. They also said, regardless of whether the person lives or dies. It seems that the usurping uncle is determined to eliminate all threats, not even sparing his own niece. This woman is really pretty. If we catch her, a man with yellow teeth next to him rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with lewd light. "What are you thinking? This is a wanted criminal. If he's caught, he'll be handed over to the authorities." Before they handed me over to the authorities, they didn't say anything about what we couldn't do. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. A nauseating burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding area. A greedy green light gleamed in everyone's eyes. In their eyes, the person in the painting was not only a delicate woman, but also piles of silver, mountains of grain, and the hope of survival. Ye Chen clenched his fist, which was hidden in his sleeve, so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A chilling, killing intent surged within his chest, but he quickly suppressed it. He took a deep look at the portrait, then turned and squeezed through the crowd. When they returned to Yingxianlu, Hu Shoucai had already prepared the food box. "Brother Yi, all the dishes are ready, and they're all piping hot." "Thank you." Ye Chen took the food box, paid, and left. His expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of anything amiss. The moment he boarded the carriage and the curtain was lowered, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Back to the village. The carriage moved slowly. Through the crack in the car window, Ye Chen saw several officials carrying a stack of notices and posting them along the street. Each post attracted a crowd of starving people to watch. If things continue like this, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Ye Chen frowned and muttered to himself. Chapter 65. Even the heavenly king himself can't do it. Fortunately, the world is in chaos. Ye Chen leaned back on the cushion, his fingers gently tapping his knees. Bandits were rampant on the roads, and ordinary people dared not enter the city. The lack of information became the best protection. In a remote and impoverished place like Xiaozhou village, where even a peddler wouldn't bother, Gu Qinghan is safe for the time being as long as no one comes to the village specifically to compare portraits. But this kind of security is not permanent. Whoa! The carriage slowed down, and the driver's shout interrupted Ye Chen's thoughts. Lifting a corner of the curtain, a familiar, dilapidated village came into view. The Zhao family's luxurious carriage drove into the village again, and many eyes peered greedily and respectfully from behind cracks in doors and through broken windows. It's that brat from the Yi family again. How many times has this happened? Is Master Zhao his biological father? The whispers were carried away by the cold wind. The carriage came to a steady stop in the open space in front of the stone house. As soon as Ye Chen jumped out of the car, the courtyard gate creaked open. Lu Yi, like a cheerful little rabbit, was about to rush out and call out "husband" in her newly made red cotton-padded jacket, but was stopped by a look from Ye Chen. Although Lu Yi was simple-minded, she wasn't stupid, and she immediately stopped. She obediently shrank back behind the door, only her big eyes peeking out as she looked around. "Thank you for your hard work, brothers." Ye Chen turned around, cupped his hands in greeting to the guards and coachmen, and said, "Just unload the things at the entrance. I can carry them in myself." "You're too kind, Dr. Yi." The coachman carried the wine down the stairs one trip after another and placed it at the door. The four guards treated Ye Chen with a degree of respect, but there was no need for them to fawn over him. They were capable and held a certain position in the Zhao household. Although they are escorting Ye Chen, it doesn't mean they are not of high status. "Thanks." Ye Chen didn't mind and went over to lend a hand, helping the coachman to put all the daughter's red wine at the entrance of the stone house. Then, he said goodbye to the others. The carriage turned around and disappeared into the snow at the village entrance. Ye Chen Kai took out the food box and 2 heavy bags of fine rice packed by Yingxi and Lu from the system space and placed them next to several jars of wine. "Open the door, let's move our things." Upon hearing Ye Chen's voice, the tightly closed wooden door opened wide. The 4 women, as if they had been waiting impatiently, filed out one after another. "My husband." A little embarrassed, Lu Yi asked, "Did I do something wrong just now? Let's move our things in first, and then we'll talk about it." After saying that, Ye Chen added, "Qinghan, stay inside and don't come out." Oh, at first, Gu Qinghan thought that Ye Chen was worried that her injuries had not yet healed. But seeing Ye Chen's expression, he knew things weren't simple, so he took a few steps back and hid himself inside the house. After moving everything into the house, Ye Chen bolted the door shut, his smile vanishing instantly and his expression turning serious. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Lu Yi, who was about to open the food box to steal a bite, froze in midair with a piece of osmanthus cake in her hand, looking at Ye Chen somewhat at a loss. "Husband, what happened?" Bai Zhirou, being the most attentive, walked over, took Ye Chen's hand, and asked softly. Gu Qinghan also walked over, her cold eyes fixed on Ye Chen. "Qinghan, Prince Ning has issued an arrest warrant, which includes your portrait." Ye Chen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "A reward of 100 taels of silver, plus 500 caddies of fine rice, dead or alive." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Qin Kuching all had their pretty faces change and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" They covered their mouths with their hands, looked at Ye Chen, then at Gu Qinghan, their beautiful eyes filled with worry, not knowing what to do. "I guessed it." Gu Qinghan's face also paled a bit. When she saw Ye Chen's eyes just now, she had already vaguely guessed what was going on, but after hearing Ye Chen say it, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She was silent for a moment, then lowered her eyes, her voice a little hoarse. "I won't drag you down with me." As she spoke, she turned to reach for the long sword hanging on the wall. "Stop." Ye Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority as he snorted. "Did I say you could leave? I'll hold up the sky if it falls. Or do you think I can't protect you?" "That's not what I thought." Seeing that Ye Chen seemed angry, Gu Qinghan quickly walked back, bit her lip, and explained, "I know my husband won't abandon me, but that's Prince Ning. How can a commoner like me oppose the high and mighty Prince Ning? Prince Ning is even preparing to ascend the throne. Even the King of Heaven himself isn't qualified to make you leave me." Ye Chen's tone was unparalleled in its domineering presence, leaving no room for doubt about his authority. At that moment, Gu Qinghan's heart melted. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Qin Keqing watched from the side, their eyes reddening, their hearts pounding with emotion. With a husband like this, what more could a wife ask for? That's what a real man should be like. Tell me, while I was away from home for most of the day, did anyone try to cause trouble? Ye Chen didn't want the atmosphere in the room to become too heavy, so he quickly changed the subject. Mentioning this, a hint of indignation appeared on Bai Zhirou's beautiful face as she said, that old bachelor Li Lizi from the east end of the village tried to climb over the wall to steal meat. Oh, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze darkening. What happened next? Although he knew that the ladies were safe and sound, Ye Chen was still very angry to hear that someone dared to provoke him. She was scared away by Sister Qinghan. Qin Keqing picked up the thread and said, as soon as that Li Lizi showed his face, Sister Qinghan took that crossbow, and, whoosh, the arrow was stuck in his hair. There were people watching from a distance. Seeing this, no one dared to have any more wicked ideas. Then they all dispersed. Since there's nothing else, let's eat. I'll teach him a lesson tomorrow. Seeing that the ladies were in good spirits and hadn't suffered any losses, Ye Chen didn't immediately seek revenge. Instead, he said, let's eat first, or the food will get cold. Good. The ladies nodded, opened the food box, and saw that the dishes inside were still steaming hot. This is far too lavish. Looking at the table full of dishes, Lu Yi swallowed hard, then glanced at the grains and 8 jars of daughter's red wine, and couldn't help but ask, husband, Master Zhao is quite generous. Has his daughter been cured yet? Bai Zhirou, Qin Keqing, and Gu Qinghan also felt that this Master Zhao was truly generous. Little did they know that the dishes in the food box, as well as the 2 bags of fine rice, were obtained by Ye Chen through trading a lot of wild game. We need to go twice more. Ye Chen grinned, placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into Lu Yi's bowl, and said with a smile, so, in 7 days, you'll still be able to eat these delicious dishes. Eat more, I won't let you off the hook tonight. Upon hearing this, the 4 ladies' beautiful cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 66 Soft-Hearted. The noise inside the stone house never stopped that night. Ye Chen is practically an invincible war god. Even Gu Qinghan, who usually practices martial arts and has excellent physical flexibility, could only surrender in the middle of the night. However, she discovered that Ye Chen did not have the habit of treating prisoners of war well. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window cracks onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, and Ye Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He opened the system and took a look. Ye Chen, Constitution 60, Strength 60, Speed 62, Endurance 61. Hunting skills, beginner. Craftsmanship skills, beginner. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. 36 styles of heavenly gang knife techniques, beginner. Golden eyes, beginner. BNK's medical skills, beginner. This is incredible. Ye Chen clenched his fist, feeling his own power. If this continues, I'll become a Superman sooner or later. The 4 ladies were also fast asleep, curled up like cats. Ye Chen quietly got up, put on his deerskin coat, and tucked a wood-chopping knife into his waistband. Yesterday, Bai Zhirou and the others said that Li Lizi, that bastard, dared to climb over the wall and steal meat. This door must never be opened. During times of famine, people's hearts are more terrifying than ghosts. If you take a step back, they will dare to take 10 steps forward. If we don't slaughter Li Lizi, that chicken, today, those starving monkeys in the village will turn the world upside down. Down. Ye Chen deliberately showed off his wood-chopping knife, and then swaggered around the village. When I passed by Tieju's house, the latter was practicing his physical strength in the yard. After seeing Ye Chen through the fence surrounding the yard, he quickly came out. Brother Chen, you're carrying a knife. Who are you going to teach a lesson to? Seeing the wood-chopping knife at Ye Chen's waist, Taiju guessed what was going on. Without waiting for Ye Chen's reply, he ran back, picked up the wood-chopping knife, and also put on his bow and arrows. After coming out again, he asked, Brother Chen, who are you going to kill? I'll go with you. Walk. Ye Chen didn't waste any words and said directly, go to the east end of the village and have a talk with Li Lizi about life. That kind of person, you don't even need to lift a finger, Brother Shun. I can kill him myself. Taiju's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Ye Chen walked ahead, his steps quick, making a crunching sound as he stepped on the snow. By this time, quite a few people were already wandering around the village. These people were all emaciated and had bulging eyes, staring at everything on the roadside like wild wolves, all looking for something to eat. As soon as the villagers saw Ye Chen walking over menacingly, carrying a knife, They all gave way. Hey, isn't that Ye Erlang? What's he up to? Judging from the direction they're heading, they're looking for Li Lizi, probably because of the meat theft yesterday. Let's go take a look. The word spread quickly, and soon there were 20 or 30 people. They dared not approach, only daring to follow slowly within a 50-step radius. Ye Chen didn't care about them. The more people, the better. He wanted to show everyone what the consequences would be for touching Ye Chen's things. They arrived at the door of Li Lizi's dilapidated thatched hut. The thatched hut was so dilapidated that it didn't even have a proper door. It was just blocked by a broken wooden plank. Without saying a word, Ye Chen went up and kicked him. Bang! The wooden plank flew directly into the house, hit the earthen bed, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Who is it? Causing trouble so early in the morning. A terrified and angry curse came from inside the house. Li Lizi was huddled in the smelly black quilt, trembling with fear, when the noise startled him so much that he jumped up. He looked up and saw Ye Chen's cold eyes staring intently at him. In that instant, Li Lizi felt as if he were being stared at by some ferocious beast, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Ye Chen, what are you doing here? Li Lizi's voice trembled, and he subconsciously shrank into the corner of the Kong, a heated brick bed. Ye Chen strode forward and grabbed Li Lizi by the collar. Ye Chen lifted Li Lizi's over 100-pound body up with one hand, as if he were a chick. Li Lizi, I heard you visited my house yesterday. Ye Chen had a smile on his lips, but that smile was so cold it sent chills down your spine. The villagers who followed were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, Ye Chen's strength is outrageous. Lifting a person with one hand? Is this even human? No wonder. Ye Chen was able to kill a tiger. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, they were filled with fear and finally understood the gap between themselves and Ye Chen. Li Lizi's crotch was instantly soaked, and a foul odor filled the air. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I was just passing by. I really didn't mean to steal anything. Just passing by and wandering into my yard. Ye Chen suddenly swung his arm. Bang! Li Lizi was thrown 5 meters away like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto the snow outside the door. Ouch! My back! Li Lizi lay on the snow, writhing in pain. Ye Chen showed no intention of letting him off the hook. He slowly walked out of the thatched hut, stood on the steps, and looked down at Li Lizi. More and more villagers gathered to watch, numbering at least several dozen. Ye Chen looked around, his eyes sharp as knives. He pointed to Li Lizi on the ground. That bastard tried to break in and steal my things while I wasn't home yesterday, and he's going to ruin my wife. These words caused an uproar among those around them. Actually, everyone knew that Li Lizi was going to steal meat, and some of them even considered following suit. I'm a very kind person, I'll just teach him a lesson. As he spoke, Ye Chen walked up to Li Lizi and stepped on his right leg. Ye Chen, spare me. I'll never do it again. Li Lizi begged for mercy desperately, his face covered in tears and snot. Ye Chen remained expressionless, then suddenly exerted force with his feet. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out in the quiet morning. Ah! Li Lizi let out a shrill scream and fainted from the pain. The surrounding villagers were so frightened by the scene that many instinctively took several steps back. That's too ruthless. This Ye family's second son usually seems amiable, but when he gets serious, he's a living devil. Ye Chen turned his head to look at the crowd, raising his voice slightly. I know there's a famine now, everyone's hungry. But the food that I, Ye Chen, have is something I risked my life to get back from the mountains. He pointed at Li Lizi on the ground and said in a sinister tone, if anyone thinks they're tired of living and wants to cause trouble in my house, Li Lizi is your example. Among the crowd, several men who had previously been looking around with daring eyes lowered their heads and dared not meet Ye Chen's gaze. Ye Chen delivered another blow. Also, don't even think about suing me at the county government. You can all guess what kind of relationship I have with Master Zhao. In this Xining County, I can kill a few scoundrels without even having to go to court. These words completely extinguished some people's wicked intentions. The fact that the Zhao family's carriage picked up and dropped off Ye Chen was something the whole village witnessed. With money, supplies, and powerful backing, who can afford to offend them? Ye Chen gave Taizhu a wink. Taizhu, I'm too soft-hearted. I'll leave this man to you. Although Taizhu is honest and simple, honesty is not stupidity, but rather his personality. He understood what Ye Chen meant. Taizhu strode forward, squatted down, and slit the other man's throat with his machete. Chapter 67, A New Crisis. Ah! Li Lizi let out a scream, his blood splattering onto the dirty snow and mixing with the mud. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Is that what you call being soft-hearted? A moment later, Li Lizi had completely died. The ground was covered in dirty snow, stained with red. Some people were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they sat down on the ground with a thud. I hope you all know what's good for you and don't follow his example. Ye Chen snorted coldly and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Looking at the villagers who were trembling with fear, wanting to run but not daring to leave, he said indifferently, "Disperse. With this energy, you might as well go up the mountain and dig up some frozen soil. Soil. Maybe you can find some grass roots. If you're eyeing my things, you're asking for death. Yes, yes, yes. We're not scoundrels like Li Lizi. How could we possibly steal from your house? This is none of our business. We're leaving." The villagers didn't dare linger and quickly slipped away in twos and threes. "Brother Chun, I'm so sorry. I had no idea yesterday that this guy had broken into your house and stolen things." After everyone had left, Tai Zhu said with great guilt, "It has nothing to do with you." Ye Chen patted Tai Zhu on the shoulder and instructed, "You must take good care of those 2 horses. They might come in very useful. If Gu Qinghan's whereabouts are exposed, these 2 horses are crucial for her escape." Ye Chen's speed and endurance are definitely not inferior to those of the 2 horses. But what about Bai Zhirou and the others? We need a mount, just in case. Don't worry, Brother Chun, I definitely won't let them go hungry. I'll feed them well every day and also clean and groom them regularly. Taiju said seriously. Good. Ye Chen nodded and told him to go back. Soon, Ye Chen returned to the stone house and bolted the door shut. Bai Zhirou quickly came to greet him, took the deerskin coat he had taken off, her palms still warm. Husband, go find that Li the leper. Bai Zhirou's voice trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Ye Chen brushed the remaining snow off his body, his tone as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Killed. Ye Chen nodded, walked to the stove, and sat down. He picked up the hot water Lu Yi handed him, took a sip, and then continued. These days, people's hearts are more wicked than ghosts. People like Li Lizi are just a menace. I need to let the whole village know that anyone who touches my things will pay with their life. Bai Zhirou, Lu Yi, and Qin Kuching all nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in their beautiful eyes. They didn't think Ye Chen had done anything wrong. Instead, they were lamenting how awful the world is. My husband did the right thing. In this world, kindness will only harm yourself. Gu Qinghan's voice was cold, yet it carried a strange sense of approval. Having grown up in the palace, a place where people devour each other without spitting out the bones, she knew better than anyone that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. I sent the assassins under the iron pillar. Ye Chen suddenly said this, and he was referring to Bai Zhirou. Taiju. Bai Zhirou was stunned, and even Qin Kuching exclaimed in surprise. That big, honest-looking guy who always grins at people and blushes when he speaks? Murder? Let me explain why. Seeing the shocked expressions on the women's faces, Ye Chen explained, Tieju's family also has grain, although not as much as ours, but they're still considered a fat sheep in the village. Having Taiju take action is also to intimidate some people. Only when he has seen blood and his hands are stained with lives can he develop that ruthless streak. In the future, those hungry wolves in the village who want to mess with his family will have to think twice before they decide whether their necks are as tough as Li Lizi's. This is what is meant by, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Teach a man to be ruthless and you teach him to be ruthless on his own. Bai Zhirou fell silent. She was a smart woman and naturally understood Ye Chen's good intentions. But this world has driven honest, hard-working farmers into ruthless killers. All right, stop thinking about those upsetting things. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Ye Chen changed the subject. He squeezed through with a grin and said, Look at this tiger skin blanket. How's it going? Can we sleep on the tiger tonight? Cough, cough. Bai Zhirou blushed and spat. My husband is so frivolous. He's only sewn half of it, and this tiger skin is too thick. The needle can't even pierce through it. Come, let your husband help you with the styling. Ye Chen chuckled, took off his shoes, and squeezed onto the calm, heated brick bed. Hey, stop fooling around. I have a needle. It's all right, I have a thick needle too. The somber atmosphere inside the stone house was instantly broken, quickly turning into laughter and cheerful chatter. It started snowing again outside. It didn't stop until the afternoon. Lu Yi, feeling childlike, built 2 crooked little snowmen by the door and even drew eyes on them with buttons. Husband, look. Don't these two snowmen look like you and Sister Qinghan? Ye Chen walked out of the house and looked at the two uniquely ugly snowmen. His lips twitched. Even Qinghan would want to punch someone if he saw them. Lu Yi stuck out her tongue, about to retort, when suddenly her eyes narrowed and she pointed in the direction of the village entrance. Husband, look over there. What are all those people doing? I'll go take a look. Ye Chen also noticed that dozens of villagers were noisily heading towards the village chief, Zhao Xi's house. The group of people getting together now is definitely up to no good. Go back inside and stay here. I'll go check on things. Ye Chen gave an order and strode after him. A moment later, all of these people gathered at Zhao Xi's house. Everyone quiet down. Zhao Xi stood on the stone bench in front of his house, his old face full of worry. The Imperial Court's disaster relief grain has been delayed, and several people in our village have already starved to death. If we keep waiting like this, the entire village will be wiped out. Village chief, please give me some advice. My husband is so hungry he's eating tree bark. That's right, we can't live like this anymore. As the village chief, you have to lead us to find food. You have this responsibility. These people seem to have forgotten that they robbed Zhao Xi of his grain just a few days ago. Now that they're starving, they have no choice but to come to Zhao Xi. The county must have grain. I heard the county magistrate has a lot of government grain stored up. Let's go to the county together, kneel down at the entrance of the yamen and beg the official for mercy. If there are enough of us, the official can't just watch us starve to death, can he? Yes, go to the county to beg for grain. The officials can't just abandon us. The villagers were in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with madness. Ye Chen stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his face grim, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Now, wanted posters for Gu Qinghan are plastered all over the county town. 100 taels of silver and 500 caddies of fine rice. If these starving villagers saw this, they would immediately go to the county magistrate and expose Gu Qinghan's hiding place. Kill them all. Moreover, although these people are stupid and wicked, they haven't provoked Ye Chen recently. Even though Ye Chen killed everyone in the village, he still had reservations. But once they enter the city, Gu Qinghan will be completely exposed. Chapter 68, cleverly resolved. Let's go to the county. Go to the county magistrate and ask for grain. If you don't give us grain, we'll die right in front of the government office. The crowd was agitated, spittle flying everywhere. Zhao Xi was caught in the middle, his old face contorted in a bitter grimace. He wanted to say something but dared not, and could only be pushed out as a pawn. Actually, he really wanted to go to the county to ask for food, since he was hungry too, just as the villagers were preparing to set off. Oh, a cold laugh rang out, piercing directly into everyone's ears. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the source of the sound. Ye Chen was leaning against an old locust tree, arms crossed, his face full of undisguised mockery. His face was rosy, and he was full of energy. The thick deerskin coat he was wearing stood in stark contrast to the group of ragged, emaciated villagers. Ye Chen, what are you laughing at? Zhao Xi asked, forcing himself to speak. Laugh at your stupidity. Ye Chen straightened up, his expression playful, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. Go to the county to beg for grain? Are your brains filled with mush? What? Do you think the county magistrate is your real father? Or a living Buddha? A commotion broke out in the crowd. Indeed, everyone knew that this trip to ask for grain would be difficult, because people from surrounding villages had also gone to the county to ask for grain, but all of them had returned empty-handed. The county magistrate can't just watch us starve to death, can he? Yes, there's strength in numbers. I refuse to believe the government will just watch us starve to death. Ye Chen looked at the man as if he were an idiot. Many people? When I went to the Zhao residence yesterday, I happened to see the people from Jinsha village going to the county magistrate to ask for grain. Ye Chen looked at them and asked calmly, do you know how many people went to Jinsha village? The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone stared intently at Ye Chen, waiting for him to continue. More than 100 people. As a result, they didn't even get through the gate of the yamen before they were beaten by those yamen runners with their warning sticks. That old man who was leading the group, what was his name again? I think he was their village chief. He was over 70 years old, and he was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing until his head was bleeding. Finally, a constable broke his left leg with a stick, and he was thrown into the street like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned by these words. Along with this came gasps of astonishment. Hiss! In those famine years when medical care and medicine were scarce, what difference was there between losing a leg and being sentenced to death? You're talking nonsense." One man, his face ashen and his voice trembling, cried out, "How dare the government beat people? That's treating human life like dirt." Disregarding human life? Ye Chen scoffed as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. In this world, human life is cheaper than grass. Do you think this is still a time of peace? Who has time to care about the lives of you peasants these days? Going there would be suicide. Not only would we not get any food, but we would also lose our lives. Ye Chen shrugged, looking nonchalant. Of course, I'm just kindly reminding you. If you think you're tougher than that old man in Jinsha village, then go ahead. A deathly silence. After being doused with cold water by Ye Chen, the villagers looked at each other. The light in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deeper despair. If we don't go to the county town, where else can we go? Are we just going to wait to die in the village? What Ye Erlang said is true. Just then, a woman wrapped in a tattered cotton-padded coat suddenly spoke up from a corner of the crowd. Her voice was hoarse and choked with sobs. "My family is from Jinsha village. Yesterday, my second uncle went to the county to ask for grain. He had to be carried back. His left leg was really broken, and the bone fragments were sticking out. Wah! Second uncle died last night." The woman's crying was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. "It's over. It's all over." Zhao Si plopped down on the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, tears streaming down his face. How are we going to survive? Are we all going to freeze and starve to death this winter? The villagers collapsed, some burying their faces in their hands and weeping, others staring blankly at the sky. Despair spread like a plague among the people. Ye Chen watched this scene coldly, but there was nothing he could do. He had to keep these people in the village and absolutely prevent them from going to the county town and seeing that wanted poster. Of course, if they betray me, I'll kill them too. Ye Chen thought to himself. In short, this is a cruel world where the strong prey on the weak, and human life is as worthless as grass. There is nothing anyone can do about it. He sighed inwardly, just as Ye Chen was about to turn and leave. Thump! A muffled thud. The man who had been stubbornly refusing to move suddenly knelt upright in front of Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, brother Ye, my ancestor. I'm begging you." The man kowtowed and howled. "You're so capable. You can even kill a tiger. Lead us into the mountains." This kneeling was like flipping a switch. Splash! 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 One after another, the sound of kneeling rang out. In an instant, dozens of people knelt down in unison. Even the village chief, Zhao Si, shakily got up and knelt down before Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, for the sake of our fellow villagers, please have mercy. We don't need to eat meat. We'd be happy just to have a sip of soup. As long as you lead us into the mountains, you can keep the lion's share of the game you hunt, and we can have a little bit of the rest. Just a little bit, as long as we don't starve to death. From now on, you will be the living ancestor of our village. We will erect a longevity tablet for you." The sounds of pleas, cries, and kowtows filled the air. Ye Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the mass of heads kneeling on the ground. Should we take this group of people into the mountains? Are you kidding me? These people can barely walk properly now. If they go into the mountains, they'll just be delivering food to wild animals. Besides, too many people and too much attention. But I won't agree. Looking at the crazed green light in these people's eyes, even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. If we completely extinguish their hopes, who knows what heinous things they might do? We need to think of a way. Suddenly, Ye Chen's gaze fell on the stone pier in front of Zhao Si's house. All right, stop banging your head. Ye Chen picked at his ear, looking impatient. I'm a soft-hearted person. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you have the ability to seize it. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, their eyes instantly lighting up. You need physical strength to hunt. Ye Chen's expression was cold as he continued. The deep mountains and forests are not your backyard vegetable garden. If you want me to take you hunting in the mountains, then carry this stone block and walk around the village chief's yard. Whoever completes it will be qualified to come into the mountains with me. Those who cannot complete it should not say anything more. Chapter 69. A woman follows her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog. Ye Chen walked to the blue stone block. This thing weighs at least 100 pounds. For a normal adult man, this weight is not a difficult thing. However, they haven't eaten for several days. Watch closely. Ye Chen sneered inwardly, casually bending down and gripping the edge of the stone block with his right hand. Rise. With a casual remark, he actually lifted the stone block that seemed to have grown into the ground with one hand. Even Ye Chen's arm barely shook. The surroundings fell silent instantly, with only the sound of the cold wind whistling through the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen carried the stone block and strolled leisurely to the middle of the courtyard, where he threw it to the ground with a clatter. The impact created a deep crater in the ground. Brushing the dust off his hands, Ye Chen glanced at everyone and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Let's begin. Whoever lifts this thing and walks it around this yard, I'll take them into the mountains. As long as it's done, the prey will be split 50/50ths. I will never go back on my word. Upon hearing this, the villagers who were kneeling on the ground instantly changed their expressions. 50/50ths. Even if you only get half a chicken, you'll still get 2 pounds of meat. I'll do it. The man who had led the kneeling earlier gritted his teeth and got up. He walked to the stone pier and, imitating Ye Chen, took a deep breath, hugged the stone pier tightly with both hands. His face turned red and the veins on his neck bulged. Get up, get up. The man forced out a roar from his throat. The stone pier wobbled, lifted an inch off the ground, and then, thump, the man's legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his vision blurring. After being starving for so many days, he would struggle to even weigh 50 pounds, let alone 100. Next, Ye Chen remained expressionless. A few more skeptical people went up and tried it. The results were even worse. Some couldn't even be shaken, while others almost strained their backs as soon as they exerted force. More than a dozen people took turns trying, but in the end, they all failed. Despair. True despair. That feeling of being super excited, like I'd been injected with adrenaline, is completely gone. What? Is nobody here? Ye Chen looked at the villagers who were slumped on the ground without any pity in his eyes and snorted. If you don't have the ability, don't think about going to the deep mountains and forests to die. And don't try to morally blackmail me. I, Ye Chen, owe you nothing. After saying that, Ye Chen turned and left without even looking back. Back to the stone house. The room was warm and cozy, with the fire burning brightly. The 4 women were sitting together sewing the tiger skin rug when they saw Ye Chen return and stopped what they were doing. Husband, how is it outside? Bai Zhirou put down her needlework, got up to pour Ye Chen a cup of hot water, and asked, did something happen? Just now, Louis told Bai Zhirou and the others that the villagers were all heading towards Zhao Xi's house, and something might be about to happen. So the ladies were all waiting for Ye Chen to return. They were going to the county, but I stopped them from going there for the time being. What? Upon hearing this, the women were all shocked, knowing that the city was now plastered with wanted posters for Gu Qinghan. They can't get grain from the county. Now I've got them under control. Ye Chen took the teacup, took a small sip, and continued. But these people are starving. They haven't had anything to eat for a long time, so they'll still go to the county. Then what should we do? Louis's face turned pale with anxiety. What if they see the wanted poster in the county town? Ye Chen remained silent. He didn't know what to do either. A massacre of the entire village. Ye Chen is not a demon. He cannot do that to someone whose sins do not warrant death. Moreover, there were men, women, and children in the village. It was impossible to bring myself to do it. Killing them all would be easy, but pointless. Rather than living in a village full of empty houses and dead people, Ye Chen would rather find another paradise on Earth. In particular, the county will find out sooner or later once all the villagers are dead. That will be even more troublesome. Then, shall we leave the village? Qin Keqing asked tentatively. We should leave. Ye Chen sighed, his gaze sweeping over the stone house that had just been tidied up to look decent, feeling a little reluctant to leave. They finally found a comfortable place to live, but now they have to flee for their lives. However, there's no rush, since we're safe for now. Ye Chen made a quick decision and said, we can leave any time with the 2 horses over there by Taizhu. There's no rush now. My husband. Gu Qinghan suddenly stood up and walked to Ye Chen. She lowered her head, so her expression was obscured. Only her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This matter started because of me. Her voice was soft, yet carried a resolute air. You all stay here. I'll go alone. As long as I'm not here, even if they betray me, it won't matter. Smack. A crisp sound. Ye Chen reached out and slapped her pert buttocks hard. Oh. Gu Qinghan gasped, clutching her back, and stared at Ye Chen in disbelief. There was also a hint of shyness. What kind of mush is in your brain? Ye Chen glared at her and said coldly. If you say that again, I'll strip you naked and whip your ass with willow branches. There won't be a next time, understand? But, no buts. Ye Chen pulled her into his arms, holding her waist tightly, and said, word by word, no matter what happens, our family must be together. Not one of us can be missing. Don't even mention a Prince Ning. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he'd have to ask the sword in my hand if it would allow it. This is the last time. Don't make me repeat myself. Gu Qinghan felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes reddened. She had seen too many people abandon each other when disaster struck, and she had even been betrayed by her own uncle. None of the ministers who had previously been loyal to the royal family dared to stand up for her. In fact, no one dared to secretly help her even once. Only Ye Chen. Only him. An ordinary man who saved her life. My own husband. My husband. At this moment, Gu Qinghan was no longer the aloof person she had been before. Instead, she looked more like a crying little girl, saying guiltily, I will never say such things again. I will listen to you. Good. Ye Chen then gently patted her head in satisfaction. My husband. Beside her, Lu Yi was moved to tears and rushed over to hug Ye Chen's leg. I want a hug too. It's so good that we met you. Bai Zhirou and Qin Keqing also came over, their faces showing worry, but their eyes were unusually firm. A woman follows her husband wherever he goes, whether he marries a chicken or a dog. Bai Zhirou said softly. At worst, we can leave the village together. As long as I'm with my husband, I don't care where we go. Yes, as long as I can be with my husband, I'll go anywhere. Qin Keqing's eyes were also slightly red. Her tone was soft, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. Chapter 70 still exposed it. Seeing the determined looks in the women's eyes, Ye Chen didn't say anything more sentimental. In this world, simply being alive is the most important thing. Since we've decided to be family and share life and death, we must be fully prepared. Take stock of all the valuables, and be ready to leave the village at any time. Don't bother with those junk bottles and jars. Ye Chen gave an order, turned around, walked to the corner of the wall, and took out the horizontal sword. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle from the system space. This is the venom I extracted from a poisonous snake that I killed on my last trip into the mountains. This stuff is extremely poisonous. If you get even a little bit on it, you'll be meeting your maker in no time. Ye Chen found a rag and carefully applied the venom to the blade. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the blade and casting an eerie, bluish glow that sent chills down one's spine. Husband, this is... Gu Qinghan had sharp eyes and immediately saw through the trick. A little trick. Ye Chen grinned and sheathed his knife. If we're exposed, the other side might have a master. Applying some poison is safer. After saying that, Ye Chen suddenly wanted to stick out his tongue and lick it. Forget it. There's no point in being silly. Gu Qinghan felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at Ye Chen's serious expression. This man may seem carefree and irresponsible most of the time, but he's truly reliable when it matters. It got dark very quickly. Ye Chen didn't bother them. Holding Bai Zhirou's soft body, he was thinking about various ways to escape. The next morning, as soon as it was dawn, Bai Zhirou got up and busied herself making breakfast by the stove. The aroma of rice porridge had just wafted out, but I hadn't even had a chance to take a sip yet. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rapid banging sounds rang out, as if they were about to tear the broken wooden door apart. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his hand instinctively reaching for the horizontal sword under his pillow. The women in the room were also startled, and Lu Yi shrank behind Ye Chen. Who? Yi asked in a deep voice. Ye Chen. Ye Erlang. Open the door quickly. Something's happened. A woman's anxious voice came from outside the door, panting. It sounded like Mao Xiaoha, the pretty widow from the village entrance. What is she doing here? Ye Chen frowned, got out of bed, walked a few steps to the door, and pulled it open. The cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, rushed in. Standing at the door was indeed Mao Xiaoha. She was wearing an old cotton-padded jacket, her face filled with panic, and her chest heaving violently, clearly indicating that she had run all the way here. What's wrong? Ye Chen was somewhat wary. His panicked expression didn't seem like he had come to ask for food. It seemed like something serious had happened. Ye Chen, your wife? Did she run away from the palace? Come in and speak. Ye Chen's expression changed, and he immediately pulled Mao Xiaoha into the house. She's a palace maid who escaped from the palace. The pretty widow had barely caught her breath when she entered the room, and, upon seeing Gu Qinghan, uttered a shocking remark. Everyone in the room froze. Bai Zhirou, who was serving porridge, suddenly dropped the spoon into the pot with a clatter. Gu Qinghan's pretty face turned deathly pale, and her hand was already on the soft sword at her waist. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold aura instantly emanated from him. You can't say things like that carelessly, or you'll lose your head. Hey, what kind of time is this to be talking nonsense with you? Mao Xiaoha stamped her feet anxiously, pointing towards the village entrance. Two officials just came and pasted a picture on the big locust tree at the village entrance. The person in the picture looks exactly like your big wife. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Qinghan, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. He quickly turned to Ye Chen and said, "It says on there that this is a fugitive who stole treasure from the palace and escaped. A reward of 100 taels of silver and 500 caddies of fine rice is offered. Dead or alive." Ye Chen took a deep breath. My worst fears came true. Even in a desolate place like Xiaozhou village, wanted posters are displayed. It seems that Prince Ning is determined to find Gu Qinghan. Who in the village knows about this now? Ye Chen grabbed Mao Xiao's arm with such force that Mao Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be gentle." Mao Xiao shook off Ye Chen's hand, rubbing her arm, and said, "Those two officials left after they finished posting it, saying they were going to the next village. At first, no one paid attention, since everyone is illiterate, so they just treated it as a notice." But Mao Xiaoha swallowed hard, her expression flustered. Ji Boda from the east end of the village just happened to be passing by. That kid has been to school for a few years and knows a few characters. He went over to take a look and read the characters aloud to everyone. Then what? Then, that kid, like a mad dog, called a few people he was usually on good terms with and ran straight out of the village. He said he was going to chase after the officials and collect the reward money. As soon as I saw something was wrong, I rushed over to warn you. Now a lot of people in the village are gathered around that notice. Hold, Ye Chen cursed under his breath. 100 taels of silver and 500 caddies of rice. That's enough to make everyone in the village excited. Which way did they run? They say it's Jinsha village. Before the pretty widow could finish speaking, Ye Chen grabbed the sword from the table, then picked up the longbow and quiver hanging on the wall and dashed out. My husband, Bai Zhirou and Gu Qinghan both called out at the same time, their faces full of worry. Stay inside and don't open the door for anyone. Ye Chen threw down a sentence and rushed out the door. Running at full speed, his figure was so fast that it was like a blur, disappearing into the wind and snow in the blink of an eye. The pretty widow stared in disbelief. Good heavens, is Ye Erlang some kind of leopard? His legs are so fast. Outside the village, the snow had piled up in a thick layer, and it crunched underfoot. Ye Chen was now going all out. With his 62 points of speed attribute fully unleashed, he became like a human sports car, speeding across the snow. Their footprints were still on the ground. Ye Chen possessed hunting skills, making tracking him effortless. The wind whistled past his ears, and would feel like a knife cutting into an ordinary person's face, but it had no effect on Ye Chen. At this moment, Ye Chen had only one thought in his mind: catch up with Ji Boda and kill him, or kill the officials along with them. Once the officials confirm Gu Qinghan's identity, the matter will escalate significantly. When the time comes, it won't just be 2 yamen runners, but a large number of officers and soldiers, or even an army. 3 miles. For ordinary people, running 3 miles in the snow would be exhausting. But for Ye Chen right now, it's only a little over a minute. Ahead, the entrance to Jinsha village is already faintly visible. From a distance, Ye Chen saw several figures gathered by the roadside, seemingly talking about something. He immediately slowed his pace, using the dead trees and rocks by the roadside as cover, and crept over silently.